Chapter 1. The Loot Rate System. Off the coast of O'Hara, a colossal ship cleaves through the tumultuous waves, leaving a long white wake in its path. A child, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years old, reclines languidly on a bench. Beside him stands a burly man, his frame bulging with muscle, wearing a sycophantic grin that seems somewhat out of place. However, the sailors aboard the vessel seem entirely unfazed by this peculiar sight. Lord Hubert, a band of pirates has appeared ahead. Shall we engage? Hubert rises from the bench, a glimmer of delight illuminating his features as he exclaims, "Oh, have we finally encountered new pirates? The surrounding scum have been largely eradicated. It has been nearly 3 months since we last laid eyes on any. If we fail to find more, my comrades will be left to the whims of the north winds." The burly man nods in agreement, saying, "It is all thanks to your wisdom and might. Lord Hubert, the pirates know of your presence and dare not approach." The youthful Hubert, standing atop the chair, pats the man on the shoulder. Though he has heard such flattery countless times, the sensation of being praised still delights him, a nostalgic echo from his previous life as a laborer. "Very well, give the order to close in on the pirates, Carter. I shall deal with them personally. It has been too long since I've had the pleasure of combat, and my hands are growing rusty." Carter nods and commands the sailors, "Set course for attack." Hubert gazes upon his grand ship as it swiftly navigates the waters, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had traversed into this world of pirates 7 years prior, and to carve out this dominion at the tender age of 7 is no small feat. It is not solely his merit, for he lacks the terrifying talents akin to Big Mom. His power derives from the system. With a mere thought, the system interface materializes before him. Host, Hubert. Level, LV-35. Faction, Bounty Hunter. Equipment, Zoan-type Starving Wolf Fruit. Ancient Zoan-type Flying Dragon Form. Paramecia-type Big Fruit. 33 Devil Fruit equipment slots are full. Backpack, Mythical Zoan-type Human Fruit Merchant Form A-keepable at level 36. Zoan-type White Rabbit Fruit. Zoan-type Hamster Form. Zoan-type Teddy Form. Devil Fruit Fragments X972. System Level, LV383785934100000000. Barry's Note. Upgrading the system level increases equipment slots and loot rates, enhancing the quality of obtained gear. You have acquired the strength to sail the seas. Even when confronted by the supernovas, you remain unperturbed. Yet, this is merely the beginning on the vast ocean, and the road ahead is long. Strive to grow stronger and dominate the seas. Such is the essence of his system of mechanism that allows for the acquisition of equipment through monster slaying and, on fortunate occasions, even the coveted devil fruits. All the devil fruits he possesses were obtained through this system. Otherwise, O'Hara would not have such an abundance to offer him. Moreover, this system possesses the unique function of equipping devil fruits. Unlike consumption, equipping allows him to wield multiple powers simultaneously. As his system level rises, the number of A-keepable devil fruits will also increase. Initially limited to 1, he can now equip 3. Regrettably, once he equips a devil fruit, he becomes susceptible to the suppression of seawater and Hakian-fused sea prism stone. Observing the panel, a faint smile graces Hubert's lips. Once he dispatches this wave of pirates, he should ascend to level 36. At that point, the long-desired mythical Zoan will become A-keepable, and with its terrifying enhancements to the human body, he may even possess the ability to elude an admiral. Not far from Hubert, a long, slender ship surges through the waves, proudly displaying a flag adorned with a black skull, a clear indication of its piratical nature. A band of ruthless pirates aboard is reveling in a raucous feast, singing and dancing with abandon. Lads, having claimed this sea, we shall soon bask in endless berries. Once we amass sufficient wealth to procure a fine ship, we shall venture into the grand line. The treasure of the pirate king shall be ours. At the center of the throng, a corpulent man, presumably the captain, declares this while gnawing on a chicken leg. At this nascent stage of the great pirate era, many have taken to piracy in pursuit of the One Piece, rendering his words highly motivating. Ha ha ha, we shall become the richest pirate crew upon these seas. Long live the captain! The fat fish pirates shall reign supreme over the Grand Line. The surrounding lackeys, already intoxicated, erupt into jubilant cheers, their excitement palpable. Amidst the frenzied crowd, a tall, lanky figure appears visibly anxious. After a moment's hesitation, he steps forward, saying, "Captain, the pirates that once roamed this sea were far more formidable than us. Why did they retreat? There must be some underlying reason. Perhaps we should ascertain the truth before proceeding." Upon utterance of these words, an awkward silence descends. The captain's gaze shifts slowly towards him, his impatience palpable as he retorts, "Is that you, first mate? Did we not discuss this matter previously? If we delay any longer, other pirate crews will seize this territory, and we shall be left with no opportunity. Moreover, what danger could there be here? It is merely an archaeological site." The first mate, troubled, replies, "But Captain, O'Hara is renowned as the wealthiest region in the West Sea. The pirates who once held sway here have vacated without a trace. There must be something amiss. Since Roger ignited the great pirate era, the seas have been in turmoil. It is prudent to exercise caution. O'Hara is celebrated as a sanctuary for archaeologists, with ships constantly traversing its waters, predominantly carrying scholars and merchants, ordinary folk, yet affluent. In the eyes of pirates, this locale is a veritable treasure trove." The captain dismisses the concern with a wave. "Do not overthink it. Perhaps they simply amassed enough wealth to venture into the Grand Line, as everyone seems to be doing. After all, One Piece lies hidden there." At the mention of One Piece, the captain licks his lips, his gaze brimming with avarice. The other pirates echo the captain's sentiments, for they are pirates at heart, easily swayed by the promise of treasure, forgetting the inherent dangers. But the lanky man attempts to voice his thoughts, but is cut off by the captain. "Enough. I'm a captain here." The first mate swallows hard, ultimately retreating, his demeanor betraying unease. Seeing him concede, the captain snorts derisively, turning away to take a hearty bite from his chicken leg, muttering, "Worrying about this and that, what a pathetic excuse for a pirate. Perhaps a change in first mate is in order." Then, raising his head to address the now quiet crew, he bellows, "Onward. Let the festivities continue." The ship soon erupts back into boisterous revelry. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a small figure has quietly taken position at the ship's prow. Chapter 2. Mythical Zoan Equip. TSK. You pirates feast quite well, don't you? Just as well, for I have yet to dine this evening, thus saving myself a meal. A youthful voice rings out from the bow of the fat fish pirate's ship, its volume modest yet piercingly clear to all present. The raucous pirate crew falls silent. The captain, his gaze fixated on the source of the voice, observes a finely dressed child standing at the ship's prow. Furrowing his brow, he inquires, "A child? Where did this child come from? Which reckless fool brought him aboard?" The pirates exchange glances, shaking their heads in unison. The first mate, eyeing the child, feels an inexplicable surge of unease within him. The child, of course, is Hubert, who has arrived alone. His own grand ship is moored nearby. As for why he did not simply sail over to confront them directly, it is because he has set his sights on the fat fish pirate's vessel. If he were to ram his ship into theirs, it would undoubtedly incur damage. A pristine ship and a damaged one command vastly different values. Seeing that no one claims Hubert, the captain sneers malevolently. "Since no one has claimed this unfortunate little brat, I suppose I shall toss him overboard." He strides towards Hubert, his hefty frame thumping heavily against the deck, each step resonating ominously, raising concerns that he might collapse the ship. The oppressive atmosphere is palpable. Hubert has long since regarded this vessel as his own. How could he allow the captain to trample upon it? He declares, "Be gentle. You fat pig, you're going to ruin my ship." "What?" The surrounding pirates tremble upon hearing Hubert's words, recoiling as if confronted with some unspeakable horror. The captain's previously menacing grin morphs into a dark scowl, veins bulging from his plump face, rendering him a ghastly sight. Rage flushes his complexion, resembling that of a roasted pig. The lanky first mate, who had initially intended to counsel the captain, sighs and discreetly withdraws, opting to hide. He understands that in this state, the captain has lost all reason and will not heed his counsel. He finds no joy in self-inflicted humiliation. I despise being called fat. Regardless of who you are, boy, today you shall meet your demise. The captain's words drip with fury. A tense atmosphere envelopes the air. Had an ordinary child been in Hubert's position, he would likely have burst into tears, yet Hubert remains unperturbed, instead chuckling to himself. Taking down this ship of over 50 men should secure my level up. Though they are a bit lacking in wealth, far poorer than those previous pirates, it seems I must rely on bounties and the ship to make a profit. Alas, earning money is a daunting task. The corpulent figure regarded him with indifference, muttering incessantly, his countenance growing increasingly grim as he lunged forth with a hand poised to strike. The enormous palm sliced through the air, stirring a tempest were it to make contact with Hubert's head. It would surely split his tender skull asunder. This prompted Hubert to regard him with newfound respect. As he raised a hand to deflect the blow, he remarked, "You possess quite the strength. No wonder your audacity is so pronounced. I wonder, however, how much the bounty on your head might be worth." Smack! No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the hefty arm was deftly intercepted, rendered immobile. "What is this?" He actually blocked it. The pirates, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets, stood in stunned silence, transfixed by the unfolding scene at the bow of the ship. That child managed to catch the captain's blow? The palm was nearly as large as he was. Moreover, these crew members were well acquainted with their captain's prowess. Many a foe had been subdued by a single swipe from him, some even fatally vanquished on the spot. This knowledge bolstered their confidence as they roamed these treacherous waters. Yet, such a strike had now been thwarted by a mere child, not yet 10 years of age. Could it be that the captain had softened, perhaps showing mercy? Gazing upon the infuriated captain, the crew quickly dismissed this notion. How could such a captain ever hold back? In a shadowy corner, the lean first mate observed the scene with growing trepidation, a bitter smile forming on his lips. He understood that the captain had met his match, and the fat fish pirate crew would likely vanish from the seas henceforth. Hubert wasted no time granting the corpulent pirate another chance to retaliate. With a swift twist of his small frame, he delivered a kick to the man's face. The captain's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering forth, casting a grim ambience over the ship. Without allowing the other pirates a moment to react, he struck with lightning speed, swiftly dispatching the remaining crew members. Given his current strength, dealing with these bounty hunters of lesser than 10 million was akin to slicing through vegetables. Even without utilizing the powers of a devil fruit, none could stand against him. In mere minutes, he had vanquished all present. Congratulations, host. Your level has risen to LV 36. We hope you continue your efforts and reach maximum level soon, dominating the pirate world. As Hubert stretched, he was elated to hear the system's announcement, momentarily disregarding the filthy blood that stained him, allowing his consciousness to delve into his mind. System, detach the hungry wolf fruit and equip the human fruit. Mythical beast form, merchant mode. This fruit was an exceptional find he had long coveted over the years. He had even contemplated consuming it directly rather than equipping it. The allure of the mythical beast type was simply too compelling. Merely possessing it without utilizing it had been a great frustration. At last, he had reached this moment. Today, he could finally equip this long-neglected devil fruit from his backpack. Hubert first felt an exhilarating lightness. As though something had been relinquished, he recognized it was the hungry wolf fruit being removed. In the next instant, a surge of mysterious power flooded his being. This newfound strength far surpassed that of the previous fruit. Even his flying dragon fruit paled in comparison. Truly, it was worthy of being a mythical beast. He savored the sensation, endeavoring to master the full extent of the fruit's power. However, before long, Hubert opened his eyes, blinking in a peculiar manner, his expression somewhat odd. The enhancement granted by this devil fruit was less substantial than he had anticipated, yet the ability itself seemed intriguing, thus not entirely disappointing his expectations. Lost in thought, he suddenly caught a whiff of something, a sly grin creeping upon his face as he mused, "Oh, a rat has escaped? How fortuitous! This is the perfect opportunity to test my new abilities." Chapter 3. A colleague of Vegapunk? In the corner, the first mate trembled at the prospect of Hubert's gaze shifting toward him, feeling as though disaster loomed. He had suspected Hubert might be formidable, but he never imagined him to be this powerful. Moreover, this child was nothing short of a demon. His decisiveness in killing was chilling, devoid of any hesitation, and he appeared almost exhilarated after the slaughter. Now he understood why the other pirates in these waters had vanished. The root cause lay in the very boy before him. The unfortunate first mate, despite sensing the impending doom, had ultimately been ensnared by the blundering captain. As Hubert approached, the first mate chose to emerge from his hiding place. His body quivered slightly as he stammered, "I beg you, spare my life, and I shall serve you with utmost loyalty until my last breath." A gentle smile graced Hubert's face, yet the blood-soaked visage only intensified the first mate's trembling. "It seems you are a clever individual, aware enough to conceal yourself." In contrast, the other pirates appear somewhat foolish. The lanky man remained silent, merely shivering. "Should you wish for me to spare you, you must first demonstrate your worth." Hubert, eager to experiment with the fruit's powers, refrained from further violence. With the merchant fruit finally equipped, he felt considerably lighter, and his thirst for advancement was less pressing. The first mate opened his mouth, hesitating as he gazed at the diminutive Hubert, before finally declaring, "I am a scientist. I can be of great use." "A scientist?" Hubert straightened, eyeing the hesitant figure with skepticism. "Oh, a scientist turned pirate in the West Blue? If you're going to fabricate a tale, at least make it somewhat plausible." The first mate sighed, exuding a sense of resignation. "It is true, I possess credentials." As he spoke, he produced a card from his pocket, upon which his likeness was depicted. Name: Jesse. Affiliation: Science Research Institute. Research focus: naturalization and the technology of combining devil fruits with objects. This revelation left Hubert somewhat astonished. Though he had been in this world for quite some time and had encountered numerous scholars, this was his first encounter with a scientist. The research focus appeared quite sophisticated. However, Jesse's current appearance bore little resemblance to that of a scientist. Indicating that he must have a story to tell. Share your tale, Hubert urged, for a scientist researching devil fruits could hardly have fallen to such depths. After a brief pause, Jesse began to recount his maritime adventures. It turned out that Jesse had previously served as a leading scientist within an organization on the Grand Line, where he was among the top experts. However, for reasons unknown, the Navy suddenly attacked their headquarters, capturing numerous scientists and forcing them into submission to the world government. Yet, a handful managed to escape, Jesse being one of them. Nevertheless, the liberated Jesse did not wish to submit to the Navy, nor did he desire the life of a pirate. After several twists and turns, he fled the Grand Line and found himself in the West Blue, initially believing he would find safety there. He was dismayed to discover that the small town where he sought refuge was annihilated by the Fat Fish pirate crew for failing to pay adequate protection fees at a critical moment. He revealed his identity as a scientist, which spared him from certain doom, as the corpulent captain coveted his research and elevated him to the position of first mate. Yet his standing was quite low. Any pirate would dismiss his words. Thus, he found himself in Hubert's presence. Upon hearing Jesse's tale, Hubert's expression shifted oddly, as if recalling something, and he inquired, "Are you familiar with Vegapunk?" Jesse, who had previously appeared devoid of hope, suddenly transformed, rushing forward to grasp Hubert's shoulders, exclaiming with fervor, "You know President Vegapunk? How is he faring? Has he managed to escape?" Hubert shrugged Jesse's hands off, nearly bursting into laughter, after listening to Jesse's story. He had merely speculated that it might be connected to Vegapunk, given the original narrative mentioning that Vegapunk was captured by the Navy after discovering the blueprint for life, subsequently becoming their chief scientist. Moreover, Jesse's research focus on the technology of merging devil fruits with objects was precisely what the Straw Hat crew later encountered: the ability for objects to possess the powers of devil fruits. It was indeed unexpected that Jesse was truly a colleague of Vegapunk. He had struck gold that a colleague of Vegapunk was certainly a treasure. Just look at Caesar. He developed artificial fruits. Observing Jesse's concerned demeanor, Hubert felt a chuckle rising within him. The reason for Jesse's current plight was Vegapunk's discovery of the blueprint for life, while Vegapunk himself was thriving within the Navy. How ridiculous it was that Jesse, now a pirate in the West Blue, still worried about Vegapunk's well-being. With a gentle smile, Hubert reassured him, "Of course I know him. Vegapunk and I are old friends. He's doing quite well, so you need not worry about him. He is currently engaged in a secret experiment, and I am unaware of his whereabouts." He continued, "Since you are Vegapunk's colleague, it would be unwise for me to take action against you. However, I cannot simply let you go without ensuring your safety, especially given the recent unrest at sea. How about this? You join my crew as a member, and I will protect you. A crew." Jesse looked at Hubert's beaming face in surprise, yet recalled his formidable strength, which made sense. "That I appreciate the offer, but it would be too much trouble. Many pirates are heading toward the Grand Line. I should be able to fend for myself. Surely, I cannot be so unfortunate as to encounter another fat fish pirate crew." Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude for the information regarding President Vegapunk. "You wish to leave just like that? How could you?" Hubert's expression darkened. "So you are refusing to grant me face? This sea does not look kindly upon those who disregard me." Jesse sensed the veiled threat in Hubert's tone, prompting him to reconsider the nature of the child before him, and he hesitated. Noticing Jesse's inner turmoil, Hubert spoke again. "If your reluctance stems solely from a desire not to join pirates, you need not worry. That I am not a wretched pirate. I'm a bounty hunter." Jesse's heart indeed felt the weight of not wanting to rejoin the ranks of pirates. He had suffered enough during his time as one and did not wish to leap from one den of wolves into another. Hubert seized the opportunity. "After your research institute disbanded, your experimental conditions must have deteriorated significantly, correct? As a researcher of devil fruits, there are hardly any in this small West Blue for you to study." This was indeed true. Since the dissolution of the institute, Jesse had not encountered a well-equipped space to conduct his experiments. "If you join us and genuinely contribute to our experiments, I will provide you with the best possible experimental conditions. Rest assured, I will ensure you have access to devil fruits." As he spoke, Hubert had an idea and retrieved a white rabbit fruit from his system, pretending to pull it from his pocket and extending it towards Jesse. This combination of threat and temptation was difficult for Jesse to resist. Looking into Hubert's sincere eyes, he sighed deeply and accepted the white rabbit fruit. "Then I shall look forward to your guidance." Captain, Chapter 4. Nico Robin. With the transaction concluded, the effects of the merchant fruit manifested, and the host gained his first subordinate, the fugitive scientist Jesse. Jesse would exert his utmost effort to conduct experiments for the host, in exchange for which the host needed to provide him with a suitable experimental environment. The subordinate module was activated, rewarding the host with 10 million system experience points. Note: acquiring a subordinate randomly yields rewards, with a higher probability of obtaining rewards from stronger subordinates. The reward for acquiring Jesse was the natural type cloud fruit. The merchant fruit that Hubert had just equipped was a mythical Zoan type, enabling him to broker deals with others. The items exchanged could be anything, and Hubert mused that it should not be called the merchant fruit, but rather the Satan fruit. After all, in myth and legend, Satan traded souls as currency, a concept that resonated with the merchant fruit's function. Hubert was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that the merchant fruit would unlock a new mode for him and also yield a natural type fruit. He had never before received a natural type devil fruit in all his years, indicating a bountiful harvest. With this in mind, his gaze towards Jesse grew increasingly favorable. Jesse, however, felt a chill as he noticed the smile in Hubert's eyes. Surely, this fellow would not be harboring any ill intentions towards him, would he? Having understood the system rewards, Hubert summoned Carter and the others from afar with a single arrow, introducing Jesse to the crew. "Lord Hubert, where's the captain's head?" Carter, responsible for inspecting the spoils, suddenly inquired. Hubert paused. "The captain? His head seems to have been blown off, I suppose? I'm not entirely sure, but such matters shouldn't pose much of a problem, right?" Jesse interjected. "That may not be the case. Those wretched Navy won't let a rabbit go without a hawk. Without a head, we might not receive the bounty." Hubert mused. We've been acquainted with the Navy for a long time. They wouldn't be so unreasonable, would they? We have all the evidence except for the head." "That is true, but it may require some bargaining," Jesse concluded. Hubert felt a twinge of embarrassment. realizing he had been too focused on leveling up and had struck a bit too hard. Had he known, he would have been gentler. Hearing his encouragement, Carter immediately straightened up, declaring, "What are you saying? It is my honor to serve Lord Hubert." Hubert nodded. Carter's reliability and eloquence were precisely why he was his first mate. Despite his somewhat lacking strength. With this in mind, Hubert contemplated enhancing Carter's abilities. The most direct method would likely be through a devil fruit. He pondered whether he could assemble a bounty hunter crew comprised entirely of devil fruit users. Such a faction seemed non-existent upon the seas. If successful, he would be a pioneer. Shaking off such thoughts, he decided that now was not the time. Their current strength in the West Blue was already formidable, and further power could lead to unforeseen complications. He would wait until they reached the Grand Line. Furthermore, this would be a significant endeavor, and he was unsure how long it would take to gather sufficient devil fruits. Once they had finished inspecting the spoils, Hubert leaped lightly onto the ship's bow. "Brothers, after such a long time, we finally feast. Once the bounties are exchanged tomorrow, we will divide the spoils as per our usual custom. Oh ho ho! Following Lord Hubert means we get to feast. We have dealt with a group of wretched pirates. Lord Hubert is magnificent." Most of Hubert's crew had gathered together primarily for the promise of bounty, while some harbored grudges against pirates but lacked the means to exact their revenge, thus choosing to follow him. For them, every annihilation of a pirate crew was akin to a jubilant celebration. Hubert was equally pleased with their attitude, lifting his chin slightly as he reveled in their praises. After a brief moment, he gestured for silence, and the crowd instantly quieted. Upon my arrival, that wretched band of pirates was indulging in revelry, and since everyone had yet to partake in dinner, I hereby declare that this celebration feast shall be held here. Let the festivities begin. Roars of excitement erupted once more on the ship. Despite some bloodstains, the enthusiasm for the banquet remained undiminished. The joyous sounds echoed across the vast ocean, and the sun cast a final blush of twilight on the horizon. As the moonlight gradually enveloped the sea, creaking open the old door of his home, Hubert was met with the sight of a pair of purple little shoes hanging on the shoe rack, which brought a faint smile to his lips. Sneaking quietly towards his room, he peered through the crack in the door. Inside, the lights still shone brightly, and a small figure sat on his bed, engrossed in a book, clutching a pillow, with her legs swinging in the air. Hubert tiptoed behind her and enveloped her in a warm embrace. The figure, startled by a sudden hug, gasped before calming down upon recognizing him. "Hubert, you scared me again," she exclaimed. "Why did you come to my room, Robin?" The girl sitting on the bed was none other than Nico Robin from the original story, and it could be said that their relationship was akin to childhood sweethearts. Having grown up together, Hubert's parents had passed away early, leaving him to fend for himself since the age of 3. Robin, too, had been abandoned by her parents at a young age, leading them to share a bond of mutual sympathy. At a time when other children shunned Robin due to her flower fruit abilities, Hubert was the only one willing to play with her, making him perhaps the closest person to her now. This companionship alleviated some of the loneliness that Robin experienced in the original story, allowing her personality to blossom. Hubert cherished this childhood bond, for after all, it was Nico Robin. Who wouldn't he love her? In fact, compared to the young and still maturing Nico Robin, Hubert found her mother, Olvia, to be far more intriguing. Alas, their ages were simply too mismatched. Robin wriggled out of Hubert's embrace and playfully tapped his head with her book. "Why are you so late returning? It's dangerous for a little boy like you to be out wandering at night." Hubert feigned pain, clutching his head, and retorted, "But Robin, didn't you sneak over to my house in the middle of the night too? Isn't it even more dangerous for a girl to visit a boy's house at such an hour? That's different." "How is it different?" Robin found herself at a loss for words, sulking in silence. Her adorable demeanor made Hubert chuckle heartily. "Oh, come now. Robin, have you forgotten? I aspire to be a bounty hunter. My strength is formidable, and those villains are no match for me." Seeing that Robin was ignoring him, Hubert shifted the topic. By the way, Robin, did you come here for something specific today, or were you simply missing me?" "Who would miss you?" Robin retorted, still a bit miffed. "Don't you remember? Today is your birthday." Hubert was taken aback. He had indeed forgotten, as he had traversed into this world and did not place much significance on this life as birthday. Yet, if his memory served him right, Robin's birthday was not long after his own. Hobart furrowed his brow in thought. Chapter 5. The approaching demon destruction order today marked Hobart's 7th birthday in this body, while Robin, being a year older, was nearing 9. That if Hobart recalled correctly, the demon destruction order would obliterate O'Hara when Robin was 8. This meant that soon the Navy would arrive, and he would find himself facing the peril of the world government's decree. Licking his lips, Hobart murmured to himself, "After preparing for so long, is it finally here?" Robin leaned closer, puzzled. "What are you talking about, Hobart? What have you been preparing for?" "Oh, it's nothing," Hobart replied, ruffling Robin's hair. "Since it's my birthday, did you prepare a present for me, Robin?" Robin, having grown accustomed to Hobart's peculiarities over the years, did not dwell on it. Though only 7, he exuded a maturity that made him seem like an adult, having cared for her like an older brother throughout the years, pulling out a beautiful watch from her belongings. Robin said proudly, "Of course, I have. This was awarded to me by the professor a few months ago for my excellent performance that I heard is quite valuable, and I save it to give to you as a birthday gift. What do you think? Do you like it?" "I absolutely love it," Hobart replied without hesitation, accepting the watch from Robin. "That I like everything you give me, Robin." Upon hearing this, Robin's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. And although she said nothing, her joy was evident. To be, by the way, how is your learning at the Tree of Knowledge going, Robin? "It's going splendidly. Everyone has been very kind to me. Today, Dr. Clover even arranged an exam for me. If I pass, I will be a scholar in a few days." "A scholar, you say? That is quite impressive. Just in time, as my ship could use a scholar. Would you like to join?" "Absolutely, once you become captain." "I shall join your crew. I shall hold you to that. By the way, are those little brats still bad-mouthing you? Do you want me to teach them a lesson? Ever since you dealt with them last time, they've been avoiding me like the plague." Hobart chuckled at Robin, but suddenly froze. But the sound of Robin calling his name, he snapped back to reality, pondering deeply. Robin was about to become a scholar sooner than he had anticipated. It seemed the demon destruction order was indeed drawing near. However, with that thing in mind, he felt a bit more assured. After chatting with Hobart for a while longer, Robin soon succumbed to sleep. Watching her drift off in an instant, Hobart shook his head, tucked her in, and then settled down for the night himself. The next morning, Hobart awoke to find Robin still asleep. He tiptoed out of bed and made his way to the kitchen. Beginning to prepare breakfast, Hobart had retained the habit from his previous life of having noodles for breakfast. Unfortunately, it seemed few in this world shared that custom, as noodle shops were non-existent, leaving him to fend for himself. Soon, he had 2 bowls of steaming noodles ready. He returned to the room to rouse the slumbering Robin, mindful that noodles do not taste good when left to sit for too long. After breakfast, Hobart escorted Robin to the Tree of Knowledge before heading to the deserted woods of O'Hara Island. With a shiver, his body transformed, sprouting a pair of massive leathery wings, and with a gentle flap, he soared into the sky. This was the ability of his ancient Zoan-type fruit, dragon form. His flight was swift, and before long, he arrived at his ship. The crew, now accustomed to his dramatic entrances, greeted him with little surprise. Carter approached, carrying a chest. "Master Hobart, you've finally arrived. This morning, I exchanged all the pirates for bounties and sold the ship, totaling 7,200,000 berries. It's all here for you to inspect." Hobart nodded in acknowledgement, taking the chest and asking, "How did it go? Did that fat man cause you any trouble?" "Just minor issues. I've already come to an agreement with them that you've worked hard." "Not at all. It's my duty to serve Master Hobart." A.S. Hobart examined the contents of the chest. A spark of excitement ignited within him. His system level had been lacking over 16 million berries for an upgrade. But with yesterday's new module adding 10 million, alongside this newfound wealth, he could upgrade right away. Elevating his system level would yield significant benefits, including an additional slot for another devil fruit, perfectly allowing him to equip the cloud fruit he had acquired yesterday. After a moment's hesitation, however, he decided against this tempting option. He had long established a rule that any earnings would be shared among the crew, and he could not break that rule himself. Money could always be earned, but rebuilding trust among scattered hearts would require considerable effort. He extracted over 2 million from the chest. "As per their usual arrangement," he announced, "I will take 30%. Set aside 10% for supplies, and the rest will be divided among the brothers. By the way, Carter, You've worked hard this time. Take an extra 5%. Though Carter spoke with a casual demeanor, Hobart was well aware of the formidable nature of that group of Navy personnel. Exchanging a headless corpse for a bounty and bringing in a replacement was nothing short of a pipe dream. No, 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 Carter stammered, taken aback. There's no hardship on my part. All the pirates were dealt with by Lord Hobart. You should take more for yourself. Enough, Hobart interjected, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Your contributions are evident to all. If I say you should take it, then take it. Reluctantly, Carter acquiesced. What of the investigation I tasked you with? Have you uncovered any news regarding Miko Alvia? Their S-word. It seems she's been captured by the Navy and is currently imprisoned. Is that so? Hobart's tone remained unruffled, for he had anticipated this outcome. Have you seen any giants in the nearby waters recently? Giants? You mean those legendary beings that tower like mountains when standing and can flatten entire forests when they lay down? I've never encountered one. That this, too, was within Hobart's expectations. Robin would not become a scholar for several more days, and Jawadidat Sol would only arrive at O'Hara after she attained that status. Thus, it stood to reason that Sol was still adrift. Keep an eye out. Should there be any news of giants, inform me at once. With a casual directive, Hobart signaled for Carter to depart. Yet, Carter remained rooted in place, appearing as if he were hesitant to speak. What is it? Speak quickly if you have something to say. Upon hearing this, Carter finally voiced, Lord Hobart, are you aware of Jesse's background? I am. What concern is it of yours? Hobart tilted his head in curiosity. Well, today a colleague discovered Jesse's bounty notice, 24 million. We've never seen a bounty of such magnitude before. At this point, Carter hesitated, seemingly torn about whether to continue to is there a problem? Hobart remained unfazed. After all, it was not surprising for a researcher from Vegapunk's lab to command such a bounty, considering the value he could create transcended mere belly. Some of the crew believed that we should not allow a pirate to join us, and should instead capture Jesse for the bounty. Chapter 6. Side Quest, Silence. Since Carter had uttered those words, Hobart stood in silence, and Carter dared not speak. The atmosphere became eerily still. After a prolonged pause, Hobart finally spoke. Do you share this sentiment? Of course not. Carter quickly retorted. Your decision is my decision. I will absolutely follow your orders. Who else shares this opinion? Hobart inquired directly, not in the mood for flattery. Carter hesitated briefly before responding, it's Bill and his group. With this revelation, Hobart immediately recognized the individuals in question. His crew numbered around 100 to 180, and naturally, there were factions among them. Bill was the leader of one such significant faction. Most members of this group harbored deep-seated grudges against pirates, which motivated their choice to become bounty hunters. Their strength may not have been superior to others, but they possessed a fierce determination, making them formidable opponents even at equal levels. Bill, in particular, was known for his reckless fighting style, as if he were avenging a personal vendetta against his enemies. Moreover, he was quite powerful, aside from Hobart. Few aboard could contend with him. Very well, I understand. After another moment of silence, Hobart gestured for Carter to leave. Wait. Just as Carter turned to distribute the belly, Hobart called him back. Carter, you have done well. Carter appeared somewhat bewildered, but replied, It is merely my duty that I wish to formally appoint you as the first mate. What do you think? Up until now, although Hobart had treated Carter as his first mate, he had never officially stated it. Perhaps it is best to refrain. My abilities may not be sufficient to command respect. This arrangement suffices for now. Carter modestly declined. You need not worry about your capabilities. I shall find a way to assist you. Hobart clapped Carter on the shoulder and smiled. Simply tell me if you are willing. If you are not, I shall seek another. I am willing. Ultimately, Carter could not resist the allure of the first mate position, his scarred face breaking into a grin that made Hobart feel a tad queasy. Producing a devil fruit from his pocket, he handed it to Carter. Consume this devil fruit quickly and begin to grasp its powers. Tonight, I shall formally announce your promotion to first mate. From this day forth, you must remain loyal and serve me diligently. Carter, overwhelmed by Hobart's words, fixated on the devil fruit he had been offered. His eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling. Is this truly the legendary devil fruit worth at least 100 million belly? It is said that consuming it grants one the powers of a devil. transforming them into a formidable force upon the seas. Is it genuinely for me? Upon seeing Hobart nod, Carter, in a fit of excitement, clung to Hobart's leg, tears streaming down his face. Lord Hobart, you are too kind. I shall devote myself entirely to your service. Observing the burly man at his feet, Hobart disdainfully kicked him away and said, Enough with the theatrics. Focus on digesting your powers before tonight, as I may require your assistance. Yes, I shall go and digest it immediately. Carter exclaimed with uncontainable enthusiasm, akin to Zhu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit. Swallowing the devil fruit whole to avoid unnecessary delay, he then scampered off with a box full of belly. Transaction complete. The merchant fruit's effects activated, earning Hobart a loyal subordinate in Carter. Capturing Carter also yielded 2 fragments of a devil fruit. Hobart watched Carter's departing figure and shook his head before opening Jesse's door. Jesse's quarters had been specially arranged by Hobart, significantly larger than the others for the sake of his experiments. Inside, Jesse was diligently conducting experiments, surrounded by an array of simple apparatus, all of his own making. Though Hobart had promised to provide him with a conducive environment for research, his current resources were limited, and he could only make arrangements later. The sole item Hobart had furnished was presumably the devil fruit that Jesse was currently examining. Have you made any progress in your research? Seeing that Jesse was immersed in his own world, Hobart felt compelled to interrupt. Jesse seemed startled, his body jolting slightly. Upon realizing it was Hobart, he exhaled in relief. Results don't come so swiftly. It's still too early. Indeed, if devil fruits were so easily understood, they would not be considered devil fruits at all. Hobart closed the door and approached Jesse. I have spent a lifetime researching devil fruits and still only grasp the surface. Each time I delve into my studies, I ponder, is this truly something that can arise naturally? Hearing Hobart's words, Jesse could not help but reflect. This inquiry had crossed Hobart's mind as well. He had long believed that devil fruits could not be products of mere natural occurrence. Perhaps, akin to Naruto, they were the fruits of a divine tree? Yet this notion felt exceedingly distant to him. Even if such a divine tree existed, his strength was far too insufficient to contemplate it. How have you fared aboard the ship? Are you getting along well with the others? Getting along? Jesse replied, Since the conclusion of yesterday's banquet, I've remained in my quarters studying the devil fruit and have not spoken to anyone. Hobart privately scoffed, while others were deliberating on selling him. Jesse remained ensconced in his experiments, truly steadfast. No, I merely inquired. However, solely focusing on your experiments isn't ideal. You ought to engage with others more often, as sometimes inspiration can emerge from such exchanges. Understood. Hobart discerned Jesse's dismissive tone, but chose not to press further. After all, Jesse was working for him, and his minimal efforts could yield benefits for Hobart. Which employer would not appreciate an employee who worked tirelessly without demanding compensation? During your time at Vegapunk's lab, did you make any advancements regarding the natural type? Jesse shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. No, my research was nearing completion before I escaped from the lab. Since then, I've not encountered any natural type devil fruits, let alone had the opportunity to experiment with one. It seems I may never complete that remaining piece of the puzzle in my research. Hobart expressed curiosity, recalling the information on Jesse's work certificate. You developed a method for naturalization. Does that imply that anyone could achieve the effects of the natural type? Not quite, Jesse awkwardly refuted. It was merely a direction that emerged during my study of naturalization. Hubert's enthusiasm immediately waned. It turned out to be merely a side quest. What direction does this lead to? Inflicting harm upon a naturalized body. Chapter 7. Means to restrain natural types. What did you say? Hubert almost thought he misheard. Inflicting harm on a naturalized body. Isn't that something only Haki could accomplish? In the original story, there were no other methods aside from Haki that could harm natural types. Right? Observing Hubert's excitement, Jesse appeared somewhat bewildered and quietly inquired, Is something wrong? No, not at all. You are doing splendidly. Hubert composed himself, quickly regaining his calm, yet the joy within him was unmistakably reflected in the corners of his mouth. Since his arrival in this world, he had been diligently studying Haki, but it had become evident that without a system, His talent was merely mediocre, yielding no progress over the years that, of course, it could be attributed to his young age or the absence of a mentor. After all, the methods he employed to cultivate Haki were those mentioned in the original work, but who could ascertain if there were nuances not depicted in the text? In any case, he found himself utterly at a loss regarding Haki. And when facing enemies of the natural type, he was at a significant disadvantage. Soon, he would confront the world government's demon-slaying decree, and if the plot remained unchanged, accompanying this decree would be the most formidable natural-type devil fruit users in the world. The future admiral of the Navy, Akainu, with the magma fruit, and Akiji, wielding the ice fruit. Originally, he had been troubled by the lack of means to counter natural types, but Jesse's research felt as if fortune had smiled upon him at just the right moment, perfectly mending his shortcomings. How long would it take for you to yield results if you had a natural-type devil fruit? Soon. My previous research is nearing completion. How soon is soon? I should be able to produce results within 10 days. Jesse replied after a moment's thought. Would 5 days suffice? If I put in the effort, it should be no problem, Jesse responded, suddenly realizing, why are you asking this? You don't actually possess a natural-type devil fruit. Do you? Hubert nodded with a smile, retrieving the cloud fruit from his in that instant. He found himself unexpectedly grateful to Jesse's former rotund captain. Without him, he would not have gained Jesse as an invaluable ally. This is the natural-type devil fruit, the cloud fruit. From this day forth, it is yours to research that I expect to see results within 5 days. Jesse exclaimed in astonishment. You're really giving this to me? Aren't you afraid I'll consume it and flee? Jesse had not anticipated encountering a faction possessing a devil fruit in this corner of the West Sea, let alone that Hubert would entrust him with the devil fruit for study. Even in the Grand Line, he had never witnessed such generosity. Bestowing a devil fruit worth its weight in gold upon someone he had known for merely a day was simply surreal. Hubert shook his head and chuckled. This is not a gift. It is merely for your research. If you wish to consume it and escape relying on its powers, you may certainly try as he uttered the final sentence. Hubert's tone grew icy, and Jesse, recalling the scene of his comrade's slaughter from the previous day, couldn't help but shiver, hastily assuring, Rest assured, I would never make such a foolish choice that I am merely surprised that you, Captain, would trust me with the study of a natural-type devil fruit that I truly do not know how to repay you. What is there to repay? This was agreed upon long ago, wasn't it? As long as you do your utmost to conduct the research, I shall endeavor to provide you with the best experimental conditions. Hubert laughed heartily as he placed the cloud fruit upon the table and turned to exit the laboratory. I shan't disturb your experiments further. Please deliver the results to me as swiftly as possible. Once the young Hubert stepped out of the room, Jesse gazed silently at the cloud fruit on the table, and after a prolonged moment, he sighed deeply. Rest assured, Captain, I will expedite the research and deliver results promptly. Emerging from Jesse's laboratory, Hubert felt the sea breeze caress his face, and he perceived that the sky had become significantly bluer, rendering the otherwise mundane ocean intriguingly vibrant. After a while, he called over a bounty hunter who was polishing his blade not far away. Lord Hubert, is there something you require? The individual set aside his task and jogged over. Your name is Daika, correct? From now on, you shall be responsible for Jesse's meals. Remember to prepare an extra portion for him during mealtimes. Moreover, keep an eye outside his door to ensure that no unwelcome guests disturb him. Daika hesitated, inquiring, Lord Hubert, I would prefer not to take on this role. Could you assign someone else? Oh, why is that? Hubert was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Daika to decline, as he had always seemed obedient. I do not wish to care for a pirate. Daika paused, summoning his courage to add, Lord Hubert, I believe your decision to bring Jesse aboard our ship was misguided. We should turn him over to the Navy for a bounty. I have heard Jesse is worth over 20 million. Hubert furrowed his brow, asking, who told you this? Daika lowered his head, stammering and unable to articulate a coherent response. It was Bill, wasn't it? Daika froze for a moment, then hurriedly protested, no, those are just my own thoughts. Observing his demeanor, Hubert felt assured. He hadn't anticipated the crew's significant opposition to his decision to take in Jesse. Truly a short-sighted bunch. Very well, I understand. Since you are unwilling, Let me go about your business. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Hubert. Afterward, Hubert found another crew member who readily agreed to look after Jesse without further ado. Once settled, Hubert soared into the sky once more, heading towards the sea. With the demon-slaying decree looming, he needed to utilize the remaining time to enhance his strength, and the fastest method he could conceive was to elevate his system level. Having secured the bounty from Jesse's pirate crew, coupled with the accrued berries, he was approximately 3 million berries shy of an upgrade. However, the pirates in this maritime region had largely been eradicated, and to swiftly acquire berries, he would have to venture into other waters to hunt down pirates. Taking Jesse and his crew along would be too slow, and he would have to share the berries acquired. Thus, it was best to venture out solo for some hunting. After all, it was not his first time. Time at sea seemed to pass swiftly as he found himself surrounded by a vast emptiness. With no reference points aside from the sun above, in what felt like an instant, the sky darkened, and the ships upon the ocean illuminated their lights, casting a glow upon a small stretch of sea. While Hubert had yet to return. Chapter 8. Lord Hubert strategizes. Bill, what are you planning? What am I planning? What do you think? I intend to capture that damn pirate. I do not wish to share a ship with him. Bill forcefully shoved aside the burly man guarding Jesse's door, attempting to storm into Jesse's laboratory. However, the burly man quickly regained his footing and seized Bill's arm from behind. Yet, Bill's physique was exceptionally robust. The burly man's grip felt as futile as a child attempting to engage an adult in play. I cannot allow you to enter. Lord Hubert has expressly stated that without his permission. No one is to disturb Jesse. Bill turned around, looking down at the burly man with a flush on his face, exuding an odor of alcohol. Cucka, are you truly willing to oppose me just to protect a pirate? Cucka stepped back a half step under his gaze, but did not release his grip. I am not doing this for the pirate inside. I am merely obeying Lord Hubert's orders. Lord Hubert? He is merely a fortunate child who consumed a devil fruit. You are truly devoted to him. Bill scoffed, shoving Cucka aside. Even if that little brat Hubert were standing here today, I would still seize that damned pirate to collect the bounty. Cucka's expression changed as he said, You are drunk. Drunk? I'm not drunk. I am entirely sober. That little brat understands nothing. What qualifications does he have to harbor a pirate? We are bounty hunters. If this gets out, we be the laughingstock of others. Ask Dicka and the others if this is not the case. If we allow a pirate to join us, can we still call ourselves bounty hunters? Cucka glanced around and noticed that the group following Bill bore flushed faces, revealing an expression of agreement. Even several onlookers nearby couldn't help but nod in approval. This caused Cucka's heart to sink involuntarily, and he let out a bitter smile in silence. Had he known, he would have never taken on this task. Now he found himself in a predicament, unable to extricate himself. Even if you wished to exchange Jesse for a bounty, should you not at least wait for Lord Hobart to return for a discussion? Wait for him to return? Why should I wait for him? I have no desire to remain on the same ship as a pirate for even a moment. Would that little brat Hobart truly punish me over a pirate? As Bill spoke, his impatience grew, and with a forceful shove, he sent Cucka flying into a crate, rendering him unconscious. Bill paid no heed to Cucka's fate and, accompanied by his band of brothers, pushed to open the laboratory door. At that moment, a hand suddenly blocked his path. Bill squinted, coldly remarking, Isn't this Carter, that little brat's lackey? What? Do you wish to stop me too? The newcomer was indeed Carter, who had been digesting his newly acquired abilities in the cabin. Initially indifferent to the commotion outside, he could not ignore the insults hurled at Lord Hobart. This was intolerable. He immediately ceased his training and stepped out of the room. Leave here at once. Bill, this is not a place for you. Bill dismissed Carter's warning entirely, confident in his superior strength. If he had been sober, he might have shown some deference, considering Carter was Hobart's trusted aide, but in his current drunken state, he felt emboldened. Oh, look at you, little lackey, brandishing your faux authority. What gives you the right to command me? Do you think you're the vice captain or something? Let me tell you, you're just a dog raised by that little brat Hobart. With that, Bill seized Carter's arm, intending to throw him aside, but Carter stood his ground unwaveringly. Carter was taken aback. Your strength has indeed increased significantly, and no wonder you dared to intervene. With that thought, he began to exert his strength. his muscles tensing, stretching his clothes to the brink, creating an intimidating sight, and he struck at Carter's abdomen. Though Carter's power had grown due to consuming a Zoan-type devil fruit, it was still unfamiliar to him. Coupled with Bill's formidable prowess, Carter was sent flying by a single blow. However, he quickly regained his balance mid-air, landing steadily and gazing calmly at Bill, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" Bill, who had thought he had subdued Carter, now felt a surge of anger and lunged at him like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, pinning Carter to the ground and swinging his fists down. Caught off guard, Carter endured several punches, feeling dizzy and disoriented. He feared that if the assault continued, he might sustain serious injury. Thus, he hastily raised his arms to block while issuing a final warning. "Bill, you need to stop now. Take your crew and leave. There's still a chance for you to turn back. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you an opportunity." A sinister smile crept across Bill's face. "An opportunity? Do I need your permission? Who do you think you are? The vice captain?" With that, he delivered another punch to Carter's blocking arm. Underneath, Carter could not help but creak in the next moment, accompanied by a spine-chilling crunch. Bill's head was bitten off by Carter, who had transformed into a werewolf. The devil fruit bestowed upon Bill by Hobart was precisely the Zoan-type hungry wolf fruit that he had recently discarded. This particular devil fruit was considered exceptional among ordinary Zoan types and significantly enhanced one's strength. After transforming, Carter's power surged, and given Bill's utter lack of defense, it was hardly surprising that he succumbed to a single fatal blow. The onlookers, initially spectators, were now rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events, frozen in place. The several inebriated companions brought by Bill's snap to attention, caught in a state of indecision, internally lamenting, "Drinking leads to trouble." Carter slowly rose from the ground, panting heavily. Had he not been granted the devil fruit by Lord Hobart, he could have been in grave danger. Suddenly, Carter recalled what Hobart had said earlier that day while bestowing him the devil fruit. "Familiarize yourself with your powers as soon as possible. I may need you to act tonight." Could it be that all of this had been orchestrated by Lord Hobart? A shiver ran down Carter's spine. Indeed, Lord Hobart was like a deity, masterfully strategizing, leaving no detail overlooked. Truly remarkable. With that thought, he turned to regard Bill's headless corpse. Blood gushed from the severed neck, staining a large portion of the deck crimson, the body seemingly convulsing in a mindless spasm. While the severed head lay nearby, eyes wide open, devoid of its earlier arrogance, Carter silently admonished himself, vowing never to harbor any misguided thoughts about Lord Hobart in the future. He would fully embody gratitude towards Lord Hobart, heed his commands, and steadfastly follow him. Otherwise, he might very well meet the same fate as Bill. Chapter 9. Flower Country. Meanwhile, after emerging from the ship, Hobart had flown for quite some time before finally landing on solid ground. The vastness of the ocean was overwhelming. If he relied solely on himself to locate the pirate crew and gather 3 million berries, he had no idea how long it would take. At high noon, the sun hung in the sky, yet it lacked warmth. After flying all morning, Hobart was beginning to feel fatigue. He descended to the ground, retracted his wings, wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, and gazed towards the land from the shore. The flower country. Ah, it has been a while since I last visited. His purpose for this journey was indeed the renowned flower country in the West Sea. Long ago, he had begun exploring the West Sea, witnessing many of its powers, with the flower country being relatively close to O'Hara. Thus, he resolved to inquire if any pirate factions existed here that he could assist in eradicating. Such assistance to a nation often proved more lucrative than acting independently. In addition to the bounties from the Navy, he could also receive rewards from the state. It was a win-win collaboration. In truth, the most significant pirate force within the Flower Country was the 8 Treasure Water Army, which also concealed a treasure buried within an ice glacier. If he were to acquire such wealth, he might very well ascend 2 levels within the system. However, he had no intention of confronting the 8 Treasure Water Army, for he had previously sought trouble with them during his first visit to the Flower Country. Shortly after he had obtained the Flying Dragon Fruit, experiencing a surge in power that had left him somewhat conceited. Moreover, the 8 Treasure Water Army had not exhibited particularly impressive strength in the original narrative, prompting him to consider wiping them out entirely. Yet he encountered Green Pepper tea that time, Green Pepper's head had already been flattened by Garp, presenting as a robust bald man, reminiscent of a classic character from certain anime. Confident in his transformation into a flying dragon, Hobart had dismissed him entirely and charged directly at Green Pepper. Before he knew it, he was flying back at an even greater speed. Too fast. Too strong. There was no opportunity for Hobart to react as he was met with a flurry of blows, ultimately reverting him back to his original form, resembling a child once more. Only then did the assault cease. This battle had instilled a sense of self-awareness within Hobart, rendering him far more humble. Each time he saw Green Pepper, he could not help but reflect. That burly, bald man is truly terrifying. Upon realizing that Hobart was merely a child, Green Pepper had invited him to join the 8 Treasure Water Army, but Hobart had of course declined, and Green Pepper had said nothing more. Allowing him to leave, perhaps he felt that attacking a mere child was not a commendable act. From that moment on, the two had developed a bond of mutual respect, becoming unlikely friends across generations. Hobart had taken the time to investigate and learned just how terrifying it was to possess a bounty of 500 million during the era of great pirates before it had even commenced. In the entire West Sea, he had only heard of Green Pepper, whose physical prowess was astonishing. Even without a spearhead, he was certainly not someone to be taken lightly, and no wonder Garp had to train diligently to have any hope of defeating him. Hobart was convinced that had it not been for age and declining stamina, the original narrative's Luffy would never have been able to defeat Green Pepper so easily. Hubert swiftly made his way into the town, observing the throngs of individuals clad in suits and uniforms, each one sporting bulging waist pouches indicative of the local underworld, that he couldn't help but marvel at the prevalence of organized crime in this region. Even the Flower Country, under the watchful gaze of the 8 Treasure Water Army, was rife with such elements. He pondered how O'Hara managed to remain untouched by such criminality, not lingering for long. Hubert entered a tavern he had come to gather information, and, undoubtedly, this was the most expedient locale for such inquiries. Moreover, having flown for an entire morning, he was feeling rather peckish and hoped to procure a bite to eat. As he stepped through the doorway, he drew the attention of numerous patrons, primarily due to his youth and the absence of parental guardianship. However, Hubert had little interest in their gazes as he made a beeline for the bar, tossing a few coins onto the counter. "Barkeep, I'd like something to eat and a glass of whiskey, please." The tavern owner, currently engaged in flirtation with a striking young woman, cast a glance at Hubert and remarked, "Youngster, this isn't a place for you. Run along home and let your mother prepare your meal." Laughter erupted from the surrounding clientele at this jest. "Run home and let your mommy give you your milk. If you can't finish your drink, come find Uncle, and he'll help you out." Hubert sighed upon hearing the mockery. He had endured such ridicule countless times. His age was indeed a significant disadvantage. However, the audacity of the one who had spoken was particularly irksome, and he shot a glance at the boisterous group led by an older man named Fort. He then turned his attention to the wanted posters affixed to the tavern's bulletin board. From his experience, these types were likely pirates, as only the most despicable of criminals would engage in such taunts. True to his instincts, he noted their faces were indeed on the wall, albeit with a meager bounty. Hubert had little desire to engage with such lowly scum. They were hardly worth his effort, as he deemed anyone worth his while should be valued at least in the millions. Yet, with their taunts now directed at him, he could hardly remain passive. He was not a person of magnanimity. He tore down the wanted poster and approached Fort's table, slamming the poster onto the surface with a decisive thud. Instantly, the raucous laughter ceased, and the group turned to regard Hubert, whose stature barely exceeded the height of the table. "Is this you?" Hubert pointed at the likeness on the poster. "What's this, little brat? You planning to turn us in for the bounty?" Hubert nodded earnestly, though his youthful visage lacked any semblance of intimidation, appearing more endearing than menacing. "See that, Fort? He wants to catch you." Laughter erupted again, but it was soon followed by Fort's lewd suggestion. "How about this? You bring your mother here for a night, and I'll let you take me in. What do you say? Fort, you scoundrel, you can twist anything into a lewd proposition." The commotion drew the barkeep's attention. He ceased his flirtation and interjected, "Enough, Fort, no more ruckus in my tavern. Know whose turf you're on. And you, kid, it's time to head home. You're not welcome here." Huffed Fort, losing interest in tormenting Hubert, muttered, "Fine, I'll give you face this time. Scram, kid. Hubert remained silent, a radiant smile gracing his face that in an instant, he struck like lightning, knocking the entire table of ruffians to the ground. The tavern fell into a stunned silence. The atmosphere thick with shock. Hubert returned to the bar, tapping the counter to rouse the dazed barkeep. Have you seen enough? Bring me something to eat and another bottle of whiskey. I'm starving after all that flying. And I haven't eaten a thing. The tavern owner, regaining his composure, gazed at Hubert with wide eyes, swallowing hard. Who are you? Are you a monster? Seeing the owner's flustered state, Hubert shook his head in disdain, unwilling to dignify such a foolish question with a response. After all, he had already slain giants at the tender age of 5. These men were simply unaccustomed to the world. Bring me my food quickly. I am quite famished. You can take those fellows there and use them as bounty for my payment. The barkeep appeared oblivious to Hubert's words, panicking as he stammered. Even if you're a monster. You can't cause trouble here. Do you know whose territory this is? With growing impatience, Hubert slammed his palm onto the counter, leaving a small imprint in the wood that I said, Bring me my food quickly. Do you not comprehend? Startled, the barkeep hesitated, but seeing Hubert's formidable demeanor, he swallowed his pride and nodded, retreating to the back to prepare Hubert's meal while subtly seeking assistance. Many patrons, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, hastily departed, while others, reveling in the chaos, remained, their excitement unabated. Unhindered, the barkeep soon returned with a massive chicken leg that dwarfed Hubert. The food in this pirate world was often exaggerated, and though the chicken appeared normal-sized, the leg was enormous. Perhaps there was some hidden technology at play. Regardless, Hubert, driven by hunger, wasted no time and began devouring it voraciously. After a few bites, thirst struck him, prompting him to inquire, Didn't I order whiskey? Where is it? Minors aren't allowed to drink alcohol. Hubert found this reasoning perplexing. Did the barkeep truly fail to grasp the situation? Glancing at the owner's serious expression, he relented, Fine, then just bring me a glass of water. The barkeep nodded, pouring a glass and handing it to Hubert. He took a sip, reflecting on his many feasts since arriving in this world. His crew never treated him as a child. He often indulged in alcoholic beverages. So, being denied alcohol now was somewhat disappointing. Just as Hubert was about to take another sip, a group of brawny men stormed through the entrance, each possessing a peculiar appearance that varied greatly. Hubert exchanged a knowing glance with the tavern owner, aware these were the men he had summoned, yet he chose to remain silent. From the owner's perspective, he had done nothing wrong. The newcomers approached the bar, spotting a child with a chicken leg that appeared disproportionately large, obscuring much of his face. They exchanged puzzled looks, but refrained from questioning, instead turning to the barkeep. Didn't you say someone was causing trouble? Where are they? The barkeep, cowering, gestured towards Hubert, but clearly overestimated the intelligence of the newcomers. Is your vision impaired? Why are you making those faces? Speak up. The barkeep, exasperated, covered his forehead, pointing at Hubert with resignation. That's the one causing trouble. At that moment, Hubert set down the chicken leg, ready to drink his water, allowing the group to see his full visage. Haha, boss. Have you lost your mind? You called us here for this little brat? A young man burst into laughter, but quickly sensed the tension in the air. Why is it so quiet? Is everyone's sense of humor that high today? Surveying the room, he noticed the eager expressions of his companions, all fixated on Hubert. Lord Hubert, is that you? Hubert, sipping his water, glanced at the group, a hint of familiarity sparking in his memory. Yes, I am Hubert. You must be from the 8 Treasure Water Army, correct? You look somewhat familiar. Indeed, we are from the 8 Treasure Water Army. It's an honor that you remember us. Lord Hubert, it's been so long since you visited. Lord Greenpepper has missed you dearly. You must come see him. Let me finish my meal first. I'm quite hungry, Hubert nodded. Absolutely. This exchange left both the barkeep and the previous young man utterly confounded, yet they grasped the essence of the situation. This little brat had a connection with the esteemed Lord Greenpepper of the 8 Treasure Water Army. How utterly bizarre! Given Hubert's youthful appearance, merely 6 or 7 years old, it was unfathomable that he could have known Greenpepper at the age of 4 or 5. This is not merely the confusion of two individuals. The onlookers who had gathered to witness the spectacle shared the same bewilderment. Qing Jiao wields considerable influence in this nation, almost a legendary figure known to all. And this little brat is purportedly a friend of Qing Jiao? A group of perplexed individuals exchanged glances, their attention gravitating towards Hubert. Though he was under the gaze of so many, it did not disrupt his enjoyment of lunch. Upon finishing his meal and noticing everyone staring at him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and inquired of the members of the 8 Treasure Navy, ahem, "Have you all eaten? Would you care for a bite?" We have, they replied, taken aback. Hubert was accustomed to their astonishment. Years ago, he often sparred with Qing Jiao, not using his full strength, essentially served as a target for Hubert. This scene quickly captured the attention of others and spread like wildfire among the 8 Treasure Navy. "Have you heard? There is a child who matches Qing Jiao in combat." "I knew it, and not just a match. Qing Jiao is actually on the defensive. Is that true?" "Surely not. I witnessed it myself. That child is Hubert, rumored to be Qing Jiao's illegitimate son, potentially destined to inherit the 8 Treasure Navy." Thus, the rumors proliferated, and Hubert's reputation within the 8 Treasure Navy soared. Soon, nearly everyone in the Navy recognized him, addressing him with the utmost respect as Lord Hubert. As for the young man who had come with them, he was likely unfamiliar due to his recent induction into the Navy. In truth, Hubert had long been aware that this tavern was part of the 8 Treasure Navy's holdings. Otherwise, he would have caused quite a commotion. Reflecting on this, Hubert couldn't help but smile ruefully. Initially, he had no desire to trouble the 8 Treasure Navy, but since this unforeseen circumstance had summoned them, he might as well take advantage of it. With that thought, he turned to the members of the 8 Treasure Navy and asked, "Are you aware of any pirate crews in the vicinity?" Chapter 11. Mira. The expressions of those present stiffened. In terms of pirate crews, they were indeed the largest in the Flower Kingdom. Yet such matters were seldom discussed. Hubert quickly realized he had misspoken and hastily added, "I mean those pirate crews that threaten the interests of the Flower Kingdom, that I can assist in their eradication. The higher the bounty, the better." The group's demeanor returned to normal as the leader smiled and replied, "There are certainly some, especially after Roger's execution not long ago, leading to the emergence of more pirate crews. Many have come to challenge Lord Qing Jiao, and some, after being defeated, have resorted to wreaking havoc around the Flower Kingdom. If Lord Hubert were to intervene, it would be most beneficial." "Excellent. Then please help me locate the troublesome pirate crews nearby," Hubert said, his spirits lifted, pleasantly surprised by the promising situation. Perhaps today, he could resolve the issue of his rank. "Now, wouldn't you like to check on Lord Qing Jiao first? He has been quite eager to see you. Perhaps another time. My schedule is rather tight at the moment." "Very well. I shall contact headquarters immediately to see where the trouble lies, and I will escort you there." Hubert nodded and waited while he made the call, glancing at the tavern owner, who appeared utterly dumbfounded by the unfolding events, and smiled. "Hey, can I get a drink now?" The owner instinctively moved to pour a drink, but then hesitated mid-action, stammering, "Children shouldn't drink alcohol." Hubert was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such stubbornness. A clever idea struck him. "Then serve a drink to each of these brothers from the 8 Treasure Navy. You must offer something for their hard work. Otherwise, who would come to assist you next time?" The members of the 8 Treasure Navy waved their hands in refusal. "And no need. We are all family. Helping is expected. It is our duty. You should accept it." Just as the group hesitated, the owner seemed to find some merit in Hubert's reasoning. Without waiting for their agreement, he retrieved cups and quickly poured drinks for everyone. Raising one for himself, "No worries, brothers. You've worked hard. A little drink is only fair. From now on, if any of you wish to drink, it's on the house." Saying this, the owner downed the drink in one go. Having poured the drinks, it would be overly fastidious to decline further. Observing the enthusiastic owner, the members of the 8 Treasure Navy exchanged glances and expressed their gratitude. "Then we are in your debt." As they reached for the drinks, another pair of small hands snatched them faster. Downing a cup in one gulp, Hubert exclaimed, "This drink is quite good." The 8 Treasure Navy members exclaimed, "Children shouldn't drink alcohol." The troublemaker causing a stir this time was the pirate Mira, carrying a bounty of 7 million just days prior. He had been defeated in a wager, yet here he was, causing chaos again. Truly, one could never know a person's true character. The leading man explained to Hubert as they walked. Hubert, positioned behind him, smiled with satisfaction. 0.7 million. And not bad at all that I didn't realize piracy was so rampant in the Flower Kingdom. It seems every rogue carries a bounty of 7 million. I must make time to conduct a thorough purge. We would be most welcoming. If Lord Hubert intervenes, it would certainly ease our burdens. Observing the two conversing animatedly ahead, a young man trailing behind couldn't help but ask his companion, "Are we really going to confront Mira? He has a bounty of 7 million, and even Lord Qingjiao needed 2 moves to subdue him. Can we really handle this on our own?" His companion shrugged dismissively. "Relax, didn't I tell you? Lord Hubert is as formidable as Lord Qingjiao. With him here, we needn't lift a finger." However, the young man glanced at Hubert, who was younger than his own brother, and hesitated, struggling to fathom how a 6- or 7-year-old child could possess any combat prowess. Moreover, Hubert's earlier antics to obtain alcohol only deepened his doubts, making him contemplate whether to call for reinforcement from headquarters. They sensed his skepticism, but felt no urge to explain. Even they, had they not witnessed it firsthand, would scarcely believe that a child could be so formidable. The group hurried on for half an hour before finally arriving at a nearby arms shop. Inside, chaos reigned, with gunfire mingling with screams, creating an atmosphere that sent chills down one's spine. The walls of the shop bore numerous bullet holes, and the door lay in ruins. The members of the 8 Treasure Navy frowned, sensing the situation was dire. Hubert paid no mind to their concerns and strode directly into the shop. Upon entering, he was greeted by a towering figure, likely 4 to 5 meters tall, nearly grazing the ceiling, fully armed with an array of machine guns and cannons strapped to his back. Accompanied by an assortment of swords and other melee weapons, he wore nothing but a pair of shorts, exposing his muscular physique without reservation. The gunfire they had heard originated from him, as he unleashed a barrage of weapons towards the counter. Yet, despite the onslaught, the counter appeared remarkably sturdy, holding firm for the time being. Had he grown larger? Hubert pondered, while the members of the 8 Treasure Navy observed Mira's imposing figure with trepidation, their unease alleviated by Hubert's presence. Only the young man voiced his concerns. "Is this really okay?" "Fear not. That is Lord Hubert." At that moment, Hubert approached Mira from behind and called out, "Are you the infamous Mira with a bounty of 7 million? Mira turned, but failed to spot Hubert. Given his diminutive stature, Hubert seemed like a mere ant beneath the giant's feet. "What the hell are you looking at?" Hubert felt insulted. He often resented his small stature. If this brute had openly mocked his height, he could have accepted it, but to be disregarded entirely was intolerable. Without hesitation, he activated his ability. Grow. In an instant, his form began to swell, shattering the ceiling in the process. He grew to over 20 meters tall, towering above even the highest buildings, before finally halting. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that the entire roof of the arms shop had collapsed under his transformation, revealing the interior scene below. The members of the 8 Treasure Navy and the figure hiding behind the counter now appeared as minuscule as ants. Even Mira, standing at 5 meters tall, barely reached his knees, staring up in astonishment, his gun falling silent. Chapter 12. "Little one, what kind of monster are you?" Mira raised her voice in a fierce challenge. Hubert remained silent, having utilized his superhuman dada fruit to enlarge his physique. Simultaneously, his strength surged, surpassing even the enhancements granted by the dragon fruit. Moreover, this size was far from his limit. He lifted his foot and aimed it menacingly at Mira, bringing it down with tremendous force, akin to a mountain crashing down. Not only did Mira falter, but even those from the 8 Treasure Water Army nearby dared not remain in place, hastily retreating to avoid the ensuing shockwave. With a thunderous roar, the ground cracked open, leaving a massive footprint, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Tisich dodged it. Huh. Quick reflexes, I see. And no wonder you're a pirate with a bounty of 7 million at T. Hubert's feet. Mira sprawled on the ground, watching the serpentine fissures extend beneath her, gasping for breath as beads of sweat streamed down her face. What a joke. If she had reacted just a moment slower, she would have been crushed. It was a razor-thin margin. Such an attack would undoubtedly be fatal. What on earth is this guy? How could someone be so enormous? Could he be one of the legendary giants? This line of questioning was not confined to Mira. The members of the 8 Treasure Water Army shared her bewilderment. Is this truly the power of Lord Hubert? No wonder you hold him in such high regard. The young man's words inadvertently included the term Lord for the first time. His gaze now filled with admiration. It was akin to the fervor displayed by his comrades, but even more intense. Tinged with a hint of longing, several of the 8 Treasure Water Army members swallowed hard. Hadn't Lord Hubert previously lacked this ability? He had grown even stronger than before. Could it be that even Lord Qingjiao would not stand a chance against him? Boom! In the midst of their conversation, Hubert lifted his foot once more. This time, Mira, still on the ground, could not react in time. Realizing her dire situation, a frenzied expression crossed her face. Her weapon sprang into action. Aimed at the foot descending upon her, "That I'll fight you. So what if you're a giant? Can you withstand my cannon fire? Today, I shall slay a giant." With that declaration, she unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Machine guns, rifles, and sniper rifles roared to life, spewing flames, while spent shells clattered to the ground incessantly. Various blades and weapons were hurled forth, glinting menacingly. It must be said, this 7 million bounty reflects some genuine power. Though regrettably misdirected, true strength is derived from physical prowess and willpower. Relying on external force leaves little room for growth. That a classic example is Enel, who possessed the so-called strongest Logia devil fruit. Despite wielding such formidable power, he was ultimately bested by Luffy 2 years prior. Amira's onslaught rained down upon Hubert's foot, yet it barely grazed his skin. Although he had yet to master the Conqueror's haki, his training had significantly bolstered his defensive capabilities. Complemented by the fruit's enhancement of his physique, such assaults with conventional weaponry were easily deflected. Boom! Hubert's foot ultimately descended, creating another footprint beside the previous one. This time, Mira was unable to evade. Yet Hubert, still somewhat unsatisfied, spun his foot once more upon the ground before retracting it, canceling his ability. Returning to his diminutive form, Hubert stood within the freshly made footprint, now merely the size of a big toe. The pirate world harbors a peculiar phenomenon. Despite his recent transformation into a giant, his clothing remained perfectly intact. That it was remarkably mysterious, and Hubert mused that this might be a fundamental law of the pirate world, which he termed the privacy protection mechanism. Under this mechanism, as long as one does not intentionally tear their clothing, regardless of their transformation, upon reverting, their garments retain their original appearance, safeguarding their modesty. Returning to the matter at hand, Mira now lay motionless in the crater, miraculously not crushed to bits. Her body, however, bore some distortion from Hubert's final rotation, blood seeping forth and gradually filling the massive footprint. Hiss witnessing Mira's pitiful state. The 8 Treasure Water Army collectively inhaled sharply. Though they were pirates, such an exaggerated demise still sent chills down their spines, and their gazes toward Hubert were now laced with fear. Only the young man remained fervent. Scampering forward, "Lord Hubert, are you all right? Are you injured?" No," Hubert replied, somewhat puzzled. He had noticed that this young man named Simon had previously held him in disdain. How had he suddenly become so attentive? Simon slapped himself on the face. Acknowledging, of course, Lord Hubert is so formidable. A mere Mira could never harm you. Hubert glanced sideways, bemused by how this fellow had turned into a sycophant, reminiscent of Carter, yet he found it rather agreeable. "Is there anything you need me to do, Lord Hubert? I assure you, I shall perform admirably. Please exchange this fellow for some berries." After a moment's pause, he surveyed the devastated weapon shop and added, "Retrieve 2 million from inside as compensation for this shop. I truly feel remiss for the mess we've made." "Not at all. Were it not for your assistance, who knows what would have become of my shop?" At that moment, a figure emerged from behind the counter. A striking woman clad in alluring leather attire, adorned with a butterfly tattoo on her chest and 2 guns at her waist, her arms seemingly injured and stained with blood. She exuded an unmistakable aura reminiscent of a crime syndicate's female leader. "Sister Frelin, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in the capital? This is far too dangerous. If something were to happen to you, the Flower Country would surely be in uproar." Before Hubert could speak, the leader of the 8 Treasure Water Army exclaimed. Frelin tossed her hair back as she approached them. "I happened to come here to assess the situation, but unexpectedly encountered that lunatic Mira. Quite unfortunate. Had it not been for this little fellow, I might have been in peril." Frelin approached Hubert, delicately pinching his face. This made Hubert involuntarily furrow his brow. To be honest, the woman before him was a true beauty. It seemed harmless to indulge in a little flirtation, and certainly he would welcome any such developments. Yet his current form was simply too diminutive for anything to transpire, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Such teasing was rather irksome, be honest. Who are you calling a little fellow? He, are you not? Hubert subtly glanced down, reluctantly conceding that Frelin had a point. Chapter 13. Deservedly. You should be the vice captain. Frelin laughed at his expression. And after a moment, she grew serious. Regardless, I must thank you for saving me. Allow me to treat you to dinner tonight. Thank you, but I have matters to attend to. Hubert declined without hesitation. He still needed to return to the ship to address issues with Bill and the others, whose grievances had been simmering for too long. It was imperative to resolve this swiftly, lest it escalate into chaos. A moment's inattention could lead to betrayal. The young man chimed in. Lord Hubert, since Mira has caused a ruckus in the Flower Country, in addition to the bounty, you can also request a reward from the king. How long will that take? Hubert inquired. It's getting late now. But if it's for you, the review should be swift. It should be ready around dinner time. That long? Never mind. I'm in a hurry. All right, the young man nodded. It was only around 4 o'clock. Dinner would still be 2 or 3 hours away. If it were about an hour, Hubert might have waited, as he could fly back to O'Hara in time for dinner. However, 2 to 3 hours was too long. His plan was to resolve matters with Bill during dinner. By the way, what kind of reward does the king typically offer for someone like Mira? The young man faltered, being a newcomer, but the others from the 8 Treasurewater army were knowledgeable. A pirate of such formidable strength would likely receive a reward ranging from 5 million to 10 million berries. Hiss! Hubert gasped at the revelation. The king of the Flower Country possesses such wealth. He had initially assumed it would only be a few 100,000, but it starts at 5 million. Mira's bounty was 7 million. That essentially doubles the reward. No way, I cannot let this money slip away. Feigning nonchalance, he produced a din mushy from his pocket. Has the matter been resolved? That means you no longer require my assistance, correct? All right, understood. Retrieving the telephone worm back into his embrace, Hubert lifted his head. I'm no longer in a hurry. The matters over there have been resolved. Please assist me in applying for the bonus. The members of the 8 Treasurewater army responded. Did you even manage to connect the call with the telephone worm? Hubert turned to Flynn and said, By the way, you were going to treat me to a meal, right? I accept. Flynn chuckled. What an amusing little fellow you are. I shall arrange it immediately. After indulging in a hearty meal, Hubert, under the moonlight, embarked on his journey home. In the silvery glow, a colossal silhouette of a dragon streaked across the sky, vanishing like a shooting star. Upon reappearing, he found himself aboard his ship. Soon as he set foot on the deck, he sensed an unusual atmosphere among the crew. That a group of individuals sat in silence, engrossed in their own tasks. With no one coming forth to greet him, a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. All gazes were directed towards Jesse's laboratory. Hubert's heart sank. Could something have gone awry? Goodness, trouble had arisen so swiftly. Had he known, he would not have been so enticed by that 1 million. Indeed, the king of the Flower Kingdom had, for reasons unknown, perhaps to befriend him, bestowed upon him a sum greater than that of Mira's bounty. Amounting to 1 million, his recent venture had netted him a total of 17 million, of which Flynn had not insisted on the 2 million he was entitled to. After all, Flynn was wealthy and likely dismissed such a pittance. Hubert strode directly towards Jesse's laboratory and knocked on the door. After a moment of silence, he received no response. His heart sank further. Jesse was a crucial cog in his plans, and any misfortune befalling him could significantly derail Hubert's future endeavors. He silently vowed that if something had indeed gone wrong, no matter the consequences, Bill must perish. None of the troublemakers would escape his wrath. He would make them wish for death. With that thought, he burst through the door. Hubert was momentarily taken aback. Why was Jesse still there? Diligently conducting his experiments? The commotion drew Jesse's attention, who set aside his work to inquire. Is something the matter, Captain? Nothing. Why didn't you answer when I knocked? Did you knock just now? Observing the bewildered expression on Jesse's face, Hubert realized that he had been so engrossed in his research that he had not heard. You must not have heard. Has anything happened today? Seeing that Jesse was unharmed, Hubert felt a wave of relief wash over him and began to engage in casual conversation. I don't know. I've been focused on my research and haven't been paying attention to anything else. And how's the research progressing? Are you nearing completion? Not yet, but the progress is faster than I anticipated. I estimate I'll have results by tomorrow, or if I pull an all-nighter, perhaps tonight. That is indeed good news, but please, take care of your health. Moderation is K, EY. By the way. Have you had dinner? Jesse gestured toward the plate beside him. I have eaten. A young fellow brought it to me. Hubert nodded. Assuming it was Kuka he had arranged, it seemed there was no major issue aboard the ship. After bidding farewell to Jesse, he proceeded to knock on Carter's door. Carter opened the door promptly. Lord Hubert, I thought you would not return tonight. I feel remiss for not being on deck to greet you. Hubert disregarded the flattery and inquired, has something occurred aboard the ship? The crew seems off. Carter's expression soured, his eyes darting away. What has happened? Hubert pressed again. Bill is dead. As Carter recounted the events that had transpired, Hubert found himself unconsciously stroking his chin, contemplating the implications of this development. Carter, somewhat anxious, murmured, I apologize, Lord Hubert, for making a decision without consulting you. Hubert snapped back to the present and extended his hand. Carter understood and knelt before him. Hubert patted his shoulder. It is of no consequence. The situation was urgent, and you had little time to deliberate. Besides, you managed this well. Bill dared to cause a ruckus aboard. His demise is for the best. Moreover, I have decided to appoint you as the first mate. You must possess the ability to make independent judgments in my absence. You handled this matter admirably. Hubert's original plan had been to showcase Carter's abilities, allowing him to establish authority, while attributing the capabilities of the devil fruit to Jesse. He intended to inform others that those who performed well would have the opportunity to consume a devil fruit. With this combination of coercion and incentive, he believed it would quell any resistance from the crew towards Jesse. The current situation appeared to be more favorable than he had anticipated. Not only had he avoided playing the villain himself, but he had also elevated Carter's standing, subsequently appointing Carter as first mate. He was confident that most would accept this without dissent. With this thought, Hubert grinned and patted Carter's shoulder once more. You have done well. You deserve the title of first mate. Chapter 14. The traitor emerging from Carter's room. Hubert promptly summoned the entire crew and announced Carter's promotion to first mate as he had envisioned. The proceedings went smoothly without any objections. Those who might have opposed were intimidated into silence by Carter's display of strength in dispatching Bill. Hubert then informed everyone that Carter had attained his power through the artificial devil fruit developed by Jesse, and that anyone who excelled in the future could also be rewarded with a devil fruit and granted a position of authority. The opportunities were limited. It would be first come, first served. This proclamation sent ripples throughout the crowd. They had all witnessed Carter's prowess. Previously regarded as merely capable, he had now single-handedly defeated the strongest member aboard. Bill. The rush of this newfound strength ignited a fervor among many. Some pragmatic individuals began to contemplate whether they should emulate Carter, earn Hubert's favor, and perhaps, on a fortunate day, receive a devil fruit and attain a position of authority. Strangely enough, this strategy might indeed prove effective for Hubert. After calming the crew, Hubert returned to his home in O'Hara. Upon entering his bedroom, he found Robin peacefully asleep on his bed, the fine down on her neck swaying gently with her breath. Appearing quite adorable, Hubert frowned slightly. Although he had a close relationship with Robin, she typically did not come to his home to sleep. This scenario suggested either she had something to discuss with him or she missed him. They had only seen each other yesterday, so it was unlikely she missed him. Thus, she must have a matter to discuss. Hubert raised his hand, intending to awaken her, but after a moment's thought, he refrained. Instead, tucking her blanket in a bit tighter and gently stroking her head before settling down to sleep himself, it was already quite late, and since Robin was asleep, he would address the matter in the morning. The following morning, Hubert felt an itch in his nose and sneezed. Achoo! Still groggy, he blinked his eyes open to find a pair of large eyes gazing back at him. Robin, you are already awake? Robin nodded. I came to find you yesterday, but you were not back, so I fell asleep from exhaustion. Where did you go last night, returning so late? Hubert glossed over her question and asked, Did you come to see me for something? Let me guess, it's about your scholar exam. Robin appeared surprised. How did you know? Hubert maintained his composure, though his heart raced. Robin continued, I scored full marks on my exam. I am now officially a scholar. The doctor even held a celebration for me yesterday. That is truly impressive. Robin, becoming a scholar just 8 years old must make you the first of your kind throughout history, Hubert praised. While internally lamenting the urgency of the situation, the day following Robin's ascension to scholar was precisely when O'Hara would fall victim to the buster call. How could the doctor have graded the papers so quickly? Surely he should have scrutinized each word carefully, perhaps taking a few extra days. Though he thought this, Hubert was aware that even if he had managed to persuade the doctor to take more time, it would not delay the Navy's invasion. Hearing Hubert's compliments, Robin appeared pleased, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, though she seemed to recall something disheartening. But the doctor and the others scolded me. What? Shouldn't becoming a scholar be a cause for celebration? Why were you reprimanded? Hubert feigned ignorance, although he already had an inkling that I informed them about my research on ancient texts, and they were astonished, instructing me not to continue my studies, even though they themselves are researching. Rest assured, the research is well underway. You are not conducting it for their sake, but for your own. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, the telephone suddenly rang within the room. A jolt of concern shot through Hubert's mind. What could it possibly be this time? He instructed Robin to prepare breakfast while he answered the call. Mr. Hubert, it's the Navy, an overwhelming force of Navy ships. They've captured Jessie. The ship can barely hold out. It was Carter's voice, frenzied and breathless, punctuated by the sounds of gunfire and explosions. Just as he uttered those words, the call abruptly ended, leaving behind a chilling scream. Hubert straightened, his brow furrowed in worry. Why would the Navy target his vessel? His ship was renowned in the West Sea as a bounty hunter's craft, not a pirate's. Even if it were a pirate ship, the Navy might not necessarily pursue it. Why would they choose to capture him? The only plausible explanation was that news of Jessie's presence aboard his ship had leaked. The only individuals who knew of Jessie's presence were his crew and the former pirate crew Jessie had belonged to. Yet, that crew had long since disbanded. There was no way they could have leaked this information. The only conclusion left was that there was a traitor among his crew, in a whirlwind of thoughts. Hubert found himself suspecting several individuals, with the former crew of Bill being the most likely culprits. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly who it was. It seemed that anyone could be a suspect, yet simultaneously, no one seemed guilty. Time was of the essence, so he cast a glance at Robin, who was on tiptoe in the kitchen preparing breakfast for him, and murmured to himself, "It appears this meal will have to wait. Once this is all over, I must insist that you prepare another." With that, he left without looking back. His initial plan had been to take Robin back to his ship to ensure her safety. Now, however, that plan seemed unfeasible. He would have to leave her in O'Hara for the time being, but he needed to rescue Jessie, and he needed to do it swiftly. Otherwise, lacking the means to counteract natural abilities, he would be left to endure the blows as for Robin's safety. Hubert had no particularly good plan and could only hope for fortune, much like in the original tale that a dragon soared over the bustling morning streets of O'Hara, moving with such speed that onlookers could merely catch a glimpse of a shadow. In the kitchen, Robin skillfully prepared 2 bowls of fragrant, flavorful noodles. She was aware that Hubert had a penchant for noodles in the morning and often made them for him. Over time, her noodles had become quite delectable, even surpassing Hubert's own culinary attempts, and she had developed a habit of enjoying a bowl of noodles each morning. Notably, in this life, Robin enjoyed a far better existence than in the original tale, as Hubert had been anonymously sending funds to her aunt's family under the guise of supporting Robin. Initially, her aunt had contemplated misappropriating the money, but after Hubert issued a warning, she had become much more compliant. "Hubert, have you finished your call? Breakfast is ready," Robin called out as she emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. The warmth enveloped her face, bringing a rosy glow. Receiving no response, an uneasy feeling washed over her, prompting her to place the bowl on the living room table before opening the bedroom door, only to find it empty. Chapter 15. Six Styles Boom! 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 The once tranquil waters were now ablaze with activity, as one warship after another surrounded the central vessel, leaving it no avenue for retreat. Shells were mercilessly fired, crashing onto the ship with deafening roars. The once sturdy vessel now groaned under the assault of such an overwhelming force of naval ships. appearing as though it could not withstand much longer. Above one of the warships, several men clad in suits stood, starkly contrasting with the other naval personnel. These fools are truly slow to act. Is it because there's a devil fruit user aboard? I never expected to encounter such a rare ability in this insignificant locale. Humph, merely a fortunate individual. He poses no real threat. Each one of us could easily dispatch him. One of them scoffed, "Don't underestimate the devil fruit user. Lord Spandam has commanded us to oversee the fleet's attack, and isn't it precisely that ability we fear? Don't be careless," as the conversation unfolded. Another shell struck the side of the ship with devastating effect. The damage was severe, with the entire ship showing signs of splitting in two. That on board, the wolf-like Carter braced himself against a shell. Crashing heavily to the ground, blood seeping from his wounds, seeing the fissures in the ship, his mouth twitched in despair. This was Lord Hubert's ship. If it were to be destroyed, how could he face Hubert again? How could he maintain his position as first mate? "Someone, repair the breach. I'll hold off the shells until Lord Hubert arrives," he bellowed, quickly regaining his footing to block another incoming shell. However, upon looking back, he found no one coming to assist in the repairs. Surveying the scene, he noted that many of his comrades were already battered and bruised, with only a few capable of standing. It seemed he was the last one left with any fighting spirit. A heavy sense of dread filled Carter's heart as he realized the ship could not be defended any longer. He turned his gaze toward the warships, a fierce glint illuminating his wolf-like face. "Damn the Navy! How dare they attack us bounty hunters?" With a furious roar, he leapt onto the nearest warship. "Oh, he dares to assault a warship. Quite bold indeed," one of the suited men remarked with surprise. "Stott, didn't you claim he was weak? Why not go and test him?" Named by his counterpart, Stott grinned wickedly. "Just what I was hoping for. Let's see how strong this devil fruit user truly is." With that, his figure vanished, reappearing right before Carter. Carter eyed the suddenly materialized enemy, feeling a surge of wariness. "You're not Navy, are you? You don't need to know so much. Little wolfsy you be." In the blink of an eye, Stott vanished again, appearing behind Carter. The latter's wolf-like eyes caught only a fleeting shadow before he was sent flying so fast. Carter thought, waves of panic crashing over him as he struggled to track Stott's movements. With another fleeting motion, Stott struck again, sending Carter tumbling across the deck. Although he rolled several times, he appeared to have sustained only minor injuries. "Just a devil fruit user, tough as nails, I see. But if that's all you are, you'll merely serve as target practice." Boom, boom, boom. Stott continued to treat him like a punching bag, every strike a release of pent-up aggression. "What? Is this the extent of your abilities as a devil fruit user?" Not impressive at all. Carter remained silent. Enduring the onslaught, he sensed that Stott wasn't fully committed and that there was a deep-seated resentment regarding Carter's possession of the devil fruit. With a fierce howl, Carter finally decided to retaliate. Stott prepared to strike once more. Carter sank his teeth into the air behind him. That moment, Stott's form appeared perfectly positioned for an attack. Success! Carter felt a surge of exhilaration. He had finally grasped some semblance of Stott's peculiar movement patterns, though he still lacked a thorough analysis. This strike was fraught with risk. Should he fail, he would have no further chances. But fortune smiled upon him. His fangs sank into Stott's shoulder. He had long since tested the power of his wolf's bite. He could pierce even iron. Now, with a mere exertion of strength, half of Stott's body would be his prize. "This is the price of your overconfidence," Carter roared as he bit down. Clang. To his dismay, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Instead, Carter felt a sharp pain in his teeth as he bit into Stott's shoulder, as though he had struck solid iron. Threatening to lose several of his teeth in the process, Stott's expression darkened as he uttered two words: "Iron block." On another vessel, several spectators who had been observing the battle erupted into laughter. "What happened, Stott? Did you truly let a mere wolf cub predict your position? It seems your training leaves much to be desired. Ha ha ha. You must practice diligently upon your return. Otherwise, I have no desire to be in the same team as a novice like you." Stott cast a sidelong glance at them, and from the moment he witnessed Carter's approach, he foresaw the reactions of his companions. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "You little whelp, you have successfully provoked me, and I must inform you how foolish this decision is." Carter's pupils constricted. An instinct born of the beast warned him that Stott had become even more perilous. Moreover, he could not fathom why his assault, which could pierce steel, had no effect on Stott whatsoever. Before he could ponder further, Stott's attack was upon him. Finger poke, splat. His fingers pierced flesh with a repulsive sound, and Carter suffered his first grave injury since the battle commenced. He collapsed heavily, blood gushing from his wound. Glancing back, he saw a massive hole had been made in the barrel that had stood behind him. His body had been impaled by Stott's strike. Faced with Stott's grim visage, despair enveloped him, leaving no glimmer of hope for victory. The blinding speed that obscured his vision, the impenetrable defense, and the direct assault that pierced his body. Was this truly attainable by a mere human? Even Lord Hobart would likely not stand a chance. For after all, he was merely a child who had consumed a devil fruit. Regret began to seep in. He should not have informed Lord Hobart. Although Lord Hobart had saved his life, if he were to perish now due to his own misstep, he could scarcely imagine how to face the afterlife. With that thought, he turned, wishing to glimpse the vessel entrusted to him by Lord Hobart before his demise. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Chapter 16. The iron block awaits death in his line of sight. A colossal dragon hovered above the sinking ship point. Two dragon claws firmly grasped either side of the vessel, defiantly hoisting the submerged ship back to the surface. The surrounding warships took note and relentlessly bombarded the dragon with cannon fire. Steel projectiles struck the dragon's form, creating a shower of sparks, yet inflicted no harm whatsoever. Lord Hobart? Carter murmured, recognizing Hobart in this form, a myriad of emotions surging within him. Turning around, he discovered that Stott, who had just been before him, had vanished, joining several other suited men that on another warship. Stott and his fellow CP9 agents stared solemnly at the dragon that was Hobart. The realization that yet another individual possessed a devil fruit struck them. Damn it, what kind of rotten luck is this? 2 devil fruit users aboard one ship, Stott cursed. But it matters not. Such worthless beings reliant solely on their powers are, but ants do not underestimate him. Judging by his stance, this is no ordinary devil fruit. Perhaps we were mistaken. They did not merely stumble upon these powers by luck, but rather, they were devised by that scientist taken by Spandam. At this moment, Hobart had fully lifted the ship out of the water, flapping his wings to ascend above a warship, and then unceremoniously placed the vessel onto the deck. The sudden weight caused the warship to sink momentarily before it steadied itself, eliciting furrowed brows from the CP9 agents. Although the ship had stabilized, numerous Navy personnel remained aboard, likely crushed under the weight. Their mission was to oversee the Navy's extermination of Carter and his associates. But casualties among their ranks indicated a significant failure on their part. Engage. We cannot allow him to continue his destruction. With a command issued, several agents vanished from the ship, reappearing around Hobart. Shave. Stott initiated the assault, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the dragon's head. Hobart was no Carter. He did not grant Stott even a moment's chance to land his blow. Instead, he bit down fiercely. Stott, caught off guard by Hobart's swift reaction, had no choice but to activate his iron block. Iron block. Creak. Accompanied by a chilling crunch, Stott was bitten in half. Blood erupted, staining the ocean crimson. Hiss from a distance. Carter gasped in shock. The defense that had seemed impenetrable crumbled before Lord Hobart. The extent of Hobart's power surpassed Carter's wildest imaginings. Such strength would likely even surpass that of the Pirate King executed over a year ago. Uncertain of Carter's thoughts, the CP9 agents were equally astonished upon witnessing Stott's fate. Though they often jested with one another, Stott was among the most formidable of their ranks, particularly with his iron block technique, which none could surpass. Yet beneath the teeth of the dragon, he was as fragile as tofu. A far cry from the previous whelp lacking in physical prowess. This was undeniably a true powerhouse, one of considerable renown on the Grand Line. After devouring Stott, Hobart spat out the remnant of his body and, with a flap of his wings, appeared before another CP9 agent. The agent felt an enormous presence blotting out the sun, and then he lost consciousness. No, regardless of who you are, you must reconsider, Creak, that we are CP9, directly under the world government. You cannot harm us, Creak. We were mistaken. Please, cease your assault, and let us discuss this, Creak. However, no matter their pleas, the end result was always the same. Hobart's sharp fangs, Countless projectiles struck his form as he soared through the air. Yet they caused not a scratch. As he pursued the CP-9, he wreaked havoc upon the warships. A mere brush of his dragon form was sufficient to rend the vessels apart like parchment. Ultimately, only the ship carrying Carter and the ship from which they had launched remained. The last remaining CP-9 agent frantically sought refuge on the warship, desperately trying to find a hiding spot. But to no avail, Hobart barreled straight toward him. "Oh, not kill me. I will do anything. I am CP-9. Killing me will bring trouble." The winds generated by the dragon's wings enveloped him, and he caught the scent of blood, his comrade's blood. He knew his own fate was likely imminent. Despairing, he closed his eyes. What a disgrace! Who could have imagined that this iteration of CP-9 would be so woefully inadequate? Awaiting death, he found himself unexpectedly greeted not by the dragon's lethal fangs, but by a youthful voice. Confused, he slowly opened his eyes at a child. Gazing at the small figure of Hobart before him, he was momentarily stunned. Hobart extended a small hand, placing it upon the agent's shoulder. Snapped out, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, severing his connection to his ARM. In that instant, he realized who the child was. You are the dragon from before?" Hobart nodded and stated, "I will ask one question, and you will answer. Hesitate, and you shall you understand?" The CP-9 agent, compelled by fear, nodded vigorously. "Why did you attack my ship?" "Because we discovered a companion of Vegapunk aboard your vessel, and the world government is currently engaged in a vigorous hunt for them." "How did you know Jesse was on my ship? Was there a traitor?" "Yes, there was a traitor, a young man named Daika." "Daika?" Hobart was taken aback. Daika was a rather obedient lad on his ship. He had once considered having him care for Jesse, but the offer was declined. He never imagined that Daika would betray him. Hobart couldn't help but sigh. It was truly difficult to discern a person's true nature. He vowed to exercise greater caution in the future. However, he had already resolved to bind all his crew members to him through the merchant fruit contract, ensuring they could never betray him again and preventing such incidents from occurring. After a moment's consideration, Hobart inquired, "Where is Daika now?" "He left with Spandam." Pausing, he worried that Hobart might not know who Spandam was, so he clarified, "He is the commander of CP-9. Was Jesse taken as well?" "Yes." "Where did they go?" "To O'Hara." "No, they were all sent to the Navy branch in the West Blue." The CP-9 agent was indeed thoroughly intimidated by Hubert, revealing everything he knew without hesitation. Subsequently, he produced a nautical chart detailing the locations of all naval bases, not only those in the West Sea, but across all seas, including the Grand Line. Once Hubert acquired the chart, he wasted no time and swiftly eliminated the agent. He watched the agent fall, his expression one of utter disbelief. Hubert remained entirely unmoved. Chapter 17. Naval Branch. Congratulations, host. Your level has risen to LV-38. That we hope you continue your efforts and reach maximum level soon. Dominating the world of pirates. This battle yielded 27 million berries, 49 fragments of devil fruit. A beginner's manual for armament hockey, 40 fragments of beginner's armament hockey, 33 fragments of beginner's observation hockey. Animal type: tortoise fruit, alligator tortoise form. Animal type: bird fruit, seagull form, and a paramecia type mimic fruit. With the battle concluded, Hubert began to assess his gains. This encounter proved to be his most lucrative yet, considering it was a naval fleet dispatch from the naval headquarters. The berries alone totaled nearly 30 million, and 3 devil fruits were obtained, but what piqued his interest the most was the unexpected acquisition of hockey. Although it was a direct gain, it was unprecedented. This led him to reflect on the system's level-up mechanics, where an increase in level enhances both drop rates and the quality of items received. Could it be that his system level had risen, thus unlocking the hockey feature? But why not Conqueror S hockey? Was the drop rate too low? Or was his level insufficient? Or perhaps he simply lacked Conqueror S hockey? These questions necessitated further experimentation in the future. For the moment, however, his priority was rescuing Jesse. Hubert turned to Carter, who was still in a daze, and inquired, "How are you holding up? Carter, can you move?" Carter quickly rose from the ground and respectfully bowed, reporting, "Lord Hubert, I am quite well." Noticing the blood still oozing from Carter's abdominal wound, Hubert refrained from saying much, but took mental note. "Since you can stand, I need you to assist the brothers over there and assess the casualties. I must go save Jesse. He is a crucial part of my plan." Hubert felt a pang of regret, yet it was the only course of action available. Despite Carter's severe injuries, his animal-type devil fruit's remarkable healing abilities should stabilize him. Carter smiled. "Rest assured, Lord Hubert, I will ensure the task is completed." However, the pain from his wounds twisted his smile into an uncomfortable grimace, causing Hubert to feel a twinge of discomfort. "When I return, I shall enhance your strength." With that, he turned away, no longer glancing at Carter, and transformed into the shape of a flying dragon, soaring into the sky. Throughout his flight, Hubert hoped to encounter the fleet transporting Jesse, but fortune did not favor him. Aside from the seabirds he had frightened away, he saw no other living creatures. After flying for what felt like an eternity, he finally arrived at the naval branch. This hour, the naval branch was bustling with activity. Appearing entirely normal, that a sense of foreboding crept into Hubert's mind as he transformed back into human form and approached the naval branch. "Hey kid, you can't go in there," as soon as he reached the entrance. A guard blocked his path. After all, this was a base teeming with naval personnel, and security was tight. Hubert paused to gather his thoughts, and then smiled. "Excuse me, sir, but has there been a fleet that came by recently?" "A fleet? What fleet? What nonsense are you spouting, kid? Go home." The guard's tone darkened, and Hubert's expression fell. "They hadn't arrived? Where could they have gone?" As the guard attempted to shoo him away, Hubert swiftly struck. Knocking him unconscious, he then stepped inside the branch, causing an uproar among the onlookers, their screams drawing the attention of many. The other security personnel within the naval branch began to swarm toward the commotion. As Hubert navigated through the crowd, no one paid him much mind due to his youthful appearance, allowing him to slip into the heart of the branch with ease. He pushed open the door to the commandant's office. Inside sat a burly, elderly naval officer, his beard and hair entirely white, draped in a Navy justice cloak, adorned with the insignia of a rear admiral on his shoulder. He was currently engrossed in reviewing documents on his desk and did not raise his head at the sound but asked dismissively, "What is going on? Can't you handle the situation outside?" The rear admiral remained remarkably composed. Suddenly, he looked up sharply at Hubert, his eyes narrowing instinctively. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind as he speculated about the identity of this intruder. There had been quite a stir in the West Sea recently, with all manner of strange figures emerging. Although this individual appeared as a mere child, the admiral dared not underestimate him. After all, a typical child could not so easily infiltrate his office. There were many ways to disguise one's age in these vast waters. "Who are you?" Hubert took a seat in front of the admiral. Acutely aware of the urgency of time, that if this could be resolved through negotiation, he preferred to avoid violence. Despite merely being a branch officer, the admiral held significant authority, and should he be detained, the surrounding naval personnel would swarm in, complicating matters for Hubert. "Relax, Rear Admiral. I am not here to cause trouble. You may not know my name, but my subordinate frequently interacts with your ranks. And who might that be?" "The bounty hunter, Carter. Oh, that fellow. He has certainly helped us deal with quite a number of pirates over the years." The Rear Admiral's expression shifted to one of surprise. Hubert coldly continued, "Yet your Navy has captured my crew and damaged my ship." The Admiral's expression remained unchanged. "Our Navy is always just. Regardless of your past actions, we treat all transgressions equally. I assume your subordinate must have committed some wrongdoing. Otherwise, we would not have acted." Hubert let out a soft laugh. "I am aware that it was not you, Rear Admiral, who initiated this action. Otherwise, you would not be so calm in our conversation. You need not be on guard. I merely wish to inquire, where is Jesse?" "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information. It is classified naval intelligence." Hubert frowned, adopting a threatening tone. "This matter does not concern you, Rear Admiral, and one knows of my entrance into your office. And you could easily divulge this information without fear of exposure. Once the storm passes, you will still be the commander of this branch. You are aging. It would be prudent to enjoy your retirement peacefully, without bearing the consequences of others' actions." The Admiral appeared contemplative. "You know more than I anticipated. How did you come by this information?" Despite the inquiry, he had already accepted the possibility that there was an informant within the Navy. "That is not for you to consider, Rear Admiral. So, will you accept my proposal?" The admiral stretched and rubbed his temples, appearing somewhat distressed. This world truly belongs to your generation. I am but an outdated relic. Chapter 18. Jesse. The nature-type ability user, the elderly admiral, suddenly shifted his tone. Yet the seeds of the new era still require our protection. You little rascal. I represent the just Navy. With that, he lunged forward, his enormous fist aimed directly at Hubert, who remained seated. Assassin, someone alert the others. Inform headquarters that he is among us. A look of regret crossed Hubert's face. The negotiation had failed. It was time to resolve the matter swiftly. Though it was not insurmountable, he extended his hand to block the Admiral's punch. Although the distance was minimal, Hubert was keenly aware of the old Admiral's movements, denying him an opportunity for a sneak attack. Moreover, the Admiral was merely a branch officer, and Hubert easily anticipated his actions, blocking with relative ease. However, the next moment brought an unexpected twist. The hand Hubert had firmly grasped transformed into a puddle of mud, ensnaring Hubert's hand instead. That moment, Hubert felt an urge to curse. A branch admiral is actually a nature-type user. What a predicament I've landed in. Time rewound shortly before this moment. On the route to deliver Jesse back to the base, Spandam received a call from the Five Elders. Should we act swiftly? Understood. However, I must first escort an unexpected prize back to the base. I have captured Jesse, the lead scientist from Vegapunk's laboratory in the West Sea. The Five Elders maintained their composure, though their tone betrayed a hint of surprise. That is indeed a commendable capture. Spandam, you have done well. However, once you return to the base, you must hasten back to O'Hara. Sakazuki and the others are awaiting your signal to commence the extermination order. Understood. I had yet to finish my sentence when a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Spandam was about to call for silence when a naval officer hurriedly burst through the door. Lord Spandam, something has happened. What's all this fuss about? Everyone calm down. The scientist Jesse has escaped. What? Spandam exclaimed. Did I not instruct you to keep a close watch on them? What on earth have you been doing? Observing his stammering subordinates, Spandam's expression darkened. Just moments ago, he had been boasting to the Five Elders, and now this? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he spoke into the transponder snail. Five Elders, I must handle this matter. The Five Elders had, of course, overheard his subordinates' words and replied coolly, no matter what, do not delay the affairs concerning O'Hara. Remember, that is of utmost importance, his subordinate understood. After hanging up, Spandam stepped out of the room. Upon witnessing the scene outside, he saw that the entire ship was shrouded in a thick fog, visibility severely compromised, while the naval officers waved their weapons aimlessly at the air. What on earth is happening? Spandam inquired of the suited man guarding the entrance. Before the suited man could respond, a figure coalesced from the mist, charging towards Spandam. Amidst the fog, a voice echoed, Cursed Navy. Is it not enough that you captured Vegapunk? Do you seek to annihilate us completely? Today, I shall collect interest for the scientists you have seized. Gazing at the humanoid cloud, Spandam asked, Are you that scientist? He seemed utterly unfazed by the impending attack. Clang. As the cloud revealed its form, the suited man beside Spandam acted swiftly. Drawing his sword from his side, a glimmer of cold light flashed as he cleaved the cloud-like figure in two. However, the severed figure did not bleed. Instead, the two halves gradually merged back into one and stood upright again as Spandam's expression soured, a Logia-type devil fruit. How could he possess such a thing? If he had known, he should have conducted a body search. After capturing Jesse, they had deemed him no longer a threat and neglected to check him thoroughly, not realizing he harbored the rarest of Logia powers. Spandam felt a profound regret gnawing at him. Fortunately, he had brought the strongest member of CP9, Morley, with him. Otherwise, he might have faced his demise in this small corner of the West Blue. Jesse, now standing, cast a fearful glance at the sword-wielding Morley, realizing that with him around, he could not confront Spandam, and thus chose to retreat. Approaching the doorway to another room, he transformed into a cloud and slipped through the crack. Inside, a boy huddled in the corner, murmuring, I truly did not mean to. Lord Hubert, I thought they would leave after taking Jesse. That it had nothing to do with me. This boy was none other than the traitor. Daika. With a flick of his wrist, Jesse enveloped Daika in the cloud, then soared with him out of the window. What is this? Daika flailed in midair, attempting to free himself from the bindings, but it was in vain. He was no match for someone as formidable as Morley. Facing a Logia user was tantamount to surrender. Morley could see Jesse's escape route and aimed to pursue, but Spandam pulled him back. On one hand, he was concerned that if Morley left, he would be left unprotected, and if an ambush occurred, it would spell disaster. On the other hand, he clearly remembered the 5 elders' orders to prioritize matters concerning O'Hara. He understood that capturing Jesse was merely a secondary achievement in the overarching mission. It was imperative to abandon it if it risked derailing the primary objective. Spandam surveyed the disarray aboard the warship, his lips twitching. Although the losses weren't substantial, the fact that someone he had deemed insignificant had wreaked such havoc left him feeling quite irked. Changed to another warship and set course for O'Hara immediately. Yes, Lord Spandam. After escaping from the warship with Dika, Jesse aimlessly drifted across the sea, uncertain of where to go. Dika asked, Are you that scientist? Jesse remained silent, fully aware that this individual was the one who had betrayed him. Leading to his capture, seeing Jesse's silence as tacit acknowledgement, Dika pleaded, It was all my fault. I should not have betrayed you. I truly did not know the Navy would target Mr. Carter and the others. What did you say? The Navy is after Carter and the others, Jesse gasped, having been secretly abducted by CP9 and unaware of subsequent events. Please, Mr. Jesse, you're so capable. I implore you to save Mr. Carter and the others. They trust you so much. Dika suddenly grasped at this ray of hope, beseeching Jesse. Jesse hesitated for a moment. He had intended to find Hubert, but now he had no idea where to search. He resolved to return and wait for Hubert instead. With this thought, he took Dika and flew towards O'Hara. Chapter 19. The beginning of the O'Hara incident at the naval branch, a colossal dragon loomed over the island, rendering the once mighty Al seemingly insignificant in its presence. Beneath its claws lay an elderly vice admiral, whose immense size dwarfed him like an ant. The old vice admiral, battered and bruised, struggled to maintain consciousness. Vice Admiral, can you tell me where Jesse and the others have gone? The Vice Admiral shook his head, regaining a modicum of clarity. Gazing up at the shadow that obscured the sky, he managed a wry smile. He had anticipated Hubert's strength, but to be so thoroughly dominated by someone possessing a Logia fruit was beyond his expectations. After all, his prowess was more than sufficient to serve as a Vice Admiral at headquarters. However, Hubert was not as relaxed as he appeared. The Logia fruit was proving far more troublesome than he had imagined, and even against this relatively weak Vice Admiral, he had to rely on the threat posed by other Navy personnel to secure victory, which had consumed considerable time. What would happen if he encountered Akainu? He could only speculate, but he doubted Akainu would hesitate to sacrifice the lives of other Navy officers. With this thought, he tightened his grip on the Vice Admiral. Have you given any thought? Ha! The old Vice Admiral let out a hearty laugh despite the pain. Do you not already know the outcome? Hubert's expression darkened as he exerted more force. Sending the Vice Admiral to his demise. In this battle, he acquired fragments of Devil Fruits X-21, 9 million berries, fragments of Armament Hockey X-23, and Observation Hockey X-18, in addition to slaying the Vice Admiral. He had also taken the lives of numerous Navy personnel, yielding considerable rewards. Yet in light of the current situation, they were of little value. Surrounded by an influx of Navy officers, he had no time to linger. With a powerful flap of his wings, a fierce wind swept across the fragile island, forcing the Navy officers to grasp on anything they could find to stabilize themselves. Once the wind had subsided, the dragon was nowhere to be seen. They felt both angered by Hubert's audacity to come and go as he pleased, yet also relieved. Against such a monstrosity, they had no hope of victory. Vice Admiral. The remaining Navy personnel rushed towards the Vice Admiral's lifeless body. Hubert, still maintaining his massive form in the air, found that his size also enhanced his speed in this state of rapidity. He soon arrived at O'Hara, where Carter was located. He retracted his powers and landed on the deck of the captured Navy fleet. Lord Hubert. The weary Carter rushed to greet him as soon as he touched down. Hubert examined Carter's hastily bandaged wounds, relieved to see that the bleeding had ceased. Are you all right? He inquired with concern, and I'm fine. The wounds have scabbed over, thanks to the devil fruit you bestowed upon me. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago. That was your own doing. Hubert replied, shaking his head. By the way, what were our casualties? Upon broaching this topic, the atmosphere grew heavy. Carter spoke with a sorrowful tone. We lost 43 men, and 12 are gravely injured and on the brink of death. The rest are also hurt. Hubert sighed, having anticipated this outcome. However, hearing it confirmed was still disheartening. After all, this was a force he had built over a long time, and now it felt as though everything had returned to square one. Don't worry, Carter, I will avenge them. I have already identified the traitor as that scoundrel Daika. When I capture him, I will ensure he kneels before our fallen brothers and repents. Carter looked puzzled. But isn't Daika already back in custody? What? Hubert was somewhat astonished. When did this happen? Now it was Carter's turn to be bewildered. Did you not go to rescue Jesse and then have Jesse bring back Daika? Jesse is back. What are you talking about? I haven't encountered Jesse at all. The more Hubert spoke, the stranger it became to that moment. A cabin door swung open, and a figure dashed out. Quick, quick! The emergency capsules have been developed. Distribute them immediately. After taking a couple of steps, he froze, his throat working, but no words came out. Hubert noticed his face darkening. Daika lowered his head, at a loss for words. Hubert said nothing further. He had other matters to attend to and walked past Daika into the cabin from which Daika had just emerged. Captain, you're here. Upon seeing Hubert, Jesse, who was tidying up the equipment, was momentarily taken aback, followed by a glimmer of joy. Hubert nodded and inquired, how did you manage to escape? I consumed that devil fruit, Jesse replied, a hint of guilt in his tone. Hubert frowned and sighed. It's all right. You did well. He had originally intended to use that singular natural type devil fruit as a trump card, only to discover it had already been consumed. However, had it not been used, Jesse could not have escaped either. Who could say whether it was a blessing or a curse? What about your research? What progress have you made? I stayed up all night and finally figured out, Jesse announced at last. Some good news. Hubert felt a slight relief. Quick, show me the results. Sensing Hubert's seriousness, Jesse refrained from asking further questions and produced 3 vials from his pocket, each containing a crystalline liquid. As the liquid swirled, some purplish golden powder danced within, adding a touch of the fantastical, it's like the tears of a demon. Jesse said proudly, this is my research outcome. I call it Angel's Tear. Once consumed, it can directly inflict damage on natural-type bodies, and 1 vial lasts about 15 minutes. However, it has yet to undergo live testing, so any side effects remain unknown. Hubert accepted the Angel's Tear, commending, you are truly an extraordinary scientist. You flatter me, Captain, Jesse replied modestly. Suddenly, a faint sound of cannon fire echoed from afar, followed by the thunderous roar of explosions. Although it seemed distant, the earth-shattering sensation was palpable. Hubert stepped out of the cabin, gazing towards the direction of O'Hara. The distance was too great for him to see anything, but a faint wisp of smoke lingered in the air. Has it begun? Hubert mused helplessly. Despite his utmost speed, he had been delayed far too long by the old admiral of the Navy branch. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Carter, have the brothers take the emergency medicine and prepare to leave at any moment. He then re-entered Jesse's cabin. Jesse, you are coming with me to O'Hara. I need your strength. Chapter 20. The demon-slaying order, what are you planning? World government. Is it not enough to simply kill us? Why lay hands on the tree of knowledge? The scholars of O'Hara furiously questioned Spandam as they beheld the burning tree of knowledge. Spandam glanced over his shoulder and replied, how would I know? Perhaps it was a fire caused by the recent explosion? What nonsense! Do you have any idea how invaluable the documents within are? Spandam's nonchalant tone sparked the scholars' indignation, each one brimming with fervor, eager to take action. Witnessing the scholars on the verge of revolt, the CP9 agents nearby raised their guns, simultaneously warning, don't move. Spandam maintained his composure and calmly stated, put down your weapons. All government personnel withdraw. At his command, the members of the world government began to flee towards the shore. The already incapacitated Dr. Kuroha struggled to utter, quick, save the books. The scholars scrambled into action. Hurry, bring water, get the books out. What on earth is happening? Spandam did not intervene, instead directing his gaze at the fallen Alvia and ordering, take that woman away. We need to interrogate her for information. As Alvia was dragged away, She cast a longing glance at the confused Robin in the distance, silently urging, "Robin, you must escape safely. You cannot die." Robin, not noticing her expression, gazed tearfully towards the town. She had just visited Hubert's house and found no one there. "Hurry, Robin." The urgency of the scholars mixed with the cannon fire nearly drove her to despair, and she instinctively shouted, "Hubert, where are you? Come save me. I've become a scholar. Weren't you going to let me join your ship? As captain, you must protect me. Where have you gone?" Everyone present turned pale, and the doctor quickly admonished, "Stop it." "Robin," Maury queried, "is this little child truly a scholar?" "I don't know, but in uncertain circumstances, killing her would be prudent. Remember her face. Do not let her leave this island." Boom, boom, boom. Just as they marveled at Robin's words, a barrage of cannonballs rained down. Point one struck perilously close to Spandam, sending him tumbling to the ground. As he struggled to rise, his head still buzzing, he exclaimed, "What is wrong with these people? Are they trying to kill us while we are still on the island?" No sooner had he spoken than another cannonball landed beside him. "Retreat quickly." This time, Spandam dared not complain further and instructed his subordinates. CP9 pointed at the fallen Alvia and asked, "What about her?" "Forget her. Just leave her be. If we stay here any longer, we will all be killed." With that, Spandam ran at full speed towards the shore. "Our lives are the priority. Everyone retreat to the ship." Once Spandam departed, the scholars rushed towards the Tree of Knowledge to extinguish the flames. Amidst the smoke, a colossal figure emerged. "Cerrone?" Both Robin and Alvia exclaimed in surprise. The fallen doctor stared wide-eyed in astonishment. The newcomer was none other than the former Marine Rear Admiral, the giant Harwell D. Cerrone, who had aided Alvia in escaping from prison. Upon seeing Robin and Alvia, Cerrone urged, "Hurry, the Navy fleet has arrived. We must get to the escape ship now." Alvia pushed Robin forward, saying, "Cerrone, please take care of Robin. You must get her out of here." At that moment, Robin, still unaware of Alvia's true identity and believing her to be merely a friend of the doctor, protested, "No, I want to wait for Hubert. He is still on the island." "Robin, as a scholar of O'Hara, you should understand that history belongs to humanity. It will illuminate your future. However, if the past is not passed down to the next generation, it will vanish. Even if O'Hara is destroyed, we must ensure that seeds like you endure." Alvia gently caressed Robin's face, inwardly lamenting. She desperately wished to reveal her identity and escape with Robin, to fill the void of maternal love in Robin's life. Yet she knew she was a scholar and had to remain behind. Perhaps not recognizing Robin was a favorable outcome after all. Robin gazed at Alvia's face, finding it somewhat familiar, but in this life, she lacked the deep-seated absence of love she had felt in her previous existence in her past life. Deprived of affection, she often reminisced about her mother while tucked away in bed, so she had immediately recognized Alvia. In this life, however, Hubert had filled that gap, rendering her memories of Alvia increasingly hazy. Cerrone noticed Robin's lack of response and remarked, "I do not know who Hubert is, but the people on the island are now heading towards the evacuation ship. If Hubert is on the island, he will surely go there as well." Only then did Robin cease her struggles, looking at Cerrone and saying, "I will go with you." Cerrone breathed a sigh of relief, gently taking Robin's hand, and turned to Alvia, asking, "Is this truly what you want?" From Alvia's earlier words, he already understood her choice. "They need me here," Alvia replied in a soft yet resolute tone, her gaze lingering on Robin. "You still haven't called me mother yet," she thought to herself, then turned and joined the effort to extinguish the flames. Cerrone hurriedly led Robin towards the shore, saying, "Robin, be proud. Your mother is truly remarkable. O'Hara is magnificent. And one day, the history of this island will be yours to inherit." Robin shuddered, suddenly becoming aware of her surroundings. Why mother? Who is my mother? Is it that aunt from just now? Salong realized he had misspoken and chose to remain silent. "Tell me, who is my mother?" Boom! At that moment, a cannonball struck Salong, and instinctively, he shielded Robin with his body. "Salong," Robin gasped in shock. As the smoke cleared, Salong's furious visage came into view. "What are you doing? What if Robin gets hurt?" He gently placed Robin down, shouting as he made his way towards the warship, embracing the ship's bow, and with a surge of strength, he swung it around. Oppose me is not something you can easily brush aside. Under his protection, Robin dashed towards the lifeboat. After much effort to reach beneath the boat, she was met with disdainful voices from aboard. Isn't that the monster? He must be the child of that devil. Orvia, we can't let him on the ship. What nonsense! He is just a child. The crowd on the ship quarreled. Robin's young heart plunged into despair once more. Her eyes scanned the people on the ship, as if searching for something, and she helplessly murmured, "Where is Hubert? Hubert, where are you?" This chapter is based on the original text, with slight modifications to reflect Robin's differing mindset from that in the original work. Chapter 21. The Strategy of Deception. Hurry. Hurry, water. Be careful. These are the treasures of humanity. Help me move this. It's about to fall. Within the burning tree of knowledge, countless scholars pressed on, desperately salvaging books. Yet there were simply too many volumes. Even the essence of humanity's knowledge could not be transported by these few scholars in such a short time. Moreover, even if they managed to carry the books outside, what would that achieve? The external environment was engulfed in artillery fire, and the inferno had already consumed the entire island. This was the might of the naval headquarters. The world government had long desired this, intending to use it as a warning to others. The dying doctor murmured in his final moments, "There's a lake below. Let us throw the books into the lake." Are you mad? The contents would be ruined. At this point, whatever we can preserve is worth it. Just as the scholars were locked in their dilemma, one of them suddenly pointed excitedly at the tree of knowledge's exterior. "It's raining. It's raining." Even the heavens do not wish for humanity's treasures to be lost. In the blink of an eye, what had begun as a gentle drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, saving the beleaguered O'Hara from its fiery torment. Meanwhile, on the distant sea, Sakazuki gazed at the ominous cloud hovering over O'Hara, his expression darkening. This situation, unless caused by divine intervention, could only mean someone was meddling. With Sakazuki's fiery temper, he would not tolerate anyone causing trouble before him. "Continue the assault," he commanded the surrounding navy, then instantly transformed into a streak of crimson light, soaring into the sky, in the heavens. Jesse was startled by Sakazuki's sudden arrival. He had just been brought aloft by Hubert to summon rain over O'Hara, but he hadn't anticipated encountering such a situation. Sakazuki scrutinized the clouds before him. Although he could not discern a form, he was certain that a person was present, likely a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Just as he prepared to act against Jesse, a sudden commotion erupted below. Looking back, he saw that the naval ships were being ravaged by a colossal dragon. The dragon moved with astonishing speed, having already toppled 3 warships with a few strikes, while the remaining vessels hastily turned their cannons towards the dragon's direction. Yet, the projectiles were painfully slow, unable to touch the dragon. Even if they did connect, they merely sparked off its scales without leaving a mark, a diversion. Sakazuki's expression darkened as he glanced back at the cloud formed by Jesse. Fine. I will remember you. You will pay for your actions." Jesse bitterly chuckled to himself, realizing that this was Hubert's strategy. He was meant to delay Sakazuki while Hubert took the opportunity to destroy the warships, minimizing the damage to O'Hara. This plan had merit, but the issue was that the man before him was the strongest adversary he had ever faced. Though no combat had ensued, merely being under Sakazuki's gaze filled him with overwhelming pressure, akin to a mouse facing a cat, leaving him devoid of any rebellious thoughts. Jesse sensed that, even in his natural form, this man could easily end his life. Fortunately, Hubert's timely intervention prevented him from facing this foe alone. Yet, unknowingly, he had been toyed with, leaving him to ponder whether it was a blessing or a curse. "Damned pirates! Cease your actions!" Sakazuki's thunderous voice echoed from the sky, reverberating like a clap of thunder. Hubert feigned ignorance, flapping his wings, and another warship was obliterated. Just as he was about to dive towards another ship, a massive red hand reached out, attempting to grasp him. Sensing the imminent danger, Hubert deftly evaded the hand while simultaneously snagging a bottle of dreamlike potion with his claws. A surge of power coursed through him, and without a moment to savor it, he lunged at Sakazuki. The latter did not evade. His body transformed into magma, bracing for the impact. The sharp fangs sank into Sakazuki's shoulder. blood mingling with molten rock erupting forth. Simultaneously, Hubert retreated at high speed. So hot. Hubert gasped, his dragon snout steaming as the magma singed it, even melting his teeth. Fortunately, the recovery ability of his Zoan-type fruit was remarkable. The charred flesh healed at a visible pace, new teeth emerging on the other side. Sakazuki held his shoulder, where deep bite marks marred his skin, his brow furrowed, perplexed that he had not seen any traces of Haki. Yet Hubert had managed to inflict damage upon his natural form. This was illogical. With Sakazuki's arrival, the surrounding navy was instantly invigorated. "Lord Sakazuki, you have finally arrived." "Thank you, Lord Sakazuki. I thought I was done for." "Only Lord Sakazuki can subdue that dreadful dragon." Sakazuki barked. "Fools, continue the assault. How disgraceful to be so frightened by a single ability user." Then he noticed something in the distance, pointing toward the ship that was attempting to flee. "Sink it. I will not allow a single vessel to escape." Hubert observed as Sakazuki dismissed him, meticulously directing the navy, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction but unable to act against it. Although he possessed Jesse's Tears of Angels, which allowed him to strike Sakazuki, the searing heat of the magma meant that any attack would likely result in mutual destruction, but he could see that, purely in terms of physical prowess, he was on par with Sakazuki. Bolstered by numerous Zoan-type fruits, yet the mere presence of a magma fruit had created a chasm in their abilities. Despite possessing many devil fruits, he still found himself at a loss against Sakazuki. This was the overwhelming pressure of a top-tier devil fruit. How troublesome. If only I had a top-tier devil fruit as well. Hubert murmured, aware that he could not afford to be idle, for Jesse's Tears of Angels were finite, and time was running out to inflict any harm upon Sakazuki. He flapped his wings and launched himself at Sakazuki. Once more, Hubert's injuries had largely healed, but without the enhancement of a Zoan-type fruit. Sakazuki's wounds remained as long as he could continuously wear Sakazuki down with this advantage. Victory would undoubtedly be his. Although this cunning strategy caused Hobart some embarrassment, the ultimate goal was victory. Sakazuki observed the approaching dragon with a serious expression, eager to discover the method Hobart employed to inflict harm upon him. Chapter 22. Confronting Equipment. Hobart relied on his superior flying speed to maintain a hit-and-run tactic against Sakazuki, gradually wearing him down. However, Sakazuki, accustomed to dealing with various pirates in the Grand Line, possessed significantly more combat experience than Hobart, who had merely been honing his skills in the West Blue, as Hobart once again soared overhead. Sakazuki suddenly sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of magma, like a volcanic eruption, leaving a grievous wound on Hobart's dragon form. Due to the injury, Hobart's speed diminished considerably. After testing the waters a couple of times, he ultimately abandoned his strategy of attrition. Breathless, he paused at a distance from Sakazuki, his body marred with burn marks, though they were healing rapidly. Yet, the gaping wound in his chest would not heal swiftly. Neglecting it could even pose a threat to his life. Sakazuki was also not unscathed, his body smeared with blood, some his own, but most belonging to Hobart. Once he had grown wary, he rarely allowed Hobart to land a blow. And when he did, his Haki defense was formidable, making it difficult to breach. Thus, Hobart's strategy had utterly failed, leaving him in a dire state. With a victorious demeanor, Sakazuki furrowed his brow, still unable to discern the nature of Hobart's attacks and how they managed to bypass his defenses. Could it be the ability of a mythical Zoan? This was the only possibility Sakazuki could entertain. Yet such powers were unheard of, suggesting yet another new mythical Zoan. Caution was now warranted regarding Hobart's capabilities. Contemplating this, Sakazuki's gaze towards Hobart became markedly more vigilant. Having spent years honing his skills in the Grand Line, he had encountered numerous abilities akin to bugs, some so powerful that they could easily backfire. Hobart's expression shifted unpredictably. Facing the future fleet admiral was a daunting challenge, and his second vial of Angel's Tear would soon expire. Once it was depleted, he would struggle to even inflict damage on Sakazuki. More critically, Hobart was acutely aware that he was not facing only Sakazuki. Another formidable foe, Kazan, was lurking nearby. If time dragged on, it would work against him. However, at present, his strength was insufficient to contend with Sakazuki, and reckless action could very well cost him dearly. After a tense standoff, Hobart suddenly retreated. Realizing his current inadequacy, he resolved to bolster his strength. Time to grow. As he activated his powers, the dragon's form swelled against the wind, rapidly transforming into a colossal creature hundreds of meters in length. He had refrained from using the giant fruit earlier for fear that such a bold move would render him a target before Sakaski. Now, free from the desire to entangle himself with Sakaski, he had no qualms about seizing the opportunity. Sakaski squinted at Hobart's transformation. Could it truly be a mythical Zoan? But what purpose did this newfound size serve? Regardless, it mattered not. Today he would slay this pirate in the West Blue. Hobart snorted derisively and, for the first time since their confrontation began, addressed Sakaski. You call me a pirate, but what of your own name? Today I shall not only embrace O'Hara, but also compel you to escort me away. With that, he disregarded Sakaski and barreled towards the warship behind him. The Navy personnel, witnessing the dragon descending like a mountain, were stricken with terror. Such a size. Even Sea Kings paled in comparison. It was over. They had thought they had escaped, only to find themselves ensnared once more. I am destined to be an admiral. How can I perish here? Regardless of the Navy's struggles, the dragon inevitably collided with the warship. Hobart's massive form crushed the vessel as effortlessly as one might squash a cockroach, reducing it to splintered debris. Most of the Navy personnel met a grisly fate, becoming mere pulp, while a fortunate few clung to floating shards of wood. Hobart paid them no mind and swiftly turned to the next ship. What are you doing? Sakaski roared in fury behind him. He had encountered numerous pirates, but most of the formidable ones possessed a sense of honor, disdaining the idea of harming innocents. That a pirate as powerful and despicable as Hobart was indeed a rarity. The dragon's visage bore no remorse, only coldness. Their deaths are on you, Sakaski. Your misguided leadership has led to their demise. You must pay for their deaths. As he wreaked havoc, Hobart sought to undermine Sakaski's resolve with his words. Yet, Sakaski, destined to become the future fleet admiral, had a heart as unyielding as stone. No matter how eloquently Hobart spoke, he could not sway his convictions. Despicable pirate, you have harmed the Navy. I shall ensure you pay in kind. Sakaski suddenly bellowed to the naval fleet ahead. All of you, give your utmost to restrain him. Even if it costs your lives, just buy me a moment to seize him. You are all sacrificing yourselves for justice. I will eliminate this evil and avenge you. Hobart marveled at Sakaski's decisiveness. He truly lived up to his reputation as Red Dog. Had Sakaski displayed the hesitance of that old Commodore from the West Blue Branch, Hobart might have attempted a counterattack, but he had left no room for such a possibility. The Navy personnel, having heard Sakaski's command, launched their assault. Gunfire, sword strikes, and sheer force were all employed in a desperate attempt to hold Hobart at bay. Yet not a single second was gained. These attacks were futile. Not only were they unable to breach his defenses, but even if they had, the wounds left on the dragon's massive form were minuscule. Despair enveloped the Navy. They simply could not fathom how their diminutive frames could hope to restrain a titan like Hobart. With a fervent onslaught, the warships were soon reduced to mere remnants. With splinters and dismembered limbs floated upon the bloodied sea, Sakaski's expression darkened ominously, his body trembling with rage. The Navy cloak, emblazoned with the symbol of justice, billowed around him, rustling ominously in the oppressive atmosphere. Are you ready to face my wrath? Hobart, in contrast, appeared remarkably at ease. The minor wounds on his dragon form had already healed. Though the gash in his abdomen remained, it had ceased bleeding and posed no immediate threat. He dispelled the giant fruit's power, reverting to his normal dragon size. The stakes had never been higher. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. Should he fail to procure something valuable, danger loomed. System, assess my gains from this battle. Chapter 23. Counterattack. This battle yielded 34 million berries, 79 fragments of devil fruits, 55 fragments of observation hockey beginner, 31 fragments of armament hockey beginner, animal type tiger fruit, paramecia type explosive fruit, paramecia type heat fruit. The system also activated the armament hockey training manual beginner and synthesized the beginner observation hockey. Typically, 100 fragments could be exchanged for the corresponding items. Previously, Hobart had 51 fragments of beginner observation hockey, and with the addition of 55 more, he could now synthesize it. However, he only possessed 95 fragments of beginner armament hockey. 5 short of awakening it. Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern, as he still had the armament hockey training manual, allowing him to cultivate Conqueror's hockey on his own, even if he could not acquire further fragments in the future. As he synthesized observation hockey, Hobart felt an additional sense beyond his 5 senses. The world appeared clearer, a sensation intangible, yet distinctly perceptible. It resembled the divine awareness often depicted in fantasy novels. Hobart was confident that had he awakened observation hockey sooner, he would have undoubtedly thwarted Sakaski's ambush. That, of course, more valuable than the awakening of observation hockey was the recently revealed treasure, the paramecia type heat fruit. A fruit that allowed one to alter their body temperature at will. In the original story, its wielder, Donachino, was dubbed a fruit body balloon by Luffy, plunging into magma as if diving into a swimming pool. Unharmed, for Hobart, this was the perfect weapon against Sakaski, even more useful than observation hockey. As he gazed at the furious Sakazuki in the distance, Hubert allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he began to stack his buffs. He equipped the dragon fruit, merchant fruit, giant fruit, and heat fruit. In the next moment, Hubert transformed once more into a colossal dragon, even larger than before, perhaps reaching a staggering height of 1,500 meters. This was his current limit. His previously dark blue skin now shimmered with hints of red, reminiscent of a red dragon. However, it was merely a red dragon assembled from various devil fruits. He pondered, if he were the protagonist of a certain novel, he could easily acquire the fire dragon fruit without expending so much effort. Sakazuki, observing the enlarged Hubert, scoffed dismissively. Is the pirate brat already out of tricks? Prepare to face my wrath. Hubert smirked, replying nonchalantly. Your wrath? Merely the lament of a red dog. That, if Kazan were to join the fray, he might pose a genuine challenge. But facing Sakazuki, with the heat fruit at his disposal, Hubert found himself in a position of advantage. The duration of the second vial of Angel's Tears had expired, and without hesitation, Hubert used his dragon claws to grasp the third vial of Angel's Tears, shattering it in a single bite. The ethereal liquid flowed from the broken vial, completely absorbed by Hubert. With a resounding roar that reverberated through the air, Hubert dove towards Sakazuki. Despite their comparable physical prowess, the enhancement from the giant fruit had significantly amplified Hubert's abilities, rendering Sakazuki no longer a match for him. In his fury, Sakazuki believed he had deciphered Hubert's tactics and unleashed a powerful punch. His hands transformed into molten lava, aimed directly at Hubert. Hubert deftly dodged the attack. But Sakazuki's onslaught was relentless, each missed strike followed by another, akin to a torrential storm. Hubert swayed like a fragile blade of grass in the wind, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice that very few of Sakazuki's attacks actually landed. Nearly all were evaded. Sakazuki, perplexed, wondered why this opponent's style had shifted so dramatically. Previously, Hubert had approached him with caution, but now he charged forth with audacity. Furthermore, the frequency of his dodges suggested a mastery of observation hockey. But if this was the case, how had Hubert previously managed to ambush him? Could it be that he had gained his hockey through their combat? The mere thought made Sakazuki feel as if he had swallowed something vile, assisting an opponent in their growth during battle. Could there be anything more disconcerting? Suddenly, Hubert sensed that the barrage of attacks from Sakazuki had intensified. Confused, he pondered why Sakazuki had suddenly grown stronger, and it appeared that his gaze was tinged with anger. What was the matter with him? Nevertheless, this slight increase in Sakazuki's power was inconsequential to Hubert. In terms of mastery over observation hockey, he still had a ways to go. However, with his enhanced physical capabilities, even if his perception was slightly slower, his speed would compensate. At last, amid Sakazuki's fury, Hubert reached his side. Realizing he could no longer flee from the towering dragon, Sakazuki relinquished his form, transforming into a sprawling pool of magma. Based on previous encounters, Hubert, as a dragon, lacked the ability to withstand the searing heat of Sakazuki's magma. Although it could inflict some damage, it was considerably less effective than armed hockey. With a barrage of relentless attacks, Hubert descended upon Sakazuki, who found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. The scene he had envisioned, of Hubert being burned and retreating, never materialized. Instead, The molten lava merely caressed the dragon's form, which glowed a vibrant red, as if luxuriating in a hot spring, devoid of any signs of pain. "How are you doing this?" the beleaguered Sakazuki questioned, frustration evident in his tone. Hubert, unable to suppress his elation at seeing Sakazuki in such a pitiful state, erupted into laughter. Having spent so long being oppressed in the West Sea, he had truly felt the sting of defeat at Sakazuki's hands. "Thankfully, the tides had now turned that I warned you. Your wrath is as laughable as the whimper of a puppy dada. You pirate brat, I will see you dead," Sakazuki bellowed, struggling to escape Hubert's rhythm. Yet Hubert, having finally grasped the tempo of the battle, was not about to let Sakazuki slip away so easily. No matter the tactics Sakazuki employed, Hubert maintained his relentless pressure. Minutes passed, and Sakazuki was left with wounds covering his body, his blood staining his naval uniform. His hat had long since vanished, his hair disheveled, with patches of scalp exposed where Hubert had mercilessly tugged at his hair. His eyes rolled back, blood seeping from every orifice. It must be noted that while individuals in the pirate world possessed formidable strength, their physical resilience was remarkable. Despite the prolonged assault from Hubert, he appeared merely disheveled, having sustained no critical damage, largely due to Sakazuki's use of armed haki for defense. Hubert, having ceased his onslaught, was not deterred by a lack of desire to continue attacking. Rather, the effects of Angel's tears had worn off, leaving him without means to combat Sakazuki's natural form. However, he was wise enough not to reveal this. Observing the fallen Sakazuki, he spat dragon saliva onto his face and coolly remarked, "Hey, stop pretending. Get up already. I have no intention of killing you." Sakazuki felt the sticky substance on his face, a nauseating sensation, as he dragged his weary body to a standing position, his eyes brimming with hatred. "What do you want?" he inquired, each word deliberate, as he doubted Hubert's benevolence. "That I wish to speak with the Gorosei." Sakazuki's expression hardened. "What do you want with the Gorosei?" Hubert replied nonchalantly, "That's none of your concern. You merely need to assist me in connecting the call." After a moment's contemplation, Sakazuki acknowledged the truth. He was not a match for the dragon before him at this moment. Had Hubert not relented earlier, he likely would have perished in his current state. Should Hubert continue his assault, escape would be impossible, and he could only comply and assist in contacting the Gorosei. After all, this was not an act that contravened justice. He reassured himself. He then dialed the Gorosei's number. "This is Sakazuki. How goes the situation on your end? Have you eliminated the threat?" Sakazuki found himself at a loss for words. Hubert stepped forward, using his dragon claw to grasp the transponder snail, and cheerfully said, "Is this the Gorosei? I trust you are well." Upon hearing his voice, the Gorosei appeared momentarily stunned before one of them inquired, "Who are you?" "I am merely an ordinary bounty hunter," Hubert replied. The Gorosei furrowed their brows. "A bounty hunter? Are you not merely a group of individuals willing to do anything for a few berries?" In their eyes, bounty hunters ranked even lower than pirates, as they lacked formidable strength. Why, then, was Sakazuki's transponder snail in the possession of this unknown bounty hunter? "You must be wondering how I came to possess this transponder snail, correct?" Hubert interjected, seeming to anticipate their confusion. "I acquired it from Sakazuki's little dog." Sakazuki, listening to the conversation, clenched his fists in fury. The Gorosei fell silent, unable to refute the claim. They were well aware of Sakazuki's strength and found it hard to believe he could be bested by an unremarkable individual, especially a bounty hunter as for how the transponder snail ended up in Hubert's hands. There were various plausible explanations. Perhaps it was lost or stolen. "Seems you are not entirely convinced," Hubert observed, turning to Sakazuki with a teasing grin. "Come now, little dog, give us a bark or two to prove do not test my patience," Sakazuki roared. Unable to contain his rage, Hubert chuckled. "Just a jest. Seeing you so furious is quite amusing. But I shall refrain from provoking you further, as without Angel's tears, I would be at a disadvantage in a fight. Nonetheless, this does serve as proof that I acquired it from Sakazuki, does it not?" Gorosei? The Gorosei remained silent, their minds struggling to process the information. Had Sakazuki truly been defeated by a bounty hunter? When had such a formidable bounty hunter emerged? After a brief pause, the voice on the transponder snail finally broke the silence. "What is your purpose in calling us?" This is indeed the proper demeanor for negotiation. I have just shared so much, yet you remain silent, leaving me in an awkward position. Hobart sighed with relief. His greatest fear was that the five elders would abruptly terminate the call, rendering all his plans futile. That I need you to withdraw from Ohala and cease sending individuals to eliminate them. That is out of the question, the five elders immediately rebuffed. Hobart, having anticipated this, replied nonchalantly, your desire to eliminate them stems not only from a need to serve as a warning, but also from the fear that a century of unrecorded history might be disclosed. The warning has already been sufficiently issued. While you fear historical exposure, I possess knowledge that surpasses theirs. The five elders showed no inclination to relent, with a faint smile curling on his lips. Hobart inquired, are you familiar with Joy Boy? The expression on the five elders' faces shifted dramatically. Then it is settled. You may station individuals on the island to monitor the scholars that I assure you, I will never disclose this matter. At the appropriate moment, I will act. However, as compensation, you must acknowledge my status as a bounty hunter and grant me the authority to command the Navy, aside from the admirals, after a thorough exchange. Hobart and the five elders finally reached an agreement. The system's notification echoed in his mind. The effect of the merchant fruit activated, and the deal was struck. Hobart exhaled, knowing that a mere verbal contract was hardly trustworthy. Fortunately, he possessed this extraordinary devil fruit and was not concerned about the five elders breaching their agreement. Turning to the increasingly grim-faced Sakazuki, he suddenly remarked to the Den Mushi, by the way. With Sakazuki's prowess, he should soon be promoted to admiral. Don't you think this incident might affect that? Upon hearing this, the five elders felt a pang of frustration. This Sakazuki often displayed arrogance within the Navy. Yet it was surprising that a simple task in the West Sea could go awry. If Sakazuki could have simply eliminated this individual, why would they have to negotiate so painstakingly again? Having previously deemed him the next admiral, it now appeared to be open for debate. Hobart, oblivious to the five elders' thoughts, gazed at the fiercely glaring Sakazuki and felt a sense of satisfaction. That'll teach you for ambushing me earlier. Hobart glanced at the gash on his chest, still feeling a bit aggrieved, and added, if Sakazuki becomes an admiral, surely he will require a title, and I think Red Dog would be quite fitting. You might want to consider it. Sakazuki's veins bulged, seemingly ready to pounce at any moment. Hobart chuckled, hanging up the call. Looking at Sakazuki, he taunted, What's the matter? Do you wish to fight me? Did you not hear the five elders say that the admirals of the Navy are under my command? You are currently half my subordinate. Sakazuki had certainly heard that. Otherwise, he would have already thrown a punch. Then how about you escort me out now? Do you remember? I mentioned that not only would I ensure Ohala's safety, but you would also personally see me off, Sakazuki huffed, the heat of magma escaping his nostrils, emitting a hissing sound in the air. Glancing at Hobart's smiling face, he longed to tear it apart, but ultimately let out a cold snort and turned away, departing at a speed that nearly caught Hobart off guard. Had he fought with that speed, he would have sustained far more injuries. Watching Sakazuki's retreating figure, Hobart called out, Don't leave so quickly. If you don't wish to serve me, you should at least become an admiral first. However, after this incident, I wonder if you will still have that opportunity. Sakazuki almost stumbled mid-air, accelerating even faster. Once Sakazuki had departed, Hobart took out a Den Mushi to dial. Is this Carter? Please find an island and a doctor to treat you. There's no need to come to Ohala, as we currently lack available doctors. I'll send Jesse to look for you, and you can continue using the warship without fear of being discovered. After giving his instructions, he felt utterly relaxed as he soared towards Ohala. For years, he had remained in a state of tension, primarily to contend with the Demon Slaughter Order, and now he had finally weathered this storm, with rewards exceeding his expectations. All of this was thanks to his own intellect and strength. Chapter 25. Aftermath. The all-knowing tree stood as scholars observed the scene outside with bewilderment. They had come to realize that this was no divine manifestation. After all, heavy rain could be explained. But the sudden cessation of the previously relentless cannon fire was beyond the capabilities of any deity. Regardless, they were content to have preserved the all-knowing tree. Just then, a distant black that began to expand, ultimately transforming into the shape of a dragon. The scholars' hearts quickened. That a giant dragon. Could it be that the Navy intends to send a colossal dragon to obliterate us? They thought. At least this way, the tomes of the all-knowing tree might be saved. The scholars debated amongst themselves, having resigned themselves to the prospect of death. Orvia stepped forward, gazing at the hovering Hobart, and asked, "Are you the one sent by the Navy to kill us?" At that moment, Orvia was covered in blood. She had been injured by CP9 earlier and was merely holding on. Her face bore marks of soot from extinguishing fires. Yet her beauty still shone through. Hobart surveyed the group and replied coolly, "Is this how you greet your savior?" "Savior?" The scholars were puzzled. Hobart continued, "I have driven away the invading Navy that I struck a deal with the 5 elders to preserve Ohala. But from now on, all scholars must remain within Ohala. The Navy will send individuals to monitor you. You have no objections, do you?" A gust of wind mixed with the earthy scent of rain swept through, and silence enveloped the group for a moment. After a while, Orvia ventured, "You truly drove away the Navy. Is this for real?" The giant dragon exhaled a breath of warmth. "Humph. Do I have any reason to deceive you?" "We have no objections. None at all," a scholar hastily assured T this moment. They had no grounds to voice dissent. Merely surviving was fortunate enough. Hobart had only asked out of courtesy. Even if they did object, he would not be concerned, as he would leave negotiations to the 5 elders. "Very well, since there are no objections, this matter is settled. However, you should refrain from researching these topics. The government has long prohibited such studies. Why would you seek death? Had it not been for me, none of you would have survived." Many scholars nodded in agreement, still shaken. Orvia could not help but retort, "History is a shared treasure of humanity. The world government has no right to prohibit it." Hobart shook his head, neither confirming nor denying her words, that if you wish to research, you must possess the requisite strength. That meager power is hardly sufficient against the Navy. Persisting in such studies is akin to courting death, is it not? Observing Orvia's defiant expression, he casually remarked, "I am merely offering a friendly warning. What you choose to do is of no concern to me. After saving you, my ties to Ohala are severed. Should you provoke the Navy again, I will not come to your aid, that I hope that by then you will possess enough strength to withstand their cannon fire." Orvia continued to gaze resolutely into the dragon's eyes, signaling her stance. Hobart extended a claw towards Orvia. Though fear flickered in her eyes, she stood her ground, refusing to retreat. "Please, great dragon," Orvia did not mean it. "She is simply stubborn. Spare her, and we will have a talk with her." Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the dragon's claw reached Orvia, opening to reveal a capsule. "You are Orvia, correct? You are gravely injured. This is a first aid capsule. Consume it quickly." Orvia was not the only one taken aback. The scholars were equally stunned. Was he truly offering medicine? Orvia, dazed, accepted the capsule, her fingers brushing against the dragon's rough skin, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Moments ago, her heart had raced with anxiety. Holding the capsule, she hesitated, then suddenly turned and dashed toward the all-knowing tree. Hobart spread his wings to block her path. "Where do you think you're going?" "First, take the medicine. If you let the blood continue to flow, it will be troublesome that I can go to the hospital for treatment later. Right now, the doctor needs this medicine more." The doctor she referred to was, of course, Dr. Akroha, who had been sentenced to death by the 5 elders for possessing too many secrets without the strength to defend himself. After being shot several times, he had collapsed, yet he had urged the scholars to fight the flames. Hobart shook his head, looking into Orvia's eyes as he said, "It's unnecessary. When I arrived, I checked. He has already passed. The bond between Doctor and Robin is extraordinarily strong. Apart from Hobart, he is likely the closest individual to Robin on the island. If circumstances allowed, Hobart would undoubtedly save him. Alas, he has already succumbed." "What?" Upon receiving the shocking news, although somewhat prepared, Olivia collapsed to the ground. She murmured incessantly, "It is all my fault. I brought disaster upon Ohala." Hobart, observing the blood seeping through her clothing, expressed his concern, "Do not dwell on it. You must consume the capsule immediately." Yet Olivia remained in a daze. With no other choice, Hobart transformed back into his human form. However, not wishing to reveal his true identity, He simultaneously employed the powers of the mimic fruit to morph into a handsome man of about 30. He strode over to Olivia, snatched the capsule from her hand, and forcefully placed it in her mouth. Just take it. There's no time for hesitation. Olivia was taken aback. She had not anticipated the sudden transformation of the mighty dragon into a rather handsome man. Shortly after swallowing the capsule, Olivia's injuries began to heal. The wounds, which had been oozing blood, quickly ceased bleeding, and her pallid complexion regained a hint of color. Hobart nodded to himself, realizing that this capsule, hastily developed by Jesse, was far more effective than he had anticipated. Truly, the ingenuity of the Vegapunk laboratory is commendable. Feeling somewhat violated under Hobart's intense gaze, Olivia became flustered. Sensing her discomfort, Hobart transformed once more. Becoming a dragon, lowering his body, he gently lifted Olivia onto his back. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, her injuries still fresh, nearly causing her to cough up blood in her agitation. "I am taking you to be healed." As he spoke, the dragon soared into the sky. Olivia, unaccustomed to such an experience, felt that despite Hobart's steady flight, the wind rushed past her ears, enveloping her in a sensation of weightlessness. It felt as if she might plummet at any moment, leaving her no choice but to cling tightly to the dragon's neck, eyes shut, exclaiming, "Where are you taking me? The scholars still need me. The island's hospital likely lacks sufficient doctors. Your injuries are grave, and you must be treated swiftly. I, too, sustained severe wounds during my battle with the Navy, and it is fortuitous that I can take you with me." Chapter 26. Thunder and fire. Once Hobart departed, the scholars exchanged glances, and the next moment, they were in tears, embracing one another. They had survived. Despite their readiness for sacrifice, the joy of being alive was overwhelming. Who wishes for death when life remains? After a brief moment of weeping, they composed themselves and began to tidy up the aftermath. As they worked, conversation flowed. "I believe I've seen that dragon before," one remarked. "I thought I spotted its shadow by the shore. I initially believed it was an illusion. Could it be our island's guardian spirit? Perhaps." With Hobart and Olivia elevated to a considerable height, the flight steadied. Olivia, feeling less fearful, managed to sit up slightly. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she grasped the dragon's neck, shaking it gently. "Why daughter Robin is still on the island? How is she? I must find Robin." Hobart remained resolute, replying calmly, "Robin is safe for now. Your current condition is perilous. I must first take you for treatment. Once you are settled, we can seek her out. Perhaps she will return on her own." Relieved by Hobart's words, Olivia sensed an intimacy in his tone and curiously inquired, "Who are you really? You seem quite familiar with Ohala." "I am merely a bounty hunter who has spent some time in Ohala. Having concluded my ties there, I likely shall not return at all." Olivia found this answer unsatisfactory, but refrained from pressing further. Changing the subject to, "Where are we headed now?" "To the Land of Flowers." Olivia pondered for a moment, as if recalling the name. Suddenly, Hobart's dragon form trembled before stabilizing. She quickly tightened her grip on his neck. "What are you doing?" Hobart did not respond, instead gazing intently at the scene over the sea, murmuring, "Fascinating." Following his gaze, Olivia beheld a dramatic transformation in the coastal waters of Ohala. One half was rendered crystalline, while the other was engulfed in molten lava. On the surface, two figures clad in Navy Justice cloaks faced off against each other, their terrifying auras clashing. The collision of cold and heat, ice and fire, generated immense shock waves, which had just propelled Hobart. Time rewound to moments earlier. Having escaped from Hobart, Sakazuki reached the opposite end of Ohala, where Kuzan resided. Upon arrival, he found Kuzan seated on a large stone, lost in contemplation, while a path of ice extended across the sea. Confused, Sakazuki questioned him but received no reply. Instead, sensing Kuzan's displeasure in his gaze, he turned to the remaining Navy officers for information. Upon inquiry, Sakazuki erupted in fury. "How dare you? I was over there battling that damned bounty hunter, nearly losing my life. You not only failed to come to my aid, but also let one escape?" Fueled by anger, Sakazuki attacked Kazan. Kazan, witnessing civilian evacuation vessels being sunk under Sakazuki's orders, felt a surge of rage. Had it not been for the world government's directives, he would have acted long ago. Now that Sakazuki had made the first move, It was precisely what he desired. Their confrontation ignited like dry tinder, resulting in the scene Hobart had witnessed. "What are they?" Olivia inquired, her curiosity piqued. Hobart cast her a sidelong glance, explaining, "The two vice admirals leading this purge." "What?" Olivia's eyes blazed with hatred upon seeing the two below. However, recognizing that the current situation precluded any confrontation, she bitterly declared, "It would be best if both of them perished." Hobart shook his head, clarifying, "It was that ICE user who let Robin go. Otherwise, she could have been in grave danger." Olivia fell silent, yet her ability to process this information was swift. After all, it was with the assistance of the former vice admiral, Sauron, that she had escaped from prison and returned to Ohala. She added vehemently, "Then that red-haired bastard deserves to be killed by him." Hobart shrugged, having no desire to elaborate. In his heart, he harbored similar thoughts. In the original narrative, decades later, Sakazuki would break Kuzan's leg during their confrontation. Now, with their battle occurring decades early, Sakazuki had already received a beating from him, leaving him far from whole. What the outcome might be this time was uncertain. Ideally, they would both suffer grievously, rendering them incapable of pursuing the position of admiral, leaving it to Luffy's uncle or Kizaru instead. The mere thought of such a scenario left Hobart incredulous. The impending war in Marineford would surely be an extraordinary spectacle. Hobart's condition was not optimal. His flying speed had diminished, and they did not arrive at the Land of Flowers until nightfall. This time, Hobart did not conceal his presence, directly heading to the capital of the Land of Flowers. He brought Olivia to the hospital to ate tea this moment. Olivia was in dire straits, her body burning with fever, her cheeks flushed, her consciousness was clouded, and the wounds, which had initially stopped bleeding, began to ooze once more. After all, the capsule was merely a stopgap measure. While it could provide immediate relief, it was no substitute for proper medical care. Hobart could not afford any further delays, prompting his direct flight here. Typically, he preferred to maintain a low profile. Upon entering the hospital, a vigilant crowd quickly surrounded them, each armed for self-defense. Such was the nature of the West Sea, where organized crime ran rampant, and everyone was equipped for protection, including the doctors. "What do you want?" a doctor bravely inquired. Hobart, cradling the unconscious Olivia, replied, "Is it not obvious? To heal her." "Just healing." Of course, with a collective sigh of relief, the doctors resumed their duties. The doctor who had just questioned him approached with a smile. "This way, please. I shall be responsible for your care." "Hurry. Her condition is critical, and time is of the essence." "Understood. I will arrange for surgery immediately. Arrange for the finest physician. Let it be Dr. Cruz from your esteemed hospital. By the way, I have also sustained an injury. Please summon a nurse to assist me in tending to it." "Cruz? I believe we do not have a doctor by that name in our facility." "Perhaps you are referring to Director Cruz?" "Unfortunately, he is currently unavailable, as he is attending to the injured comrades of the 8th Treasure Navy, who have suffered considerable casualties due to the recent pirate disturbances." Upon hearing the name Cruz, the doctor momentarily appeared taken aback, but quickly regained composure. Hubert felt a pang of disappointment. Cruz had been his personal physician after his injuries sustained during his battle with Green Pepper, and his medical skills were quite commendable. Given the current turmoil with the pirates, it seems we must proceed without him. Please send over the most capable doctor available at your hospital without delay. Chapter 27. Green Pepper's visit. Word of Hubert's arrival at the hospital swiftly reached the 8th Treasure Navy, especially given the conspicuous presence of the iconic dragon emblem, which stirred quite a commotion throughout the city. Green Pepper himself led a group to pay him a visit. "Hey, who are you? Is that not Hubert?" Green Pepper inquired, observing the middle-aged man being attended to by the nurse. Hubert, recognizing the bald and muscular figure, helplessly instructed the nurse to step outside. Having previously appeared as a mere child, he had been treated as such by the women he encountered. Now, having finally transformed into an adult thanks to the powers of the Mimikyu fruit, he found himself in the midst of flirtation with the young nurse, only to be interrupted by Green Pepper. The nurse, taken aback by Green Pepper's presence, was surprised to discover that this individual was a friend of the esteemed Green Pepper of the 8th Treasure Navy. Initially harboring an attraction to the handsome Hubert, she became even more intrigued and cast a flirtatious glance back at him as she reached the door. Hubert smiled in return, silently lamenting that despite his adult appearance, he still possessed the physique of a 7-year-old. Otherwise, he might have entertained a night shift in the infirmary. His flirtation with the nurse was merely a means to satisfy his desire for equal conversation. Any further intimacy would likely be superficial. Once the nurse closed the door behind her, Hubert finally relinquished the powers of the Mimikyu fruit and reverted to his original form, becoming a child once more. Master Hubert, a young man following Green Pepper, rushed towards him. "Simon, what brings you here?" Hubert exclaimed, delivering a swift slap that left the newcomer momentarily dazed, perplexed by the encounter. Green Pepper laughed heartily, explaining, "This fellow heard you were here and begged me to bring him along." The young man in question was none other than Simon, a recent recruit of the 8 Treasure Navy who had become an ardent admirer of Hubert after witnessing him effortlessly dispatch the pirate Mira, who had a bounty of 7 million that his admiration rivaled that of Carter, making him a young man of significant promise in Hubert's eyes. Simon spun around in excitement, shaking his head and noticing the bandages wrapped around Hubert's chest. Ignoring the slap he had just received, he exclaimed indignantly, "Master Hubert, how did you get injured? Who did this? I would risk my life to avenge you. Enough of that. I'm already injured, and your abilities are hardly sufficient to make a difference." Hubert scoffed. "True enough," Simon conceded, scratching his head before thumping his chest with determination. "Rest assured, I shall train diligently and one day aid you in your vengeance." As he spoke, Green Pepper ruffled Simon's hair, pulling him back playfully. "Hold on, Simon. Reaching that level will be quite the challenge. You cannot rely solely on your current training volume." Simon leaped into the air, brimming with enthusiasm. "Then I shall increase my training regimen starting now." Striving to be of assistance to Master Hubert, Green Pepper shook his head in bemusement at Simon's fervor. Recognizing that he did not hold the same respect for himself, he set Simon aside and turned to Hubert, asking, "I recall you possessing the Zoan-type dragon fruit. How is it that you can still transform? I heard from Simon that you recently exhibited the ability to grow larger." Hubert had anticipated this inquiry and skillfully replied, "I am, in fact, a Zoan-type mythical beast fruit user. These abilities stem from the powers of the fruit that— Oh, is that so? A mythical beast fruit? How remarkable! You never revealed such capabilities during our previous battles." Green Pepper remarked, "I had yet to awaken these powers. They emerged alongside my growth and strength," Hubert explained, subtly planting the seed for future discussions regarding other fruits he might acquire. Given the myriad of extraordinary abilities associated with mythical beast fruits, what was wrong with having a few unique skills? Green Pepper, seemingly unperturbed, inquired further, "Speaking of which, is there truly no one in the West Sea capable of injuring you? Are you not aware of the recent developments?" Hubert replied, taken aback that Green Pepper had not heard of the incident involving the O'Hara. He had effectively dismantled the West Sea branch, yet Green Pepper remained oblivious. Hubert considered the reasons for this oversight. Firstly, the flow of information in the pirate world was notoriously sluggish, with that rascal Morgan's yet to establish a comprehensive news network. Secondly, the defeat of the Demon Slayer Order had somewhat tarnished the world government's reputation, leading to a likely cover-up of the event. With this in mind, Hubert offered a brief explanation. "I was injured by the Navy." "The Navy?" Green Pepper's eyes widened in shock. "Did you not express a desire to be merely a bounty hunter? How did you find yourself in conflict with the Navy? Is it possible that a certain rear admiral stationed in the West Sea was involved?" Lying in bed, Hubert shrugged in resignation that I had no choice. It was the Navy that initiated hostilities. He refrained from divulging the identity of his assailant. Green Pepper began pacing the room, his bald head glimmering as he contemplated the situation. Suddenly, he halted and slammed his fist onto the nurse's desk. "This is unacceptable. You are my friend. That an attack on you is an affront to me. Tell me who did it, and I shall seek vengeance on your behalf." Seeing Green Pepper's chivalrous demeanor stirred a flicker of gratitude within Hubert. "Rest assured, should I desire revenge, I shall pursue it myself. I would not wish to involve you." Despite Green Pepper's repeated inquiries, Hubert remained steadfast in his refusal to disclose any details. After a moment, Green Pepper rubbed his hands together, suggesting, "Now that you have clashed with the Navy, you may as well join the 8 Treasure Navy." Hubert found it difficult to bear the sight of Green Pepper, a hulking figure, rubbing his hands together in such a suggestive manner. Simon quickly joined in, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he looked at Hubert. "Let's not dwell on that. I've already made arrangements with the world government. I shall continue my path as a bounty hunter. They will not place a bounty on my head." "Yes, that's so." Green Pepper and Simon's expressions fell, showing disappointment. "What manner of expressions are those? Are you truly disheartened by my lack of a bounty?" Hubert retorted, bemused by Green Pepper's relentless attempts to recruit him. Yet his ambitions lay elsewhere. Even should he consider piracy, it would be in pursuit of the Grand Line, not the West Sea. The 8 Treasure Navy represented the pinnacle of power in the 4 seas, and any higher aspirations were unlikely to be realized. At present, Hubert could likely single-handedly take on the 8 Treasure Navy. His aspirations were at least on par with those of Roger, if not higher. After further discussions, Green Pepper eventually took his leave. Simon, reluctant to depart, was promptly ushered away by Hubert, who wished to engage in deeper conversations with a nurse rather than have an unwanted companion linger. Once Green Pepper had exited, Hubert employed his abilities to revert to his 30-something guise. However, after a brief wait, he was surprised to find not the nurse, but an unexpected visitor instead. Chapter 28. The King's Scheme Flynn? Hubert gazed at the stunning woman clad in thigh-high stockings as she entered, puzzled. "What brings you here?" The newcomer was Flynn, the owner of the weapon shop whom Hubert had rescued previously. He had even attended the banquet she hosted. Flynn closed the door behind her, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the middle-aged man on the bed. "You are Hubert?" Hubert nodded, reverting to his childlike form. Flynn stared at him in bewilderment, questioning, "Did you transform into that?" Flynn was now slightly flustered. During Hubert's youthful form, she had not perceived him as a man and had engaged in many inappropriate actions. The thought of Hubert being an older gentleman transformed into a child left her feeling quite embarrassed, her toes nearly curling in discomfort. How could she face him after this? Perhaps it would be best to simply turn and leave. Yet, it was inconceivable that a child could possess such formidable strength. Hubert, sensing her turmoil, rolled his eyes. "Of course I transformed. I'm not that old yet." "Really?" Flynn was about to leave when she suddenly halted. "Indeed, you may inquire with Green Pepper and the others." Flynn let out a sigh of relief, believing Hubert's words, and a smile broke across her face as she rushed towards him. "Hubert, you little rascal, you nearly frightened me." Hubert felt stifled, struggling to push her away. As he exerted a forceful push, he was met with a surprisingly soft touch, causing his heart to tremble as he feigned resistance while clumsily taking advantage of the moment. Finally, Freya sensed the inappropriateness of the situation, releasing Hubert, her cheeks flushed. Disheartened internally, Hubert still managed to express his indignation. "What are you doing? I've been injured, and you almost suffocated me." Observing Hubert's irate demeanor, Freya concluded that he likely did not act with intent, considering that children know little of such matters. After a moment's reflection, Freya spoke up. "Did you come here solely for treatment?" Hubert tilted his head. "Pretty much." "Why?" Freya pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "I hope you can assist the Flower Kingdom in dealing with the invading pirates." "Huh." Hubert was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this woman sought his help against pirates. Surely, the 8 Treasure Navy was already handling that matter. Wasn't it? Although he harbored such thoughts, he chose not to voice them. Freya sighed and took a seat on Hubert's sickbed. The pirates had banded together and were exercising caution, apparently having informants within the 8 Treasure Navy, leading to minimal effectiveness in their operations and even some injuries among their ranks. Each time the Green Pepper made a move, they would flee. Your speed surpasses that of Green Pepper by a considerable margin. If you were to intervene, you could undoubtedly resolve the issue, Freya remarked, hesitating for a moment as she surveyed the surroundings before continuing in a hushed tone. "Moreover, with your prowess, if you manage to quell this pirate crisis, you may gain the favor of His Majesty the King. At that point, you could establish your own faction within the Flower Kingdom, becoming His Majesty's right-hand man. When that time comes, should His Majesty bestow upon you a title, you would be the youngest general." Hubert grinned at Freya's animated discourse, his expression reflecting a burgeoning fervor. "Could I truly become a general? Excellent. Once I'm healed, I'll spring into action. However, I am somewhat in need of funds." "Rest assured, His Majesty shall not shortchange you," Freya replied, pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of their conversation. After chatting a bit longer, she took her leave, As Hubert watched her graceful silhouette fade away, he fell into contemplation. The fact that Freya had come to him for assistance with pirates suggested her position was quite significant. He had not anticipated that the woman he had casually saved was of royal descent. Her status was evidently not low, perhaps even that of a princess. Moreover, her words were quite intriguing, hinting at the possibility of establishing a faction within the Flower Kingdom. The Eight Treasure Navy, led by Green Pepper, already held a dominant position, with the other naval factions merely playing supporting roles. Was it possible that the king perceived the Eight Treasure Navy as too powerful and sought to cultivate a counterbalance? Reflecting on his prior victory over Mira, which had earned him the highest reward from the king, could it be that the king had intended to recruit him from that moment onward? Truly a masterful scheme. However, the king would likely be disappointed. Hubert held little regard for the Flower Kingdom, viewing it as a mere trifle. Though he dismissed the place, he recognized that berries were tangible. It was prudent to establish connections and feign interest, accumulating wealth before venturing into the Grand Line. Hubert mused over this notion. He wondered if Freya were to learn of his current thoughts, would she rush back to consume him? Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered his reverie. He looked up in confusion, only to see a young nurse at the door, her mouth covered and her eyes wide with astonishment. He glanced down at himself, realizing he was still in his childlike form. Having been so engrossed in his thoughts, he had forgotten to revert to his adult appearance. No, please let me explain. He raised his hand in an attempt to retain her, but the young nurse had already bolted from the room. Well, that's unfortunate. Hubert sighed towards the heavens, lamenting the loss of the acquaintance he had just made. Yet he did not dwell on it too heavily. After all, she was merely a nurse. He could always find another. One connection could lead to another. As he continued to ponder, he suddenly smacked his forehead. Oh no, that young nurse won't go spreading this incident around. Will she? As he had anticipated, the young nurse did indeed share her experience throughout the hospital upon leaving. Consequently, the nurses assigned to care for him began to regard him with peculiar gazes, and he found it increasingly difficult to forge new connections. After all, a person capable of altering their appearance could evoke a sense of insecurity. Who truly knew what he looked like beneath it all? What if he appeared as a grotesque figure covered in sores? This left Hubert with tears of regret. Olivia's surgery proceeded remarkably well. However, her injuries primarily stemmed from internal damage due to blunt force, necessitating a period of recuperation. Hubert's own wounds would not heal instantly. Given Sakazuki's ferocity, he estimated it would take 2 to 3 months for a full recovery. After enduring such tension for so long, having finally resolved the Demon Slayer order, it was time to indulge himself. Yet, the nurses in the hospital continued to avoid him, treating him as if he were a monster. Unable to bear such scrutiny any longer, he resolved to discharge himself early, seeking to vent his frustrations on the pirates and earn some berries in the process. His injuries had stabilized, and recovery could occur anywhere. Although combat would affect him, even at his diminished capacity, he was confident that the pirates of the West Sea would pose no threat. He had also consulted with Carter, who had found an island near O'Hara for healing and had made contact with Jesse. Thanks to Jesse's assistance, the remaining crew members had experienced no casualties and were on the mend. Full recovery would likely take another 2 to 3 months. Hubert instructed them to focus on their healing, assuring them that upon his return to the ship, each would be rewarded with berries. Chapter 29. Cooperation Host. Hubert Level. LV-42 Faction. Bounty Hunter Equipment. Animal Type Devil Fruit. Ancient Species. Flying Dragon Form. Paramecia Type. Big Fruit. Zoan Type. Human Fruit. Mythical Beast Form. Merchant Form. Paramecia Type. Mimic Fruit. 44 Devil Fruit equipment slots are full. Armament Haki Basic Training Manual. Not Awakened. 95100. Observation Haki Basic Level LV1. Backpack. Animal Type. White Rabbit Fruit. Animal Type. Hamster Fruit. Animal Type. Teddy Bear Fruit. Bird Fruit. Seagull Form. Animal Type. Tiger Fruit. Paramecia Type. Explosive Fruit. Paramecia Type. Heat Fruit. Paramecia Type. Flower Fruit. Devil Fruit Fragments 1135. Observation Haki Basic Fragments 6 System Level. LV4. 8200 W1 billion. Note: upgrading system levels can expand preparation slots. equivalent explosion rates, and improve equipment quality. You have attained the strength of a formidable being upon the seas. Your physical prowess surpassing that of Sakazuki in the same period. Even in the presence of a candidate for admiral, you remain unperturbed, yet your mastery of Haki has only just begun. Ultimately, the devil fruits are but external forces. Haki is the essence. The road ahead is long. Strive to grow stronger and dominate the seas. Before Hubert discharged himself, he took a moment to check his information that in just these few short days. His strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. That it was indeed astonishing to realize that fighting was the quickest path to enhancement. With a system like his, the effect was even more pronounced over these days. Including the system's rewards, he had amassed a staggering 100 million berries, a sum he had not achieved in previous years. Numerous devil fruits had also been obtained. Moreover, he had acquired several exceptionally powerful fruits during this time. Among them, the heat fruit was a natural counter to Sakazuki, while the mimic fruit finally provided him the means to don alternate identities. However, the fruit he valued most was the flower fruit. This was the same fruit as Robin's, and during their playful banter that fateful night, he inadvertently formed a contract with her, thus making her his subordinate. Simultaneously, he had obtained the flower fruit. The potency of this flower fruit is not to be underestimated. But its most significant implication lies in the revelation that the system could indeed produce devil fruits with identical effects. Previously, all devil fruit users in this world were considered unique, yet now, the system has shattered that rule. In other words, he might still possess the magma fruit, the ice fruit, the flash fruit, or even the Nika fruit in the future. He truly longs to witness the expression of shock on Sakazuki's face when he encounters him again. Witnessing the power of the magma fruit in action, beyond the Horohoro fruit. The most significant gain should be Haki. He has finally commenced the formal training of Haki, although he has yet to acquire the training manual for observation Haki, rendering him unable to practice independently. He can only rely on fragments to level up, requiring 100 fragments for each advancement. After assessing his level, Hubert adjusted his state, completed the discharge procedures, and departed. The doctor advised him to stay longer, as his injuries had not fully healed. However, upon seeing the doctor's feigned concern, Hubert was disinclined to linger, merely instructing the nurses to take good care of Olvia and warning them to keep his affairs confidential. The nurses, observing Hubert's fierce demeanor, hurriedly agreed. Upon exiting the hospital, Hubert contemplated his next steps and headed toward the palace. Initially, he intended to visit the 8 treasure navy, but realizing he wished to extract more favors from the king, he deemed it necessary to establish closer ties with him. Upon his arrival at the palace, he found the king engaged in a meal. As Hubert entered, he was met with an unexpected figure. Green Pepper, Hubert. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously calling out each other's names. The dining Green Pepper stood up, exclaiming, "Hubert, aren't you supposed to be recuperating in the hospital?" Hubert shrugged, responding, "It's just a minor injury. Staying in the hospital is making me rusty." "Then what brings you to the palace?" Just as Hubert was about to answer, the king interrupted from his seat. "I invited Hubert here. I haven't had the chance to properly thank him for saving Flynn last time." With that, the king cast a knowing glance toward Flynn. Flynn understood and quickly stood up, feigning fear while patting her chest. "Indeed, if it weren't for Mr. Hubert, I might have truly perished. I must express my gratitude properly." "Quickly, arrange a fine seat for Mr. Hubert." "Is that so?" Green Pepper resumed his seat, his bald head reflecting the light. Hubert narrowed his eyes, a playful smile emerging. "Indeed, that is the case." Once seated, he refrained from speaking. Observing the conversation between Green Pepper and the king, occasionally exchanging knowing glances with Flynn, he was now fairly certain that Flynn was the daughter of the king of the Flower Kingdom. However, he couldn't quite fathom why the king of the Flower Kingdom bore such peculiar traits similar to those of the 8 treasure navy, yet had a daughter as striking as Flynn. Could it be a case of genetic mutation? Or perhaps she wasn't his biological daughter at all? Green Pepper appeared to share a close relationship with the king of the Flower Kingdom, their discussions revolving mostly around mundane matters. During their conversation, Hubert also caught mention of Old Kai, the future 13th leader of the 8 treasure navy, who had inexplicably married Baby 5. The discussion soon shifted to matters of state. Green Pepper, The pirates have been quite rampant in the Flower Kingdom lately. I've received numerous reports from the public. Green Pepper sighed. We of the 8 Treasure Navy have done our utmost, but they are exceedingly cunning. And despite our losses, our efforts have yielded little result. The king clearly found this response unsatisfactory. Taking a hearty swig of wine, if this continues, the economic losses are merely a minor concern. The panic in the hearts of the populace is a far more pressing issue. With each passing day, they will perceive the Flower Kingdom as increasingly unsafe, doubting our ability to protect them. Green Pepper managed a wry smile. We shall strive to resolve this swiftly. They are no match for me. Given the right opportunity, I could single-handedly eliminate them at this juncture. The king felt it prudent to refrain from further commentary. His dissatisfaction with Green Pepper growing to wield the nation's strongest military force, yet be outmaneuvered by pirates, was indeed a disgrace. An awkward silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by Hubert's casual chewing. After finishing his beef, Hubert seized the moment to inquire, "Is the pirate situation in the Flower Kingdom still severe? Do you require my assistance? I happen to be free at the moment. You?" Green Pepper turned to regard the youthful Hubert, a glimmer of realization dawning upon him. If he were to take action, it might indeed lead to a swift resolution. The king had been contemplating how to broach the subject of enlisting Hubert's help, as his involvement would carry significant weight. To his surprise, Hubert's willingness to assist elicited a hint of admiration in the king's gaze. A young yet powerful individual, astute as well, this could be the perfect candidate for a trusted confidant. With this thought, the king raised his glass with a smile. "I concur with your prowess, Hubert. Dispatching those pirates should be a trivial task. Moreover, your agility surpasses Green Pepper's. Once the pirates make a move, you can swiftly arrive on the scene to resolve the situation." As the evening progressed, and the wine flowed freely, Green Pepper prepared to take his leave. Hubert had intended to depart as well, but the inebriated king insisted he stay, claiming an instant connection and wishing to converse late into the night. The king then turned to Flynn, instructing, "Please see Green Pepper out." Though slightly tipsy, Green Pepper declined. "No need for trouble, Princess Flynn. I can manage on my own." With that, he unsteadily rose from his seat and made his way toward the exit. Flynn chuckled, offering her support. "Oh, it's hardly any trouble. I could use some fresh air myself. It's quite stifling to be drinking here." That moment, Hubert was taken aback. "What, princess? What princess? I thought Flynn was a princess." To his astonishment, Flynn was actually the king's wife. Hubert scrutinized the king for a moment, reflecting, being wealthy is truly wonderful. Yet upon realizing Flynn was a married woman, an unexpected thrill coursed through him. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he dismissed the notion of being a scoundrel. Little did the king know that 7-year-old Hubert was contemplating these matters. Had he been aware, he might reconsider Hubert's potential for future endeavors. "Is it true that your injuries were inflicted by the Navy?" The king inquired. "Yes, it was a formidable Navy officer. He may become an admiral one day." The king showed no signs of skepticism, asking, "Is it that fellow named Sakazuki?" Hubert lifted his gaze, somewhat astonished. Has the information already reached here?" "I assumed the Navy would keep it under wraps." The king proudly replied, "This information did not originate from the Navy. It comes from our intelligence network in the Flower Kingdom, which spans the entire West Sea. Nothing escapes my notice. Once you become a general in the Flower Kingdom, this network will serve you well." Listening to the king's enticement, Hubert scoffed internally. The intelligence was outdated by several days. To claim it covered the West Sea seemed rather exaggerated. Besides, even if it truly spanned the West Sea, what of it? A formidable pirate could easily wreak havoc, leaving the Flower Kingdom in distress. Nevertheless, Hubert maintained a odd of aspiration, appearing to envision a promising future as he murmured, "Truly impressive." The king was pleased with this display, continuing, "Not long ago, you also dealt with that old vice-admiral from the West Sea, correct?" Hubert bashfully scratched his head, nodding in affirmation. Nothing escapes the king's notice. "Ha ha!" The king erupted in laughter, the alcohol wafting from him, making Hubert feel slightly queasy that he couldn't help but think of how Flynn, the alluring lady, must endure such discomfort, were it not for his desire to curry favor. Hubert would have likely excused himself long, by the way. Hubert suddenly asked, Is Sakazuki still embroiled in conflict with Ohara and Kazan? The king shook his head in response. No longer. Their battle has concluded. What was the outcome? Hubert's curiosity piqued. Sakazuki emerged victorious. The opponent suffered a broken leg during their confrontation. The king remarked, a hint of astonishment in his tone. It is said that their battle lasted 3 days and nights, altering the surrounding landscape. Truly miraculous strength. According to rumors, this event has led the world government to recognize Sakazuki's might, and he seems poised for promotion to admiral. Hubert mused, is Kuzan truly that inept? After all, he managed to defeat Sakazuki once. How could he still fall short? This turn of events was fortuitous for Sakazuki, accelerating his rise rather than hindering it. Hubert sighed. Oh well, perhaps this is simply fate. Observing Hubert's lack of enthusiasm, the king consoled him. Do not fret, Hubert. At your tender age, merely escaping from Sakazuki's grasp is commendable. In the future, he will be no match for you. Huh. Hubert was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Wasn't I the one who had him pinned down? How has it shifted to me escaping? Seeing the king's comforting gaze only deepened his frustration, prompting him to clarify, I have already defeated Sakazuki. Ah, think as you will. After all, you're merely 7 or 8 years old. While Sakazaki has already surpassed 20 in this regard, you have undoubtedly left him far behind. Hubert sighed and chose not to elaborate further. It dawned on him that this must be a deliberate message disseminated by the world government to preserve their image. After all, Sakazaki is poised to become a general. It would be quite disgraceful if he were to be defeated by an obscure bounty hunter. With this thought, Hubert refrained from further explanation. The king of the Flower Kingdom gazed at Hubert with increasing admiration. Such formidable strength at such a tender age surely indicates that he could one day become a powerful figure akin to an admiral. It is imperative to cultivate a strong rapport. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly inquired, I have heard that you are in need of berry. Hubert's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Recently, my family has been enduring hardship. My homeland, Ohala, has suffered an attack from the Navy and is now in ruins. Rebuild Ohala. I require a substantial amount of berry. The king sighed, recognizing the loyalty of this child. Since you are willing to assist us in eradicating pirates, I shall not shortchange you. Here's a check for 100 million berry to tide you over. As he spoke, the king produced a check from his pocket and handed it to Hubert, clearly having prepared in advance. Hubert accepted the check with gratitude, repeatedly expressing his thanks. This was no mere pretense. His appreciation was genuine that he had toiled and fought to earn a mere 100 million berry. And the king of the Flower Kingdom was presenting him with such a generous gift. Truly, this is what one might call a wealthy benefactor. With a financial foundation established, their subsequent conversation flowed with ease and joy. Hubert employed the tactics of the working class from his previous life, deftly aligning his words with those of the king, much to the latter's delight. They were nearly on the verge of brotherhood. After leaving the palace, Hubert was escorted by Flynn to the accommodations prepared for him by the king. It was a grand courtyard, lavishly decorated, with a resplendent golden statue standing at the entrance, whether it was gilded or solid gold. Hubert could not tell. However, he surmised that given the king's immense wealth, it was likely solid gold. Hubert's favorite feature was an enormous circular bed, approximately 3 meters in radius, remarkably springy that he could hardly contain his excitement as he leaped onto it, bouncing a few times upon landing. You little rascal, your injuries have yet to heal. Do be cautious not to aggravate them, Flynn remarked, observing Hubert's exuberance. Hubert, sprawled on the bed, found himself disinclined to move. He suddenly entertained the notion of lying here for a few months to recuperate. After all, confronting pirates was not an immediate concern. Noticing Hubert's lack of response, Flynn chuckled. Hubert, this demeanor of yours is truly rare. Will you not feel lonely sleeping alone tonight? Perhaps I should stay and keep you company? Hubert felt a flutter in his heart, but quickly recalled that Flynn was the king's wife. She likely viewed him merely as a child. If he were to take advantage of the situation, what would be the difference from Peach Boy? With a heavy sigh, he waved his hand dismissively. No need. You may leave. I shall rest well and focus on apprehending pirates each day. Chapter 31. The soul trade. The morning sun cast its light upon the earth. Yet it bore little warmth. A layer of frost clung to the leaves. infusing the air with a sense of chill. Hubert pushed open his door and beheld the golden statue in the distance. Glistening with dew, shimmering under the morning light, he could not help but lament the opulence of the wealthy. Behind him, Flynn emerged, assisting him in shutting the door. Do not misunderstand. Flynn had not spent the night here. She had come to call upon Hubert that very morning. Lead the way. That detestable fellow disturbed my slumber. Let us resolve this swiftly, so I may return to rest, Flynn urged, playfully pinching Hubert's cheek. What child sleeps in? You ought to engage in more exercise, Hubert retorted, having transformed into a more adult-like demeanor, firmly pinching back. Who are you calling a child? After a brief tussle, Hubert transformed into a dragon and soared to the location Flynn had indicated. Upon arrival, he found pirates wreaking havoc. Due to his previous delay, a squad from the 8 Treasure Navy was already addressing the chaos. Hubert contemplated for a moment, deciding to observe from the shadows rather than intervene. It appeared that the 8 Treasure Navy had already secured a significant advantage, and it would be rather unsporting to seize the credit. That guy seems even stronger than when he challenged Lord Pepper, one member of the 8 Treasure Navy remarked, glancing at a burly man in his 20s. The robust man delivered a powerful blow, sending an approaching pirate crashing through 2 walls. Simultaneously, Lord Skyron cautioned, "Do not be complacent. These pirates have been particularly brazen of late. There is certainly something amiss. Exercise caution. Lord Skyron, you are a cadre. How could these pirates possibly pose a threat?" One 8 Treasure Navy member scoffed, witnessing the pirate collapse to the ground, raising his rifle to fire. Clang, clang, clanged. A barrage of bullets was expertly deflected in mid-air. A figure wielding a sword appeared before several members of the 8 Treasure Navy. "Who goes there?" Skyron, who had remained vigilant, was already poised for battle the moment the newcomer arrived. Upon recognizing the individual, his eyes narrowed. That the swordsman who nearly injured Lord Pepper. He left the other day expressing his full admiration. I never expected him to resort to such despicable tactics now. The swordsman did not respond, coldly stating, "I have grown stronger. Soon, I shall bring Lord Pepper's head." "Ha!" Skyron laughed. "It seems I misjudged you. You truly are shameless." The swordsman let out a cold snort, wielding his long sword. Unleashing a wave of sword energy, it appeared that he had comprehended the essence of cutting iron and mastered the art of aerial slashing. Hubert, observing the battle from the shadows, felt a surge of astonishment. He recognized that the 8 Treasure Navy would not be able to withstand the onslaught, prompting him to rush into the fray. The swordsman, sensing a dark shadow approaching, was caught off guard, leaving him no time to react. In a moment of fury, he shouted, "A sneak attack!" The next instant, the swordsman was knocked to the ground. Unconscious, the air seemed to still. "Are you Lord Hubert?" After a pause, the members of the 8 Treasure Navy recognized Hubert's identity. Hubert, having transformed from dragon to human form, nodded. "Lord Hubert, what brings you here?" Skyron exhaled in relief. He had been prepared for a desperate fight. Knowing the swordsman's strength was formidable. Gazing at the fallen swordsman, Skyron was also taken aback. This swordsman had previously engaged Lord Pepper for some time, yet Hubert had dispatched him in an instant. Though there was an element of surprise, it seemed that Hubert had surpassed even Lord Pepper in strength. Hubert shrugged. "I was entrusted by the king to assist with the recent pirate troubles in the Flower Kingdom. Upon arriving, I happened to find you in need of assistance that I see. It appears Lord Hubert's strength continues to grow." One member of the 8 Treasure Navy gasped, still shaken. "Thank goodness we have Lord Hubert. Otherwise, we would have been in grave danger." Hubert basked in the praise, his face beaming with delight. "Oh, it is nothing. Merely some minor tactics." After exchanging accolades, Hubert instructed the 8 Treasure Navy to handle the aftermath while he took the swordsman to a secluded corner. A few slaps resounded upon the swordsman's face. After a few strikes, the swordsman groggily awoke, feeling his face swollen. "Are you a member of the Pirate Alliance?" Hubert inquired as he noticed the swordsman was awake. The swordsman regarded the 7-year-old before him, convinced he was still dreaming, and reached out to grasp Hubert. Hubert promptly delivered another slap. This time, he was fully awake. "I am asking you a question. Who sent you?" The swordsman remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Hubert. What did the 8 Treasure Navy mean by sending a child to humiliate him? A man may be killed, but he cannot be dishonored. Seeing him remain mute, Hubert threatened, "If you do not speak, you shall die." With that, an aura of menace emanated from him, bearing down upon the swordsman. The air, already cold, became bone-chilling, as if death were imminent. Cold sweat instantly drenched the swordsman's back, rendering him unable to move. This child is formidable. After a moment, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere, he shouted, "As a swordsman, I shall not be intimidated by the threat of death." "Then why are your legs trembling? Oh, why are your pants wet?" The swordsman, wearing a defiant expression, was caught off guard by Hubert's innocent inquiry. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he furtively glanced downward. "You tricked me. I did not urinate," with a furious lift of his head. He encountered Hubert's playful expression. Hubert discerned that this swordsman before him must be under some constraint, preventing him from disclosing the identity of the one pulling the strings. Otherwise, given this fellow's nature, he would have revealed it long ago. Thus, a different approach was necessary. Gazing at the irate swordsman, Hubert inquired, "Since you are reluctant to divulge who is orchestrating you, I shall not press you further. Instead, I shall present you with two choices. Point 1, I eliminate you and claim the bounty. Point 2. Before Hubert could finish his statement, the swordsman was already shouting in protest, "As a swordsman, do you not care for life and death?" Hubert jested, "To live is to pursue a higher realm." The swordsman retorted. Hubert shrugged. "Very well. Let me articulate your second choice, that I shall spare your life, but in return, you must relinquish your soul." "Relinquish my soul?" "Indeed, your soul shall belong to me, and from henceforth, all that you are will become mine. You will become my most loyal servant. Do you agree?" The swordsman looked at the earnest face of the child before him, bewildered. Has this child succumbed to some delusion? Is this not tantamount to letting myself off the hook? Do you agree? If not, I shall resort to the first option, Hubert urged, noticing the swordsman's prolonged silence. I agree, as long as you spare me. I shall offer you my soul." Chapter 32. The soul servant. The transaction was accomplished, earning Hubert his first soul servant that a critical hit reward was bestowed upon him. Granting him a treasure chest, Hubert's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a bountiful reward, especially not a treasure chest. Though he had never acquired a treasure chest before, he was well aware of the means to obtain one. 1,000 fragments of a devil fruit would yield a single devil fruit treasure chest. Thus he had been conserving his fragments, aiming to gather 10,000 for a tenfold draw. And now, unexpectedly, a treasure chest had materialized. What a delightful surprise! It was worth noting that after years of effort, he had managed to gather only one fragment of a devil fruit treasure chest. May I take my leave now? Just as Hubert succumbed to his joy, the swordsman on the ground interrupted him. The swordsman felt quite unsettled. Upon agreeing to Hubert's terms, he sensed as if he had lost something significant, a hollow feeling enveloping him, as though his very soul had departed. Hubert, momentarily disrupted from his train of thought, replied coldly, "Who said you could leave? Did you not just say you would let me go?" The swordsman's eyes widened in disbelief. "I said I would grant you a chance at life, not that I would release you." Hubert gestured for Screen to approach. "You two assist me in exchanging this fellow for the bounty. As for any interrogations, handle them as you see fit." Screen, overjoyed, hoisted the severely injured swordsman from the ground and bowed to Hubert. "I assure you, the bounty will be delivered." With that, he dragged the swordsman away, who continued to shout, but Hubert had lost interest in engaging further. He had obtained what he desired. Once Screen departed, Hubert intended to return to his slumber, yet the unexpected treasure chest had stirred excitement within him, rendering sleep elusive. Instead, he resolved to find a place to convert his 1 million in checks into berries. Hubert's experience at the bank was remarkably efficient, likely due to prior arrangements made by the king. Upon entering, he was promptly attended to and led to the back office, where he swiftly withdrew his berries. As Hubert exited the bank with a large chest in hand, he felt a newfound sense of confidence. Venturing into a narrow alley, just as he prepared to transfer the berries into the system, a figure clad in black suddenly appeared at the alley's entrance. Hubert regarded the burly man dressed like a member of a crime syndicate, furrowing his brow as he tightened his grip on the chest. Were they attempting to seize his berries? The moment the syndicate member stepped forward, he stood directly in front of Hobart, his mouth opening as if to speak. Hobart, not granting him the opportunity, unleashed a punch that obliterated the gangster. Utilizing the powers of the heat fruit, the blood that splattered into the air evaporated instantly. Unfazed, Hobart exited the alley, having successfully deposited the berries into the system. Emerging from the alley, he made his way toward the hospital. Inside the hospital room, Alvia was idly gazing out the window, observing a few birds frolicking. One fledgling, unsteady in flight, tumbled to the ground, prompting the adult birds nearby to rush to its side, chirping in what seemed to be concern, yet also a hint of reproach. Robin, Alvia murmured at the sight. She realized how little care she had afforded Robin. Without a mother, Robin must have endured considerable hardship. Once her injuries healed, she vowed to find Robin and make amends for the motherly affection she had failed to provide. While she yearned to explore the lost history, her current circumstances suggested she would not be leaving O'Hara anytime soon. Furthermore, the death of a doctor had struck her profoundly. She could not bear the thought of others perishing due to her actions. The creaking of the door interrupted her thoughts, and as she looked up, a handsome man stood before her. "Lord Hobart, you have arrived," Alvia spoke. She had learned Hobart's name in recent days. Though it initially sounded somewhat familiar, she could not recall from where. After all, when she departed O'Hara, Hobart was merely a toddler. "There's no need for the formalities," Hobart replied, taking a seat beside her and placing the fruit he had brought on the table. "You must be quite bored in here." Alvia sighed. "It's not too bad. I've managed to sort through some thoughts." Hobart, performing a sleight of hand, produced 2 books from his pocket, feigning regret. "I initially intended to bring you these 2 books to pass the time, but it seems you might not require them." Alvia stared in surprise, and after a moment, her face flushed as she responded, "Well, since you brought them, I suppose I can take a look." Hobart smiled, placing the books on the table. "Knowing your fondness for history, this is a historical account of the Flower Country. I cannot ascertain whether you will find it engaging." Alvia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course. Thank you, Lord Hobart." "I've told you not to call me Lord," Hobart replied coolly. "What have you come to understand?" "I was too presumptuous, believing I could remain safe as long as no one discovered my origins from O'Hara. I thought pursuing history was a matter of human freedom, but after witnessing the doctor's demise, I realized how I wish to return to O'Hara to find Robin and accompany her as she grows, spending my remaining days with her. Perhaps, in the future, the world government will loosen its grip, and someone will inherit our will to reveal the history of the blank century to the world." Hobart scoffed. "It seems you have yet to grasp the entirety of the situation." "Huh." Alvia's brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean? Did I say something incorrect?" Hobart replied coldly, "You still harbor hopes that the world government will lift its restrictions? After 800 years, do you see any indication that they intend to do so? As for future events, who can say for certain?" Alvia's confidence wavered. Hobart burst into laughter, continuing for a considerable time before finally ceasing. "Even if the world government were to lift their restrictions in a few hundred years, do you truly believe anyone would willingly invest countless time and energy into studying such insignificant matters?" "These are not insignificant matters," Alvia retorted, her anger flaring momentarily before she added, "History is humanity's treasure. Surely there will be those willing to sacrifice their lives for it. As for future events, who can say for certain?" Hobart echoed her words back to her, Alvia's face flushed with indignation, leaving her momentarily speechless. Silence enveloped the room. After a brief pause, Hobart spoke again. "So, do you understand now?" "Understand what?" Alvia mumbled, her head downcast, her silvery hair concealing her exquisite features as her mood darkened. "It is not you who are at fault. You believe me. I currently have no means to investigate that blank century, nor do I possess any leverage against the world government." "Huh." Alvia looked up, puzzled. Hobart, feeling exasperated, continued, "The true issue is your lack of power. Because you are weak, the world government can manipulate you at will, leaving you utterly powerless. In such circumstances, attempting to research what the world government has forbidden is tantamount to courting death." "Power!" Alvia pondered deeply. "Precisely. If you are stronger than the world government, what can they do to control your research? Stronger than the world government. Is that even possible? Why not? One day, I alone will be capable of extinguishing them. Though Haber harbored such thoughts, he kept them concealed. I was merely using that as a metaphor. In any case, strength begets freedom. What is there that you cannot accomplish? Why are you telling me all this? Olivia perceived that something was amiss with Hobart, her enchanting eyes fixed upon his. I am fine. Let's discuss this once you have recovered, Hobart remarked, rising from the bed to close the window. The weather in the Land of Flowers was rather chilly, and given his injury, he was advised to take care of himself. Chapter 33. Undercover. Upon exiting Olivia's chamber, Hobart was intercepted by a nurse from the hospital. This surprised him. It seemed the nurses regarded him as some sort of monster, daring to confront him nonetheless. The young nurse's expression was somewhat stiff, yet she endeavored to smile, for the rumors surrounding Hobart had grown increasingly absurd over the past few days. Claiming he was a demon who preyed upon young maidens. Were it not for the director's insistence that she attend to him, she would have preferred to stay away. Lord Hobart, someone has come to the hospital seeking you. Oh, who is it? Hobart inquired, puzzled. His acquaintances from the 8th Treasure Navy were aware of his discharge. Who could possibly be looking for him at this hour? It was Simon from the 8th Treasure Navy. He left when he saw you were not here, but his expression was rather grim. That I am unsure if he had urgent matters to discuss with you. Simon, you say? Hobart mused, recalling that the young admirer often sought him out. He had not informed Simon of his discharge, but he assumed it was unlikely that the lad had pressing concerns. Noticing Hobart deep in thought, the nurse seized the opportunity to mention, by the way, Lord Hobart, your medical expenses have yet to be settled, as well as those of Miss Olivia. I was wondering if it would be convenient for you to address this now. So that was the primary purpose of her visit. No wonder she appeared so fearful yet dared to approach him. It was all for the sake of money. However, Hobart was unfazed at that moment, having just withdrawn 100 million belly from the bank. Feeling quite confident that I happen to have the time. Let us settle it now. How much is owed? Upon hearing this, the young nurse's face lit up with genuine delight. According to your request, we employed the finest medical techniques and the most luxurious medications, even prioritizing your treatment. Please, just tell me the total. Impatiently, Hobart replied, how much can it possibly be? I can certainly afford it. That would amount to 9,700,000 belly. Excuse me, Hobart's voice escalated by an octave. He had just acquired 100 million from the king, and now the hospital expected to claim 1/10 of it. Absolutely not. The nurse attempted to reiterate the amount, but Hobart promptly interrupted her. I just remembered the king called for me regarding an urgent matter. You may address the medical expenses with him later. I must take my leave now. With that, he hastily departed the hospital, leaving the nurse bewildered in his wake. Once outside, Hobart chastised the hospital for its exorbitant pricing, perceiving their attempts to exploit him as a fool. Feeling somewhat bored afterward, he contemplated his next move and decided to visit a foot massage parlor to unwind. He had already confirmed that there was an undercover pirate within the 8th Treasure Navy. Unless the infiltrator was unmasked, it was unlikely he would obtain any useful clues. Now he had set the bait and could only patiently await the fish to bite. In the 8th Treasure Navy, a shadowy figure sat upon a chair, a coin spinning incessantly between his fingers, revealing his evident agitation. Suddenly, he crushed the coin in his grasp and discarded it. This damned fool promised to send Sigrin to capture some pirates for merit, yet resorted to underhanded tactics. It is clear that pirates cannot be trusted. Thankfully, that Hobart fellow took action. He then turned to the darkness and inquired, did you manage to alert Hobart to wade into this murky water? A voice emerged from the shadows. Our chief enforcer has been dispatched to notify him, yet no word has come back. It seems the situation is dire. Damn, that Hobart is no saint. In times of war, one does not slay the messenger. To attack the envoy is utterly shameless. He must be seeking to gain the king's favor through this opportunity, posing a significant threat in the future. After a moment's pause, the figure coolly questioned, has the swordsman who attacked Sigrin been brought back? He has arrived and is currently under interrogation. Dispose of him. We cannot ascertain what he knows. It is better to err on the side of caution. The darkness fell silent, as though no one had ever been there. The figure resumed his seat, a coin appearing in his hand once more, spinning with dexterity. What had initially been a sound plan had now been disrupted by Hobart's unforeseen involvement. Ah, Hobart lay in his human form upon the bed, emitting contented sighs as he reveled in the technician's ministrations. It must be said, the foot massage parlor in the Land of Flowers was renowned for its exceptional techniques. Previously, he had longed to experience this, yet had been unable to do so, as these establishments do not cater to children. Now, equipped with the powers of the mimic fruit, he could finally indulge himself. Ding, ding, ding. Just as the massage reached its peak, a phone call interrupted him. Hobart casually picked up the snail phone and answered. Hobart, what are you doing? The king's voice emerged from the device, tinged with irritation. I am enjoying a massage, Your Majesty. That I must say, the massage skills in our Land of Flowers are truly remarkable. It feels incredible that I believe this industry could flourish, becoming a cornerstone of our economy at sea. As Hobart spoke, the masseur nearly stumbled in shock at his words. That's so. I concur. There is tremendous potential for development. I have yet to encounter massage techniques in the West Sea that surpass ours. The king's tone was infused with pride, but quickly turned sharp once more. Wait, was I not instructing you to resolve the pirate situation? Why are you indulging in a massage? Perhaps due to the previous day's deposit of 100 million belly. The king's demeanor had grown more assertive. Have I not already handled it? That pirate has been taken away by the 8 Treasure Navy for interrogation. Once we obtain the results, I shall take action. The king retorted angrily. Did I not mention that there are infiltrators within the 8 Treasure Navy? Why would you send him there? Now that you have captured the pirate, he has perished in the 8 Treasure Navy's prison. Oh, when did this happen? Hobart's eyes widened as he dismissed the masseur. He was taken aback. Although he anticipated the fish would bite, this was rather swift. Had the swordsman died before he even finished his massage? How terrifying! Just a moment ago. Hobart, if you capture a pirate and do not wish to interrogate him yourself, you can bring him to the palace. We have professionals for that. Not send him back to the 8 Treasure Navy again. The king seemed to consider Hobart's age, beginning to lecture him. Understood. I will head over now to investigate and see if there are any leads. Hobart ended the call, washed off the oil from his body, dressed, and sighed resignedly. The abrupt cessation of such an enjoyable massage was truly disheartening. He resolved to return later for a proper treatment to make up for the unfinished session. Chapter 34. Soul Search. Within the prison of the 8 Treasure Navy, a group led by Qingjiao surrounded a lifeless body, their expressions grim. Peak, what is the matter? Were you not tasked with watching over him? After finally capturing such a crucial figure, he has died due to your negligence. You cannot possibly be an infiltrator, can you? I have sensed something off about you for quite some time. Standing beside the corpse, Peak's face turned ashen as he listened to the accusations. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead, appearing utterly disoriented, he repeatedly muttered, "It is not my fault. I merely went to use the restroom, and when I returned, he was dead. I am not an infiltrator." Qingjiao regarded him without mercy, instructing a subordinate, "Arrest him immediately." The subordinate complied, reaching out to seize Peak. In a state of panic, Peak recoiled, shouting, "I am truly not an infiltrator. Lord Qingjiao, you must believe me, whether you are an infiltrator or not. The fact remains that a prisoner died while you were on guard. You must face consequences." The subordinate's expression darkened. "Are you certain you wish to resist?" Peak froze, paralyzed with fear and left with no choice but to surrender. What is all this commotion? Just as Peak was about to be apprehended, a voice rang out from the crowd. Qingjiao paused, embarrassment washing over his face as he turned toward the source of the voice. It was Hobart that he approached, surveying the chaotic scene. "That I heard from His Majesty that the swordsman I captured has died." The room fell silent, the members of the 8 Treasure Navy exchanging apprehensive glances, uncertain of how to respond. Eventually, Qingjiao spoke. "Indeed, the swordsman has perished. We are currently addressing the situation. It appears that you are intent on apprehending that guard, but I believe such an endeavor is unnecessary. If he were indeed the perpetrator, he would not remain here idly awaiting capture." Listening to Hubert's words, Peak nodded fervently in agreement. The green pepper hesitated momentarily, but conceded given Hubert's assertion. Upon hearing this, Peak was overjoyed and cast a grateful glance at Hubert. Hubert chuckled, saying, "That's the spirit. There is no need to trouble an innocent individual. By the way, I have come at the king's behest to investigate the matter concerning that pirate. So I would ask you to step aside for the time being. Must we also withdraw? The green pepper inquired, somewhat taken aback. Hubert nodded with a hint of resignation, explaining that the king suspected there might be an infiltrator within the 8 treasure navy, and he was sent to investigate discreetly. The green pepper's expression darkened. While he harbored suspicions of an undercover agent as well, the idea of allowing an outsider to conduct the inquiry was hard for him to accept. Ultimately, he led his men away from the cell as they exited. A burly man who had been standing beside him became irate. Green pepper, this fellow is utterly intolerable, with his incessant references to the king. He is clearly trying to leverage the king against us. No need for further discussion, Sakasi. Our objective remains to deal with the pirates. The green pepper interrupted. Sakasi scoffed, all for the sake of handling the pirates? I think not. This man contacted the king upon his arrival, which raises my suspicions regarding his true intentions. The king has long regarded us with caution. Were it not for your presence, green pepper, the 8 treasure navy might have already been disbanded. It seems he wishes to bolster a rival faction to keep us in check. This Hubert, and here likely in cahoots, Peake, who had emerged alongside the green pepper, whispered, I believe Lord Hubert is not that sort of person. Sakasi, could it be that you are overthinking this? Silence, Sakasi snapped mercilessly. Your matters are far from resolved. Peake was taken aback, stammering into silence. The green pepper furrowed his brow and said, Enough, Sakasi. Peake's situation has passed, and he is right. Hubert is not that kind of person. How can he not be? Knowing we're dealing with pirates, he still insists on inserting himself into the matter. I suspect he is seizing this opportunity for ulterior motives. His strength is formidable, and who knows, perhaps he is the mastermind behind the pirates, Sakasi retorted coldly. With a deep sigh, the green pepper studied Sakasi for a moment. Sakasi, however, met his gaze unwaveringly. After a brief pause, the green pepper spoke. You fail to comprehend. Hubert's stage has never been the Flower Kingdom, nor even this small locale of the West Sea. His stage encompasses the entire ocean. Though he has never uttered it, I know he is aware of what his future holds. Inside the cell, Hubert stood beside the corpse, surveying his surroundings to confirm the absence of others before commencing his abilities. An ethereal figure emerged from the swordsman's corpse. Gradually taking on the swordsman's form, he gazed at his own hands in bewilderment, seemingly unable to grasp the situation. Am I not dead? A smirk curled at the corner of Hubert's mouth. Without further ado, he seized the soul. This was the contingency he had left behind. After trading the merchant fruit for the swordsman's soul, it had become his own, impervious even to the reaper, upon his demise. The soul lingered within, awaiting Hubert's retrieval. Now that Hubert had arrived, he extracted the soul and commenced the soul-searching process, initially seeking any memories of the mastermind behind the scenes. As anticipated, the memories of the mastermind were shrouded in obscurity. Enveloped in a fog that obscured their identity, Hubert had all but confirmed the involvement of a devil fruit user. Although he had expected this outcome, a tinge of disappointment still washed over him. After all, who would not prefer an expedient resolution? He then proceeded to delve into the swordsman's final memories, eager to uncover the identity of his killer, but a stranger appeared in his mind's eye. A middle-aged man, clad in sunglasses and dressed like a member of an underworld gang. When he struck, his fists resonated with vibrations reminiscent of the Whitebeard's quake fruit. Hubert recognized him as a member of the 8 treasure navy. Specifically the 8-punch fist. Only those at the core could have such access to so. It was indeed a member of the 8 treasure navy. A look of understanding crossed Hubert's face. Armed with this clue, further investigation would be considerably easier. With that thought, he released his grip, allowing the swordsman's soul to plummet to the ground as if it were a tangible entity. It landed beside its own corpse, startled by the blood oozing from its lifeless form. The soul trembled, seemingly becoming a bit more ethereal. You are that fellow? What have you done to me? The swordsman exclaimed in terror, with a gentle smile. Hubert replied, Have you forgotten? We struck a deal. Your soul now belongs to me. No. The swordsman's soul flailed wildly, attempting to distance itself from Hubert, yet an unseen force rendered him immobile. This cannot be real. How can there truly be his soul? You are a devil. You are a devil. Hubert observed the swordsman's frantic demeanor with indifference. It was far less entertaining than a massage, so he decided to simply obliterate the soul. Chapter 35. Carter's arrival since Hubert's emergence from the cell. More than half a month had passed. Following his release, he had sketched the individual responsible for the swordsman's death and presented it to the king for investigation. Regrettably, there had been little progress in the past month. That individual was adept at concealing himself. Stepping out from the quarters arranged by the king, Hubert felt invigorated, with a striking woman attentively closing the door behind him. This individual had been specially assigned by the king to provide him with massages, her techniques unparalleled, often leaving Hubert in a state of euphoric bliss. She also took care of laundry and cooking. Assuming a caretaker role, Hubert felt as though he was on the verge of becoming utterly dependent. Perhaps Hubert's recent display of strength had startled those lurking in the shadows, for the past month had seen a notable decline in pirate disturbances. Only a few challengers had approached the Green Pepper, all of whom were swiftly dismissed, leaving little else to attend to. As he stepped outside, a figure clad in 8 Treasure Navy attire approached. "Lord Hubert, you have arrived?" It was Simon. "What brings you here again?" Hubert inquired, eyeing the enthusiastic Simon. "Lord Hubert, do you not recall? Yesterday, you mentioned that your subordinates would be arriving today, and you agreed to let me welcome them." "Very well, then. Today marked the arrival of Carter and his crew, who had largely recovered from their injuries with Jesse's assistance and were now coming to the Flower Kingdom to rest." The two made their way to the shore, where Carter and the others had already reached the port. "Lord Hubert." Carter called from a distance before Hubert could even see him. As they approached, Hubert noticed Carter disembarking from the military vessel, while Simon wore an oddly bemused expression. Carter leaped from the ship, landing with a flourish that stirred up dust. In an instant, he was at Hubert's side. "Lord Hubert, after a few days apart, you have grown even more handsome." Carter complimented, eliciting a smile from Hubert. That moment, he was using his original body, which typically garnered compliments for its cuteness. However, the term cute was something he loathed, as it served as a constant reminder of his youth. In contrast, being called handsome felt much more fitting and pleasant to hear. Carter's flattery was indeed skillful, resonating with Hubert's preferences. Hubert, extending his hand, allowed Carter to pat his shoulder. "It has been too long. Carter, I have missed you during your absence. It is my honor to be missed by you, my lord." Simon, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected, "Is this truly one of your subordinates, Lord Hubert?" Carter then noticed Simon standing beside Hubert and expressed his surprise. "And who might this be?" "Oh, this is a crew member from the 8 Treasure Navy, Simon." "Carter, do take a moment to get acquainted." The two exchanged glances and nodded in acknowledgement. Simon remarked, "It is no wonder you are one of Lord Hubert's subordinates." "You truly are extraordinary." Carter furrowed his brow at this statement. While it appeared to be a compliment directed at him, it was in fact a subtle praise of Lord Hubert. "Clever indeed. I wonder if Lord Hubert will fall for his flattery?" "Ha ha, nothing out of the ordinary." Hubert chuckled and turned to Carter. "Are all your men well? Would you like to visit the hospital again? You need not worry about expenses. I can cover them for you. After all, the hospital is already owed quite a sum. What is another little debt? The king will surely cover it, right?" Carter declined. "No need. Dr. Jesse is quite skilled, and we have all been treated. Those who are still recovering can rest aboard the ship." "Jesse, huh?" Hubert mused, his tone laced with admiration. "That fellow is truly talented. Were it not for his research, we might have faced some peril during the last incident with O'Hara." "What? Lord Hubert, are there truly dangers even in the West Sea?" "Given your formidable prowess?" Simon exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing this. Hubert cast a brief glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "I still have a long way to go." As he spoke, several individuals disembarked from the ship, standing orderly before Hubert. Observing the recovery of the injured, Hubert felt a sense of satisfaction and, surveying the surroundings, suddenly remarked, "Oh, where is Jesse?" Carter promptly explained. Jesse mentioned that since everyone has disembarked, someone must remain to watch over the ship. He happened to be conducting research, so he volunteered to stay behind. Hubert, familiar with Jesse's character, refrained from further comment and merely shrugged in resignation. "Very well, then I truly cannot fathom what intriguing research he finds in that equipment. Since Jesse is watching the ship, we shall leave them to it. The massage services in the Land of Flowers are unparalleled. Knowing you would be coming, I made arrangements in advance. Allow me to take you to experience it." "Ha ha, I am eager to witness the massage that Lord Hubert so highly praises that I truly look forward to it. After spending days in a hospital, I am nearly at my wit's end. It's the perfect opportunity to relax. Lord Hubert, your consideration is commendable. The bounty hunters, upon hearing his words, eagerly readied themselves. Hubert led the group towards the land of flowers, engaging in playful banter along the way. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. I have awakened a new ability that allows me to assume a different form that I will be using that appearance in the land of flowers, so please refrain from revealing my true identity. The group regarded Hubert's transformation with little surprise. He had astonished them time and again. Thus, they marched into the capital of the land of flowers with great momentum. A dozen burly men strolling down the streets undoubtedly commanded respect. Yet such figures were not uncommon in the West Sea, a region known for its thriving underworld. Hubert brought the group to the entrance of a foot bath establishment, where they were soon greeted by an attendant. After all, he was a distinguished guest personally assigned by the king. Lord Hubert, welcome. Everything has been arranged for you. Observing the lavishly dressed yet subservient attendant, Hubert felt a sense of familiarity and curiously inquired, "Who are you? You hardly appear to be an attendant." The attendant bowed his head, stating, "I am Bader, an officer of the Black Dragon Society. This foot bath establishment is owned by our organization that I see." Hubert replied, scrutinizing the man before him, his sense of recognition deepening. Noticing Hubert's steady gaze, Bader asked, "Is there something troubling you, Lord Hubert?" Hubert, still unable to recall where he had encountered this individual, shifted the topic. "Apart from massages, do you offer any other services?" What services?" Bader's expression was one of bewilderment that not feign ignorance. "I am referring to the kind of services you were thinking of, while I had no need for them before. Now that my comrades are here, surely we must arrange something." Bader appeared increasingly perplexed. "What services are you speaking of? I genuinely do not know." Saying this, he handed Hubert a menu. "All our services are listed here. Perhaps you could peruse it to see what you desire?" Hubert scrutinized him for a moment, realizing he was not pretending to be obtuse, and let out a long sigh. "And oh wonder the massage techniques in your land of flowers are so exceptional, yet fail to expand. There's a reason behind it." Chapter 36. The counterattack of the hidden hand. In the end, Hubert was unable to procure the additional services he sought. However, he was not overly disappointed, as it was not his loss. He was currently unable to engage in any endeavors that he had initially intended for Carter and the others to unwind properly, but it seemed that only the massages would provide them with relief. Lying side by side with Carter on a bed, they enjoyed the ministrations of the masseuses behind them. Hubert had arranged to share a room with Carter to discuss some matters. "Alas, I was too careless this time. I never anticipated that you would be ambushed by the Navy, resulting in so many brothers lost. It is not your fault. Had we followed your plan, we would have been safe. One could have predicted that such a seemingly good young man would betray us. Everyone has moments of impulse. Did he not later regret his actions?" Hubert mused. "Did you take care of him as I instructed?" "He has been dealt with, serving as a warning to the remaining brothers." At that moment, the masseuse applied pressure, eliciting a pleasurable groan from Hubert, prompting a pause in their conversation. The young man they referred to was, of course, Dyka. Initially, Dyka had opposed harboring Jesse, the pirate, on their ship, opting instead to report him to the Navy, hoping they would apprehend Jesse. However, the Navy did not fulfill his expectations. Not only did they capture Jesse, but they also attacked Hubert's ship, resulting in numerous casualties. Though Dyka later recognized his error and expressed remorse, Hubert had still ordered Carter to execute him publicly, reinforcing Carter's authority among the crew. Even though Carter's reputation was already formidable, Hubert felt it necessary to reaffirm it. After a prolonged silence, Hubert finally spoke again. "Those who err must face the consequences indeed," Carter replied. "Even if you had not made that decision, I would have suggested it." Hubert nodded, stating, "The loss of so many brothers cannot simply be in vain. They all have families." Carter quickly added, "I've already compensated them. Each brother has received a death benefit of 1,000,000 berries." Hubert expressed surprise. "Where did you procure such funds?" Carter scratched his head. "It comes from savings and some family assets. After all, I have no personal need for as the first mate. It is my duty to support the families of the fallen brothers." Hubert, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them and gazed intently at Carter for a moment, then said, "You have performed admirably. It is my duty. Since you trust me, I must ensure your satisfaction." That moment, Hubert felt a surge of gratitude. He had indeed found an exceptional first mate. While Carter's flattering demeanor was well noted, his willingness to sacrifice his own interests for the sake of the crew's well-being genuinely astonished Hubert. This was no trivial sum. It amounted to tens of millions. The income from their voyages could hardly compare, suggesting that he had indeed exhausted his resources. With these matters arranged, Hubert chose not to dwell further and began contemplating their future endeavors. First and foremost, they could not rely on Navy vessels any longer. Although the Navy had remained silent, they were bounty hunters. If they sailed in a military ship, pirates would flee at the mere sight, jeopardizing their profits. Yet, Hubert was preparing to venture into the Grand Line. A sturdy ship was imperative. He feared that a standard vessel would not withstand the rigors they would encounter. He recalled that at this time, Roger Shipwright was still alive. Perhaps he could seek his assistance until they reached Water 7, where they might be able to procure a ship. Next, he needed to consider the crew. They required a navigator, a cook, and other essential roles. His purpose at sea was not solely to engage in battles and level up, but also to enjoy the journey. He did not wish to shoulder every responsibility alone. This was the very reason he had organized Carter and the others. Following the battle at O'Hara, many aboard had perished, leaving numerous positions vacant. The most critical role to fill was that of a navigator. A standard navigator would not suffice for the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line. He desired a pleasant sailing experience. The most reliable navigators were the meteorologists from Skypiea. He hoped to capture a few when the opportunity arose. Next, he would need to recruit combatants for the ship. The current crew's strength was inadequate. While they could bully the inhabitants of the West Sea, once they reached the Grand Line, even Carter, the strongest among them aside from Hubert, would be merely a rookie. They needed to enlist formidable allies. He did not wish to end up like Trafalgar Law, where only the captain possessed the ability to fight as for the cook. The current one was acceptable. He wasn't particularly picky about food. There was also a doctor aboard, and Jesse's medical skills appeared commendable, surpassing those of most physicians. However, regarding musicians, he found himself at a loss. Sighing deeply, Hubert lamented the burdens of organizing a crew. Yet, the thought of setting sail alone, like Mihawk, was equally intolerable. After indulging in massages for a while, it was noon, and Hubert led the group to a restaurant. Eager to feast, beep, beep, beep. Just then, Carter's transponder snail began to ring. Upon answering, a breathless voice came through. "Carter, do you have time right now? It would be best if you could come over." "What has happened?" Hubert seized the transponder snail to inquire that "I've been attacked." Gazing at the scattered wreckage of ships strewn across the sea, marked by the signs of battle, Simon, filled with indignation, turned to Hubert. "Lord Hubert, I will ensure that those responsible are brought to justice." Hubert's expression darkened as he ignored him and turned to Jesse. "How are you?" "I'm fine." Once the assailant realized I was from the Nature faction, he fled. Hubert nodded, not overly concerned for Jesse's safety. After all, being from a Nature faction offered some assurance. What troubled him was that he had barely been gone for half a day before his ship was attacked. This was a blatant provocation. He scanned the surroundings and squatted down in one spot, sweeping his hand across the ground. Instantly, his palm was sprinkled with crystalline powder. "Did you see what the assailant looked like?" "No," Jesse pondered for a moment and replied. "The powder obscured his face, so I couldn't make it out that it was the leader of the pirates." Hubert immediately recognized who had attacked Jesse, the mastermind behind the incident involving the Flower Kingdom pirates that he had seen during the soul searching. Previously, Hubert had wandered alone in the Flower Kingdom, with only a slight connection to Orvia in the hospital, but it was evident that their relationship was not particularly close. Moreover, the hospital was located in the capital of the Flower Kingdom, not far from the royal palace, which made it difficult for the mastermind to act. Now, Carter and his group had been in the Flower Kingdom for less than a day before being attacked. "Is this your counterattack?" Hubert murmured to himself. Chapter 37. New clues despite the situation. Mealtime was still essential. With the ship destroyed and Jesse's laboratory lost, Hubert decided to accompany him to the Flower Kingdom. The restaurant they had just booked was still prepared for their arrival, and everyone indulged in a hearty feast. After a few rounds of drinks, Hubert let out a contented burp. reclining comfortably in his chair. Watching his subordinates laughing and joking, he felt a long-lost sense of relief. It had been ages since he had enjoyed drinks with others. Being with the king had always felt somewhat stifling. Suddenly, Hubert's expression turned serious as he approached one of his subordinates from behind, feeling around his collar. Observing the small amount of powder in his hand, he furrowed his brow. This was of the same composition as the powder he had found by the sea. Yet, it was now appearing on his subordinate's collar. His subordinate had not made contact with the ground at the seaside. Could it have been carried by the wind? Or perhaps it was a warning from the mastermind? Or was the mastermind lurking nearby, inadvertently leaving a clue? "Lord Hubert, what's wrong?" The subordinate, noticing Hubert, asked tipsily. Hubert patted his shoulder and raised a glass, saying, "It's nothing. You all have worked hard this time. Let me toast to you." The subordinate, taken aback, quickly raised his glass to clink with Hubert's. After leaving the tavern, Hubert escorted everyone to the hotel. Although the house arranged by the king was quite spacious, accommodating so many people proved somewhat challenging. Once they were settled, he took a solitary stroll through the streets. Enjoying the evening breeze, as night fell, the streets quieted significantly. After all, the underworld thrived at night, and ordinary people preferred to keep their distance. A few small-time thugs spotted him stumbling alone, dressed decently, and thought they had found an easy target. They exchanged glances and approached him. Hubert glanced at the group, dismissing them, if they intended to make a move. He would welcome the opportunity to have them spill gold coins. Recently, he had been living off his past earnings. Although he was financially secure, the lack of new income left him feeling uneasy. The group encircled him as he wished. "Hey, buddy, you've been eating well," one thug remarked. "Yeah, brother, if you're doing so well, how about sharing a bit with us? A few million berries would suffice." They chuckled. Hubert surveyed his surroundings. Noting that all exits were blocked, a smirk crept onto his lips. Just as he was about to act, he was interrupted. "Stop! What are you doing?" A gruff voice called from outside Hubert's view, and a burly man pushed through the crowd to stand before Hubert. Bait? Hubert was somewhat surprised. This was the man who had previously entertained him in the foot massage parlor. Lord Bait. Several thugs greeted in unison, recognizing him. "What are you doing? Do you know who this is?" "He's Mr. Hubert, specially brought in by the king to deal with those troublesome pirates." Bait reprimanded the thugs, then turned to Hubert and asked, "Mr. Hubert, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Hubert shook his head, somewhat regretting not having the thugs spill gold coins. The thugs, now wide-eyed, realized that this man specialized in dealing with pirates. They were well aware of how troublesome those pirates could be. Any one of them could be a top-tier fighter in their gang. Just how powerful must this man who dealt with pirates be? The thug stood frozen in place, too afraid to speak. "All right, apologize to Mr. Hubert and get lost." Bait, understanding the thug's thoughts, was also breaking out in a cold sweat. If these fools angered Hubert, he could easily obliterate the Black Dragon gang. "Lord Hubert, we were blind and didn't recognize your stature. Please don't hold it against us." The thugs quickly apologized. Hubert waved his hand dismissively, indicating for them to leave. Seeing that Hubert was not angry, Bait wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, "I apologize. My subordinates are rather thoughtless." "It's all right, I understand," Hubert replied, not wanting to make things difficult for Bait. After all, the underworld was bound to have its quirks. Noticing the scent of alcohol on Hubert, Bait added, "Have you been drinking, Lord Hubert?" "Yes." "Then how about coming to my place to sober up? I have some hangover tea prepared." Hubert initially intended to decline, as he thought there was nothing noteworthy about Bait's home being a big man. However, after a moment's contemplation, he agreed. "Right, if I wander around, I might find myself surrounded again." Bait chuckled awkwardly and led Hubert to his residence. Bait's home was quite luxurious, befitting a high-ranking official in the largest gang in the Flower Kingdom. The house was a villa, beautifully decorated, with many items that appeared quite valuable, if it were in his previous life. It might have been worth billions. Hubert staggered over to a recliner and sat down, while Bait hurried to prepare the hangover tea. As soon as Bait left, Hubert stood up and began rummaging through his belongings. Hubert had found Bait familiar at first glance, but he couldn't quite place him. He had come to Bait's house to search for clues. Bait soon returned with the hangover tea. Hubert, having been caught, showed no embarrassment, as he had already found what he needed. "Mr. Hubert, are you looking for something?" Bait assumed Hubert was drunk and set the tea on the table, attempting to help Hubert to the bed. Hubert brushed off Bate's hand and pointed at a photo on the cabinet, asking, "Is this your picture?" Bate looked at the photo, a smile spreading across his face. "Yes, I was just a little kid back then." "And who is this?" Hubert inquired, pointing to the person standing next to Bate in the photo. "Oh, that's my brother," Bate replied, a hint of coldness in his tone. "Is he home?" "No, he was taken away long ago." Bate paused for a moment before continuing. "He sent me to the Black Dragon Gang. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken this path. My original dream was to become a Navy officer." It was clear that Bate harbored some resentment regarding his involvement with the Black Dragon Gang. "Haha, that's just a part of life's experience. At least you're doing well now. Who knows what the future holds?" Hubert subtly guided the conversation before asking, "Do you know who took your brother?" Bate shook his head. "I've heard it was a big shot from the 8 Treasure Navy. After he left, he never returned. He might even be dead." A smile crept onto Hubert's lips as he said meaningfully, "He should be just fine." Bate's brother was indeed the one who had taken out the swordsman in prison. Chapter 38. The disguise of Nami. Hubert left without drinking the hangover tea, leaving Bate utterly confused. Arriving at the 8 Treasure Navy, Hubert did not disturb anyone, quietly making his way to the Bell Pepper house. "Who?" As soon as he entered, Hubert was met with a massive fist flying towards him. In the darkness, a bald head glimmered with light. Smack! Hubert caught the incoming fist with ease. "It's me." Hubert's voice rang out, halting Qingjiao's impending actions. Upon hearing his voice, Qingjiao indeed refrained from proceeding, quietly inquiring, "Oh, it's Hubert. What brings you here at such a late hour?" "You're aware of the recent movements of the Kingsguard, right, Qingjiao?" "Of course, I know. They seem to be searching for someone and even conducted a search among our 8 Treasure Navy. However, the specifics remain elusive. They're being rather secretive about it." Hubert raised his chin and produced a portrait, saying, "Indeed, they're searching for someone. I wonder if you recognize this individual." Hubert held a considerable amount of trust in Qingjiao, given their years of camaraderie. Furthermore, in the original narrative, decades later, Qingjiao had ventured to Dressrosa to assist the king in investigating arms issues, so it was illogical for him to tolerate the rampant piracy in the Land of Flowers. Most importantly, Qingjiao wasn't cunning enough to devise such intricate plots. Qingjiao scrutinized the portrait for a considerable time before shaking his head and responding, "I don't know him. I've never seen him before." Hubert, having anticipated this reaction, replied calmly, "This is the one who killed the swordsman in prison." "What?" Qingjiao slammed his hand on the table and sprang to his feet, only for Hubert to quickly grasp him. Placing a finger to his lips, "Keep your voice down." Gritting his teeth, Qingjiao sat back down. It truly is doing. And now there's a lead on him to dare act on our 8 Treasure Navy's territory. I will personally eliminate him. I've already traced him. He is within the 8 Treasure Navy. Qingjiao's expression shifted from shock to resolute denial. "Impossible. I have never seen this person. You may not recognize everyone in the 8 Treasure Navy." And what I meant was that he might not be an official member. He likely hasn't registered. Hearing Hubert's words left Qingjiao feeling bewildered. "What do you mean? Didn't you say he was one of us? How could he not be registered? He was secretly recruited into the 8 Treasure Navy, and he likely has never been registered. Then how do you know he is one of us?" "I discovered that he was taken away by a significant figure in the 8 Treasure Navy 7 years ago. And I saw him using the 8 Chong Fist." Qingjiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Hubert continued, "The 8 Chong Fist is a closely guarded secret of your 8 Treasure Navy. Only a select few can master it. A further investigation into who brought someone back 7 years ago will easily reveal the person behind it." Qingjiao fell silent, his mind racing with a few fleeting figures, as Hubert had pointed out. Those who could wield the 8 Chong Fist were indeed few, making it simple to identify them. Noticing that Qingjiao had grasped his meaning, Hubert added, "I have a plan that could divert the attention of the mastermind while simultaneously uncovering the secrets of the pirates entangling the Land of Flowers. I require your cooperation." Qingjiao snapped back to reality and inquired, "What is the plan?" The following day, the 8 Treasure Navy rose early to commence their training, under the immense pressure from the pirates. The intensity of their training had significantly increased. Sweat poured onto the ground like rain, and the air was thick with the vitality of youth mingled with the scent of perspiration. Is this the 8 Treasure Navy? They seem rather unimpressive, "It's truly disappointing," yes, the 8 Treasure Navy trained. An incongruous voice suddenly pierced the atmosphere. The crowd turned to see a voluptuous woman standing at the entrance of the training ground. Her fiery orange hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her flimsy attire did little to conceal her alluring figure. The skull tattoo adorned her left arm, signifying her pirate identity. She gazed at the 8 Treasure Navy with palpable disdain. Any onlooker familiar with the world of pirates would instantly recognize this woman as Nami, of course. This was not the real Nami. She had yet to be born. This was Hubert, who had transformed using the mimic fruit. Initially intending to disguise himself as a man, he reconsidered, realizing that his ability to change form was already exposed, and any transformation could raise suspicions. He needed to adopt a completely different persona to quell any concerns. So he opted for Nami's likeness. The surrounding members of the 8 Treasure Navy, having endured countless taunts from the Navy challenging Qingjiao over the past month, were now numb to the ridicule. Instead, they found themselves captivated by Hubert's portrayal of Nami, gazing with unabashed interest. "What are you staring at?" "Back to training." The instructor of the 8 Treasure Navy barked at the onlookers. "What? Instructor, you're staring too." Someone boldly pointed out. The instructor, flustered with embarrassment, pointed at the accuser and ordered, "You will run an extra 100 laps." "No way." Hubert felt somewhat awkward under their scrutiny and shouted, "I heard your captain. Qingjiao has a bounty of 500 million berries. I want to see just how strong he is. Bring him out to face his doom." "Huh, is there another little one here to challenge me?" "I hope you have some skills. Don't collapse the moment I make my move." Qingjiao's voice echoed from the rest area within the training ground, and soon his figure swiftly appeared. However, he stumbled and nearly fell. "What is happening? Is this woman Hubert? No way. It must be a coincidence that she came to provoke me." Qingjiao thought, only to see Hubert give him a knowing look. Qingjiao thought, so this woman really is Hubert. That kid transformed into quite the alluring figure. Seeing that Qingjiao was ready, Hubert struck first. "You boastful old fool. Your time has passed. Let me show you the power of the new era." Qingjiao's face flushed crimson. He felt as though Hubert's words contained a hint of sincerity beyond mere performance. The two exchanged blows, and Qingjiao staggered back a few steps, while Hubert was sent flying a considerable distance. The pressure generated by their clash rippled outward, stirring the leaves on the ground. Hubert silently marveled at Qingjiao's martial prowess. Though he held back his full strength, Qingjiao was certainly not going all out either. This level of power surpassed that of Sakazuki, not accounting for any devil fruit abilities. Yet, such a scene astonished the surrounding members of the 8 Treasure Navy. This woman could actually withstand a punch from Lord Qingjiao. Among the challengers, few could match his raw strength, and it was astonishing to see a woman achieve such a feat. Hubert feigned a serious expression, remarking, "Such strength is worthy of a bounty of 500 million berries. It seems I must utilize my true powers." Flora Fruit, Chapter 39. The mastermind emerges. Flora Fruit. With Hubert's exclamation, numerous arms materialized out of thin air, unfurling like petals. Countless fists descended upon the training ground like a tempest. The others present were caught off guard by Hubert's sudden assault, leaving them unprepared and sent sprawling. "Damn it, this woman has no code of conduct," they exclaimed, furious that she dared to attack them while claiming to challenge Lord Qingjiao. Hubert paid no heed to the Navy's furious outcries. The 8 Treasure Navy should count themselves fortunate that he hadn't exerted too much force. Otherwise, the ground would be soaked with blood. However, Hubert's punches directed at Qingjiao were considerably more forceful, rivaling the strength of Sakazuki. Surrounded by fists, Qingjiao maintained his composure. With extensive combat experience, he was taken aback by Hubert's diverse techniques, but responded adeptly as the first wave of Hubert's assault subsided. Qingjiao grinned. "Little girl, are you done? Now it's my turn." With that, Qingjiao's figure flickered and appeared before Hubert, his massive fist hurtling toward her slender form. Hubert raised his hands defensively while simultaneously summoning fists with the Flora Fruit to ambush Qingjiao from behind. Boom! Bang! Bang! Qingjiao's fist landed solidly on Hubert, but he too was struck repeatedly by the summoned fist from the Flora Fruit. Hubert's body was sent flying, rolling several times before stabilizing himself on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. After rolling a few times, Hubert regained his footing and looked up at Qingjiao. Qing Jiao felt little pain from the encounter, his physical constitution being quite formidable. She's incredibly strong. This woman might be the most formidable challenger yet. She still can't measure up to Lord Qing Jiao. Though the sentiment was expressed, it was nonetheless impressive. She was still so young, and perhaps one day she could truly surpass Lord Qing Jiao. Damn it, what are you saying? Lord Qing Jiao is the strongest. The onlookers from the 8 treasure pirates had wisely retreated to a safe distance, fearing that Hubert might unleash another group attack, which would surely spell trouble for them. Hubert wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling somewhat exhilarated, and remarked to Qing Jiao, "The old fellow still possesses quite a bit of vitality, but that ends here. Soon, you will witness the power of the new era." Qing Jiao burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Let me see what prowess you possess, you little rascal. The two continued their bout from the morning into the afternoon, growing increasingly vigorous with each exchange. Hubert exerted nearly all his physical prowess, sparing no effort, save for the use of haki. Qing Jiao was similarly engaged, nearly igniting with genuine fervor. However, Hubert remembered his purpose. After yet another clash, he panted heavily, his chest rising and falling with exertion. Sweat cascaded down him like a waterfall, an indication that he had truly given his all. Noticing that Qing Jiao was poised to advance once more, he quickly interjected, "No more, no more. It's no wonder you're a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries. I'm no match for you." Qing Jiao, too, felt fatigue setting in, reflecting on Hubert's rapid growth and strength that in the past, he could easily dominate Hubert, but now he found himself struggling for an upper hand in a physical contest. Not to mention, Hubert also possessed the abilities of a devil fruit user. He was no longer a challenger to be trifled with. Qing Jiao was acutely aware that Hubert's seemingly exhausted state was likely a ruse, as he surely retained some reserves. After all, Hubert was an animal-type devil fruit user, renowned for their endurance. After catching his breath, Qing Jiao mused, "Age takes its toll. My stamina is waning, that if I were in my youth, I could have bested you without breaking a sweat. This era belongs to the younger generation. Ha ha ha. Not at all, senior. Your strength is truly remarkable," Hubert humbly replied. Ha ha ha. "I maintain that Lord Qing Jiao is the mightiest. Truly impressive. Such power is akin to that of a monster." The other onlookers from the 8 treasure pirates. It appeared that Qing Jiao was merely engaging in modesty after a victory, but Hubert recognized the sincerity behind Qing Jiao's sentiments. At over 50 years of age, he was far removed from his prime, his stamina diminishing with each passing moment. Despite not having exerted himself significantly, the strength he had painstakingly cultivated was slipping away from him. Eventually, he found himself unable to even contend with Luffy's second gear. Hubert had not yet experienced this feeling, but he understood its discomfort that it was akin to watching the hard-earned berries he had accumulated dwindle away each day. Each time he spent money, he would think how wonderful it would be to enjoy something for free, or better yet, for the merchant to pay him a little extra. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Hubert bid farewell to Qing Jiao. Upon exiting the training grounds, Hubert feigned exhaustion and found a lodging, collapsing onto the bed, utterly drained of energy. The room was dim, devoid of illumination, with curtains drawn tightly. Yet in that darkness, a glimmer of light began to emerge, gradually coalescing into a vibrant, iridescent powder that filled the room. A figure materialized beside Hubert's bed. Hubert opened his eyes, alert and cautious. "Who are you?" he demanded. Not be alarmed, came the response, shrouded in the powder, obscuring the figure's features. That was precisely the mastermind Hubert had been seeking. His plan to have Nami challenge Qing Jiao today was intended to lure this individual out. Leaping from the bed, Hubert assumed a combat stance. "If you fail to clarify your intentions, I will demonstrate the might of a pirate." The stranger raised his hands in a gesture of peace, signaling that he meant no harm. "Relax, I am also a pirate. You may call me Arthur." As he spoke, he revealed a tattoo on his back, a skull, the emblem of a pirate. Hubert visibly relaxed, his tension easing. "You are also a pirate? Then what brings you into my room? Should you fail to explain, do not expect me to be courteous. That I wish to invite you to join my organization." "Not interested," Hubert replied without hesitation. Although this was indeed his objective, he understood the importance of not appearing overly eager. Arthur seemed to have anticipated this rejection. Continuing, you went to challenge Qing Jiao today, and you failed. Are you here to mock me? Hubert's face darkened with impatience. Not at all. I witnessed your battle. Your strength is remarkable. Among the few formidable women out there, you almost defeated Qing Jiao. If you join my organization, I can help you become even stronger. Hubert feigned indifference. Not interested. I have been at sea for so long and have never heard of anyone truly helping another become stronger. Save your tricks for the inexperienced newcomers. Do not approach me. That Arthur's laughter was somewhat unsettling, that I assure you. This is no trick. Listening to Arthur's peculiar, sinister laughter sent a shiver down Hubert's spine. If this is not a ruse, then do you truly possess the means to enhance my strength? Absolutely, Arthur replied, extending his hand and producing a mouse from seemingly nowhere. Watch closely. I will show you my power. As he spoke, countless particles surged into the mouse's body. The creature began to glow in a riot of colors. Resembling a toy, gradually, the brilliance faded, and the mouse's form expanded, its flesh becoming firm and muscular, transformed from a Jerry into a formidable cousin. Arthur released the mouse, which darted away, crashing through the wall to escape. Hubert was left in stunned silence. Good heavens, such rapid results? No wonder the brothers of the 8 treasure pirates kept saying that pirates seemed to be growing stronger. This explains it. Moreover, Hubert suspected that the powder was under Arthur's control. If ingested, it could enhance one's strength, but would also render them susceptible to Arthur's influence. This clarified why those who had previously failed to challenge Qing Jiao and appeared carefree ended up causing trouble afterward. Once they succumbed to the temptation of increased power and ingested Arthur's powder, they were compelled to obey his commands. Seeing Hubert lost in thought, Arthur assumed he was intrigued and seized the moment. So, do you believe me now? Your original strength is not far from Qing Jiao's. With my assistance, you could easily return and defeat him. Being bested by that old coot must be quite vexing. Such an antiquated relic should be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. Even if you cannot surpass him, we can collaborate, and together he is as good as dead. Hubert pretended to deliberate for a moment before replying, I may consider joining you, but revenge is out of the question. I accept my defeat at his hands, and I have no desire to eliminate him. Sighing, Hubert added, besides, I need rest. Very well, Arthur said with a smile. After such a prolonged battle, rest is indeed warranted. Allow me to enhance your strength first. With increased power, your recovery will be expedited. All right, Hubert agreed without hesitation. Once Hubert was empowered, Arthur's demeanor shifted to one of arrogance. Ha ha ha. Since you have chosen to join me, I shall take you to the base of the Flower Kingdom. You are the strongest individual I have recruited since escaping the Grand Line. Once you recuperate, my success rate will surge. With that, Arthur let out a sinister chuckle, muttering under his breath, and your physique is quite remarkable as well. Slurp. Hubert felt a jolt of discomfort, pretending not to hear the latter comment, and coldly retorted, I never stated that I would unconditionally cooperate with your plans, ha ha ha. We shall see about that later. Arthur did not engage him in a debate. In his eyes, Hubert had already become his personal possession, but he opened the window, and at that moment, it was lunchtime, with a cacophony of voices outside. However, Arthur paid no heed. First releasing a cloud of powder, then grasping Hubert's hand and leaping outside. Remarkably, they did not plummet after jumping out. Within the powder, Hubert vaguely perceived what seemed to be a pair of wings fluttering. A sight that was utterly dreamlike. Below them, a multitude of people remained oblivious to this extraordinary phenomenon. Hubert, pondering, surveyed the swirling powder. In no wonder so many pirates had silently joined Arthur's ranks. It seemed this powder played a crucial role. Enveloped in the powder, Hubert could not discern the surroundings. Unaware of where Arthur was leading him, he only knew they hadn't traveled far, as Arthur had not flown for long. Upon landing, Arthur withdrew the powder, allowing Hubert to see the full scene. They stood in a cavernous space, yet it was not dark. An unknown source of light bathed the entire cave in a gentle glow, and the walls were adorned with symbols that Hubert could not decipher. Despite his inability to understand, as Robin's childhood friend who had spent considerable time in O'Hara, he recognized these as ancient characters. Surrounding them were several individuals. Hubert had researched extensively over the past few days and knew that these individuals had once challenged the notorious Green Pepper and held significant bounties. Clearly, This place was accessible only to the elite. Hubert curiously examined the symbols for a moment and inquired, pointing to the inscriptions on the wall. "What are these?" Arthur did not respond to his question, coldly retorting, "Do not ask what you should not." Hubert felt a twinge of disinterest. This individual had not exhibited such an attitude before. After the powder entered his body, he immediately turned his back, revealing his true nature. Yet, Hubert refrained from taking action. At this moment, Arthur was entirely within his grasp, a means to acquire further information. Arthur gestured toward an unoccupied bed in the corner, saying, "You may rest there. I grant you 3 days to recover and familiarize yourself with your powers. After 3 days, we shall have action. You will play a vital role in my plan. Now, I must return. Lingering too long may raise suspicion." With that, without affording Hubert a chance to retort, Arthur vanished from sight. Hubert shrugged helplessly. He had intended to ask about the plan. Turning around, he was met with a group of pirates staring at him intently. Well, another newcomer. And quite a beauty at that. It seems Arthur holds you in high regard, granting you his own bed. Laughter erupted among the pirates, who had been observing him since Arthur's departure. Hubert regarded them with a smile, asking, "Do you know what Arthur's plan is?" "Ha ha ha. We are merely Arthur's pets. How can we possibly know his plans? We only need to follow his orders," replied one pirate, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Hubert recognized that these individuals were under control and did not wish to pry further. It was better to investigate on his own. Thus, he approached the passage from which Arthur had just departed. Shrouded in the powder, tentatively, he reached out to touch it, causing the powder to surge violently. He quickly stepped back, feeling the powder within him stir restlessly. One pirate observed his actions and cautioned, "It seems Arthur hasn't trained you properly yet. Unless he personally releases you, you will never escape. Here, you are merely his captive pet." "I have no intention of leaving," Hubert replied with a smile as he returned to the cave, beginning to study the inscriptions on the walls. The pirates found his demeanor peculiar. They had anticipated a formidable presence, yet he appeared so composed, which was not characteristic of a strong individual. Meanwhile, in Orvia's hospital room, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was yet another Hubert. Chapter 41. Orvia's discharge in the original narrative. The Hana no Mi was consumed by Robin, leading many sea merchants to lament its loss, claiming that if it had been in Carp's hands, it would have been invincible. However, Hubert discovered otherwise. The use of the Hana no Mi was incredibly taxing, requiring immense focus to control each limb produced by the fruit. This demanded not only combat intuition, but also extraordinary intellect. Hubert did not believe that Carp, with his brutish nature, could adequately harness this power. Furthermore, developing the fruit was highly exhausting, particularly for paramecia-type fruits. Mastering them was incredibly challenging. Had Carp devoted his efforts to developing the devil fruit, he might not have achieved his current prowess in martial arts. Influenced by the original narrative, Hubert effortlessly unlocked several abilities, such as the doppelganger technique previously utilized by Robin. Robin primarily employed this technique to escape danger, functioning as a decoy. Yet Hubert believed it could serve as a means to delegate tasks to his doppelgangers. The body that Arthur had taken was, in fact, one of his doppelgangers, allowing him to freely permit Arthur's powder to enter his body. The effects of devil fruits were diverse and unpredictable, and he dared not test them recklessly. Upon seeing Hubert enter her hospital room, Orvia set down her book and inquired, "What brings you here? Did you not visit yesterday? Is it not permissible to miss you?" Hubert replied casually. Orvia's cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured, "What are you saying?" Hubert had been visiting frequently, often bringing books, which delighted her greatly. Coupled with the fact that Hubert had saved O'Hara and his handsome appearance, she could not help but develop feelings for him. However, she refrained from acting on those feelings, as her future plans revolved around living the rest of her life with her daughter, leaving no room for romance. Hubert, too, did not press further, although he had sensed an allure about her long ago. He was only 7 years old and felt powerless to act. He produced a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it before Orvia. "Oh, you know what this says?" Hubert asked. Seeing Hubert seeking her expertise, Orvia felt a pang of disappointment, but soon regained her composure and began examining the note he had brought. The paper was filled with densely packed characters, All transcribed from what Hubert had observed through his doppelganger. Miss Orvia read. Her expression grew increasingly serious, and excitement mounted. Where did this come from? She set down the note, eagerly grasping Hubert's hand. Hubert shook his head, stating, "You need not concern yourself with its origin. Please help me translate the contents." Orvia's enthusiasm waned slightly as she replied, "Is this the purpose of your visit to the flower country?" "Oh," Hubert, intrigued by Orvia's words, sensed that the note contained information about Arthur's objectives in the flower country. He urged, "What does it say?" "I don't know. You don't know." Hubert was taken aback. "Oh, you think me a fool," observing Hubert's gaze. Orvia insisted, "I truly do not know. The characters on this note are unclear in some places and cannot be fully translated. It would be best to see the location firsthand." "Surely not." Hubert scrutinized Orvia skeptically. This was entirely based on what he had seen through his doppelganger. How could there be discrepancies? Perhaps the distance had interfered with the signal? Orvia's gaze flickered, yet she maintained, "It is true. However, that location is somewhat perilous, and you have yet to recover from your injuries." Hubert discerned that Orvia seemed to be withholding the truth, but chose not to confront her. He was well aware of her dedication to historical research. If she were not allowed to explore, she would likely be restless for a lifetime. Moreover, having been hospitalized for so long, she deserved to venture out, and he believed he could ensure her safety. Hearing Hubert relent, Orvia quickly interjected, "It's fine. I am nearly recovered now, and I've encountered numerous dangers while exploring historical texts with my companions in the past." "Very well. Then I shall assist you in arranging your discharge. Let us proceed to that location now." Hubert nodded in agreement and exited the hospital room to the front desk to complete Orvia's discharge procedures. Perhaps Orvia was feeling cooped up, or perhaps she was eager to see those inscriptions. She stepped out of the hospital herself, watching Hubert finalize the paperwork before departing. The nurse who handled their paperwork watched them leave with a look of lament. Hubert and Orvia had yet to settle their medical fees. Although Hubert suggested they seek the king, the hospital was the king's enterprise. How much good would that do? Would the king simply waive the fees? After more than half a month, Orvia finally found herself once again atop Hubert's form. Hubert had initially suggested a leisurely stroll, emphasizing that there was no rush and that it would allow Orvia to explore the kingdom of flowers. After all, don't women typically enjoy shopping? Having endured the events in Ohala and spent such a lengthy time in the hospital, a period of rest would be beneficial. However, Orvia was evidently no ordinary woman. She insisted on transforming Hubert into a dragon to soar directly to their destination, displaying her impatience to behold those ancient inscriptions. Although he and his companions had drifted at sea for quite some time in search of historical information, their capabilities had proven inadequate, often engaging in a battle of wits against the weather, resulting in a rather unsatisfactory experience. The clue that Hubert had uncovered now promised far more excitement than any she had encountered previously. The air rushed past her ears as Hubert accelerated his speed. Even though Arthur's powder obscured his senses, preventing him from seeing the path ahead, he could still sense the position of his duplicate and navigate directly toward it. "Honestly, if you wish to see it, you could simply tell me. There is no need to fabricate excuses." Hubert's voice suddenly reached Orvia's ears, causing her to pause momentarily before feeling a twinge of embarrassment. She had indeed been seen through. Noticing her silence, Hubert continued, "I know you are eager to have a close encounter with those ancient texts, for they are the very essence of her lifelong pursuit. Just tell me directly, and I shall take you to see them." Orvia softly replied, tightening her grip around Hubert's neck. Hubert felt her embrace strengthen, a smile creeping onto his lips, though Orvia could not perceive it from her vantage point on his back. "Now, can you share what those inscriptions say?" After a moment of silence, seemingly organizing her thoughts, she responded, "Do you remember the 2 books you first brought me?" Hubert reflected for a moment before answering. "They were about the history of the Kingdom of Flowers?" "Indeed," Orvia affirmed. "The history of the Kingdom of Flowers speaks of a lost treasure, which is highly likely to be a clue to its whereabouts." Chapter 42. Entering the cave, historical records indicate that the Kingdom of Flowers once languished in poverty, with parched earth and desolation all around. Life was exceedingly harsh, even for the king, who lived in dire straits. In an effort to change this plight, the king dispatched the greatest warrior of the kingdom, Star, to seek divine assistance overseas. Star, accompanied by the last 300 warriors of the kingdom, left their homeland, enduring countless hardships while remaining steadfast in their mission. Ultimately, perhaps their perseverance moved the gods, for they were indeed granted power, which they returned with to the kingdom of flowers. By then, only star remained of the original 300 warriors. The surviving star utilized the divine power to transform the barren wasteland into a verdant, habitable realm. Gradually, the strength of the kingdom flourished, becoming a formidable force amidst its surroundings. Earning Star the respect of all its people, he later established a naval force, which would eventually evolve into the Eight Treasures Navy and its ilk. Yet, just as the kingdom's power peaked, Star vanished without a trace, taking the divine power with him, leaving behind no clues. Legend spoke of him entombing this divine power within a treasure, awaiting discovery by future generations. The inscriptions that Hubert now beheld were precisely clues regarding this treasure. Listening intently as Alvia recounted this historical narrative, Hubert licked his lips. Gods? Do such beings truly exist in the realm of Earth? Hubert would firmly deny their existence. Even if they did, a nuclear bomb could dispatch any divine entity. Yet the world of pirates was an entirely different matter. I could see this moment. Hubert leaned more towards the notion that it was a power akin to a devil fruit ability. As he pondered this, Hubert followed the sensory guidance of his duplicate and arrived at the location, a wooded area not far from the town. He descended and quickly discovered the entrance, which appeared relatively new, suggesting it had only recently been unearthed. The entire entrance was enveloped in a swirling powder, which moved as if it possessed a life of its own. Unable to resist, Alvia reached out to touch the iridescent powder, only to be pulled back by Hubert. Observing her puzzled expression, Hubert picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it toward the cave's mouth. As it approached, the once peaceful powder erupted into a frenzied storm, disintegrating the stone in an instant. The fist-sized rock was reduced to dust, scattering into the air. Alvia exclaimed, realizing the danger too late. She turned to Hubert with gratitude. Had he not intervened in time, her fate might have mirrored that of the stone. Thank you. Hubert shook his head, replying, there is no need for thanks. It is my duty to ensure your safety while I accompany you. From now on, I shall be your personal bodyguard. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Alvia responded, I appreciate your help. Hubert approached the entrance and struck the swirling powder with a punch. The powder, caught off guard, dissipated before it could mount any defense. Nearby, Alvia was astonished by Hubert's strength. The powder that could disintegrate stone seemed utterly powerless against him. Inside, numerous pirates were already on high alert, vigilantly watching the entrance, except for one, Hubert's duplicate. Noticing the duplicate lying motionless on the bed, one pirate could not help but shout, Hey, can't you see the enemy approaching? What are you doing, you foolish woman? Have you gone daft? The duplicate remained unfazed. As Alvia observed the aggressive pirates, she instinctively prepared for a fight, having encountered her fair share of them at sea. Yet, upon recalling Hubert's earlier words, she relaxed her stance and concealed herself behind him, seeing Hubert maintain his composure in the face of the pirates. A faint smile graced her lips. Kill them. Hubert did not take immediate action, but simply uttered the command. In the next moment, the previously dormant duplicate sprang to life, swiftly dispatching the pirate who had just berated him. What do you think you're doing, you crazy woman? You've inhaled Arthur's powder. Have you considered the consequences? Damn it, does Arthur let just anyone in without checking their background? How did a spy manage to infiltrate us? Regardless of the pirates' pleas, Hubert's duplicate showed no mercy, swiftly sending them to their demise. Just then, a gentle breeze wafted into the cave, stirring the scattered powder into motion once more. Hubert sensed something amiss and quickly pulled Alvia closer to him. Startled, Alvia stumbled slightly before regaining her footing, only to find a shadowy figure shrouded in powder before her. It was Arthur. Hubert had anticipated his arrival, and his reaction was timely. Hubert! Arthur's powder bore a striking resemblance to his own flower fruit, both capable of remote sensing. The powder at the entrance not only served to restrict access, but also acted as a warning system. Should anyone disrupt it, Arthur would be the first to sense it and respond accordingly. You truly astonish me, Arthur remarked, not attacking, but addressing Hubert's duplicate. I never imagined you would be a spy. However, Do you truly remain oblivious to the fact that my powder could claim your life at any moment? Olivia, leaning closer to Hubert, glanced at the enigmatic Arthur and then at the duplicate not far off. Like Arthur, she regarded the duplicate as a spy, feeling a twinge of dismay. This spy not only displayed formidable strength, effortlessly dispatching a multitude of fearsome pirates in a short span, but also possessed striking physical attributes. The towering figure before her made Olivia, who was somewhat less endowed, feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. While Olivia herself was not lacking in figure, having birthed a child like Robin, she felt dwarfed in comparison to Hubert's duplicate, which had been modeled after Nami's physique. Who is this woman? Or rather, what is her connection to Hubert? Olivia pondered, a sense of intrigue swelling within her. Not only her, but Arthur too harbored the same curiosity. The duplicate remained expressionless in the face of Arthur's threats. Although Arthur was obscured by mist, Hubert could still discern the discontent etched on his face. I offer you a choice. Join me in dealing with Hubert, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, a mere thought from me will send you to join the recently deceased pirates. Arthur tentatively attempted to win her over. Although the doppelganger had eliminated all the other pirates, this only served to further affirm her worth. She alone was of greater value than all the other pirates combined. If he could secure her allegiance, Arthur's plans would still hold potential. As the doppelganger listened to Arthur's overtures, a sardonic smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth as she uttered her first words since the beginning. You may give a try. Chapter 43. Observation kill? What? Arthur, feeling a twinge of unease as he observed the doppelganger's smirk, asked Hubert. The doppelganger coldly replied, Did you not claim you could instantly kill me? You may give it a T-R-Y.D. Oh, you truly think I jest? Arthur, now incensed, wasted no time in unleashing his abilities. He had discerned that this attempt at seduction was unlikely to succeed. His powers activated. The surrounding powder erupted violently, and in the next moment, the doppelganger exploded into countless petals that scattered across the air. Witnessing the shower of flowers, Arthur's expression stiffened, soon turning grim. Very well, very well. Very well, he exclaimed thrice. Casting a glance at Hubert's ashen face, he had not anticipated that her abilities would possess such a devastating effect. No wonder he had chosen her as an undercover agent. Truly a comprehensive strategy. Hubert chuckled. So, what do you intend to do now? Fight to the death, or slink away in defeat, never to return to the land of flowers? Humph. Arthur's voice was laden with darkness. You believe victory is already in your grasp. Allow me to test the depths of your confidence. With that, Arthur soared toward the cave's exit, releasing a cloud of powder in his wake. Hubert followed suit, both unwilling to damage the cavern further. Upon emerging, they found themselves enveloped in a thick shroud of powder, visibility reduced to mere inches, the dazzling powder resembling a hellish sky, instilling a sense of dread. Having just exited the cave, Arthur concealed himself amidst the powder. At that moment, Hubert had transformed into a dragon, carrying Olivia on his back. With a powerful flap of his wings, he stirred a tempest in an attempt to disperse the powder. However, the results were minimal. As soon as some powder was blown away, new particles would emerge, leaving him only able to clear a meter's radius around him. Experience my power, refuse of the West Sea, echoed Arthur's triumphant voice from within the powder. Upon hearing him, Hubert charged toward the sound. He reached his maximum speed, but still found nothing but emptiness. Ha. Are you already growing anxious? Arthur's voice taunted from another direction, his speed equally impressive. At least Hubert realized that relying solely on speed to overpower Arthur would not suffice. Recognizing this, Hubert calmed himself, keeping his wings in motion to prevent the powder from encroaching further, hovering in midair. Since a proactive approach was futile, he would wait for Arthur to strike first, relying on his observation haki to seize the opportunity, as he knew that once Arthur attacked, he would undoubtedly reveal a weakness. As expected, Arthur soon launched an assault. A chilling gleam appeared, piercing straight toward Hubert's head. Hubert swiftly dodged, yet the blade of light still left a gash on his body. At last, he caught sight of Arthur in full. Donning a mask and wielding a sharp spear, it was the spear that had just wounded him, and blood still dripped from its tip. Behind Hubert, Olivia, now belatedly aware of Hubert's injury, exclaimed, Are you all right? Hubert shook his dragon's head, his expression darkening. His observation hockey had completely failed to sense Arthur's attack. This was terrifying. It was not merely that his observation hockey was overpowered. He had genuinely sensed nothing at all. To Hubert's knowledge, such a power was possessed by only one individual. The later emperor, red-haired Shanks. Shanks's supreme conqueror's hockey had awakened a new ability. Observation kill. This ability rendered observation hockey ineffective. Undoubtedly, possessing the capability of observation kill would make eliminating Hubert a simple task. After taking a moment to regain his composure, Hubert realized something was amiss. If Arthur truly possessed observation kill, then why was he so hesitant to deal with a land of flowers that he feared? With such an ability, wouldn't he dominate the seas? Quick on the uptake, are we? Arthur's voice drifted from the powder, his tone reminiscent of praising a child. Hubert coldly retorted, "Are you a user of the moth fruit? Did you actually figure it out?" Arthur replied proudly, "Indeed, I am the moth fruit's mythical zoan form. Illusory moth that I wonder if you, a native of the West Sea, even comprehend what a mythical zoan is." His superior tone elicited a smirk from Hubert. He had long anticipated that Arthur wielded a mythical zoan power, but he inquired, "How can you ignore my observation hockey and strike me?" Observation hockey. What is that? Arthur feigned confusion. Hubert pressed, "You, so superior, are unaware of observation hockey. It seems your means of countering it is certainly not the same as Shanks's observation kill. It must be something that has not appeared in the original work. Most likely, it is a devil fruit ability." This thought crossed his mind. Hubert recalled a documentary he had seen in his past life, detailing how bats emit ultrasound to locate moths when hunting at night. In response, moths evolved countermeasures to evade the bats. It was highly probable that Arthur's ability to disregard observation hockey stemmed from his principle. Truly a god-tier skill. The situation appeared increasingly enigmatic that, if Hubert were alone, he could certainly endure against Arthur, confident that he would discover a pattern in Arthur's attacks to counter them. However, he was currently responsible for Olivia's safety. Without the support of observation hockey, he could not guarantee her security. At this point, Hubert began to contemplate retreat. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the sky. Yet, Arthur was not so easily deterred. Having discerned his intentions, he immediately charged toward Olivia. Fortunately, Hubert reacted swiftly. Twisting away just in time, the spear embedded itself in his back, sparing Olivia from harm. "What happened to your earlier confidence? Why do you seem so eager to flee?" Arthur taunted. This was troublesome. Hubert felt the situation had grown complicated. In terms of speed, he was indeed faster than Arthur, as evidenced by his recent evasion of Arthur's attack. However, the issue lay in the fact that during his escape, he would inevitably be struck by Arthur a few times. If he failed to dodge even once, Olivia would not withstand a blow. Olivia, aware of the precarious situation, expressed her remorse. "I'm sorry, Hubert. It's all my fault for insisting on coming along. Why don't you go ahead without me?" Hubert gently replied as he returned to the ground. "Ha ha ha. I promised to bring you along. You're not at fault. Besides, did I not say before? I am your dedicated bodyguard. How could I abandon you and flee?" Olivia felt a surge of emotion, but said nothing, merely drawing closer to Hubert. Meanwhile, Arthur found himself in a precarious position as well. Hubert's overall strength surpassed his own, and if given the choice, he would prefer to let Hubert escape. However, from his perspective, lurking beyond the powder lay a hidden ally, Hubert's doppelganger. He feared that if Hubert emerged from the powder, he might join forces with the doppelganger to eliminate him. Chapter 44. Counterattack. Given that escaping the powder was not an option, Hubert had no recourse but to threaten. "I have already notified Green Pepper. He will arrive shortly. Are you certain you wish to linger here with me?" In truth, Arthur had been contemplating retreat, but Hubert's words ignited a spark of irritation within him. It was akin to feeling the urge to clean the house when suddenly your mother demands that you do it, prompting an immediate response of, "Whoever wants to do the chores can do them. I will not lift a finger." Arthur remarked, "I may not have much leverage over you, but the time it takes for Green Pepper to arrive is sufficient for me to take care of that woman on your back." Hubert felt a sense of helplessness. This was precisely what he feared. Olivia, perched upon his back, seemed to tremble in fear upon hearing those words. Although she had previously urged Hubert to abandon her, she had already resigned herself to facing death. Yet, When confronted with the reality of mortality, who could truly let go? Was there not a famous scene in the original work where one cries out, "You want to live?" Hubert felt Olivia's trembling and reassured her, "Do not fear. I will protect you." With that, he shook his body, allowing Olivia to slide down to the ground. Then he lowered himself, using his wings to shield her. Observing the scene from the air, Arthur mocked, "Ha ha ha! How laughable! Do you truly believe you can protect that woman in such a manner, remaining stationary in place, allowing me to use you as a target? How long do you believe you can endure this?" Hubert disregarded him, maintaining his stance. Seeing that he truly seemed immobile, Arthur charged directly at his body. The spear thrust down violently towards the region of his heart. Clang! The spear collided with Hubert's skin, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. The sharp spear failed to even pierce the skin. "What on earth is this?" Arthur asked, bewildered. Hubert mocked him, saying, "Did you not claim I am a native of the West Sea? How is it that you do not even recognize the armament haki?" What he employed was indeed armament haki. It had been half a month since his battle with Sakazuki, and during this time, aided by the armament haki training manual, he had successfully mastered the technique. He was also aware of the side effects of the Angel's Tear that Jesse had researched. After utilizing the Angel's Tear, his training in armament haki would become significantly more challenging. Over the past half month, he dedicated equal time to practicing both armament and observation haki. His observation haki had already reached level 2, while his armament haki barely surpassed level 1, making the progression rather sluggish in comparison. With such a low level of armament haki, he could not cover his entire body, and Arthur's similar ability to sense attacks made it impossible for Hubert to anticipate where to apply armament haki in advance. Thus, Hubert opted to cover only his vital areas with armament haki, leaving the rest to chance. Armament haki? Arthur was momentarily taken aback, then murmured to himself, "Could it be that technique?" With a surge of anger, he shouted, "No, how could this damned native wield such a powerful technique? It must be a lie." Although in the original work, armament haki seemed commonplace in the first half of the Grand Line, few could actually wield it, even those who would rarely share it openly. Luffy only learned haki under Rayleigh's guidance. Prior to that, he had never even heard of such a thing, of course. Many believe that Oda had not yet fully conceived the concept of haki at that time. Arthur roared as he relentlessly thrust his spear at Hubert. Thud, 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 with no enhancement from armament haki in other areas. Several strikes left Hubert with multiple wounds. "Ha! I told you that a native like you could not possibly possess such powerful techniques. It turns out you can only protect one area that a native remains a native. You merely stumbled upon the method of training. Ha ha." Realizing his attacks were effective, Arthur erupted into maniacal laughter and continued his assault. Simultaneously, with Hubert's wings no longer fanning the dust away, the surrounding powder began to violently invade his body. The all-encompassing pain caused Hubert to gasp sharply. His head was still sheltered by his wings, but Orvia, noticing his pallor, expressed her concern. "Are you all right? Is everything truly fine?" "No, I'm fine." Hubert gritted his teeth against the pain. Protected from view, Orvia could not see the external scene, but could still perceive Hubert's suffering. Whispering softly, she lamented, "It's all my fault for insisting on coming out, and Ohala too." At that moment, Hubert was entirely focused on the external world, unable to hear her words, and even if he had, he could not concern himself with them. Outside, Arthur continued to taunt. "Ha, are you going to cower like a turtle? Just a moment ago, weren't you the lucky native full of bravado? Damned native, how much longer can you endure? Let us see whether the green pepper arrives first, or if you, this fortunate native, perish first." Each phrase was laden with the word native, clearly reflecting Arthur's sense of superiority. Moreover, upon discovering that Hubert wielded armament haki, it seemed he had suffered a blow, driving him to a state of madness. A relentless barrage of attacks fell upon Hubert without reservation. The rough scales of the dragon had nearly split open, each interval revealing a deep hole, the result of Arthur's speared Akati that moment. Hubert was nearing his limits. Blood flowed incessantly, and he felt dizzy. The wings that shielded Orvia also grew weak. "Damned native, die." Arthur's assault struck again, but this time, Hubert, who had been absorbing the blows, suddenly surged forth. He snapped at the air, and in the next instant, Arthur's body collided directly with his jaws. Crunch, an unsettling sound of chewing echoed as Hubert's teeth, stained with blood, gazed regretfully at the swirling dust. Had he truly escaped? You, how did you know I would attack there? Arthur's voice emerged from within the dust, filled with disbelief. Was it truly so difficult? Hubert replied coolly, I was not merely absorbing blows. Your attacks are exceedingly easy to decipher. I had already grasped your patterns. Had it not been to lower your guard, I would have attacked long ago. Now that the green pepper has arrived, although my strikes may not be fatal, they will undoubtedly impede your speed. I offered you an opportunity to flee earlier, but now it will be difficult. Blood dripped continuously from Hubert's form, his wings hanging limply, presenting the image of a creature on the brink of collapse. Yet, even in such a state, Arthur dared not press the attack further. He had been intimidated by Hubert. Chapter 45. The arrival of the green pepper. Orvia watched from the side. Hubert's back was completely torn by the powder, revealing blood and flesh beneath. The dragon gasped heavily, appearing as though he might collapse at any moment, yet he exhibited no signs of fear. Protecting her beneath him, his gaze sparkled with determination, pondering how to counterattack during Arthur's next strike. Arthur in the air fell silent for a moment, hesitating to act, and eventually retreated into the distance. Damned native, just wait. I have gained the power of the divine. I will ensure your demise. Hubert remained stationary, allowing Arthur to depart. Although he intended for Arthur to stay, he was acutely aware of his own precarious condition. His will was strong, but his strength was lacking. The surrounding powder gradually dispersed, and the sky returned to normal, as though no traces of the battle had ever existed. Upon witnessing Arthur's departure, Hubert initially scanned his surroundings with caution. Only relaxing once the figure of the green pepper appeared, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, his dragon form reverting to that of a human, lying in a pool of blood. Orvia gasped in shock and hurried over to embrace Hubert's body. In his dragon form, he appeared relatively well, but in human form, his injuries looked truly horrific. His entire back was devoid of unblemished flesh. Veins and even bones protruded to the surface, resembling a dire state of life-threatening injury. Orvia gazed at his condition, unable to restrain her tears. How could this happen? Am I a calamity? Why? Hubert gently touched her face, reassuringly saying, It's nothing, merely minor wounds. Arthur ultimately fell victim to my bite. His injuries are likely worse than mine. He lacks armahaki to protect his vital areas. Orvia believed Hubert was attempting to comfort her and said nothing, merely sobbing against his body. The green pepper arrived swiftly at the scene, his expression turning to concern upon seeing Hubert's condition. However, unlike Orvia, he understood Hubert's extraordinary recovery abilities. Although the injuries appeared alarming, they were not life-threatening, merely troublesome due to excessive blood loss. Urging the doctor behind him to hasten, he rushed to provide assistance, leaving the other members of the 8 Treasures Navy behind. You truly are restless. If you uncover any leads, call me. Why come here alone? It has only been half a month since you left the hospital, and now you are returning again. The green pepper pulled Orvia away from Hubert, asserting that it would be best to wait for professionals to arrive and that they should not interfere. Orvia, wiping her tears awkwardly, responded, All right, Mr. Green Pepper, Hubert will be fine, right? Yes, fine. Though his injuries look severe, there's no major issue. Rest assured, I told you it's merely minor wounds. Don't worry too much. Hubert offered reassurance to Orvia, then inquired, Did you see anyone flying away when you arrived? No, the green pepper recalled and shook his head. Then, did you see a cloud of powder? No, Hubert nodded, falling silent as he awaited the arrival of the doctor. It wasn't long before members of the 8 Treasures Navy arrived in droves. Upon seeing Hubert lying on the ground, a figure leapt from the crowd, rushing to embrace him before Hubert could react. Lord Hubert, are you all right? The blood from Hubert instantly stained the visitor's clothing crimson, yet he remained utterly oblivious that IT was Simon. After all, stop swaying, or you'll create chaos where none exists. The one rushing forward was none other than Hubert's devoted admirer. Simon, who appeared visibly shaken by Hubert's dire condition, his face ashen, climbing down from Hubert. Simon gazed at him with deep concern, calling out behind him, Doctor, hurry! Lord Hubert is gravely injured. An elderly man swiftly approached, clutching a medical kit. Upon assessing Hubert's wounds, the doctor's brow furrowed, sensing the severity of the situation. What an unusual injury you have. The wounds on your back are so extensively covered, resembling burns, yet they do not present as such. Olivia, who had been quietly waiting, felt a jolt of alarm at the doctor's troubled expression. Although both Green Pepper and Hubert had downplayed the injuries as minor, she placed greater faith in the doctor's expertise and anxiously inquired, "How is he, doctor? Is there any danger to his life?" The doctor replied, "For an ordinary individual, this would likely be fatal, but Hubert is a tough one. His injuries aren't life-threatening, though he has lost significant blood and may require a transfusion. Still, this injury is peculiar. In my many years of practice, I've never encountered anything like it." Hubert offered no explanation that Arthur's powder attack was indeed rather novel. Hearing this, Olivia felt a wave of relief wash over her. Silently chiding herself for her ignorance and needless worry, observing the doctor beginning to bandage, Olivia said, "If there's anything I can do, please don't hesitate to ask. I bear an undeniable responsibility for Hubert's condition." The doctor nodded, responding, "Then lend me a hand. Those nurses are taking too long. Let's dress the wounds, shall we? You know how to bandage, right?" "I can manage, though I may not be very skilled. Having lived at sea for so long, she had picked up some first aid techniques. That's sufficient. I'll prepare some medication for him." Suddenly, Olivia recalled something and added, "By the way, if my blood type matches, you may use mine for the transfusion." The doctor chuckled. "No need. When this fellow was young, I often treated him, so there are plenty of compatible blood types available." "Young? Was Hubert raised in the Flower Kingdom?" Olivia inquired, just as the doctor was about to elaborate. He caught Hubert's warning gaze and thought better of it. He then commenced treatment on Hubert. As Hubert received medical attention, Green Pepper asked, "I heard sounds of a struggle from over there. He couldn't have escaped far. Could he?" Hubert replied nonchalantly, nodding slightly. "I'll go after him immediately." "How dare he cause trouble in the Flower Kingdom? I'll make him into a meat pie." "No," Hubert interjected, "his abilities are quite formidable. You might not be able to defeat him. And he runs swiftly. It's best to wait until I recover before we devise a plan." Observing Hubert's condition, Green Pepper recognized Arthur's exceptional nature and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. "Very well. We'll wait for your recovery. However, we still require your assistance with matters concerning the Flower Kingdom. I truly appreciate your help." I'm not working for free. The king has already compensated me. When you take someone's money, you must help them out," Hubert replied nonchalantly. By the way, have you made any progress on investigating the undercover agent?" A slight unease crossed Green Pepper's face. "Not yet." Chapter 46. Recruiting allies less than a month after Hubert's discharge. He found himself back in a hospital. The nurse attending to him wore a sullen expression. Had it not been for Green Pepper's presence, she would have preferred not to assist Hubert at all. Fortunately, this time Hubert requested no attention from the nurse, as Olivia remained by his side, caring for him. Upon arriving at the hospital, Hubert quickly received a blood transfusion and then fell into a deep slumber. Having lost considerable blood, his head spun, and were it not for his sheer willpower, he might have collapsed long ago. Olivia kept vigil beside him, resting her head on him, and, as she observed Hubert's condition improving, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Gazing at Hubert's handsome face as he rested, memories of recent events flooded her mind. Originally, her impulsiveness in investigating ancient texts had led to a warrant out for her by the world government. This had even brought calamity upon her homeland of Ohala. She had heard whispers of the demon-slaying order, and when she learned that Ohala had fallen victim to it, despair had gripped her heart. Subsequent events confirmed her fears. The malevolent world government sought not only to eliminate all, but the most essential, but even targeted the all-knowing tree. Ohala was consumed by flames, taking with it the world's most comprehensive historical records. During that harrowing time, she had contemplated facing death alongside Ohala, not only to protect the books within the all-knowing tree, but also to atone for the calamity she had brought upon them. She was paralyzed by fear, unwilling to flee lest she live a life steeped in guilt. But then Hubert appeared. He not only saved her, but also drove away the navy, safeguarding all of Ohala. Afterward, he brought her to the Flower Kingdom to heal, and once again, her recklessness had plunged her into peril. Yet again, Hubert stood up for her. He could have turned and walked away, but he chose to remain, shielding her with his own body, sustaining injuries in the process. In that enclosed space, surrounded by his protective embrace, she experienced a long-lost sense of security. Reaching out to caress Hubert's face, Olivia whispered softly, "Why are you so good to me?" As she pondered this, guilt washed over her once more, and she added, "I promise I won't be willful again, but it's not your fault," Hubert murmured, stirring from his stupor. "Ah," Olivia gasped, startled, retracting her hand awkwardly. "That you're awake." Hubert slowly opened his eyes. After the transfusion and some rest, he felt significantly better. He had been roused by Olivia's presence as she leaned against him in a flurry. Olivia jumped up, eager to fetch him some water, but in her haste, she fumbled the cup, sending it crashing to the floor. In that moment, she resembled a child caught in the act of mischief, rendered flustered and uncertain. Watching Olivia prepare to gather the shattered pieces, Hubert said, "No need to pick it up. Just let the nurse handle it later." But Olivia hesitated. "But what's wrong with that?" Hubert patted the bed, signaling for her to return. "Let those nurses have something to do. It's a perfect opportunity." Olivia, acquiescing, sat back down on the bed. Hubert attempted to shift himself upright, but he was so tightly bandaged that movement proved cumbersome. He would have to shatter the wrappings to succeed. That he didn't mind, as it would provide a valid reason for the nurses to rewrap him. However, that would be too obvious, making him appear petty. He considered himself above such trivialities. With a sigh, Hubert lamented his inability to give the nurses a bit more work. Unaware of his thoughts, Olivia mistook his sigh for discomfort and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Hubert, of course, could not reveal his inner musings and replied casually, "No, I just feel tired. I've told you countless times that this isn't your concern, so why do you still blame yourself?" Olivia lowered her gaze, silent. Hubert continued, "I understand your desire to explore the history of this world. There's nothing wrong with that. Do you recall what I said before? The fault of Valhalla was not in studying the ancient texts, but in its weakness." Hubert paused momentarily before adding, "It was precisely because of your fragility that your exploration of history was fraught with obstacles. So, would you like to join my crew?" "Huh," Olivia exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she met Hubert's intense gaze. "Why? Why would you want me?" Hubert explained, "I need a scholar, someone like you, filled with curiosity about history. I possess the strength to protect you, freeing you from the fear of the world government's restrictions on historical texts, clearing the thorns from your path." Olivia's gaze locked onto Hubert's, and he held her stare unwaveringly, the two caught in a moment of tense silence. Hubert felt a pang of helplessness. His original plan had been to invite Robin aboard, but upon his arrival in the Flower Kingdom, the elders had contacted him. "Hello, Hubert, do you remember our agreement? All scholars must remain in Valhalla under our control." "I understand. What's the matter?" Hubert spoke with a sense of righteous indignation, unperturbed by the simmering fury emanating from the five elders. "Then pray tell, why did you take that woman, Olivia, away?" "Huh. Isn't Olivia a commoner? When did she ascend to the status of a scholar?" His tone was so confident that an uninformed observer might genuinely believe that Olivia was merely a commoner. "Commoner, my foot!" One irascible elder could no longer contain his outrage and exclaimed, "Not only is she a scholar, but she is also an escaped scholar from prison. By rights, she should be recaptured." With a chuckle, Hubert retorted, "The one you speak of, she perished shortly after escaping from the naval prison. The one with me is her sister, also named, do not take me for a fool." The irate elder seemed poised to say more, but was abruptly restrained by another. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, as if several individuals were deliberating, before another elder stated, "This time shall be an exception. We permit Olivia to depart from O'Hara, but only this once. Our patience has its limits. You must also remember to fulfill your obligations." "What are you talking about?" I said. "The one with me is the scholar Olvia's sister. The commoner Olivia," Hubert replied, his tone laced with confusion. Beep, beep, beep. The person on the other end seemed to be at a loss for words and ultimately hung up. Thus, it came to pass that Olivia became the sole scholar permitted aboard his ship by the five elders. Hubert, not wishing to escalate matters, decided to shelve the issue of Robin boarding the ship for the time being. He could always retrieve her later when the five elders were no longer paying attention. Chapter 47. The innocent wife. The two exchanged glances once more, and Alvia appeared somewhat conflicted, eye in her eyes. She was nothing short of a harbinger of calamity, continuously bringing misfortune that if she remained on the ship, she feared a recurrence of past events. Furthermore, she had originally intended to seek out Robin and ensure her stable upbringing. If she boarded Hubert's ship, she had no idea how long it would take to return. What would happen to Robin then? Noticing her prolonged silence, Hubert remarked, "You are worried about Robin, aren't you?" After some time, "I will go retrieve her, but for now, the world government is keeping a close watch on us, making it unwise for me to seek her out." Alvia still seemed hesitant, yet there was a flicker of hope in her gaze as she looked at Hubert. With a sudden motion, Hubert tore away the bandage on his arm, causing fresh blood to flow from the previously scabbed wound. In the midst of Alvia's astonished stare, he drew her into his embrace and whispered near her ear, "What is it? Do you not wish to be with me?" Though Alvia had previously rested against Hubert during her unconsciousness, this time she was firmly held in his arms. The peculiar feeling washed over her, a sense of inexplicable comfort that she had never experienced before. Not even Robin's father, merely a scholar, had ever provided her with such a sense of security. Her mind momentarily faltered, leaving her tongue tied as she struggled to articulate a response. Hubert, holding Alvia close, found it curious that this woman, already a wife, still exhibited such innocence, reminiscent of a blushing maiden. He had expected her to possess a certain allure. It seemed Robin's father was lacking in that regard. One must wonder if they spent their nights poring over history in bed during their marriage. The two lay in silence for a while, the only sound being their steady breaths. "Ada, you are bleeding." It was only when Hubert's blood seeped through his clothing onto Alvia that she gasped in alarm and scrambled to her feet, flustered as she sought to tend to his wound. "Alvia," Hubert said, his gaze softening as he looked at her. "What is it?" Without lifting her head, Alvia rummaged for bandages. "Come with me." All right, this time, Alvia did not refuse, and a smile crept across Hubert's lips as he added, "Let's find a nurse to tend to the wound. There's no need for you to trouble yourself, ditto, and preferably one from the main hall." Hubert's injury healed remarkably quickly, and he, along with Alvia and Jesse, arrived at the Bounty Water Navy base. Though Alvia had initially wanted him to rest a couple more days, he could not afford to delay any longer. Time was of the essence. Arthur had been injured and his strength diminished. And Hubert was certain that Arthur's recovery would outpace his own, that if he were to wait too long, allowing Arthur to regain his strength, matters would become considerably more complicated. I could see that moment, within the Bounty Water Navy's quarters. Sakasi glared at Qingjiao in frustration. "Qingjiao, you saw it that day." Hubert kept invoking the king's name, clearly attempting to leverage the king's authority against you that I have long suspected his ulterior motives, and now he has ceased to conceal them. Have you given any thought to this in the past few days? Qingjiao closed his eyes, ignoring Sakasi's words. "Qingjiao, what are your thoughts? Are you truly content to wait until Hubert has gained the king's trust and uses it against us?" Sakasi's ire only intensified at Qingjiao's demeanor. Finally, Qingjiao spoke up. "Sakasi, I've already told you. This is not your concern. I am well aware of Hubert's situation. What do you know? You are merely nurturing a future threat." "Enough, Sakasi. I am the leader here." Qingjiao reprimanded loudly to what you are supposed to do. Before Sakasi could retort, the door swung open, revealing the king. The king's arrival quelled Sakasi's outburst, and he simply huffed, "You will come to regret this." Ignoring him, Qingjiao looked at the king, somewhat perplexed. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" The king, observing Sakasi's furious expression, inquired, "I came to see how your investigation into the pirate incident is progressing. There's been some progress, but it will take time. I see." The king fell silent, humming a light tune. This left both Qingjiao and Sakasi feeling somewhat disconcerted. Typically, while the king did not voice his dissatisfaction directly, they could sense his impatience with their slow actions. Today, however, he seemed to be in a good mood. "Your Majesty's visit today is rather unexpected." Sakasi remarked that I received word from Hubert, stating that he intends to resolve the pirate threat today. "What?" Sakasi exclaimed incredulously. "That is impossible. How could that brat possibly uncover anything?" "What brat?" The king chided. "Sakasi, mind your language. Hubert is a guest I specifically invited." This time, the king did not extend any courtesy to Sakasi, reprimanding him sharply. The reason was twofold. First, the pirates were on the verge of being eradicated, and Hubert would naturally become the king's trusted confidant thereafter, rendering Sakassi's reliance on the Bounty Water Navy unnecessary. Second, Hubert had proven himself trustworthy. His mere presence inspired immediate confidence, especially in contrast to the Bounty Water Navy, who had failed to yield any results for an extended period. Hubert, having only recently been discharged from the hospital, had already located the pirates' lair and dealt with several formidable adversaries. Now, he was even talking about eliminating the mastermind behind it all. Truly a heroic youth. The only downside was the financial toll. The last group of pirates had cost 300 million berries, not including the bounty. If you were to tackle the mastermind, it might very well require 500 million berries. However, it was a worthy investment, as securing Hubert's allegiance made it all worthwhile. Before long, Hubert arrived. Opening the door, he was met with the awkward sight of the three seated individuals. "Your Majesty, I apologize for the delay. I was held up on the way here." The king rose from his seat and laughed heartily. "Not at all. I came early because I simply could not wait. This pirate situation has become quite a burden on my mind," Hubert replied nonchalantly. "Rest assured, this time your burden will be lifted." "Ha ha! As expected of you, Hubert. Your efficiency is commendable. Resolving these pirates will earn you significant rewards." Qing Jiao added curiously, "Have you uncovered any leads on the mastermind behind it all?" "Hubert, only Sakassi scoffed. Such grandiose claims." Noticing Sakassi's envious expression, Hubert cast him a sidelong glance and turned to Qing Jiao. "Qing Jiao, you have found the informant I asked you to investigate, yes? He is the root cause of the pirates' rampant behavior." Qing Jiao fell silent, not responding. Meanwhile, Sakassi, hearing this, furrowed his brow, sensing impending trouble, and demanded loudly, "What informant? Are you trying to slander the Bounty Water Navy? Are you accusing the Bounty Water Navy of wrongdoing, you duplicitous scoundrel?" Chapter 48. Suicide. "Are you attempting to slander the Bounty Water Navy, you treacherous fiend?" Hearing Sakassi's accusations, Hubert replied coldly, "Whether it is slander or not, you ought to be the one most aware." "Mr. Sakassi, what do you mean? Are you accusing me?" The king, sensing something amiss, instinctively distanced himself from Sakassi and moved closer to Hobart. "We shall soon unveil whether you are slandering us," Hobart remarked with a smile. Signaling for those behind him to step forward one by one, Orvia, Jesse, and Simon entered the room. Simon, clutching a stack of documents, presented them to the king, who accepted them and began to peruse their contents. Sakassi, anxious, attempted to seize them, exclaiming, "I am eager to see what evidence you have fabricated." Simon positioned himself in front of him, demanding, "What do you intend to do? Are you trying to destroy the evidence?" With a grim expression, Sakassi retorted, "You are one of the 8 Treasure Navy. Are you certain you wish to obstruct me for the sake of an outsider?" Hobart interjected with a chuckle, "Simon is indifferent to your affiliations with the 8 Treasure Navy. He acts solely in pursuit of justice, and it was I who requested his assistance in gathering this evidence." "You treacherous scoundrel, aiding Hobart in fabricating evidence." Sakassi lunged forward, attempting to grasp Simon, observing Sakassi's frantic demeanor. Hobart shook his head in disbelief. How could one with such a fragile psyche engage in these antics? Wasn't this tantamount to an admission of guilt? Indeed, the king had ceased to examine the documents, directing a questioning gaze towards Green Pepper. Green Pepper, who had been silent until now, interjected, "Enough, Sakassi. Is this not humiliating enough?" Hearing Green Pepper's words, Sakassi finally halted, incredulity etched across his face. "Green Pepper, do you not believe me?" "It is not a matter of belief. You must have unearthed some truths by now. But out of loyalty, you chose to remain silent," the king speculated. All eyes turned toward Green Pepper, while Hobart silently admired the king's astuteness, far surpassing that of Sakassi. Sakassi, witnessing Green Pepper's indifferent gaze, recognized the king's insight and lowered his head. "You had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation, Sakassi." The king's voice thundered, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. The enduring havoc wrought by pirates upon the Flower Kingdom had caused immeasurable suffering. Countless civilians had perished, and innumerable families had been shattered. The financial toll was staggering, with the reconstruction of buildings ravaged by pirate attacks demanding a substantial sum. However, for the king, the most significant concern was the erosion of public trust. The prolonged inability to resolve the pirate menace had given rise to discontent among the populace, leading many to perceive him as an ineffectual ruler. A growing number of citizens had fled to neighboring realms, and if this continued, even if the pirate issue were resolved, they would still regard him as an inadequate king. There is nothing to explain, Sakasi replied coldly. Yet the king, too, harbored suspicions. Sakasi likely believed the king feared the 8 treasure navy and sought to exploit the pirate situation to undermine him, aiming to strip him of his people's loyalty, rendering him entirely reliant on the 8 treasure navy. Should this transpire, the 8 treasure navy would effectively become the sovereign of the Flower Kingdom, dictating terms at will. The king felt a chill of dread wash over him. Had Hobart not intervened, Sakasi might have succeeded. He said solemnly, "Green Pepper, you must provide me with an explanation. The 8 treasure navy owes me an explanation." Green Pepper sighed deeply. When Hobart had instructed him to investigate the mole, he had quickly uncovered certain facts. After all, there were only a few individuals skilled in the 8-punch fist, yet he had been reluctant to pursue the matter further. Sakasi had been his brother since childhood, and he had no desire to witness him turn against his own. Thus, he had ignored Sakasi's words for days, wishing to hear no more of his voice. However, he was also unwilling to take action. Although he wished to retreat into obscurity, that seemed increasingly impossible. "That I will handle this," Green Pepper declared. "Just handle it. How do you intend to address this? I seek more than a mere dismissal." This matter had truly crossed the king's threshold of tolerance. Green Pepper, aware of his own culpability, murmured, "I will revoke his position and ensure he spends the rest of his days in the 8 treasure navy's prison." "Is that all? I want him dead. Moreover, the 8 treasure navy must provide an explanation for this," the king bellowed. Hobart interjected, "Your Majesty, perhaps it would be wise to show mercy. After all, he is Green Pepper's childhood friend. That a lifetime of imprisonment is already a grave punishment." Hobart had not anticipated the king's unyielding stance. While Sakasi's transgressions warranted the ultimate penalty, it was evident that Green Pepper wished to spare him. Why then did the king insist on Sakasi's execution? Was he truly so audacious? Could it be that he felt emboldened by the prospect of joining the Flower Kingdom? With this thought, Hobart felt compelled to intervene. Although he held little affection for the king, he had received a considerable sum of belly from him, and for that alone, he would offer counsel. "Your Majesty, perhaps we should first address the puppet master behind this. Let Sakasi be imprisoned for now." By delaying, the king might regain clarity once Sakasi departed the Flower Kingdom, and at that point, Sakasi might not face death. Yet the king remained relentless, pressing, "Green Pepper, have you not yet made up your mind? Are you truly willing to shield the mole?" Hobart retorted, "Fine, you are formidable. I hope you retain that strength until my departure." Sakasi observed the king's intense scrutiny and then glanced at the beleaguered Green Pepper. His expression grimmed. He recognized the gravity of the situation. The 8 treasure navy was on the brink of a complete fallout with the king due to his missteps. This was unprecedented in the annals of the Flower Kingdom. He would be branded a pariah. Perhaps the 8 treasure navy would meet his demise because of him. That a bitter smile crept across his face. He had made his decision, casting one last look at Green Pepper. He felt as though he had 1,000 words to say, but all that emerged was, "Green Pepper, take care of the 8 treasure navy." Green Pepper sensed something was amiss, but it was too late. Sakasi drew a blade from his person and plunged it into his chest. Blood gushed forth, and as he beheld Green Pepper rushing toward him, he smiled and addressed the king. "I am dead now. Are you satisfied?" Chapter 49. Arthur, Simon. Sakasi's body crumpled to the ground, blood pouring from his chest. Hobart deftly sidestepped, avoiding the spray, while the king found himself splattered with blood. He regarded Sakasi's lifeless form with a steely gaze, yet chose not to utter another word. Turning to Green Pepper, he stated, "Let this matter conclude here." Green Pepper approached, cradling his longtime friend's body, and he understood that while Sakasi had erred, his actions were motivated by a desire for the survival of the 8 treasure navy. Thus, despite having uncovered clues long ago, he had refrained from making them public or seeking to apprehend him. Green Pepper had previously adopted a cowardly stance, unwilling to see his brother perish by his hand. However, he had not obstructed Hobart's investigation. He had no ground to do so. Listening to the king's voice, he felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. He was weary as he lifted Sakassi's body. He spoke quietly. "This matter bears my responsibility. I shall retreat into seclusion and will no longer interfere in the affairs of the Eight Treasure Navy." The king displayed no emotion and made no effort to dissuade him. Merely nodding slightly, understood that, "I hope your forthcoming life in seclusion is a comfortable one." Hobart stood aside, taken aback. Goodness, this king is ruthless. He suddenly recalled that in the original narrative, Green Pepper also retreated into seclusion. Perhaps as a consequence of this very incident. His own presence had merely accelerated the process. Green Pepper summoned individuals to handle Sakassi's remains, then turned to Hobart, saying, "Did you not uncover the identity of the puppet master? Let us take action now that it is time for me to rest." Sensing the distance in Green Pepper's tone, Hobart offered a wry smile. "Very well. After we resolve this, we can all breathe a sigh of relief. The developments thus far are indeed the fault of the puppet master. Why, Lord Hobart, you truly found the puppet master? That is remarkable. And this has only been a matter of days." Simon's expression was somewhat peculiar as he jumped forth to offer his compliments. Hobart stretched his body, casting a glance towards Jesse, signaling him to protect Alvia. Initially, he had not intended to bring Alvia along, but upon reflection, he realized that leaving her elsewhere could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he decided to bring her along, conveniently accompanied by Jesse, who possessed the powers of a nature-type devil fruit, ensuring Alvia's safety would pose no issue. With Jesse's protection assured, Hobart could focus on defeating Arthur without distraction. Qingjiao observed Hobart's demeanor, positioning himself beside the king. Although he bore a scowl towards the monarch, instinct compelled him to offer protection in the face of danger. This had become a habit over the years. In the original narrative, after retreating into seclusion, Qingjiao had responded to the king's invitation to re-emerge. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Hobart, awaiting the revelation of the mastermind behind the scenes. Hobart surveyed the crowd before locking his gaze onto Simon, tauntingly inquiring, "How does it feel to gather evidence of your collusion with Sakassi, Simon? Is it particularly effortless?" Simon's pupils dilated as he chuckled nervously. "Lord Hobart, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand." Qingjiao turned his attention to Simon, questioning, "Are you the mastermind?" "Of course not. How could I possibly be the mastermind? I have always been a member of the Eight Treasure Water Army. Lord Hobart must be mistaken." Simon hastily waved his hands in denial. "Enough with the pretense." Hobart scoffed coldly. "I have long seen through your ruse. Your flaws are far too abundant." "What flaws? Lord Hobart, you are truly mistaken." Simon attempted to deflect. But as he noticed the silence of those around him, all eyes fixed upon him, he sensed the gravity of his predicament. He sought further explanation. Yet Hobart denied him the opportunity, transforming instantaneously into a dragon and biting down. Simon flickered, reappearing at a distance, his body emanating a myriad of crystalline powder. "Is it truly you?" Qingjiao shouted in fury, launching a punch in Simon's direction. Simon's form morphed into that of a moth, revealing a row of deep bite marks on his chest, the remnants of Hobart's previous assault. He countered Qingjiao's punch with one of his own, attempting to leverage the force to escape. However, Qingjiao's wrathful blow was not so easily countered, sending Simon flying and causing a spray of blood to erupt. The air became thick with the stench of iron. Yet he vanished into the powder, attempting to evade once more. "You think escaping among the powder will be that simple?" Hobart sneered. "Dragon wing bloom." He bellowed, causing petals to sprout from his wings as they began to flap. "Allow me to demonstrate the technique I have prepared just for you." The raging dragon's wind pressure. The flapping wings unleashed a colossal gale, sweeping forth waves of hurricanes. The powder in the center, like flowers in the wind, swayed precariously, utterly powerless against the violent onslaught. During his previous encounter with Simon, Hobart had attempted to counter the powder by flapping a single wing, but with little effect. However, upon reflection, he realized that while the impact had been minimal, it was not entirely without merit. If enough force were applied, a qualitative change could be achieved. After careful consideration, he deemed the method viable and had begun to practice it during his recovery. Now, its effectiveness was remarkable, scattering Simon's powder into disarray. "Simon, witnessing the multitude of wings ascend. Felt a sense of foreboding. Isn't that the ability of that woman? How can you possibly wield it? I see now. You must have disguised yourself as her, you monster. Hobart chuckled derisively. Did you not scorn the West Sea? Did you not look down upon me as a native? Why, then, do you find yourself in such a dire predicament now? Simon gritted his teeth, realizing he could no longer underestimate Hobart. He was a creature unlike any he had encountered in the Grand Line. Even in the Grand Line, he believed Hobart would find a place among the formidable. The powder continued to dissipate, yet Simon quickly replenished it, knowing this was not a sustainable strategy. The rate of creation could not keep pace with its loss. Determined, Simon set his sights on the king, propelled by desperation at that moment. Alvia was concealed by the clouds conjured by Jesse, and Simon had no desire to confront the most troublesome nature-type devil fruit user. He could only attempt a surprise attack on Qingjiao. In his eyes, Qingjiao's lack of abilities, relying solely on brute strength, was hardly worth concern. In the next instant, he flickered beside Qingjiao, reaching out to seize the king as a hostage. Qingjiao, ever vigilant against Simon, reacted instantaneously, landing a punch on Simon's head. The black fist connected. As Simon beheld the approaching fist, alarm surged within him. He knew he could not withstand it and twisted his body to evade, nearly wrenching his waist in the process. Hobart smiled, realizing that Simon's injuries had made this encounter considerably easier. In the midst of their previous battle, Simon had struggled to find opportunities to counterattack against Hobart, unable to react swiftly. Now, however, Qingjiao's prompt reaction forced Simon to retreat. This was not indicative of Qingjiao's superiority over Hobart, but rather a consequence of Simon's unhealed wounds sustained during their last encounter, severely limiting his speed and reflexes. Aware of his precarious situation, Simon hesitated to act within the fog of powder. Do you think the West Sea harbors so many monsters? Why do individuals like you even remain here? He retorted darkly. Hobart laughed heartily. Do you believe that strength must only be wielded in the Grand Line? Take heed, for the West Sea is not a place to be underestimated. No, nowhere should be underestimated. Do not presume that having played a supporting role on a grander stage grants you the right to lead on a lesser one. That heed my words in your next life. As Hobart spoke, he silently intensified the force of his wings. The winds surged, amplifying in strength. Simon's situation grew increasingly dire as he manipulated the powder in a desperate attempt to break free. Yet each effort was thwarted by Hobart's wings. Ultimately, he ceased fleeing altogether, inhaling the powder into his body. The sky's remnants consumed entirely, leaving no trace behind. Hobart chuckled lightly. What is this? Have you resigned yourself to defeat? Simon glared fiercely at Hobart, demanding, how did you uncover my identity? Did I not mention it? Your flaws are far too numerous. Hobart replied, you recall the time when Carter and his crew first arrived in the West Sea? I mentioned encountering danger in O'Hara, to which you remarked, how could someone as strong as I encounter danger in the West Sea? Your perspective as a mere minion from the Flower Kingdom could not possibly align with that of someone in the West Sea. It starkly contradicts your persona. Simon's face twisted in disbelief. You determined I was the mastermind based on that. How incredibly hasty, of course, did not confirm it outright. Hobart continued that I merely harbored suspicions, which were later corroborated by numerous details that exposed you. For instance, during our bath that day, you inadvertently left behind some powder. The only individuals present were my crew, all of whom had come from O'Hara. None could be the mastermind. Subsequently, I collected the powder and had Jesse conduct some experiments, revealing that your affinity for the powder was the highest. The cloud surrounding Alvia morphed into humanoid forms, nodding in Hobart's direction. Hobart added, ultimately, my confirmation stemmed from that day's battle. After you fled, Qingjiao found no trace of you. At that moment, I surmise you must have hidden among Qingjiao's crew, for otherwise, your injuries would have hindered your escape. Just as I suspected, upon your return, you rushed towards me, intending to mask your blood with mine. Yet, that very action revealed your true identity. My observation hockey allowed me to perceive your approach at a speed that would leave me unaware. This is a feat only your devil fruit could accomplish. Simon's countenance darkened further. He had believed his cunning disguise impenetrable, yet had been effortlessly unraveled. Hobart withheld the fact that his dragon fruit granted him an exceptionally keen sense of smell, allowing him to detect the unusual scent emanating from Simon long before T.O. think. I toiled tirelessly to escape from Impel Down, only to find myself ensnared here in the West Sea so swiftly. Simon lamented, gazing skyward, seemingly resigned to his fate. However, his words piqued Hobart's curiosity, though. You claim to have escaped from Impel Down. If memory serves, no one has successfully fled from there. Simon's eyes narrowed. You are familiar with Impel Down? Hubert shrugged and remarked, that is the most formidable prison upon these vast seas, housing the most ferocious criminals. How could I possibly be unaware? I am positively salivating over the bounties on those pirates within. Simon gazed intently into Hubert's eyes for a moment, seemingly attempting to see through him, before finally stating, the criminals in Impel Down are not so easily captured. They're the kind of pirates who can stir up storms upon the ocean. After a brief contemplation, Simon suddenly chuckled, saying, however, if it were you, perhaps you could indeed regard them as living bounties. Hubert was taken aback and replied, now, I find you somewhat more agreeable. While Carter's flattery was certainly pleasant, the sincere admiration from an adversary was far more uplifting. You still haven't answered my question. Surely no one has ever escaped from Impel Down, right? Simon scoffed. That's merely what the Navy claims. Many pirates have escaped. Oh, how so? Hubert licked his lips, intrigued by this revelation not mentioned in the original work. Simon explained, the prison is said to be heavily guarded, but that only applies to those under scrutiny, with such a vast facility. How could they possibly monitor so many individuals? For those of us lacking in strength, there's virtually no one to oversee us. He continued, the prison's harsh conditions lead many to perish simply from enduring it, requiring no supervision at all. Hubert was aware of this. In the original narrative, Luffy narrowly escaped death due to the prison's dreadful environment. Simon added, yet among those who are overlooked, some manage not only to survive, but also to discover loopholes in the prison's defenses and escape. Are you one of those individuals? Hubert inquired. Simon shook his head, stating, those with abilities are at the lowest tier within the prison, shackled by sea-stone handcuffs, rendered powerless and unable to act. Then how did you manage to escape? Hubert asked, increasingly curious about Simon's method of fleeing. That a nostalgic expression crossed Simon's face as he recounted, I encountered an extraordinary individual within, someone who, despite being closely monitored by the Navy, acted with complete freedom. He took notice of me and helped me break free from the sea-stone cuffs. Who is this person? Hubert pressed. Your mother. Simon suddenly erupted in anger, dashing towards Green Pepper. Naturally, Green Pepper was unwilling to comply. Positioning himself in Simon's path. Get lost, Simon shouted, and the previously vanished powder reappeared in a torrent, momentarily stalling Green Pepper and allowing Simon to escape. In the ensuing chaos, Green Pepper quickly extricated himself from the powder, furiously watching as Simon flew further away. Shaking his fists in anger, he exerted himself to pursue, but his two legs could not match Simon's flight. He could only watch as Simon disappeared into the distance. Just as he felt powerless to continue, a shadow swept over him. Hubert had taken flight. Hubert spread his wings, the wind billowing around him, moving significantly faster than the fleeing Simon. Although Simon anticipated Hubert's pursuit, he felt a chill of despair. He attempted to release powder to delay Hubert, but his earlier attack had exhausted his supply. Desperately, he watched as Hubert drew nearer, his spirit waning, contemplating a final desperate struggle. However, he soon noticed something amiss. Hubert's speed seemed to have diminished, gradually matching his own. Opportunity. Simon's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. He could not fathom why Hubert had suddenly slowed. Perhaps his previous injuries had flared up? Simon clearly remembered the damage he had inflicted on Hubert, which, while not critical, was certainly significant. It was possible that Hubert's recent movements had exacerbated his injuries. Regardless, Simon seized the moment, secretly accelerating his pace in hopes of shaking Hubert off. After a brief surge of speed, Simon glanced back only to find Hubert still trailing closely behind, moving steadily and unhurriedly, devoid of any signs of a recent injury. Are you toying with me? Simon realized that Hubert had deliberately slowed his pace. He ceased his flight, hovering in the air. Hubert smiled and said, if I didn't give you a glimmer of hope, How could you have flown so far? What do you intend to do? Simon asked darkly, his hair disheveled and his demeanor wild. Hubert replied, relax. As long as you cooperate, there is nothing to fear. Simon, taken aback, responded, you intend to let me go? Why not? We harbor no deep-seated enmity. My intent to eliminate you stems merely from a commission received from the king of the small nation of Floral in the West Sea. If you possess sufficient value, why should I cling to this commission? He continued, moreover, during our encirclement, you surely did not think I failed to notice your attempts to gather energy. Such juvenile tactics to buy time are all too transparent. Much like your disguise. What is it that you desire? Simon, unperturbed by the mockery directed at his neck, felt a flicker of hope rekindle within him. Albeit with caution, I want you, Hubert stated. Huh. Simon was taken aback. Staring blankly at Hubert, disbelief evident in his expression, his demeanor conflicted. Noticing Simon's disquiet, Hubert hastily clarified, I seek to traverse the Grand Line, and since you have escaped from there, you possess invaluable experience regarding that realm. I hope you will pledge your loyalty to me. Should you agree, I will grant you your freedom. Upon hearing this, Simon's expression turned contemplative. Hubert's proposition was undeniably enticing. He found himself in a dire situation. Faster than Hubert, but lacking in strength, and even his most formidable powder had been countered. Continuing to fight would be a path to certain death. Now, Hubert was offering him a chance at survival, albeit at the cost of his freedom. For someone who had narrowly escaped the clutches of a prison, freedom was paramount, yet when weighed against the value of life, it seemed less significant. Furthermore, he had witnessed Hubert's strength, which promised a place of respect in the Grand Line. Accompanying Hubert might not be such a bad fate. Perhaps he could witness the rise of a new era. Besides, agreeing now would leave him opportunities to escape later. With these thoughts in mind, Simon relaxed, relinquishing his guard, and said, I accept. Congratulations, host. You have successfully negotiated with Simon, acquiring his soul and gaining a second soul-bound servant. As Hubert heard the system's notification, a smile crept onto his face. He had anticipated this outcome. Tasks related to Devil Fruit users seemed likely to yield the abilities of the individuals involved. Previously, Robin had granted him the Hana no Mi, and now Simon had bestowed upon him the Moth Fruit. Confirming his hypothesis, the Moth Fruit's power was extraordinarily formidable, ranking among the better abilities within the mythical Zoan category. Hubert had long coveted it, feeling that his usage of the Dragon Fruit lacked a certain fluidity. In other words, he had grown somewhat disdainful of the ancient Zoan animal-type fruits, finding the Moth Fruit to be a fitting alternative. After Simon made his declaration, he noticed Hubert's silence and felt a pang of anxiety. Hey, I've pledged my soul to you. Can you grant me my freedom now? Of course, Hubert replied, smiling as he approached Simon with open arms. From now on, you shall be my closest ally. I will rely on your guidance in the Grand Line. Seeing this, Simon reciprocated, finding solace in Hubert's flattering words. With your strength, even without my assistance, you could stir up quite the tempest in the Grand Line. Among those I know, your power undoubtedly ranks within the top 3. As the two individuals drew closer, Hubert's countenance remained adorned with a cheerful smile. In the next moment, however, a fist struck Simon squarely on the head. This blow left Simon dazed, his body swaying precariously as he teetered on the brink of collapse. Weakly, he pointed a trembling finger at Hubert, incredulously asking, Why did you hit me? Haven't I already promised to become your subordinate? At that moment, the smile on Hubert's face morphed into something sinister. I suddenly find your reasoning quite compelling. With my abilities, I could thrive on the Grand Line even without you. Why should I take you along? As Simon's consciousness began to fade, regret flooded his mind. Why did I let my tongue slip? Observing the fallen Simon, Hubert's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. He certainly would not let Simon off so easily. After all, how could he return to Qingjiao without an explanation? It was Simon who had caused the demise of Sakaki. And not only had Simon engaged in dealings with Sakaki, but he had also been the one to gather evidence of those transactions. More importantly, during their last encounter, Simon had truly inflicted pain upon Hubert. He was not a magnanimous individual. As Hubert contemplated taking Simon back to face Qingjiao's judgment, he secretly wished to handle it himself. However, Having just made a pact to spare Simon's life, he could only delegate the task to another, with Qing Jiao being the most suitable choice. Chapter 52. Friends or Lovers? Meanwhile, as Simon fled, a cascade of colored powder blanketed the ground, reflecting a dreamlike spectrum under the sunlight. Yet the onlookers had no time to appreciate this beauty. The king sat in place, still shaken. Had Simon managed to breach Qing Jiao's defenses and approached him, it was quite likely he would have met his end. In fact, Simon had harbored similar thoughts, yet the intimidation of Qing Jiao's 2 punches had been so overwhelming that he dared not provoke the king any further. Regaining his composure, the king glanced at Jesse and Alvia, a look of envy crossing his face. An ability user like Jesse is certainly someone one would desire as a protector. Observing how well Jesse shielded Alvia, Simon had merely tested the waters and found no further desire to attack. However, with Hobart's recent integration into the Flower Kingdom as his personal guard, it seemed that Jesse, as Hobart's subordinate, had also become an extension of his influence. With this thought, the king turned his gaze toward Alvia. Her long white hair cascaded down her back, her figure was well-proportioned, and her delicate features marked her as a rare beauty. Despite the earlier tumultuous battle, her demeanor remained calm, wholly unlike that of an ordinary woman. The king, who had a penchant for beautiful women, found himself intrigued. Although nearing 40, many of his concubines were scarcely 16 or 17. It appeared that Alvia held significant importance to Hobart. If he could take her as a concubine, it might strengthen his ties with Hobart. Familiar with Alvia's name from his subordinates' reports, he inquired, "Lady Alvia, are you from the Flower Kingdom?" Alvia, taken aback by the king addressing her, initially thought he was speaking to someone else. Upon realizing, she shook her head and replied, "My family hails from O'Hara. I have come to the Flower Kingdom for recuperation. I see. It was Hobart who brought you here. Correct? I shall cover your medical expenses." Yes, the king sought to forge a connection. He also showcased his own influence. One could not deny that despite his lack of physical appeal, the king had a knack for attracting numerous concubines. Even when flaunting his wealth, he refrained from being overly ostentatious, knowing that such tactics might be effective with certain women, but could backfire with those of a more innocent disposition. "Is that so? I'm not quite sure. It was all arranged by Hobart," Alvia replied nonchalantly. The king, undeterred by her lack of enthusiasm, recognized this as a situation he had encountered numerous times before. Patience was key. After a moment's pause, he suddenly asked, "By the way, Lady Alvia, what is your relationship with Hobart?" Alvia's face flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. If the king had been well-versed in such matters, he would have paused at the sight, his interest in incorporating Alvia into his harem intensifying. "We are, I suppose, friends with romantic inclinations," she confessed, casting a furtive glance around to ensure Hobart was not nearby. At this, not only the king was taken aback, but even Qing Jiao and Jesse, who had remained silent, were astonished. Friends with romantic inclinations? That 7-year-old child. "Hobart, surely you jest," the king exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. "What's wrong? Is there something amiss?" Alvia questioned, her eyes wide, puzzled by the king's astonishment. Seeing the earnestness in Alvia's expression, the king came to terms with this revelation. He yearned to inquire whether Alvia understood that Hobart was merely a child. Yet after some internal deliberation, he decided against it. If Alvia was aware, it would serve no purpose to mention it. If she was ignorant, then it was a result of Hobart's machinations. Should Alvia confront Hobart about it, and Hobart, in a fit of anger, sever their ties, it would only lead to his own embarrassment. Having already alienated the 8 treasure navy, the king could not afford to also fall out with Hobart. How could a beautiful woman engage in a romantic relationship with a mere child? It was an absurdity akin to a monk indulging in meat or a young boy coveting an older woman. The king waved dismissively at Alvia, a lackluster tone in his voice. "Oh, it's nothing. You two are a match made in heaven." Now that Alvia was Hobart's girlfriend, he dared not entertain any ulterior motives. "Thank you," Alvia said, a subtle smile gracing her lips, clearly in good spirits. Suddenly, a resounding noise echoed from the skies, as a colossal dragon swooped down, clutching a figure in its jaws. Upon landing, its wings stirred up a cloud of powder, rendering the air almost ethereal. The king hurried forward, observing Hobart as he triumphantly presented Simon, exclaiming, "Splendid! If it weren't for your swift pursuit, Hobart, Simon might have truly evaded capture." "Oh, it was merely a trivial matter," Hobart humbly replied. Qingjiao gazed at the unconscious Simon, his eyes aflame with fury. Without hesitation, Hobart tossed Simon toward Qingjiao, saying, "This fellow is yours to deal with. Me." Qingjiao paused, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected responsibility. Then, with a hint of gratitude, he responded, "Thank you." Hobart shook his head, his tone tinged with regret as he said, "I sympathize with Sakaki's fate, but in order to uncover the truth, I had no choice but to act. I could only bring Simon here as a form of restitution." Upon hearing Sakaki's name, Qingjiao's expression stiffened. Sakaki's fate was of his own making. "Although I do not wish to witness such an outcome, I harbor no resentment toward you. You merely fulfilled your duty. Enough of that. You should swiftly deal with Simon. If he awakens, he may attempt to escape," Qingjiao urged. "Very well." Qingjiao did not linger on words. His massive fist, shrouded in darkness, turned its hateful gaze toward the unconscious Simon, that he was the puppet master behind this entire debacle, the architect of their current plight. In Hobart's view, even had Simon never appeared, Sakaki's mindset would have led him to find other opportunities to undermine the king, ultimately resulting in a grim fate. However, Qingjiao had no intention of considering such nuances. All his wrath was directed toward the unconscious Simon. Round after round, blood rained down, staining the dreamlike powder on the ground with its vivid hue, transforming it into something sinister, akin to a thorny rose. After what felt like an eternity, Qingjiao finally ceased his assault. Simon was no more. As he beheld Simon's demise, a sense of relief washed over the king. Hobart, witnessing Qingjiao's vengeance fulfilled, appeared equally pleased. Yet in truth, his joy was not solely for Qingjiao's retribution. His earlier pact with Simon had extended beyond mere acquisition of a devil fruit. Chapter 53. A foolish ally. The night had deepened, yet the Flower Kingdom remained ablaze with light. Everywhere, decorations adorned the streets, resembling a festive celebration. Just recently, the king had announced that a valiant warrior had vanquished the pirates who had come to sow discord, restoring peace to the Flower Kingdom. Throughout the past month, the citizens had lived in constant fear, dreading the day when pirates would descend upon them, while the king struggled to bring resolution. Many had even contemplated emigration. Now, with the pirate threat finally lifted, a collective sigh of relief swept through the populace. "I have sold my house and purchased my ticket. You tell me the pirates have been dealt with. Ha ha! Isn't it better to remain in the Flower Kingdom? Aren't you afraid of being bullied in some distant land, you scrawny thing? To remain in the land of flowers is undoubtedly a blessing." All thanks to Lord Hobart. It is said that mere days after he commenced his investigation, he resolved the pirate incident, far surpassing the ineptitude of the 8 Treasure Navy. How wonderful it would be if he could stay in the land of flowers. Discussions of this nature abound, interspersed with admiration for Hobart. The king of the land of flowers has begun to rally support for him, desiring to elevate Hobart to the same esteemed status as the 8 Treasure Navy. A feat not easily achieved. After all, the renown of the 8 Treasure Navy has been cultivated over many years and is deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Yet, this moment presents an exceptional opportunity that the king is unlikely to overlook. The palace is currently abuzz with activity. A group of burly men sit together, indulging in barrels of ale, that a wooden goblet is slammed onto the table as one officer of the 8 Treasure Navy shakes his head in disappointment. Lamenting, "I never anticipated that Sakasi would resort to such actions." His companion quickly nudges him, casting a knowing glance towards Qingjiao, who sits forlornly, drowning his sorrows in drink. "What are you doing?" the nudged man mumbles. Still dazed from drink, his companion, at a loss for words, remains silent. This moment, the king speaks up from his elevated seat. "Qingjiao has suffered a significant blow. After today's banquet, it would be best for him to rest. Let the subordinates handle the trivial matters." Qingjiao is taken aback, but promptly agrees. "Very well. That was my intention as well." The king feigns understanding. One must always consider their health. Hobart, feeling the effects of the drink, directly poses the question on everyone's minds. "My lord, how shall we settle the reward for capturing Simon?" The king's hand pauses mid-toast, surprised by Hobart's straightforwardness. Resolving the pirate issue has spared our land a considerable headache. I had planned to prepare a grand gift for you, but I did not expect you to act so swiftly. The present remains unprepared. The mention a grand gift. Hobart's demeanor brightens, his previously glazed eyes now sparkling with curiosity. Oh, what grand gift! I had intended to bestow upon you the coronation of a knight of your kingdom, granting you the title of the mightiest knight of the Land of Flowers, along with a fiefdom to establish your influence. Additionally, there would be a sum of 1 billion belly to support you. However, the ceremonial attire for the coronation has not yet been arranged and will likely take another fortnight or so, and the inhabitants of the fief are still in the process of relocating, which may take some time. Only the 1 billion belly is readily available. Hobart marvels at the king's generosity. Such a grand gesture. Truly, a king knows no bounds in wealth. This clearly indicates the king's intentions to assist Hobart in establishing his dominion in the Land of Flowers, perhaps even to form a new 8-treasure navy. However, Hobart's aspirations lie elsewhere. The 1 billion belly suffices for him. Suppressing his elation, he takes a sip of ale, though his excitement is evident to all. Seeing Hobart's reaction, the king feels a sense of satisfaction. Ah, youth is indeed transparent. Their thoughts are easily discerned, making them manageable. With careful nurturing, they will grow to be loyal hounds. Hobart, grinning while toasting with the surrounding burly men, suddenly recalls something. The king has been exceedingly generous, having already dispensed nearly 2 billion belly to him, that he cannot be ungrateful. Perhaps he should help Qingjiao salvage his position. Otherwise, if he departs and Qingjiao retreats, the military strength of the Land of Flowers would regress to a former state. With this in mind, Hobart raises his goblet towards Qingjiao, saying, Qingjiao, I believe Sakasi's demise has dealt a significant blow to the 8-treasure navy, as its leader. It would be prudent for you not to rest too soon. Rather, you should guide the 8-treasure navy through this dark period before considering rest. Before Qingjiao can respond, the king interjects. If Qingjiao is weary, he should take his rest. The subordinates are more than capable of handling these matters. And you, Hobart, may lend your assistance when the time comes. The king silently curses under his breath. What is this child doing? I am clearing the path for him, and he seeks to hinder my efforts. Is he attempting to overshadow me? What a fool! Hobart thinks to himself, this king is truly foolish. I am merely trying to assist Qingjiao, yet he believes I am obstructing him. Humph, this is a choice of his own making. He is unworthy of counsel. Noticing Hobart's silence, the king nods in satisfaction, turning his gaze to Qingjiao. Qingjiao, lost in his own world, is pouring ale down his throat, appearing oblivious to the conversation between the two. The king breathes a sigh of relief. This presents an opportune moment to force Qingjiao out of power. Should this endeavor fail, future complications may arise. The revelry continues until nightfall, and Hobart, reeking of alcohol, makes his way home. With a click, he opens the door to find the dim glow of the living room illuminating the space, where Olivia is engrossed in deciphering some obscure ancient texts. The light dances upon her profile, casting a dreamy aura. She was aware of the banquet scheduled for today, but chose not to attend, as Hobart had instructed her to prepare for their departure in a few days. Upon seeing Hobart enter, she sets down her texts and approaches him. Hobart glances at her and inquires, Are you studying the contents of the cave? Indeed, Olivia replies, assisting Hobart in removing his outer garment and placing it upon a hanger. How is your research progressing? At the mention of research, Olivia's demeanor brightens as she earnestly replies, I meticulously reviewed the documents and cross-referenced them with the history of the Land of Flowers. I have identified the location of the treasure's key, which is likely within the ranks of the Water Navy, most probably the 8-treasure navy. Hobart, captivated by Olivia's earnest expression, finds her particularly alluring. Under the influence of alcohol, he impulsively embraces her, silencing her words with a kiss. Olivia appears startled, her desire to speak stifled as Hobart pushes her onto the living room sofa. Chapter 54. Are you capable? All right. If you are unable, it is of no consequence. It is not imperative to engage in such acts. Olivia reassures him gently, observing Hobart's troubled countenance, Point 1 can lead a fulfilling life without such actions. Your presence is sufficient for my contentment. As Olivia speaks, Hobbart's expression grows increasingly grim. What do you mean by unable? I am merely youthful. Under the influence of alcohol, he had succumbed to temptation, but in this moment, he realizes that his body is that of a mere 7-year-old child, devoid of any such capabilities that, how utterly humiliating. This pertains to a man's pride. Yet he finds himself unable to explain, silently vowing to find a means to procure a fruit that would grant him an adult's physique. The thought sobers him, and as he gazes at Olivia, who is still attempting to comfort him, he gently strokes her silky white hair. Fear not, I am merely inebriated today, and my condition is poor. I shall ensure you witness my true prowess in the future. Olivia, glancing at him with concern, asks, Are you truly all right? As a wife, she understands how much such matters weigh on a man's mind and fears Hobbart may act rashly following this blow to his pride. Hobbart, feeling a swell of frustration, replies, I need some fresh air. Would you like me to accompany you? No need. I shall return shortly. With that, Hobbart hastily opens the door, transforming into a dragon and vanishing into the moonlit night. Olivia watches his departing figure with worry, unsure of how to respond. Such matters are scarcely covered in books. Perhaps she should consult some medical texts. Escaping from his home, Hobbart arrives at the site of Simon's corpse. With a flick of his finger, the air distorts and Simon Spectre emerges from his form. What is happening? Simon's spirit gazes at Hobbart. Perplexed, he had been struck down by Qingjiao while unconscious, his memories frozen at the moment of Hobbart's ambush. Thus unaware of his demise, he merely senses a peculiar lightness in his being. Why have you brought me here? Simon demands that I agreed to surrender my soul to become your servant. Why did you strike me? Hubert had originally emerged from Orvia feeling somewhat dejected, but upon gazing at Simon's spirit, his mood seemed to brighten considerably. Though his own circumstances were dire, Simon's plight was even graver. He was unaware of his own demise. Hubert reflected that while he still had the opportunity to grow and perhaps seek out Orvia for some marksmanship practice, Simon's only recourse now appeared to be seeking out a female ghost. It is often through comparison that one recognizes suffering, and with this thought, Hubert's countenance improved markedly. Initially intent on extracting Simon's soul immediately, he found himself suddenly reluctant to do so hastily. Unbeknownst to Simon, who was quietly observing the surroundings, this place was near the training base of the 8th Treasure Navy, the very location he had escaped after breaking through the encirclement of the Green Peppers. But now, under the cloak of night, the once vibrant training ground lay in eerie silence. He had lost track of how long he had been unconscious. A lingering haze clouded his mind, suggesting he may have been out for more than a day. On the ground lay a pool of flesh, unmistakably the remains of a person. Indeed, a most unfortunate soul, as Simon's gaze fell upon his own lifeless body. Hubert, with a grin, remarked, In truth, you have already perished. That is your corpse. What nonsense are you spouting? Simon frowned. How could I possibly have died so grotesquely? Seeing Simon's incredulous expression only heightened Hubert's amusement that if you doubt my words, try touching something else. As a spirit, you will find that you are unable to grasp anything at all. Simon scoffed, shaking his head. That is impossible. There is no such thing as a soul in this world. Death is simply death. Hubert, without hesitation, picked up a stone and swiftly hurled it toward Simon. What are you doing? Simon instinctively tensed, extending his hand to block the projectile, only for it to pass straight through his form. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at his hands, which appeared somewhat ethereal, the shadows of the ground visible through them. Is this real? Have I truly died? Indeed, Hubert replied. Just look at your body. Reduced to a two-dimensional mess by the Green Pepper's relentless blows. Truly tragic. As Simon stared at the gruesome remains on the ground, his spirit began to waver, becoming increasingly insubstantial. How could this be? How could I die? I'm the king of moths, Simon. How could I perish in this insignificant place of the West Sea? He muttered in despair. No, this cannot be true. How can a dead man possess a soul? Even if there were a soul, how can you see me? Frantically, he pointed at Hubert, exclaiming, It's you. You are trying to deceive me. In a fit of desperation, he dashed toward a nearby tree, yearning to collide with it. to feel the pain of a shattered skull, but he passed right through it. Undeterred, he charged toward a wall, only to experience the same futile outcome. After several futile struggles, his face turned ashen. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He rushed to Hubert, attempting to grasp his corporeal form, but failed miserably. If you can see me, then there must be a way to resurrect me. Right? There must be. Hubert, observing the frenzied Simon, felt a wave of boredom wash over him. This madman was providing him no thrill of comparison, so he seized Simon's spirit directly. Simon attempted to resist, but it was akin to a chick flailing against the grip of a farmer, utterly powerless. Hubert commenced the soul extraction. He had specifically forged a contract with Simon for the purpose of extracting his soul posthumously. Hubert was particularly intrigued by Simon's memories, especially those pertaining to the Advanced City. Who possessed the power to release Simon? Where was the secret passage to Advanced City? Could one enter freely? These were matters he needed to comprehend thoroughly. Hubert devised a plan, a mad scheme that would enable him to extract valuable equipment from the old-timers of Advanced City. Within Advanced City resided formidable criminals, and the quality of their dropped loot would undoubtedly be exceptional. Moreover, since they were imprisoned there, their strength would surely be diminished, making them ripe for the taking. In truth, Simon could elucidate this directly. However, Hubert did not entirely trust him, and mere words could never compare to the vivid reality revealed through soul extraction. With a mere thought, Simon's memories began to meld into Hubert's consciousness, playing out like a film reel, allowing him to discern the intricate details. Chapter 55, Infinite Hell, the sixth level of Advanced City, Infinite Hell. What are you doing? That's my food, Simon roared in despair. Helplessly watching as his sustenance was snatched away, unable to intervene, that I truly wonder how someone like you made it in here. Has the standard for entry become so low? Before Simon stood a towering figure, possessing a physique as robust as a demon's, exuding an air of intimidation in the darkness. In his grasp was the food that rightfully belonged to Simon, which he was currently devouring with great relish. But this works out well. With you around, I can eat my fill. Damn Navy, they only give out this paltry amount of food. Who could possibly survive on that? At this, Simon clenched his fists in silent fury. To the man before him, or rather, to this prison, he was but a lowly pawn, easily trampled upon by anyone. He had no rightful place in this prison. After all, he could not even wield hockey. Yet due to his unique devil fruit, he was an exception, finding himself on the sixth level. Mythical Zoan-types are top-tier devil fruits, regardless of location. Coupled with the sea prism stone handcuffs that bound him, he could not utilize any of his powers, not even his original martial arts. Within these prison walls, he could only submit to the whims of others. Return his food to him, came a voice from the shadows. The imposing figure before Simon trembled slightly, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Yet he stubbornly retorted, "Why should I? You're overstepping your bounds. Shall I repeat myself, boy?" The voice from the darkness remained calm and unyielding. The man, who had just moments ago appeared godlike to Simon, was now drenched in cold sweat from the mere sound of that voice. After a brief hesitation, he tossed Simon's food onto the ground. TCH, who would want it anyway? Simon ignored the food discarded at his feet, his attention instead fixated on the direction from which the voice had come. Clop, clop, clop. Clear footsteps approached, one after another, and Simon speculated on the identity of the newcomer and the reason for their intervention. Yet one thing was certain. It was not out of goodwill. This prison harbored no kind-hearted souls. With a final thud, the footsteps halted, and through the dim light filtering through the iron bars, Simon discerned the figure of the visitor. A peculiar man stood before him, with a mane of golden hair cascading like a lion's and a metal helm adorning his head. Most would have succumbed to injuries of this nature. Yet he appeared unaffected. His physique was immensely robust. His arms were thicker than Simon's thighs, and from Simon's experience, he seemed to embody the essence of a swordsman. Gold Lion. Simon exclaimed in astonishment, though he had never seen him in person. The man's reputation was monumental. He had once vied for the title of the world's strongest alongside Pirate King Roger. Though he had failed, he was undeniably one of the greatest pirates of this era. His infamous reputation was so fearsome that it could silence the cries of children across the seas. You know me, kid, of course. I have long heard of your illustrious name," Simon replied, a note of respect lacing his tone. Considering that he had just been rescued, he felt compelled to honor the man. Would you be interested in becoming my subordinate? Huh. Simon was momentarily taken aback. Become a subordinate? Everyone here was a prisoner. What was the point of such arrangements? Seemingly reading Simon-esque confusion, the Gold Lion continued, of course, I don't mean just within this wretched prison. You wouldn't want to spend your entire life locked away here. Would you? Simon grasped the implication behind Gold Lion's words, his eyes widening in realization. The lighting in the space was poor, revealing only half of Gold Lion's face. Yet that half radiated an audacious charisma. Though his words seemed preposterous, they instilled in Simon a sense of trust. You mean? We can escape? How is that possible? This is Advanced City. I have never heard of anyone getting out of here. Once you enter, you are meant to stay for life. That a wild grin broke across Gold Lion's face. Haha, what prison could ever hold me, the Gold Lion? If I say we can escape, then escape we shall. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from Gold Lion, nearly suffocating Simon. How formidable! Simon cast a glance at the sea stone anklet adorning the hand of the Golden Lion, indicating that he too was a person of extraordinary abilities. Yet, one could not help but wonder why he remained so formidable even while bearing the sea stone anklet. After a moment's contemplation, Simon nodded and said, Very well, I agree to become your crew member. There are no other viable options at present. Moments later, Simon inquired, But why have you chosen me? I am hardly remarkable within this prison. Do not underestimate yourself, young man. Your capabilities are indeed formidable. I have heard your name before. Had it not been for your recent capture, I might have sought you out sooner to join my ranks. That Simon's acquiescence brought an even broader smile to the Golden Lion's face as he declared, Now, simply await your release. Should any pirates dare to lay a hand on you, let them come to me. Indeed, the events unfolded as the Golden Lion had predicted. Under his orchestration, Simon was effortlessly escorted from his cell. As for the Golden Lion himself, he was under such stringent watch that even the slightest tremor would attract the guard's attention. He was biding his time, undoubtedly seeking an opportunity to escape. However, it was clear that he was already on the lookout for such an opening, and it would not be long before he emerged from captivity. Having escaped from Impel Down, Simon dared not reveal his whereabouts, and instead fled directly to the West Sea. He had once come into possession of a treasure map detailing the fabled riches of the Flower Kingdom within the West Sea. He resolved to find a fitting gift for the Golden Lion before his release, planning to present it to him upon his escape. During his time in the Flower Kingdom, Simon acted with utmost discretion to avoid drawing unwanted attention. He infiltrated the 8 treasure navy in search of clues regarding the treasure's key, while simultaneously rallying some pirates to create chaos in the Flower Kingdom, thereby diverting attention from his own activities. The subsequent events unfolded as Hubert later discovered. Under Hubert's investigation, Simon was exposed, subsequently rendered unconscious by Hubert before being handed over to Qingjiao for disposal. Upon concluding the soul-searching, Hubert let out a sigh of relief. Simon's memories were indeed captivating, and the revelation of his allegiance to the Golden Lion posed a potential dilemma. Should he present Simon's corpse to the Navy to claim the bounty, his involvement in the murder would inevitably be unveiled. If the Golden Lion were to escape and seek retribution, the consequences could be dire. Naturally, Simon's bounty would still be claimed, since the Golden Lion's escape would likely lead to trouble for him. Hubert resolved to ensure that the Golden Lion remained imprisoned, thus devising a plan to bring the Golden Lion down. Chapter 56. Exorbitant demands. Hubert took a moment to breathe in the fresh air outside before returning home. At this hour, Orvia was absent from the living room, which still bore remnants of ancient scripts. Hubert surmised that Orvia was likely slumbering in her chambers. Approaching her door, he raised his hand to push it open, but paused mid-motion. What business did he have with Orvia to study ancient scripts together? After a brief moment of reflection, he lowered his hand and retreated to his own room, casting aside the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, and fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Stretching his limbs, Hubert exited his room. In the living room, Orvia had resumed her examination of the ancient texts. A cup of tea sat on the table, now cold, with the leaves settled at the bottom. You are awake, she remarked, rising from her chair. Would you like something to eat? It felt as though nothing had transpired the previous day. Nevertheless, Hubert sensed an unusual intensity in Orvia's gaze, as if she were silently questioning his penchant for flirting with other women. Though he recognized this as merely his imagination, it nonetheless left him feeling slightly agitated. "You focus on your studies. I can manage on my own." Frustration bubbled within him. He was determined to expedite the discovery of a fruit that could enhance his growth. His expedition to Impel Down would be unstoppable. Not even the three admirals could hinder his progress. Orvia observed him as he entered the kitchen, but chose not to comment further. Resuming her study of the ancient texts, it appeared Hubert had reached a realization. So she decided to allow him some time to regain his composure. Having lost interest in preparing noodles, Hubert settled for a couple of pieces of bread before stepping outside. He made his way to the king. At this hour, the king had little to attend to, gazing at the map of the Flower Kingdom with a smile that on the map, the territory of the Eight Treasure Navy had previously been circled in red. Now, he took out another pen and marked a check beside it. Just moments ago, Qingjiao had formally submitted his resignation, to which the king had feigned reluctance before acquiescing. Qingjiao was now truly in a state of retirement. The threat posed by the Eight Treasure Navy had diminished significantly, and with Hubert, a more easily controlled subordinate, on his side, the recent pirate incident had turned out to be a fortuitous turn of events. Lost in thought, a subordinate rushed over to convey some message. Upon hearing it, the king instructed, "Hurry and bring him here." Hubert arrived at the king's study, eyeing the map of the Flower Kingdom with a look of intrigue. The map, now filled with numerous densely marked areas in addition to the Eight Treasure Navy, indicated that the king was far from satisfied with the current situation. However, Hubert had no intention of meddling in the king's affairs. He was simply there to collect his payment. The king gestured for Hubert to take a seat, saying, "I had planned to send someone to fetch you shortly, but it seems you have arrived ahead of schedule. Is there something you require of me, Your Majesty?" Hubert inquired politely. "Nothing of great import, merely a matter concerning your coronation ceremony. Do you prefer it to be held in your territory or within the palace?" "I leave the arrangements entirely to Your Majesty," Hubert replied, showing little interest, as he likely would not attend the ceremony anyway. His primary purpose for being there was to obtain funds. The king was pleased with Hubert's response and enthusiastically declared, "Then let it be in the palace. We shall showcase the might of the Flower Kingdom to a larger audience, and it should be a grand affair." After a brief silence, the king pointed at the map and began explaining. "This is the list I have compiled. You see the red circles? These represent unstable factors. They are complex and duplicitous, undermining my rule over the Flower Kingdom. It was evident that the king held a degree of trust in Hubert, as he shared such sensitive information with him, evoking a sense of gratitude in Hubert. "Since you trust me so greatly, I shall ask for a bit more funding later. And what of the Eight Treasure Navy?" The king hesitated for a moment, recalling that Qingjiao was indeed a friend of Hubert's. However, since Qingjiao had now retired and Hubert was deemed a loyal guard, the king reasoned that Hubert would eventually encounter these matters. Thus, he responded, "Indeed, the Eight Treasure Navy once wielded considerable power in the Flower Kingdom, and many of my orders went unheeded. Yes, their ranks are filled with unsavory characters, some of whom have long harbored ulterior motives. The individual you apprehended, Sakasi, is a prime example. However, with your assistance, Sakasi is now deceased, and Qingjiao has retired. The Eight Treasure Navy no longer possesses the leverage to undermine my authority." As he spoke, the king could not help but chuckle. "I must say, we have you to thank for this." Hubert feigned ignorance and then inquired, "By the way, Your Majesty, could I receive the berries you have prepared for me a bit earlier?" "What do you need the berries for at this moment?" the king asked, puzzled at, I intend to construct a palace. Currently, my funds are insufficient, so I was hoping for an advance at a palace." The king's expression darkened. "What do you mean by that? Are you seeking to place yourself on equal footing with me?" "This is something even the Eight Treasure Navy has not attempted. Could it be that Hubert harbored ambitions of grandeur?" Contemplating this, he pressed, "What purpose do you have for building a palace?" "I have vowed since childhood to provide my parents with a grand palace. Now that I have garnered Her Majesty's favor, I finally see hope for its realization and wish to initiate the project sooner rather than later," Hubert replied, presenting the justification he had long prepared, his face alight with dreams of a harmonious family dwelling in a palace. "Yes, that's so." The king's demeanor softened slightly. This revelation indicated that Hubert was a filial person, less likely to betray him, much easier to control. Furthermore, once the palace was completed, Hubert would be irrevocably tied to the Flower Kingdom. With this thought in mind, the king made a decisive resolution. The palace must indeed be built. How much more do you require? I will cover any shortfall. This bounty will be calculated separately. My budget is 50 billion. I have saved some berries, but I still need 43 billion. If your majesty could provide me with that 100,000 berries. We will be just 33 billion short. What? The king's voice rose several octaves. What kind of palace costs so much? Is it made of gold? Is it worth more than my own palace? Observing the king's countenance, Hubert felt a flutter of unease within his heart. He boldly made his demands, knowing that he could always negotiate later. Under Hubert's anxious yet hopeful gaze, the king's face twitched, and he replied stiffly. Well, Hubert, 50 billion to construct a palace is rather exorbitant. How about this? I shall provide you with 10 billion belly initially, along with a reward of an additional 10 billion belly. That should suffice to erect a palace. Hubert's heart soared with joy. Lo and behold, that was an extra 10 billion. Chapter 57. The treasure key with the belly in hand, Hubert left the royal palace in high spirits. The king watched his departing figure, his heart secretly bleeding, yet he felt a twinge of satisfaction. At last, he had effectively bound Hubert to the kingdom of flowers. Moreover, Hubert, being so deeply loyal, would certainly be easier to manage in the future. What a good lad, the king mused to himself. After exiting the palace, the good-hearted Hubert hurried to the bank to exchange all the belly. He then rushed to the location where Carter and the others were staying. At that moment, Carter was present, adapting to his newfound strength in his wolf form within the courtyard. Each punch and palm strike produced a whooshing sound as the air was split, creating such pressure that it snapped the trunks of large trees. What previously seemed to be a power only wielded by the elite was now effortlessly within Carter's grasp, but he couldn't help but reflect that following Master Hubert was indeed a wise decision. He resolved to steadfastly remain by Hubert's side, diligently fulfilling every task assigned to him. This was merely the beginning. Their future held the promise of growing ever stronger. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a small figure appearing atop the wall. Master Hubert, you have arrived. Carter was already accustomed to Hubert's sudden appearances, although his strength had surged after consuming the devil fruit. Enhancing his perception, he still could not detect even a whisper of Hubert's presence. As if he had always been there, he could only marvel at Hubert's unfathomable power. Hubert nodded and remarked, "It seems you have mastered your strength quite well. You must have been practicing diligently these past few days." Initially, when Carter had acquired this power, he struggled to control it, often misjudging his force, sometimes intending to merely injure, but inadvertently causing death. Now, however, he had fully adapted to this strength, wielding it with ease. Carter chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head as he approached. "It is all thanks to Master Hubert's guidance. Have we procured the ship?" Hubert cut straight to the point, long before receiving the king's 1 billion belly. He had already transferred the entire amount to Carter for the ship purchase and to recruit some crew members. "I have secured it, but I have yet to recruit navigators capable of traversing the Grand Line as you instructed, my lord." "Well, if there are none, we shall manage through our own efforts," Hubert replied, harboring little hope regarding the matter. Those capable of navigating the Grand Line had likely already departed. Those remaining in the Kingdom of Flowers were probably not inclined to venture forth, making them difficult to recruit. The absence of navigators was not a significant concern. With his abilities, it was hard to imagine him meeting his demise at sea. Adverse weather might pose a challenge, but he could resolve that by enlisting meteorologists when they reached Sky Island, so he was not in a rush. "Are the brothers prepared? We may set sail today," Hubert stated. Carter nodded. "Rest assured, the brothers have been ready for some time and can depart at any moment." "But are we truly leaving like this, Master Hubert? I heard the king intends to hold a coronation ceremony for you, bestowing lands upon you." Sighing, Hubert replied, "Truthfully, I do not wish to depart, but the king's enthusiasm is overwhelming. After doing just a small favor, he wishes to make me a general of the Kingdom of Flowers. I have already accepted 20 billion belly from him, that I cannot accept any more of his generosity. It is time to leave." So, Master Hubert was merely trying to avoid burdening the king further. Truly admirable, Such a noble mindset is one I could never attain in my lifetime, Carter expressed, his eyes reflecting respect. Hubert interjected, enough of this. Please instruct the brothers to begin preparations. We shall be departing today. Understood. Receiving the command, Carter immediately set to work, rallying the other crew members for their sea voyage. Hubert, meanwhile, made his way to the location of the 8th Treasure Navy. Master Hubert, they exclaimed upon his arrival. What brings you here? I heard preparations for your coronation ceremony are underway. Will you not make ready? Indeed, I owe you much. Without your assistance, we would not have uncovered that Sakasi was a traitor. Master Hubert, are you here to find Master Qingjiao? He has not been around lately, but I know where he is and can lead you to him. Hubert waved his hand dismissively. I am merely here to take a look. You may continue your training. Are you certain you do not wish for someone to seek out Master Qingjiao? Not necessary. I am here for treasure. If you bring me Master Qingjiao, how will I find what I seek? Indeed, Hubert had discovered the location of the treasure key through the ancient texts translated by Orvia, which resided within the 8th Treasure Navy, navigating through the throngs of enthusiastic 8th Treasure Navy members. Hubert felt a pang of guilt. Regardless of the circumstances, the death of Sakasi was due to his actions, and Qingjiao had retreated. The strength of the 8th Treasure Navy had plummeted. Yet these sailors remained so warm-hearted, even expressing gratitude towards him. How ironic. He entered a room belonging to the 8th Treasure Navy, pushing open the door. The spacious chamber contained only a solitary desk, cluttered with papers detailing casualties and training within the Navy. The disarray suggested that its occupant had not been diligent in reviewing these documents. On the wall behind the desk stood a dragon-shaped sculpture, vividly lifelike. Each scale and texture resembled reality, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the weight of history embedded within it. This room was originally Qingjiao's, and now that he had departed, it lay vacant. The trophies that Qingjiao cherished had been taken away, and Hubert held no expectation of uncovering anything of value. His sole aim was the dragon sculpture, or rather, the object it concealed. Approaching the statue, he gazed at its fearsome visage, a palpable aura of menace emanating from it. This was merely a sculpture, yet it instilled in Hubert an inexplicable sense of oppression. He could only imagine how terrifying Kaido, the so-called strongest creature in the world, must be. Though he had triumphed over Akainu, he remained humble. His victory had relied on many factors, including the advantage of the heat fruit, a power that was particularly effective against Akainu. Furthermore, Akainu had not yet reached his peak. There was ample room for improvement in his Hakat. In 20 years, he doubted he could best a Canute AS for Kaido. He feared he would not stand a chance. However, Hubert had not come merely to admire the sculpture. He extended his hand and caressed the figure, applying pressure to one of its teeth and extracting it. This was the treasure key. Chapter 58. The gatekeeper's Skoda. The tooth appeared no different from others, bearing a grayish-white hue, smooth to the touch, and resembling an authentic dragon's tooth. If Hubert were to transform into his dragon form and break off a tooth, it would likely resemble this one, albeit slightly smaller. Holding it in his hand made him almost believe it to be a genuine tooth. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, murmuring to himself, "This tooth, could it truly be a dragon's tooth?" The legend of the dragon-slaying swordsman, Longma, has existed for centuries. Now, the presence of a dragon's tooth seems rather acceptable. If it truly is a dragon's tooth, it must belong to a young dragon. Hubert stroked his chin, playfully observing the tooth with a mischievous grin. After a moment, he shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Whether it was real or not mattered little, as long as it could unlock something. According to the text translated by Orvia, the third tooth from the left of the dragon-shaped statue is the key to unlocking the treasure. IT also recorded the location of the dragon statue, although the history is so distant that it merely mentioned it was within the naval forces he had established. However, through the passage of time, the original naval forces had undergone countless generations of evolution, transforming into the current Baobao Navy, Erbao Navy, and Bapabao Navy. Locating this dragon statue would be a monumental task. Fortunately, Hubert frequently visited the Baobao Navy, and his familiarity with the statue in the Green Pepper Room was quite profound, allowing him to find it directly. With the dragon's tooth in hand, Hubert was eager to experience the legendary deity's power for himself. Transforming into a dragon, he soared away with a whoosh. The members of the Bao Bao Navy were training and felt a sudden gust of wind pass by, glancing up to find nothing there. In no time, Hubert arrived at the mouth of the cave. As he descended from the sky, he furrowed his brow upon seeing the cave. After their battle that day, he had specifically returned to retrieve the pirate corpses within, exchanging them for berries, and had taken care to block the cave's entrance with a massive stone. Yet now, the cave stood wide open. Had someone been here? Who could it be? Hubert's mind raced with caution. Could it be that Simon was not the true mastermind, and that the real puppeteer had come knocking? No, he had already searched Simon's soul. Everything indeed pointed to him as the orchestrator. Could memories be fabricated? It couldn't be the Golden Lion, could it? No, the Golden Lion should still be languishing and impelled down, so how could he have escaped so quickly? After a moment of contemplation, Hubert resolved to investigate further. Regardless, even if it were truly the Golden Lion, he felt no fear. Whether he could defeat him was another matter, but escaping would undoubtedly not pose a problem. Moreover, the cave was hardly an advantageous battleground for the Golden Lion. Perhaps he could even trap him there. As Hubert stepped into the cave, he noted the pristine surroundings, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He had always refused to engage in such laborious tasks as moving corpses. Were it not for the need for secrecy and the allure of the bounty, he would not have bothered. When he had removed the bodies, traces of blood had remained in the cave. After all, he had no intention of residing there. A little mess was inconsequential, as long as he could take the treasure and leave. Now, however, the cave appeared even cleaner than before, devoid of any bloodstains. The air bore no hint of a bloody odor. He couldn't help but quicken his pace, making his way deeper inside. Within the cave, on a bed, lay a figure casually reclining with one leg crossed over the other, exuding an air of leisure. Upon noticing Hubert, the figure showed no sign of alarm and instead greeted him. "Welcome, Lord Hubert." The tone was nonchalant, yet Hubert detected an undertone of mockery. "Who are you?" he inquired, his brow furrowing. "Me. It seems, Lord Hubert, that you have much on your mind and have forgotten about me." "That is understandable. I am but a minor character," the figure replied with a sinister chuckle. "Who exactly are you?" Hubert pressed, genuinely puzzled by the person before him. The figure smirked menacingly. "Do you not recall? A few years ago, when you first arrived at the Bao Bao Navy, I was the guard at the gate. A few years prior, on a sun-drenched afternoon, the air was thick with heat as a group of Bao Bao Navy members trained vigorously. Sweat poured from them like rain, their clothes soaked through to the entrance to the training grounds. Two guards sat rigidly, their eyes occasionally drifting toward the training field. "After so long, I have finally been selected for the Bao Bao Navy," exclaimed a younger member, his eyes gleaming with hope as he observed the scene within. "Ha ha ha, Skoda, you are not yet part of the Bao Bao Navy, merely a gatekeeper," the elder guard replied with a kindly smile. "Anyone knows that as long as you can guard the gate without error, you will surely become a member of the Bao Bao Navy." Skoda assured him earnestly, "Don't worry, senior, I will guard this gate diligently. The Bao Bao Navy is as good as mine." The older guard shook his head. "I am no senior. I am just like you. It is quite astonishing that at just 15 years of age, you have achieved this step." Skoda bashfully scratched his head, saying, "It is simply a matter of hard work." "Senior, you are impressive too." As he gazed at the training scene, he added, "Speaking of which, my efforts pale in comparison to the training within the Bao Bao Navy. They truly deserve their reputation that I eagerly anticipate the days to come." "Ha ha, indeed, anticipation is in the air." While they conversed, a small child approached. The child, with a delicate appearance and no more than 4 or 5 years old, looked adorably innocent. "Little one, what brings you here?" "You shouldn't be here." Skoda gently cautioned the child. The child did not leave. Instead, he asked, "Is this the Bao Bao Navy, big brother?" Skoda replied, somewhat surprised, "Indeed, this is the Bao Bao Navy. Are you looking for someone? Do you have relatives inside? It is training time, and visitors are not allowed. Please wait here for a bit. They should finish soon." The child's lips curled into a smile. "A bounty of 500 million. That is quite a substantial sum." "What did you say?" "What bounty?" Skoda sensed something off about the child but remained unperturbed. Thinking, after all, he was just a child. What trouble could he possibly stir? Suddenly, the child did not respond but instead trembled, transforming into a dragon. With a mighty flap of its wings, Skoda and the other guard were sent flying far away, unconscious. The dragon soared into the sky, casting a colossal shadow that obscured the sun's rays. It spoke in human tongue. Qingjiao, step forth for battle. Today, I shall exchange you for berries. Chapter 59. The servant, when Skoda awoke, everything had settled. The child was none other than Hubert, who, after battling Qingjiao, had turned an enemy into an ally. Becoming a distinguished guest of the Baobao Navy, Skoda, having allowed unauthorized entry during his watch, was expelled from the Baobao Navy and had to wait 3 years to rejoin. It was understandable that he could not keep an eye on Hubert, especially since Hubert had clashed with Qingjiao. But the person responsible for the oversight was unyielding, insisting on Skoda's failure to guard properly, leading to his expulsion. The supervisor had long held a grudge against Skoda, who had entered the Baobao Navy at just 15, while the self-proclaimed genius had only managed to join at 20. Seizing the opportunity, the supervisor kept Skoda out for 3 years until he was reassigned, allowing Skoda to re-enter the Baobao Navy. Unaware of the underlying circumstances, Skoda attributed all his misfortunes to Hubert. He could never forget the shadow Hubert had cast that day. After hearing Skoda's story, Hubert felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that his attempt to show off had inadvertently impacted someone so profoundly. Rubbing his head, he asked, "So what brings you here?" Skoda erupted into laughter. "These past years, you have garnered immense respect within the Baobao Navy, yet I've been tirelessly seeking your flaws, hoping to reveal your true nature to others. However, no matter how I looked, you appear to be a flawless individual without vices, possessing formidable strength and treating others with indifference." Hubert raised an eyebrow. "Oh, this fellow possesses quite the discerning. I had given up on uncovering your flaws, but just recently, your battle with Simon exposed you. I learned that your investigation into Simon led you to this very place, followed by the ensuing conflict. Why here? There must be some secret unknown to me. So after everyone dispersed, I began searching for differences in this area. And lo and behold, I found this cave." Skoda's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Hubert. "If my guess is correct, this place is indeed the purpose of Simon's arrival in the land of flowers. And you defeated Simon without reporting it. Clearly, you harbor ulterior motives." Hubert was rendered speechless, caught off guard. "Are we? Ha! If I were to inform the king of this matter, your true nature would be exposed for all to see. Ha! Finally, I have discovered your flaw, so what do you intend to do?" Hubert remarked. "Ah, Skoda, you two have reached this juncture. I am not particularly inclined to expose you. Over the years, I've come to realize that the 8-treasure navy holds little promise. The Grand Sea route is where my aspirations lie. However, one cannot embark upon the Grand Sea route recklessly. I require substantial funding to set sail, and if you grant me half of the treasure once you uncover it, I shall keep this matter confidential." Skoda, fidgeting nervously, looked at Hubert, somewhat speechless. "You haven't lost your mind over the years, have you? What did you say?" Hubert's reaction was evidently beyond Skoda's expectations. He leapt to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Hubert. Do you think this is a jest? I assure you, if you do not comply, I will inform the king immediately." Hubert shook his head. "Have you disclosed this place to anyone else?" Believing Hubert was beginning to relent, Skoda responded, "Of course not. I am no fool. Rest assured, as long as you share half the treasure with me, there will be no third party privy to this affair." With a sigh, Hubert replied, "Foolishness. Even if I were to eliminate you, the treasure would still belong to me." Skoda gasped in shock, his expression shifting from confusion to horror. "How could you even contemplate such an act? Are you not a man of benevolence? How could you bring harm to an innocent member of the 8-treasure navy simply because I stumbled upon your scheme?" As Hubert took a step closer, Skoda instinctively retreated. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, and his body trembled. With each advance of Hubert, Skoda stumbled backward, tripping over a stone and falling to the ground. "Stay back. I shall accept merely a quarter." "You may keep the remaining 3/4. Hubert pressed forward again, while Skoda scrambled on the ground, hurling a stone toward Hubert in desperation. Smack! The stone was caught mid-air, leaving a panicked Skoda to continue retreating. 1/5. I only require 1/5. The rest is yours." Hubert, with a sinister chuckle, advanced steadily. "Why would I need to share anything with you? Once I dispose of you, the treasure will be entirely mine. So much for your sanity. Stop. I no longer desire it. I swear I won't utter a word to anyone. This secret belongs solely to us. I am a man of my word, Skoda, feeling the wall against his back. Had nowhere left to flee. Please, do not take my life. I will become your servant, and I shall offer you all my treasures that I promised to keep this matter secret. Despair had enveloped Skoda. How could this man be so unpredictable? Why did he resort to murder? Wasn't he a bounty hunter? He seemed more outrageous than anyone in the 8 treasure navy as Hubert extended his hand toward him. Skoda, pale and resigned, closed his eyes in utter hopelessness. If only I had not come here, he thought. His association with Hubert had already cost him 3 years within the 8 treasure navy, time that could have been better spent advancing his own strength. Now, having uncovered Hubert's plans, he was facing death. If he survived this encounter, he vowed never to oppose Hubert again. After what felt like an eternity, Skoda opened his eyes, puzzled as he felt no pain. To his astonishment, Hubert's small hand was reaching out, a smile adorning his face. What is happening? Skoda stammered, his words faltering. Hubert pulled him up from the ground, chuckling. Did you not just propose to become my servant and hand over the treasure? While keeping today's events a secret, Skoda, bewildered, rose to his feet. What does this mean? Have you agreed? Hubert rubbed his nose and replied, I never intended to harm you. That was merely your imagination. You volunteered to be my servant. Chapter 60. The treasure unveiled. Skoda, skeptical of Hubert's words, thought to himself, you were practically oozing with murderous intent just moments ago. Had I not acquiesced to your demands, I might have already met my end. He was taken aback by Hubert's true nature. It was said that the king intended to bestow upon him the title of knight. What a waste that would be, if the king were to learn of this incident. What would he think? Yet, even if the king were aware, he likely would not raise any objections. Hubert was notoriously greedy, and the king would probably consider it natural for him to claim the treasure. Moreover, the king, embroiled in conflict with the Green Pepper, had already placed his fortunes in Hubert's hands. Regardless of the treasure's contents, he would not risk his standing for it. Skoda, still trembling, breathed heavily, drenched in cold sweat. As if he had just run 100 kilometers. Since you have pledged to become my servant, you shall now serve as my crew member. Now, hand over all your treasures. Hubert observed Skoda's demeanor with amusement. Skoda lamented, is this what they call a fruitless endeavor? Ah, the pain. To become a servant to my enemy is unbearable. Though he seethed with rage, Skoda complied, producing a bag from his pocket. Upon opening it, a dazzling light shone forth. Hubert licked his lips, pleased to have acquired another bag of treasure. While it may not appear substantial, every little bit counts, and one day he would amass great wealth. Who would have thought such a young lad would accumulate so much treasure? Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Having you as my subordinate is undoubtedly a wise choice, Hubert encouraged Skoda, flattered by Hubert's praise. Puffed up with pride. This is nothing. I have even more at home. Hubert's interest piqued, but he feigned skepticism. That's so. Once I finish my affairs, I shall pay your home a visit. Feel free to come by. I will show you what true wealth looks like. Skoda, flattered, spoke without thinking. However, upon reflecting, he quickly added, I just remembered that much of my money was spent to secure my position within the 8 treasure navy. I do not have much left. Perhaps it is best not to return. Hubert remained silent, merely grinning. Understood. I shall visit later. I am only there to see. Skoda lamented, alas, my money is gone. My capital. After a brief silence, Hubert addressed Skoda again. By the way, since you have joined us, you should return to find others to collaborate with. You know Carter, do you not? Did you not say you investigated me? Indeed, Skoda replied. Go find him. He will make the necessary arrangements for you. Very well, Skoda responded. And do not worry. Were you not aiming for the Grand Sea route? I shall also be heading there soon, so your endeavors will not be in vain. You plan to venture to the Grand Sea route? Skoda exclaimed, astonished. If I recall correctly, you were chosen by the king for a coronation ceremony. Am I mistaken? Such banquets can be attended or ignored at will. Oh, Skoda replied, his tone nonchalant, though internally he was stirred. How remarkable. After all my toil, I have achieved nothing, not even a reward within the 8-treasure navy, and Hubert, faced with a national honor, can simply refuse it. I could gnash my teeth in frustration. Hubert truly deserves his fate. Carter, observing Skoda's reaction, thought to himself that this man was destined for greatness. Upon hearing Hubert's intention to forego the coronation, others had been astonished. Yet this man exhibited no response whatsoever. Regardless, you should hurry and find Carter. They will make the arrangements for you. Not dwell on these matters. Understood? Skoda, unwilling to linger in the same room any longer, hastily departed. Upon reaching the doorway, his expression darkened. This mission had ended in utter failure, and he had unwittingly implicated himself in the debacle. The more he contemplated it, the angrier he became, nearly driven to return in a fit of rage. Yet, considering Hubert's formidable strength, he began to reassess his position. After all, his pursuit of the treasure was ultimately aimed at acquiring wealth to fund his journey to the Grand Line. Although he had not secured the treasure, he had nonetheless advanced towards his goal of reaching the Grand Line. In a sense, he had fulfilled his mission. He had not suffered a loss at all. Moreover, with Hubert's prowess, he could assist in navigating ahead, rendering this venture not only devoid of loss, but potentially profitable. Given his current capabilities, venturing to the Grand Line alone seemed precarious. Having a guide was certainly beneficial. Comforted by this reasoning, Skoda's demeanor brightened considerably as he sprinted towards the palace of the Flower Kingdom. Meanwhile, as Skoda departed, Hubert shrugged. Initially, he had contemplated eliminating Skoda to put an end to the matter. However, when Skoda willingly offered to become his servant, Hubert's perspective shifted. Frankly, he held little regard for a servant of such limited capabilities. But reflecting on Skoda's unfortunate circumstances, he felt a measure of sympathy. Thus, he made an exception, accepting Skoda as a subordinate. After all, the ship was currently lacking in crew, and having a free laborer was advantageous. In critical moments, he could even be used as a shield to absorb attacks. Hubert rummaged in his pocket, retrieving a dragon's tooth, and ventured deeper into the cave. Before him appeared an unblemished stone wall. The wall bore no embellishments, resembling an ordinary stone surface. Had it not been for Alvia's translation, he might never have discerned the existence of this door on the wall. A small indentation, akin to a keyhole, suggested that a stone had been removed from it. Hubert understood that this was the keyhole. Inserting the dragon's tooth into the hole, it fitted almost perfectly, with not a sliver of space remaining. A keyhole could only accommodate a single key that matched so precisely that a smile crept across Hubert's lips as he exerted force, causing the earth from the wall to tumble down. Subsequently, he opened the passage behind the door and descended without hesitation. The cave was shrouded in darkness, prompting Hubert to ignite a torch with his abilities, illuminating the cavern to reveal a mountain of coins. Upon inspection, however, disappointment washed over him. Most of the coins, cloaked in dust, were antiquated currency, now rendered obsolete. Had they been current, he would have amassed a fortune. Nonetheless, he discovered several gold coins and other valuable items, ensuring that his efforts were not in vain. After a brief exploration, Hubert's gaze fell upon a treasure chest, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He licked his lips and approached it. The chest, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length, 20 centimeters in width, and 20 centimeters in height, was not particularly large. Yet Hubert felt an inexplicable certainty that it contained something extraordinary. The size of such a chest seemed only capable of holding a devil fruit. Could it be that this was the very item that would restore prosperity to the Flower Kingdom? Hubert murmured to himself, placing his hand upon the chest. Dusting off its exterior, he grasped the chest with an almost tender affection that he chuckled to himself, thinking of the ritual he would observe before opening it. Taking a bath and lighting incense was essential. After collecting all the coins, he calculated that they amounted to just over 100 million. Hubert mused that had these coins remained in circulation, he could have potentially turned them into several billion. This realization left him with a stark sense of the wealth he had nearly acquired. Upon exiting the cave, he no longer felt the need to conceal his actions, having retrieved all the valuable items. He made a phone call to inform the king's men to collect the remaining outdated coins before soaring off into the sky. Upon returning home, Hubert placed the chest on the table and eagerly headed for a bath. He spent several hours soaking, ensuring that he emerged spotless. Although he had intended to light incense, the lack of a fragrant culture in this world left him with no choice but to light a cigarette, allowing it to burn down gradually. When he finally emerged, he found Alvia in the kitchen. Noticing his buoyant demeanor, she inquired, "What has you so joyful?" "Ah, you know about this. Remember that cave?" "Oh." Alvia's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She had been researching this matter for days and could hardly forget. "Did you find the treasure? What was the haul like?" Hubert replied with pride. "It was decent. There were plenty of valuable items, gold and jewels worth over 100 million berries, along with many ancient coins, though sadly, they're not usable now." He then produced a stunning ruby necklace from his pocket and handed it to Alvia. "This is the most beautiful piece I found. It asks for you. And ancient coins? How many? Can I see them?" Alvia, seemingly unfazed by the necklace, eagerly questioned Hubert. "Quite a lot. Enough to form a small mountain." Hubert mused before continuing, "But why concern yourself with those obsolete coins? Let us admire your beauty instead. You look magnificent, and this necklace suits you perfectly. Ancient coins are quite rare, you know. Historically, there was a period when ancient coins were largely replaced by modern currency, and most of them were destroyed, making them a rare sight today that I've yet to encounter any myself." Hubert sensed something amiss in Alvia's tone. Her implication was that ancient coins were indeed quite valuable. As he pondered, he recalled that generally, the rarer an item, the higher its value. That a sense of foreboding washed over him as he asked, "What is the current value of those ancient coins?" Alvia lifted her gaze, contemplating, before replying, "I'm not certain. But I've heard that a complete set could be worth over 500,000 berries. 500,000? Hubert's voice rose dramatically. "Doubt if a set is worth that. Then my pile of coins could amount to over 1 billion berries. I've never seen such wealth. Wait here. I need to handle something." Hubert dashed out of the house, momentarily forgetting to admire Alvia's beauty. Transforming into a dragon and soaring swiftly away, he soon arrived at the cave, relieved to find no one around. Clearly, the king's men had not yet arrived. However, as he landed, a sense of unease overcame him. Why were there so many footprints? He rushed into the cave, and the sight within nearly caused him to faint. The once towering pile of ancient coins had vanished, leaving only a chaotic array of footprints. Hubert searched frantically, but not a single coin remained. "Ah!" Hubert's anguished cries echoed through the cave, a testament to his shattered dreams of wealth. The collapse of an adult often occurs in an instant. After venting his frustration for what felt like an eternity, Hubert regretted his earlier decisions. Why had he insisted on bathing and lighting incense? Had he not squandered those moments, he would have achieved financial freedom. Not to mention, leveling up his system would have been a breeze that a fierce desire surged within him to storm the palace and reclaim his fortune. Yet, he ultimately decided against it. He had principles. The king was no pirate. If he resorted to such actions, he would be no different from a criminal. As a righteous bounty hunter, it would be unbecoming to reclaim what he had already relinquished. Accepting this loss, Hubert resolved to extract more from the king in the future. Meanwhile, in the palace, the king of the Flower Kingdom reveled in his newfound wealth, laughing heartily as he examined the coins in his hand. "Splendid, splendid. I knew I had not misjudged him. I had a feeling Hubert was a man of integrity. I rewarded him with over 2 billion berries, and now he has returned it to me tenfold. Truly a remarkable lad." Gently caressing the texture of the coins, the king found himself utterly enamored. These coins represented not merely a vast fortune, but also embodied Hubert's unwavering loyalty to him. After all, what purpose would there be in offering him such wealth otherwise? Reflecting on the 20 billion Bailey he had lost in recent days, he perceived this as a test set forth by Hubert. Yet now, this investment had finally borne fruit. After pondering for a moment, he exclaimed, "Summon the officials responsible for Hubert's coronation ceremony. The plans for this ceremony have been far too conservative. Immediately expand the scale. And I shall allocate an additional 500 million Bailey. I intend for this coronation to be etched in history. It shall mark a pivotal turning point in the annals of our Flower Kingdom." Chapter 62. Unboxing a Divine Artifact. Hubert returned home with a countenance full of despondence and weariness. The pain was excruciating. The vast sums of Bailey had vanished before his eyes. Upon seeing his gloomy expression, Alvia inquired with concern. What happened? Is there anything I can do to assist you? Hubert glanced at the now cold meal on the table and, regaining a sliver of vitality, replied, It's nothing. Haven't you eaten yet? I was waiting for you. Let's dine together. A gentle smile graced Alvia's face. All right. Hubert, lost in thought, seated himself and took a few bites of food, but soon lost his appetite. His current state left him with little desire to eat. As the emotional toll weighed heavily upon him, Alvia, having consumed little herself, began to tidy up after their meal. Once she had finished, Hubert beckoned her to the table in the living room, pointing at a box. Alvia, could you help me open this box? His faith in his own luck had waned, so he entrusted the task to her, hoping she might uncover something extraordinary. Without questioning his request, Alvia reached out to the box. Observing, this box appears to be quite ancient. A key must have been found within that cave. Hubert gave her a thumbs up, affirming, Indeed, it is a treasure unearthed from that cave, one in which I have placed my greatest hopes. Please do open it. Upon hearing Hubert's words, Alvia felt a flutter of anxiety as she held the box. Perhaps you should open it yourself. Hubert shook his head, insisting, I truly cannot. It is better that you take the lead. I have faith in you. With that, Alvia hesitated no more and, with a firm effort, pried the box open. The ancient box emitted a creaking sound as it revealed its contents, and both of them fixed their gaze intently within. The prolonged storage had not allowed dust to accumulate inside. Instead, a fresh scent wafted forth. Is this a devil fruit? Alvia mused, feeling relieved. After all, a devil fruit is certainly not a disappointment, given that it is a treasure worth at least 100 million Bailey. Yes, it is indeed a devil fruit, Hubert confirmed. Though the unease in his heart remained, he had anticipated the presence of a devil fruit, yet they varied in quality and power. He extended his hand to retrieve the fruit from the box. And suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. You have acquired the nature-type devil fruit, the forest fruit. Hubert stood frozen in shock. What on earth? The forest fruit. Oh my! Joy surged within him. The forest fruit was a top-tier nature-type devil fruit. It belonged to the future Admiral Green Bull in the original narrative. The forest is a source of life that stands alongside the sea, thus possessing the forest fruit equates to embodying nature itself. Consuming the forest fruit grants the ability to create various plants and manipulate their growth, transforming them into desired forms, and even allows one to become a plant. Green Bull has demonstrated the ability to fly using flowers and to siphon nutrients and water from others through vines. Wherever Green Bull treads, a verdant belt of flora thrives. The consumption of the forest fruit allows one to merge with plants. If the plants are incinerated by an opponent, regeneration is possible through a single sprout. In summary, this is a remarkably prestigious devil fruit. This fruit also elucidates why the desolation of the flower kingdom could be resolved. With the forest fruit, how could one fear the absence of trees? Hubert, in a fit of excitement, lifted Alvia into his arms. Alvia exclaimed in surprise. It was indeed the right decision to have you open the box. You truly are my lucky star. Alvia playfully struck Hubert's back. Gasping for breath. What does that have to do with me? Wouldn't the outcome be the same regardless of who opened it? Perhaps not, Hubert replied, harboring no confidence in his luck. Now that the forest fruit had been revealed, he mused that had he opened it, it might have yielded the forest wolf fruit instead. After spinning her around twice, Hubert gently set Alvia down and planted a heavy kiss on her cheek. Alvia wiped her mouth, curious. Don't you already possess many devil fruits? Why are you so elated? Surely you're not looking for an opportunity to take advantage of me. Please, if I wanted to take advantage, I wouldn't need to seek a pretext. Hubert leaned in again, planting another kiss on her. Alvia's cheeks flushed as she questioned, Then why are you so happy? This devil fruit is extraordinary, Hubert declared, his eyes gleaming with affection for the forest fruit. Truly remarkable. What kind of devil fruit is it? Alvia inquired, for she was not well versed in such matters, though she had an extensive understanding of history. The IT is a nature-type forest fruit. Nature-type. Isn't that akin to Jesse's abilities? Alvia now understood why Hubert was so thrilled. Jesse's unique powers had always impressed her. Quite similar, Hubert conceded, pausing for a moment, realizing that comparing the forest fruit to the cloud fruit would diminish its prestige. He added, Both the forest fruit and the cloud fruit are nature-type devil fruits, yet the forest fruit far surpasses the cloud fruit in power. The difference is akin to comparing my strength to Simon's. The spirit of the deceased, Simon lamented. Is this a form of desecration? Realizing the disparity, Alvia marveled. The gap is that vast. The forest fruit is indeed formidable, of course. It is thanks to you that it was uncovered. Otherwise, with my luck, I would have ended up with something utterly worthless. Alvia chuckled. After some playful banter, Hubert instructed Alvia to tidy up while he went to inform Carter and the others. Throughout his journey, the smile on his face never wavered. The sorrow of losing those coins had been entirely eclipsed by the joy brought forth by the forest fruit. Along the way, many greeted him, for his notoriety in the Flower Kingdom had reached unparalleled heights. Lord Hubert, is that you? We are immensely grateful for your salvation of the Flower Kingdom from its dire straits. How did you know I unearthed a divine artifact? Huh. Lord Hubert, are you joining us for a meal? This is the most luxurious restaurant in the Flower Kingdom, with dishes priced in the thousands or even tens of thousands of Bailey. If you come, I shall waive the fee. It's on the house. How did you know I unearthed a divine artifact? A throng of eager individuals approached him, yet they departed with bewildered expressions. Upon returning home, they began to inquire everywhere, what does unboxing mean? What is a divine artifact? Thus, Hubert arrived at Carter's residence. Chapter 63. A new journey. Upon Hubert's arrival, he found the others had been waiting for quite some time, their belongings piled high as if preparing to move. Indeed, they were about to relocate. Observing the fully prepared group, Hubert nodded in satisfaction. Since everyone is ready, let us depart. Please provide me with the address of the ship. I will go fetch Alvia. Yes, Lord Hubert. They responded in unison. Hubert approached Skoda, who had been arranged by Carter, his expression still somewhat dazed as he bore a pack upon his back. He had initially thought there was still time before Hubert's departure. Yet here they were, ready to leave. Hubert placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You expressed a desire to venture into the Grand Line for training. How do you feel about leaving now? Skoda's expression was conflicted as he stammered. I suddenly don't wish to go. Perhaps I should stay in the Flower Kingdom to watch over things while you all go. That simply won't do. Hubert replied. You promised me it is too late to have second thoughts now. Had he not agreed back then, he might well have turned to ash by now. Skoda ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming influence of Hubert. The crowd set forth in grand procession. Hubert had initially contemplated making one last venture to the king to extract further favors, but reconsidered. It was already more than sufficient, and he was not a greedy individual. One must always leave room for future endeavors. After all, it is the slow and steady stream that flows continuously. Their impressive scale, of course, did not escape the king's notice, as departing quietly was hardly feasible. Although Hubert could manage it, he deemed it too troublesome. Sooner or later, the king would discover their departure, so he opted for a more forthright revelation. As they boarded the ship, preparing to set sail, the king, alerted by the winds of change, hastened to the shore. Observing their demeanor, he anxiously exclaimed, Hey, Hubert, where are you going? Your coronation ceremony is imminent. Initially, upon hearing news of their departure, the king had not taken it seriously. After all, Hubert had just bestowed upon him a significant gift, and with the coronation ceremony approaching, there seemed no reason for him to flee. However, to be prudent, he decided to investigate. Hubert's every move now impacted the future of the Flower Kingdom. Upon arrival, it became evident that Hubert and his entourage were indeed preparing to leave. Hubert waved vigorously at the king from the ship, expressing gratitude to his benefactor. Your Majesty, I am grateful for your care during this time, but I must forego the coronation ceremony. I am still too young to bear such a responsibility. Once I have ventured out and gained strength, I shall return, equipped with the capability and experience to shoulder this duty. The king, upon hearing this, stomped his feet in frustration. No, Hubert, this coronation ceremony is a matter of great expectation. Do not leave. Do you think I have delayed its preparations? I did not intend to keep you waiting. I aim to make this ceremony grander. I have invited dignitaries from across the western seas to attend. This will undoubtedly be a significant occasion. Please do not depart. After uttering a final word, Hubert turned away, disregarding the king's pleas, and commanded, set sail immediately. Destination: the Grand Line. "Aye, Captain." The newly appointed helmsman marveled at Hubert's unhesitant rejection of the king's invitation, and upon hearing the command, promptly complied. Carter approached, complimenting, "Lord Hubert, you are truly remarkable, dismissing the allure of such nominal glory. If it were me, I would not depart so easily." Hubert appreciated the praise but corrected him, saying, "It is not that I disregard mere titles, Carter. You must understand that our aspirations transcend what the Flower Kingdom can accommodate. We aim to become the most formidable bounty hunter organization across these seas. Indeed, the strongest organization on the ocean. Our sights are set on the entirety of the sea. The western seas cannot contain us, nor can the Flower Kingdom." Carter had never heard Hubert express such sentiments before, and he was momentarily rendered speechless, staring at Hubert in awe, momentarily forgetting how to flatter. Not just he, but the others also gazed at Hubert in astonishment. Hubert chuckled. "What are you all staring at? Is there something amiss with my words?" Carter finally regained his composure and hurriedly replied, "No, no, Lord Hubert, your ambition is indeed grand, far beyond my comprehension." Hubert smiled satisfactorily. Skoda, who had just joined the crew, was now visibly inspired by Hubert's words. "Yes, we must become the strongest organization upon these seas. Ha! With Lord Hubert leading us, it is indeed achievable that if we succeed, we shall all be elders of the world's mightiest organization. What a splendid title that would be." Hubert beamed, finally voicing his ambitions. Previously, he had refrained from expressing such aspirations due to a lack of strength, fearing mockery. Now, however, his power had grown significantly, and it would only continue to strengthen. The seas would soon submit to his formidable might. Olivia stood on the steps, observing Hubert, the center of attention, her eyes radiating warmth and mirth. Having drifted upon the ocean for several years, she had witnessed much. Recently, she had escaped from the naval prison under the protection of Admiral Cerrone, from whom she learned just how powerful one could be. Even such a formidable figure as Cerrone was merely a vice-admiral. She could only imagine the strength of an admiral to aspire to be the strongest organization upon these seas. The foremost adversary would inevitably be the world government. Such a feat seemed insurmountable. Yet, gazing at Hubert, she could not help but recall her recent experiences. The image of the colossal dragon was indelibly etched in her mind. Perhaps, if it were him, it might truly be possible. The scientist Jesse, amidst the crowd, marveled at the spectacle. A scientist who had emerged from Vegapunk's laboratory. He had witnessed countless scenes over the years. He had even observed the battles of admirals, which wielded cataclysmic power. To aspire to become the foremost organization in the world was no simple dream. It was far grander than the ambitions of any pirate king upon these seas. He rubbed his temples in exasperation and muttered, "To become such an organization, we must not fall behind in scientific advancement. It seems I must work even harder." With that, he turned and entered his newly reconstructed laboratory. Arranged under Carter's guidance, the equipment was significantly improved, though some invaluable items from Vegapunk's lab were unfortunately lost. Those were irreplaceable treasures that could not simply be acquired with money. He would have to devise a means to recover them, perhaps on the Grand Line. The moment they departed from the Flower Kingdom, the first order of business was, of course, to host a banquet aboard the ship. This was a time-honored tradition upon the seas. Whether in joy or sorrow, whether after a fight or a victory, a banquet was always in order. After all, whether for celebration or commemoration, banquets were a must, especially during this grand migration. They had never ventured so far from home, and thus it warranted a proper celebration. Furthermore, it was an occasion to welcome the new crew members into this family. The previous encounter had been devastating, nearly 100 lives lost, with nearly 50 perishing. This time, with Hubert's financial backing, they had recruited dozens of new members, surpassing the 100 mark in crew size. After a hearty feast, night fell. The moon cast its reflection upon the sea as Hubert's new ship surged through the waves, breaking the tranquil surface. The crew reveled in their merriment, the atmosphere lively and harmonious. Yet Hubert felt that something was amiss. Of course, the ship still lacked a name. After sipping his drink and wiping his mouth, Hubert inquired, "Wait, we have yet to name this vessel. Have we?" Now he understood what was missing. How could a proper fleet be without a ship bearing its own name? a name for the ship. Did you not previously assert that vessels do not require names? Carter queried, somewhat perplexed. He had long since decided on the name Oe Phi Long, but Hubert had always dismissed the notion of naming a ship as unnecessary. So he had kept it to himself. Now, upon Hubert's sudden inquiry, he had intended to reveal his chosen name, but upon reflection, he sensed that Hubert had ulterior motives and thus replied, "Not yet. This is your ship. Lord Hubert, naturally, it is for you to name it." Upon hearing this, Hubert nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "What do you mean, my ship? This is our collective vessel. I am merely the captain." After a moment's contemplation, Hubert declared, "However, since no one has suggested a name, I shall name it. Let us call it the Black Pearl." Excellent choice. The name bestowed by Lord Hubert is both opulent and romantic, a truly splendid name. Carter exclaimed. Skoda, who had just boarded the ship, pondered, wasn't Carter a serious and reliable individual when I first joined the crew? Why has he transformed into such a sycophant? His image in my mind has crumbled. Just as he felt a wave of confusion, he heard the surrounding crew members begin to echo their agreement. Lord Hubert is truly remarkable. Even a name sounds so melodious. Indeed, if it were me, I could never conceive such a beautiful name in my lifetime. Truly, Lord Hubert is exceptional. I have never heard a ship with such a lovely name. Listening to the accolades, Skoda found himself sinking in a deep self-doubt. Was the name Black Pearl truly so extraordinary? Why was everyone praising it so fervently? Did it possess some hidden significance he was unaware of? Listening to the praises of the crowd, Hubert felt a bit bashful and scratched his head. The name he chose was actually inspired by a ship from a film he adored in his past life. He had always hoped to possess a vessel named the Black Pearl, and now it seemed he had realized that dream. After a while, as the accolades continued to flow, Hubert could no longer endure the flattery. If he had come up with the name himself, it would have been one thing, but receiving such praise for merely borrowing a name was unbearable. So he decided to change the subject. From now on, we shall all be crew members of the Black Pearl. Rest assured, our future is vast, and the Black Pearl will one day sail to fame across the seas. However, you must understand that these waters are never smooth sailing. In the past, we faced calamities that claimed half our brothers. At this mention, many fell silent, as the previous incident had indeed left a lingering shadow over them. Everyone must be prepared to confront dangers, but do not worry too much. As long as you remain sincerely loyal to me, I shall protect you and ensure you carve out your place upon these waters. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted in unison. I am willing to follow Lord Hubert. I pledge my loyalty to Lord Hubert. Hearing the somewhat disjointed chorus, a smile broke across Hubert's face. At that moment, the voice of the system began to resonate in his mind. Congratulations, host, for recruiting subordinate Carter. Reward, animal-type devil fruit, hungry wolf fruit. Congratulations, host, for recruiting subordinate Scott. Reward, 30,000 berries. Congratulations, host, for recruiting subordinate Teklo. Reward, 1 basic armament hockey fragment. The succession of system notifications blended with the voices of the crowd. And soon the entire ship became his subordinates. Hubert beamed with delight. He had long harbored this idea, but had been preoccupied with recruiting new members, so he decided to wrap it all up now. The equipment that the crowd revealed was quite impressive. The rewards from recruiting subordinates seemed far superior to those obtained from slaying monsters. Suddenly, Hubert inquired, Where's that fellow Jesse? Wasn't he just here? Why has he vanished? Could he be off conducting research again? The crowd exchanged glances, unable to locate Jesse. Carter sighed and chuckled. That guy Jesse, honestly, this is a gathering for everyone. And yet he disappears. I'll go find him. No need, Hubert interjected. I'll check on him myself and see what he's researching. All right, Carter replied. Hubert set down the flask he held and, somewhat unsteadily, made his way to Jesse's laboratory. He knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Jesse quickly opened the door from within. Captain Hubert, please come in. Hubert was somewhat taken aback and chuckled. How strange. Normally, when you're immersed in research, you can't hear the knocking. How is it that you heard it this time? I was ready to barge in. Jesse rubbed his nose and replied, Was it really that exaggerated? Indeed, Hubert said with utmost seriousness. Fine, Jesse explained. I've wrapped up my previous research, based on the side effects you mentioned. I've made some modifications to the Tears of an Angel, but I haven't yet mastered Haki. Progress has been slow, and I've reached my limits. Now, I'm contemplating the direction for my next research. Hubert nodded in understanding. No wonder you weren't engaged in research if you're uncertain about what to explore next. I happen to have a research direction in mind that I'd like you to consider. Do tell, I'll see if I can manage it, Jesse said, somewhat resigned. He feared Hubert might propose something completely unrelated to his field of study. Previously on the ship, he had been tasked with creating a superweapon capable of demolishing an entire street. But as someone who studied devil fruits, how could he accomplish that? Naturally, he had been rebuked by the captain for being useless, that he wanted to assert that he was a scientist, not a genie. Please do not make wishes upon him. Hubert stated, actually, it's not anything too far-fetched. It's merely an extension of your original research, imbuing ordinary items with the powers of devil fruits. This was one of the research directions Hubert had observed from Jesse before. Now, with another research direction yielding results, albeit with some errors, he hoped Jesse could also complete this one in the original story from his past life. Results from this type of research had also appeared. Similar to the sword wielded by Spandam at this moment, Hubert found himself at a bottleneck in strength. The only way to grow stronger was through training with Haki. However, that process was exceedingly lengthy, which led him to this idea. If all his equipment were enchanted with the powers of devil fruits, his combat prowess would surely increase. After all, he had an abundance of devil fruits at his disposal. Jesse pondered Hubert's suggestion thoughtfully. IT was indeed a direction he had been considering, but he felt it was of limited utility for the current Black Pearl. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, while this is one of my research directions, the progress is exceedingly slow, and I have yet to grasp the fundamentals that IT may take a long time before I yield any results. I have another research direction that seems more promising. A quick method for developing armament Haki based on previous research outcomes. Hubert's eyes lit up. Jesse was indeed a remarkable individual, managing to grasp such concepts that if he could truly expedite the development of armament Haki, Hubert might rapidly enhance his skills and, combined with the system, perhaps he would soon be able to face off against Karp. After a moment of excitement, Hubert calmed himself. Jesse was merely at the initial stages of this new direction, and it was uncertain whether it would succeed. Comparatively, the first direction seemed more reliable. Jesse remained silent, patiently awaiting Hubert's thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Hubert shook his head. Let us pursue the first plan for now. We can consider the quick armament Haki method later. Agreed, Jesse promptly affirmed. Hubert reflected on the pros and cons of his decision, feeling confident in it. And as he lifted his gaze, he found Jesse staring intently at him. Why are you looking at me like that? This research requires a substantial number of devil fruits. Oh! Hubert smacked his forehead, exclaiming, I almost forgot. Fear not, I will not skimp on the devil fruits. With that, he reached in his cloak and, from the system, produced several devil fruits. This is the animal-type hamster fruit. This is the animal-type tiger fruit. And this is the animal-type explosion fruit. Hubert placed several devil fruits on the table, leaving Jesse momentarily stunned. What on earth? How can Hubert's clothing hold so many items? Holding the fruits in his hands, Jesse felt deeply moved. These were immensely valuable resources. Even in Vegapunk's laboratory, acquiring a single fruit required lengthy applications. Yet here he was, receiving them in such abundance. He earnestly assured, rest assured, Captain, with these devil fruits, I will be able to produce results swiftly. Hubert regarded the fruits as inconsequential, thinking they would serve no purpose for him aside from decoration. It was better to let Jesse conduct research. Once he produced results, they could be repurposed as rewards for other crew members. He patted Jesse on the shoulder and said, take your time. Haste makes waste. Everyone is gathered today, so you should step out and enjoy the festivities. Jesse found himself in a quandary. The devil fruit in his possession ignited an insatiable desire to commence experimentation, yet Hubert's invitation was difficult to decline. Ultimately, he acquiesced, for after all, it was an invitation from an investor, and one must uphold appearances. Thus, the group reveled until the following day. Meanwhile, the king had endured a sleepless night, now bearing dark circles under his eyes. He pondered how to explain Hubert's departure to the leaders of the invited nations. Regardless of how he handled the situation, it seemed it would bring great embarrassment to the Kingdom of Flowers. Compounding his distress was the realization that he had previously believed he had secured Hubert's allegiance, thereby alienating the Green Pepper, who had now also retreated. The Kingdom of Flowers' combat prowess had plummeted to its lowest point in decades, and he would inevitably face extortion from other nations, as well as threats from various pirate factions. He needed to contemplate how to address these matters, but for the time being, the 8 Treasure Navy would manage them on his behalf. Host, Hubert Level, LV-43 Faction, Bounty Hunter Equipment, Nature Type Devil Fruit, Forest Fruit, Human Fruit, Mythical Beast Form, Superhuman Type Simulation Fruit, Superhuman Type Big Fruit. 44 slots for Devil Fruit equipment are now filled. Armament Hockey, Basic Level 2. Observation Hockey, Basic Level 4. Backpack, Animal Type Devil Fruit, Ancient Form of Flying Dragon, Superhuman Type Heat Fruit, Superhuman Type Flower Fruit, Superhuman Type Spring Fruit, Superhuman Type Thread Fruit, Animal Type Devil Fruit, Bison Form, Animal Type Devil Fruit, Jackal Form, Devil Fruit Fragments, 1184. System Level, LV-42. 1 billion out of 1 billion. Note: upgrading the system level expands the equipment slots, increases drop rates, and enhances equipment quality. You have acquired the strength of a formidable figure on the seas. Your physical prowess exceeds that of Sakazuki during the same period, and you are unfazed even when encountering potential candidates for admiral. Yet, your mastery of Haki is just beginning. After all, the Devil Fruit is merely an external force. Haki is fundamental. The road ahead remains long. Strive to grow stronger and conquer the seas. Hubert had bestowed several Devil Fruits upon Jesse, leaving him with considerably fewer now. He had initially uncovered numerous fine pieces of equipment during his time in the Kingdom of Flowers. His funds had been significantly depleted in preparation for setting sail, and now only 2.1 billion remained. Upgrade system level. Hubert hoped earnestly. He held great expectations for level 5. Whether he could obtain Conqueror's Haki hinged on this upgrade. If level 5 yielded no Conqueror's Haki, it would likely be a lost cause. Upgrade successful. System level, LV-5, 1.1 billion out of 10 billion. Note: upgrading the system level expands the equipment slots, increases drop rates, and enhances equipment quality. This upgrade did not provide Hubert with immediate substantial benefits. Its true impact would depend on future equipment drops. However, this upgrade was distinct from the previous one, as it directly granted him 2 additional equipment slots, allowing him to equip 6 Devil Fruits. Quite impressive, Hubert mused. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Yet, why did the next upgrade require a staggering 10 billion? That was equivalent to 2 Whitebeards. Hubert felt an immediate surge of pressure. He would need to work even harder to amass wealth. The Kingdom of Flowers had certainly yielded too little. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Hubert and his crew had been sailing the seas for nearly a month. During this period, they encountered some ill-fated pirates who, mistaking their ship for a treasure trove, attempted to prey upon them, only to become unwitting victims themselves, providing Hubert with a modest bounty. Hubert had intended to retrieve Robin, but with the 5 elders frequently contacting him, he felt under constant scrutiny and could not afford to be too ostentatious. Instead, he dispatched a subordinate to inform Robin to await him for future pickup. However, the subordinate returned empty-handed. There was little choice. As in the original narrative, Robin had now been placed on the Navy's wanted list and was exceedingly cautious of any unusual movements. At the slightest hint of danger, she would flee. Hubert's envoy had not even caught a glimpse of her. This prompted Hubert to reflect. No wonder they dubbed her the Child of the Devil. For despite her tender age of 8, she already exhibited remarkable vigilance. Additionally, a deviation from the original tale had occurred. Due to Hubert's contract with the 5 elders, the current bounty notice specified that she must be captured alive. This provided some reassurance to Alvia, for otherwise, she would have sought out Robin long ago. Hubert had been awaiting a call from Robin by the snail phone, but she seemed to believe he had perished and had yet to reach out. Lowtown. A multitude of ships lay anchored in the harbor of Lowtown, bustling with activity, far more vibrant than the Kingdom of Flowers. Among them were vessels adorned with various skull and crossbones flags. Presently, Lowtown had yet to welcome the notorious Smoker, the enemy of all things wicked, allowing pirates to congregate freely, unchallenged. Hubert docked his ship and called out to his crew. "Brothers, this is the final stop before the Grand Line. Disembark to replenish supplies." We shall set sail for the Grand Line in 3 days. Yes, Captain, the crew responded in unison. Hubert smiled, remarking, the journey ahead will not be as straightforward as before. We may encounter life-threatening dangers at any moment. This is your last chance to relax, so make sure to prepare your supplies well. The crew gazed at his smile, feeling a chill. Carter was the first to react, stating, with Lord Hubert here, what dangers could we possibly face on the Grand Line? We are destined to become the foremost organization in the world. These challenges are mere trifles. Ha ha ha. Lord Hubert is formidable. With Lord Hubert by our side, we fear nothing. The Grand Line is but a walk in the park. Hubert reveled in the praise, feeling they were not mistaken. The Grand Line? Merely a stroll in the park. Yet he feigned reluctance, saying, you must not think this way. You cannot always rely on me to become the foremost organization in the world. My strength alone is insufficient. Each of you must also stand on your own. Yes, Lord Hubert. This time, Skoda performed a precise military salute, declaring, I will strive to grow stronger and keep pace with you. How curious that Skoda had transformed in such a manner, Hubert mused, pondering how such a peculiar corporate culture had come to IT must be promoted vigorously. Just as Hubert prepared to disembark, Jesse's door swung open that he inquired, ah, you finally emerged. How rare. Are you planning to unwind in Logtown? These past days, Jesse had been cooped up in a laboratory, and each time Hubert ventured into his domain, he found him frowning, his mood evidently less than cheerful. IT seemed progress had not met his expectations. However, Hubert refrained from pressuring him, for such matters could not be rushed. Perhaps one day inspiration would strike him unexpectedly, leading to a breakthrough. As Jesse stepped out, still furrowing his brow, he responded to Hubert's jest. I plan to procure some experimental equipment in Logtown. The supplies on the ship are somewhat lacking that I've been here before, and they have a decent variety of equipment. Hubert's realization dawned. He had suspected Jesse would not easily leave the laboratory, but he turned to Carter, who had yet to disembark, and instructed, Carter, fetch $50 million for Jesse and accompany him to purchase equipment. We must cater to the needs of our scientists. Technology is the primary productive force. Understood, Carter replied, though he could not comprehend Hubert's words, but he simply followed orders. Jesse felt a jolt at Hubert's declaration. Technology is the primary productive force was a phrase not often uttered by ordinary individuals. Indeed, he had not misjudged his companion. Hubert was truly his patron. Once Jesse was settled, Hubert turned to Olvia, saying, shall we stroll together? Their relationship had seen little progress during their time aboard the ship. They had reached a certain point, but Hubert found it challenging to move further. Olvia approached, taking his hand, and Hubert leapt gracefully from the ship, landing firmly on the ground. Stretching lazily, he rested a hand on Olvia's waist and leaned in to whisper, I handed over those ancient coins to the king, forgetting to reserve some for you. This time in Logtown, I'll see if I can find any for sale. I'll make sure to get you a set. Olvia had grown accustomed to Hubert's intimate gestures, yet the warmth of his breath against her neck sent a ticklish sensation through her. She leaned away slightly and replied, there's no need for that. I am merely curious about what it looks like. Once I see it, I won't desire it, ha ha ha. If you wish to possess it, just by one to keep at home, you can admire it every day. What's wrong with that? Hubert laughed heartily. Is this what you call a domineering logic? Olivia found herself somewhat perplexed by Hubert's mindset. Why must that which one cherishes be possessed? As the two strolled affectionately along the path, a towering figure suddenly obstructed their way. Chapter 65. The Calm Belt. A burly man stood before them, resembling a mountain, clad in a black suit that exuded an unmistakable aura of intimidation. Olivia's body tensed instantly, adopting a defensive stance, but upon glancing at Hubert beside her, she quietly relaxed. With Hubert present, it was unlikely that she would need to intervene. Hubert, on the other hand, felt a thrill of delight. Could it be that the moment had arrived for a confrontation with nefarious forces attempting to abduct his wife? It would surely serve to deepen their bond, and perhaps he could even collect a bounty in the process. Such thuggish roadblocks typically bore bounties, did they not? Clearing his throat, Hubert regained his composure and demanded, "What do you want standing in my way?" The burly man replied, "You must be Mr. Hubert, correct?" Hubert was taken aback by the man's words. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Surely you jest. Your formidable prowess has long been renowned across the seas. It is only natural that I would know of your illustrious name, the man said, a gentle smile breaking through the contrast of his imposing physique. This flattery was music to Hubert's ears, and the slight disappointment of missing an opportunity to bask in the limelight dissipated. Yet he remained prudent, although many details have been altered by the world government's embellishments. The fact that he could hold his own against the future Admiral Sakazuki attested to his strength. Hubert's reputation indeed resonated throughout the seas, though it was primarily his dragon form that had become widely known. Most would not recognize his human visage. Who exactly are you? Hubert pressed. The man extended a hand, his robust palm dwarfing Hubert's head. Allow me to introduce myself. I am from the world government's CP0. Codenamed Whitebird S.O., he is a member of CP0. Hubert realized, as they must have uncovered his identity during his time in the Flower Country, enabling them to recognize him with such immediacy. He had predominantly utilized this dashing male form during his stay in the Flower Country, which was likely the only aspect CP0 had investigated. Hubert grasped Whitebird's hand and quipped, "Your moniker Whitebird does not seem fitting, as you are hardly white." Whitebird remained unfazed, still wearing a serene smile. "Mr. Hubert, I presume you intend to venture into the Grand Line?" "Indeed, as a bounty hunter, the pirates of the four seas do not satiate my appetite. Moreover, this journey aligns with my contract with the elders," Hubert replied candidly, revealing his intentions without hesitation. After all, once he embarked on his expedition into the Grand Line, chaos was an inevitable outcome. There was no point in concealing his plans, as they would ultimately be unveiled. Whitebird continued, "Lord Hubert, you plan to traverse the Upside-Down Mountain, correct?" "Yes, that is correct. Recently, we have developed a new invention that allows us to navigate the Calm Belt without risking the perils of the Upside-Down Mountain." "What say you?" Hubert paused, memories resurfacing in his mind. It seemed that such technology had indeed existed in the original narrative. The Navy's vessels possessed their own propulsion systems, relying not solely on the winds, but also equipped with sea stone to simulate the ocean's essence, effectively warding off Sea King's attacks. Thus, what appeared to be a treacherous route to ordinary sailors was viewed by the Navy as a relatively safe passage. Rumor had it that this technology was invented by Vegapunk. Until now, Hubert had only contemplated the original protagonist journeys without considering this aspect. Reflecting on it, the Straw Hats, as pirates, had no choice but to traverse the Upside-Down Mountain, while he, as a bounty hunter with ties to the world government, questioned why he should endure such turbulence. The thrill of adventure, he deemed, was rather superfluous. The level of danger presented was negligible for him. The only real risk lay in the potential loss of a significant amount of belly should their vessel sustain damage. With this in mind, Hubert smiled at Whitebird and said, "Excellent. I am intrigued. Please make the arrangements. When shall we depart?" "We could depart as early as this afternoon. The timing is at your discretion." Whitebird responded. Hubert pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "By the way, if I travel on your ship, what will become of my Black Pearl? I invested a considerable sum in acquiring it." "We can have our ship tow yours. Rest assured, I am quite experienced and will ensure the safety of your vessel," Whitebird assured him. Seeing the sincerity on Whitebird's face, Hubert felt reluctant to press further, merely stating, "If it sustains damage, you must compensate me with an identical ship." "Have no fear. We take great care in our operations," Whitebird replied. Hubert sensed an undertone of sarcasm in that remark. As if Whitebird were implying that he himself lacked diligence, he scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. "Very well. We shall depart in 3 days. Please return here then," Hubert ultimately decided. Once their plans were solidified, Whitebird took his leave, and Hubert continued onward with Olivia towards the island. This moment, Rogue Town was bustling with activity. The era of the great pirates had dawned, attracting throngs of individuals eager to set sail for the Grand Line, making Rogue Town a vital thoroughfare. Every few steps, they encountered groups of burly men, exuding an air of menace that surpassed even the notorious gangs of the Flower Country. Conflicts erupted frequently, and bloodshed was not uncommon. Hubert observed this chaos with a sense of intrigue. The lack of oversight starkly contrasted with the order that would prevail decades later under Smoker's rule. With a navy to impose control over this area, it would likely be a straightforward endeavor. Most pirates who had yet to enter the Grand Line were merely inexperienced novices. A capable vice admiral could easily maintain order while allowing pirates to flood into the Grand Line unchecked. Was it not tantamount to permitting their rampant growth? Hubert mused about the elders' motivations. Perhaps they were constrained by other pirate factions. If the Navy dared to intervene, it was likely that Whitebeard would march upon Marineford. For such an action would sever the roots of piracy. Hubert speculated further. If the Navy were to block the entrance to the Grand Line, those pirates would be forced to develop within their own territories, leading to a proliferation of piracy across the four seas, which would be exceedingly difficult to manage. It seemed more prudent to allow the pirates to congregate in the Grand Line, where their activities would have a limited impact on the other seas. Ultimately, these considerations bore little relevance to Hubert. He had no desire to linger here, preying upon weaker pirates. The allure of those in the Grand Line held far greater appeal for him. Soon, the pair arrived at the heart of Rogue Town, where a massive scaffold loomed, drawing the attention of many passers-by. It appeared to be deliberately placed for public viewing. Hubert pointed toward the scaffold and turned to Olivia, asking, "This is the place where Pirate King Roger was executed. Would you like to take a closer look?" Olivia's eyes brightened at the mention of Roger. He was a figure of great renown that a few years prior he had dominated the seas, a monumental figure who ushered in a new era. His legacy would undoubtedly be immortalized in the annals of history. Studying his exploits would greatly aid Olivia's historical research. With enthusiasm, Olivia began to circle the scaffold, eagerly absorbing the atmosphere. Hubert had initially intended to take her on a casual stroll, but he was pleasantly surprised to see her so captivated. Watching Olivia inquire with passers-by about the details of Roger's execution, Hubert felt it would be unkind to dampen her spirits. Suddenly, he recalled something and said, "Would you like to learn more about Roger's story?" Olivia turned her head, intrigued. "How will we do that?" Hubert took her hand and led her down the street. "Come with me." Olivia, being pulled along, asked curiously, "Where are you taking me, Hubert? Weren't you going to tell me about Roger in detail?" "Just wait and see," Hubert replied, offering no further explanation. He himself was uncertain of their destination. He wished to find the tavern that Luffy and his crew had visited in the original story, though Luffy had stumbled upon it simply by chance. Lacking specific directions, Hubert could only rely on luck. Thus, the two wandered the streets for quite some time. They did not locate the tavern, but instead stumbled upon a weapons shop. Observing the store's decor, Hubert felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Was this not the very place where Zoro, the directionally challenged swordsman, had purchased his sword? Why had he found himself here? Could it be that he possessed the same penchant for getting lost as Zoro? Casting aside the absurd thoughts swirling in his mind, Hubert led Olivia into the weapons shop. Although his original intention was to find a tavern, there is a saying that resonates well. Since we are here, we might as well explore. Upon entering the store, a man in his 30s or 40s approached them with a welcoming demeanor. "Welcome, esteemed guests. How may I assist you?" Behind the counter stood a woman cradling a small child. Hubert surmised that this child would one day become the proprietor selling blades to Zoro, although at present he was merely a child of less than 10 years. "What brings you to a weapons shop? Weren't you supposed to enlighten me about Roger's history?" Olivia furrowed her brow, her earlier anticipation having led her to believe Hubert would unveil some intriguing secrets. Instead, she found herself in a weapons store. Her curiosity piqued yet unfulfilled, akin to a cat's clawing itch. Hubert scratched his head, somewhat sheepishly. "There's no rush. We have time. Let's first peruse this weapons shop, that I assure you. This establishment has a chance of making its mark in history." His assertion held some merit. In the future, when Luffy becomes the Pirate King, liberating all, it is certain that he will leave a significant imprint on history, and those like Zoro, his right-hand man, will also be recorded. Naturally, the weapon shop that aided Zoro in his early endeavors will be remembered as well. It bore a hint of the sentiment that when one ascends, those around them benefit too. However, Olivia remained skeptical, dismissing Hubert's words as mere exaggeration, casting him a sidelong glance. The shopkeeper, overhearing their exchange, chuckled. "This young man is being overly dramatic. Our humble shop could never hope to be etched in history. We would be satisfied with merely selling a renowned sword." At that moment, given the unrest in Rogue Town, the shopkeeper had hidden most of his valuable items. unlike the original narrative where they were displayed prominently. After all, a wave of zero-cost purchases would result in significant losses. He dared not reveal the existence of his ancestral blade, Yuki, for in these chaotic times, one must tread carefully to survive. Hubert understood this and addressed the proprietor. "Where might I find your cheapest blade? I'd like to take a look." The moment the shopkeeper heard the cheapest blade, his earlier enthusiasm dissipated, and with a stern expression, he gestured nonchalantly towards a nearby rack of swords. "Over there, 30,000 berry each. And the ones beside it are 70,000. With that, he returned to the counter, playfully teasing his son while muttering discontentedly, "With that attire, I thought he was some wealthy young master. Turns out it's just this." Hubert naturally caught wind of the shopkeeper's remarks, exchanging a glance with Olivia and shrugging without comment. Truth be told, he had no interest in swords valued at several tens of thousands of berry. He sought to locate the legendary Sandai Kitetsu from the original tale, that in the narrative, Zoro had been nearly drained of his berry by the cunning thief Nami, arriving with only around 100,000 berry to purchase a sword. Ultimately, he was left to choose among the cheapest options, and by sheer luck, he stumbled upon the invaluable Sandai Kitetsu, which was mistakenly placed among the less expensive blades due to its cursed nature. Hubert yearned to replicate Zoro's experience. Although he had no skill with swords and was acutely aware that any attempt at swordsmanship would be futile, he was eager to try. After all, the impact Zoro's actions had on him during his reading was profound, and if given the chance to recreate that moment, why not? Once he had indulged himself, he could simply return the sword out of course. He would not act recklessly, as in the original tale. After all, what if the Kitetsu rejected him and severed his arm? He was no fool. He would employ Haki to protect his arm. After rummaging through the cheapest rack for a while, Hubert felt that perhaps the Sandai Kitetsu was not there. Otherwise, he would have found it by now. Thus, he turned his attention to the higher-priced racks. The shopkeeper, growing impatient, remarked, "Kid, you're not just here to window shop with your girlfriend, are you? I advise you not to touch anything if you're not buying. Our items are quite valuable, and if you break something, you can't afford to pay for it." Hubert shot him a glance. It had been a while since he had felt such disdain. Once he acquired the Sandai Kitetsu, he would relish the opportunity to flaunt it and show the shopkeeper the true might of a swordsman. Ignoring the proprietor, he continued his search through the racks. However, he found nothing and ascended to the next level of blades, only to come up empty again. Gradually, Hubert began to feel that his hopes of finding the Sandai Kitetsu were dwindling, especially since he was now sifting through blades priced at 500,000 berry. After all, the price of the Sandai Kitetsu had only risen to 100,000 following inflation. It was improbable that it would be priced so high now. Feeling despondent, Hubert bypassed numerous blades and ventured into the most expensive display area. Eager to see what swords were available, the shopkeeper, incensed, reached out to stop him, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing? Those swords are not for your touch. Each one is valued at over 1,000,000 berry." Hubert, irked, shot a glare at the shopkeeper, who felt as though a beast was fixating on him. A chill running down his spine, he stood frozen, his hand hovering in the air, creating a rather awkward scene. Though Hubert had not awakened the Conqueror's Haki, he had dispatched no fewer than 8,000 pirates over the years, exuding an aura of ferocity that left the shopkeeper utterly intimidated. Ignoring the shopkeeper's discomfort, Hubert resumed inspecting the swords on display. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he pointed towards a sword on the counter. "Shopkeeper, bring that sword for me to examine." This particular sword, adorned with decorative elements and possessing a cross-shaped guard, was simple yet elegant, featuring a handle wrapped in sharkskin. To his astonishment, it was none other than the legendary Sandai Kitetsu. He never expected to find it displayed among the most expensive items. Illuminated by the light, appearing regal and otherworldly, in stark contrast to its previous treatment of being carelessly tossed among lower-tier swords, he pondered how it had come to occupy such status. Was it because its cursed nature had yet to be discovered, leading the shopkeeper to display it prominently? The shopkeeper, roused from his stupor by Hubert's inquiry, felt a flush of embarrassment. He had been intimidated by a mere youth. How humiliating! As he turned his gaze to the sword Hubert was pointing at, he was taken aback once more. Wasn't that the cursed sword, Sandai Kitetsu? This sword indeed possessed extraordinary power, but like other cursed blades, it would turn on its master. Only those sufficiently strong could wield it without succumbing to its malevolence, or else face a grim fate. Despite the sword's perilous reputation, the shopkeeper had no intention of abandoning the sale. He had placed the blade in the most prominent position. After all, most customers were oblivious to its ominous nature, and as long as it appeared sufficiently sharp, many would be eager to purchase it. This sword had changed hands twice before, with both previous owners meeting untimely deaths, leading it back to their shop. At that moment, when Hubert inquired, the shopkeeper's heart leapt with joy. Here was the perfect opportunity to reclaim his earlier dignity. If this young man were to purchase the sword, it would surely lead to his demise within 3 days. With this thought in mind, the shopkeeper approached Hubert with a sycophantic grin. "Young man, you have a discerning eye. This sword is our prized possession, passed down through generations, possessing remarkable power and exceptional sharpness." As Hubert took hold of the Sandai Kitetsu, a chill emanated from it, absorbing his vitality. Tisk, truly, it is a demonic blade. Holding it seems manageable for him, but had it been someone else, they would likely have been drained of their vitality in mere moments. Contemplating this, he summoned his strength to extract his own power. The third-generation Onakiri attempted to resist, yet it was all in vain before Hobert's might. The energy he had just absorbed swiftly flowed back into Hobert's being. Observing the third-generation Onakiri, Hobert felt it appeared considerably more agreeable, emanating a gentle aura. The sinister and eerie presence had vanished, transforming from a rebellious girl into a docile child. Hobert let out a cold chuckle. Indeed, to deal with such entities, one must exert force to achieve miraculous results. As long as he maintained a firm grip on it, it would dare not act out again. This entire sequence transpired in an instant, unnoticed by the proprietor. Olivia, curious, approached Hobert as he grasped the third-generation Onakiri, her gaze fixated on the inscriptions adorning it. She reached out, eager to touch. Instantly, the blade exuded a malevolent aura, as if it would drain her essence the moment her hand made contact. Sensing this, Hobert exerted his strength once more. The third-generation Onakiri trembled, emitting a resonant chime before falling silent. Olivia's hand rested upon it, yet it displayed no reaction. These inscriptions seemed to be ancient characters. She remarked, tracing the patterns on the blade's surface. Hobert nodded in agreement. The third-generation Onakiri originated from the land of Wano, which had a history of studying ancient scripts. Thus, it was not surprising to find such engravings on the sword. Observing Olivia's enthusiasm, he inquired, "Do you like it? I could procure it for you to study." Olivia retracted her hand, declining, "Never mind, I have plenty of research to attend to." Though she said this, Hobert knew she must covet it. After all, it was ancient script. How could she remain indifferent? Perhaps she deemed it too costly and wished to spare him the expense. Yet Hobert was not lacking in funds. He was about to voice his intention to purchase it when a weapon shop owner interjected. "My dear miss, this is a prized possession from the land of Wano, a treasure passed down through generations in my family. I typically wouldn't part with it, but today, I will make an exception for you." Hobert stifled a laugh at this. Indeed, the third-generation Onakiri was forged by the illustrious Feichu, who is still very much alive. How could this sword have been passed down for generations? Unperturbed, Olivia countered. "Hobert, didn't you mention wanting to introduce me to Roger? Let us be on our way." Hearing this, the owner grew anxious. He intended to use the third-generation Onakiri to exact revenge upon the two. And it was inconceivable to let them depart so easily. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Hobert and Olivia, brandishing the sword. "What? Are you attempting to engage in coercive sales? Is this a black market?" Hobert raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with excitement. Having been thwarted in his previous encounter with the White Bird, he felt a surge of anticipation at the prospect of a confrontation with this shopkeeper. "No, it's not that." The owner, sensing the intensity in Hobert's gaze, felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition washing over him. He hurriedly denied, "It's just that you are our shop's 10,000th customer. We would like to gift you this sword as a reward." Huh. Both Olivia and Hobert were taken aback. And the owner just displayed a rather favorable attitude. How could he suddenly offer the sword as a gift? The rapidity of his attitude shift raised suspicions. Hobert sensed something amiss. This proprietor could not be so magnanimous. There must be some hidden agenda. While Hobert pondered this, Olivia interjected, "Really? That sword was quite valuable at the counter just moments ago. The owner sighed heavily. In truth, we deliberated for quite some time before deciding to use this sword as a reward. The 10,000th customer is a significant milestone, and the gift must reflect its worth. Secretly, the owner mused, "Fools! Once you take this sword and meet your demise, it will inevitably return to me. Did you think you could gain advantage? Absurd." Hobart questioned, "But didn't you just say this was your ancestral sword? It seems inappropriate to give it away so freely." The owner hesitated, his eyes darting about. "We have many ancestral swords. This is merely one among them. One of lesser value. I only decided to part with this after much contemplation." Observing the owner's desperate attempts to relinquish the sword, a sudden realization struck Hobart. Could it be that the owner was aware of the sword's sinister effects and intended to eliminate him with it? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and he nearly resolved to eliminate the owner on the spot. The proprietor, sensing the shift in atmosphere, could only force a strained smile. Seeing Hobart remain silent for an extended period, Olivia inquired, "Hobart, what do you think? Should we take it?" "Of course. Why not?" Hobart replied with a grin. "Since the owner is so generous, I shall accept it." The owner's eyes gleamed with delight. Yet he maintained a facade of indifference. From here on, all he had to do was wait for Hobart to fall victim to the blade and reclaim it. The owner lamented, "Just a moment ago. You said you didn't want it. Why the sudden change of heart?" "Alas, this will cost me over 1,000,000 berries." Hobart mused silently. What a farce! The owner and his son were polar opposites. One understood the third-generation Onakiri was a demonic blade and placed it in the cheapest bin, while the other, upon realizing its nature, attempted to sell it for a higher price, planning to reclaim it after the buyer's demise. With a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, Hobart turned to the owner and asked, "So, this blade now belongs to me, correct?" "Of course," the owner replied with a smile, grasping the hilt of the third-generation Onakiri. Hobart turned to Olivia and said, "Do you know, this world is full of incredible phenomena. Even a mere blade can possess astonishing power. Some blades are not merely weapons, but have their own consciousness. They only acknowledge masters stronger than themselves. Should their master exhibit even a hint of weakness, they will retaliate, consuming their owner. Of course, if one can master such a weapon, they shall wield even greater might. These weapons are known as demonic blades." Olivia listened intently. While the proprietor was already drenched in perspiration, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as his body trembled. "This fellow knows about demonic blades. Does that mean he's already aware of my intentions?" "No more gifts," the owner stammered, hastily reaching to reclaim the third-generation Onakiri from Hobart's grasp. Olivia, puzzled by the owner's actions, turned to see Hobart smiling at the proprietor. He deftly swatted the owner's hand away, stating now, "That's rather ungracious of you, sir. Once given, it's not yours to take back." He then resumed his conversation with Olivia. "And this blade in my possession is indeed a demonic blade." The third-generation Onakiri. Olivia's eyes widened slightly. "So, this blade possesses its own consciousness." "Precisely," Hobart affirmed, "and a demonic blade only acknowledges a master whose strength surpasses its own. Today, I shall prove my worth." Olivia was unsure of Hobart's intentions until she witnessed him hurling the third-generation Onakiri into the air. It spun gracefully before descending. Hobart, undaunted, extended his arm into the blade's path. Olivia gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The owner and his wife turned to watch, as did the child in the owner's arms, who paused his play to observe. Hobart felt a twinge of trepidation, fearing he might lose his arm. After all, the power of a demonic blade was no trifling matter. Beneath his sleeve, his arm had quietly turned black. The Busashuga haki had enveloped his arm, ensuring he would remain unscathed even if the blade made contact. It was not cheating. After all, this was part of his strength. Having completed this, the third-generation Onakiri descended before the eyes of the onlookers. Just as the blade's spine grazed Hobart's arm, it slid past, embedding itself deeply into the ground. The wooden floor was cleaved as though it were mere tofu. "Hobart!" Olivia rushed forward to embrace him. "What were you thinking? That was incredibly dangerous." Peering over Hubert's shoulder, she gazed at the third-generation Onakiri lodged in the floor, her heart racing as she playfully thumped Hubert's chest a few times. Her small fist barely posed any threat to Hubert, akin to a cat's playful swat. Yet he feigned pain, exclaiming, "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! Stop hitting me! What are you doing?" The more he spoke, the more fiercely Alvia struck. She was well aware of Hubert's resilience. Her strength was insufficient to even break his skin. "You do feel pain, don't you? You nearly lost your hand just now. Do you understand how perilous this is?" Hubert scratched his head and chuckled. "Ha! Didn't I mention that I aim to conquer this cursed blade? Look, isn't that a success? I know my limits." "Limits? What limits do you possess? If you were to lose your hand, Alvia panted after her exertion. "How about you?" Hubert inquired curiously. "Oh, don't worry. It's just an arm. You can handle it." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Alvia retorted in a mix of embarrassment and anger, sinking her teeth into Hubert's shoulder. Hubert made no move to stop her, allowing her to bite. Meanwhile, the weapon shop owner gazed vacantly at the third-generation Onatachi on the ground, his mind reeling. How dare this man act so recklessly? Is he not afraid? Can such a cursed blade truly be wielded by someone? What manner of man is he? A tempest of thoughts surged within him, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had intended to use the third-generation Onatachi to dispose of the two on the other side. A child in the shop owner's wife's arms joyfully clapped his hands, giggling. Surely, this scene left an indelible impression on him, one that would linger when he encountered Zoro in the future. After a pause, the weapon shop owner picked up the third-generation Onatachi and slowly approached Hubert, extending it toward him. "You must be Hubert, correct? Today, I wish to gift you this blade. Additionally, I have another ancestral weapon, the renowned Snow Walk, that I hope to present it to you, as I believe you can truly bring it to life." Hubert turned his head and smiled at the overly excited owner. He had no belief that the owner would genuinely offer him such a treasured heirloom. The owner likely realized Hubert's formidable prowess, and after intending to use the third-generation Onatachi against him, now felt anxious and sought to make amends. Ordinary swords would not pique Hubert's interest, but Snow Walk was indeed a fine blade of considerable value. If Hubert accepted it, it would be difficult for him to act against the owner. Hubert inspected the third-generation Onatachi in his hand, remaining silent in response to the owner's words. The owner grew increasingly anxious. If this man sought revenge, he lacked the strength to resist. "Mr. Hubert, you need not doubt. Snow Walk is truly our family heirloom, a remarkable sword that can be found in the Fast Blade catalog. Our clan has yet to find a swordsman capable of wielding it. Today, seeing you, I finally understand what a swordsman is. That it is not merely about strength. More importantly, it is the heart that remains unshaken in the face of death." This statement left Hubert feeling slightly embarrassed. He did not possess such a heart. His confidence stemmed from his mastery of Haki. Clearing his throat, he interrupted the owner, who was eager to continue speaking, saying, "I am not a swordsman. I have no use for your weapons. My interest in swords is merely a hobby." "Really?" The owner looked at him skeptically, seemingly doubting Hubert's sincerity. "You don't think it's too little, do you? Snow Walk is indeed a formidable sword, and I truly do not need a sword. You can ask this beautiful lady beside me." Hubert gently shook his head. Seeing the owner's gaze shift to her, Alvia nodded to affirm Hubert's words. "Yes, that's so." The owner immediately sighed in relief. Thankfully, he did not expect to lose Snow Walk. Even if Hubert did not wield a sword, he could sell it for a handsome sum of several million berries. "Yes," he pondered. Hubert's voice reached his ears. "Although I do not require a sword. Your actions are rather unscrupulous." The weapon shop owner's movements froze, the light casting a pale hue on his face. "It was a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding." With a click, the third-generation Onatachi rested on the owner's shoulder as Hubert leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "The evidence is here. Do you still wish to argue?" The owner, terrified, dared not move, cold sweat reappearing on his forehead. Observing the owner's head dripping like a faucet, Hubert smirked, sensing it was time. He added, "I believe this matter is quite serious. I do not require your weapon. What do you propose to compensate me?" The owner knelt suddenly, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. The shop owner's wife seemed to grasp the situation. Having witnessed her husband's earlier intent to sell a sword to Hubert, Alvia, however, was utterly baffled. Had Hubert not merely leaned in to speak a few words? Why had he knelt down? "Mr. Hubert, my lord, please spare me." The owner clutched Hubert's leg, tears streaming down his face. "That I was misled. It is not my fault. This cursed blade has influenced me. I believe it would suit you perfectly." Hubert disdainfully kicked him away, calmly stating, "I have already said that I am not a swordsman and have no desire for a sword." "How mundane. Then what does my lord desire?" The owner quickly discerned from Hubert's tone that he had no intention of pursuing a vendetta. Indeed, a smile emerged on Hubert's face. "Let's simply discuss how much berries will suffice. Gifting swords is merely superfluous." The owner, at this moment, Alvia realized Hubert's true intentions and could not help but cover her face, feeling quite embarrassed to be accompanying him. After some discussion, the owner generously chose to part with a significant sum, paying 10 million berries to ensure Hubert would not trouble him. Receiving the berries, Hubert beamed with delight, making others believe they were good friends. "Ha ha, the owner is a wise man. I declare that this weapon shop shall henceforth be under my protection, should any ruffians seek to cause trouble. You may invoke my name." Of course, whether the ruffians would heed his name was another matter. The owner understood this well, letting out a long sigh. "Then I must trouble you, Lord Hubert." After finishing, he cast a glance at Hubert, who still held the third-generation Onitachi, and quietly reminded him, "Lord Hubert, do you intend to keep the sword? If not, I shall take it back. This third-generation Onitachi requires maintenance. It appears somewhat rusty." Rusty? Hubert looked around, confirming that the third-generation Onitachi remained as smooth as ice, without a hint of tarnish. Of course, he understood the owner's intention to avoid further entanglement, so he prepared to hand the sword back. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Hubert sensed something was amiss and decided to investigate. It was certainly not out of mere curiosity. Upon stepping outside, he found a crowd gathered in front of a nearby noodle shop. Curiosity piquing his interest further, he pulled Alvia through the throng to witness the unfolding scene that a small child was confronting an adult wielding a rolling pin. The child appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, with striking green hair, and despite his tender age, his expression was fierce. With sharp, jagged teeth, he glared at the adult. "I've told you countless times, your child cannot play with mine. He is not destined to become a little thug. I want him to inherit my work." The adult, presumably the noodle shop owner, spoke with a somewhat aggressive tone. Had the child been older, he might have charged at him. The green-haired boy, unfazed, fixed his gaze on the owner and retorted, "What is so great about running a noodle shop? You'll never earn a fortune. It's better to be a little thug." "Exactly. I refuse to run a noodle shop." Hubert listened intently, only then noticing that the noodle shop owner held a small child who was currently squirming. "You little rascal." The noodle shop owner smacked his son on the behind, scolding, "You've been deceived. That kid has no parents and no inheritance. You're living just fine. Why would you want to follow him into a life of thuggery?" "Bartolomeo is not a little thug. We are part of the underworld." Upon hearing this, Hubert stroked his chin, observing the green-haired, jagged-toothed boy. "So, this child is Bartolomeo. In the future, the foremost figure among the underworld, one who seems to have a filter of exceptional distinction even as he resembles Luffy. At such a tender age, he has already embarked on a path of delinquency, which explains how he ascended to the position of a notorious crime lord presiding over 150 towns by his 20s. It truly is a case of nurturing talent from a young age. The underworld? Who aspires to be a part of that? Just as the noodle shop owner was poised to teach that mischievous lad Bartolomeo a lesson for leading his child astray. A sudden commotion erupted from the crowd, in a wave of agitation. The throng parted, creating a path. This only added to Hubert's sense of constriction. Emerging from the crowd were a group of muscular men clad in tattooed suits. Hubert was all too familiar with this appearance. It was the quintessential look of the underworld. Upon witnessing the gang's intimidating demeanor, the noodle shop owner immediately cowered, shielding his son and exclaiming, "I misheard. I misheard. I wasn't talking about the underworld. I was referring to noodles, a mixed dish, black in color, called black stew. Bartolomeo wanted to eat, but I have run out of ingredients and cannot prepare it." Hubert thought to himself, this shopkeeper certainly possesses some adaptability. The leading tattooed thug slapped the noodle shop owner across the face. "Who do you think you're fooling? Do you take me for a fool?" Bartolomeo, initially pleased to see the gang, thinking they were there to support him, suddenly felt a pang of anxiety at the sight of the slap. Although the noodle shop owner was quite unlikable, he had often provided Bartolomeo with free meals in the past. Thus, Bartolomeo hurriedly stepped forward, placing himself between the gang and the noodle shop owner, saying, "Esteemed sir, this noodle shop owner is the father of my friend. Please do not continue to strike him." A resounding slap landed on Bartolomeo's face, leaving a prominent red mark on the delicate skin of the child. "And who might you be, kid? Just because you know someone. You think you're exempt? You think you're the boss of the underworld? Huh." Upon hearing this, the gang erupted in laughter. "This kid is amusing. He was quite convincing just now. I almost believed he was the boss. You're just too cowardly, scared of even a child. Huh. What are you still doing here, kid? Do you want another slap?" Bartolomeo, incredulously covering his face, stood speechless. Hadn't they come to his aid? How could this be? He remained in a daze for quite some time. Meanwhile, the gang continued. "I heard what you said, noodle shop owner. What is this? Do you look down upon us?" The noodle shop owner hurriedly waved his hands. No, I hold no disdain. It's the petty thugs I look down upon. Clearly, you are a distinguished member of the underworld." He then produced a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to the gang leader with a smile. "Here, brother, have a smoke. You must be hungry. I'll prepare some noodles for you." "Who the hell is calling me brother? I can't afford your measly noodles. You think I need your charity?" The gang leader dismissed him with a slap, sending the cigarette flying far from the noodle shop owner's grasp. The owner didn't retrieve it, continuing to smile apologetically. However, Hubert noticed him gesturing frantically behind his back, urging his child to leave swiftly. "TSK, TSK, TSK. The weapon shop owner accompanying Hubert clicked his tongue. Old John has run afoul of trouble. The new official is already burning everything down, and he is the first to get scorched." Hubert turned to inquire, "Do you know him?" At that moment, the weapon shop owner, having just been extorted for 10 million berries, appeared quite relaxed out of course. "I know him. Old John and I are old acquaintances. His noodles are exquisite. Even someone like me, who rarely eats noodles, often dines at his establishment." Ditto. This piqued Hubert's interest, as he had a particular fondness for noodles, though he hadn't encountered any exceptional ones since arriving in the pirate world. The best he had tasted was his own cooking, which was merely mediocre. "What about this underworld? What is its background?" Hubert inquired. He is merely a minor head in another location. Recently, the head of this area passed away, and Navy assigned him to manage this territory. I see. And what of that green-haired child? He is nothing but a mischievous little brat, orphaned and now living with his grandmother. He often parades around claiming to be part of the underworld." As the two conversed, the situation in the vicinity had escalated. Old John remained bowed in apology, submissive and silent, even after being struck, which rendered the gang somewhat bored. Their initial intention had been to make an example of him. But Old John's demeanor provided them no justification for violence. Should they resort to force, it would certainly lead to complications in the quaint town of Rogu. Even the underworld had its own order. If they were to act out in front of others, their subsequent operations would become exceedingly difficult, potentially jeopardizing their entire agenda. Feeling disinterested, the gang leader decided to leave. Yet, just as Bartolomeo, still dazed, let out a primal scream. "I will fight you!" He charged at the gang members. One thug, caught off guard, was bitten by Bartolomeo. The tattoo of a phoenix instantly became stained crimson, appearing all the more lifelike. He screamed, followed by a kick aimed at Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo clung on tightly, his teeth embedded in flesh. However, the thug's strength was overwhelming for the young Bartolomeo, who was sent flying backward, his teeth scattering on the ground, mingling with the blood that now stained the cobblestone path before the noodle shop. Bartolomeo's mouth was filled with blood, leaving him looking somewhat terrifying, uncertain whether it was his own or the thug's. Observing the young Bartolomeo's plight, Olivia felt a pang of compassion, perhaps reminded of the wandering robin. Tears welled in her eyes. She turned to Hubert, saying, "Hubert, please save him. T.S. so pitiful." Of course. Hubert licked his lips, having intended to intervene not just for Bartolomeo, but for Old John's noodles as well. Moreover, he had just awakened some intriguing abilities and had been searching for an opportunity to test them. Now, it seemed fortuitous to experiment on these thugs. Chapter 68. the flying slash just moments ago. As the blade of Sandai Kitetsu grazed Hubert S. arm and fell to the ground, a voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have tamed the cursed sword Sandai Kitetsu, unlocking the flying slash. The flying slash, ISNT that exclusive to swordsmen. The formidable strikes of a skilled swordsman wielded with such force could nearly cleave mountains and carve through seas. The later Mihawk once sliced through the ice created by Aokiji with a single swing. To think that someone with no knowledge of swordsmanship like him could awaken such power was astonishing. He was eager to find a place to test his newfound prowess when fortune smiled upon him, presenting a group eager for their demise. The thug, having been bitten, wore a scowl of humiliation. Being ambushed by a child was a significant disgrace. Without a shred of pity for the bloodied Bartolomeo, he charged forward, ready to retaliate. That it seemed he believed this would restore his honor. Yet his plan was thwarted when a stone struck his hand, causing him to wince in pain and emit a cry of anguish. Who did that? Is this the underworld of Roga Town? Picking on a child? How disgraceful. Hubert stepped forward from the crowd, casually tossing a stone, ready to throw another at a moment's notice. The thug, upon seeing the stone, froze in place, feeling as if he had been shot. The pain in his hand made him feel as though several bones had shattered, rendering him incapable of exerting strength. He certainly did not wish to endure another hit. Observing the now cowering gang, the leader scoffed. Incompetence. He then turned to Hubert, asking, "And who might you be? Do you intend to meddle in our affairs?" I absolutely intend to meddle. What will you do about it? The gang leader narrowed his eyes, fixing a cold stare on Hubert. You best think carefully. This is Roga Town, and opposing me will lead you down a path of no return. Though he spoke otherwise, a flicker of joy lingered within his heart. He had initially intended to teach old John a proper lesson, but little did he know that the fellow was so cowardly, leaving him without an opportunity to unleash his prowess. Now, however, this newcomer seemed more fitting to establish his authority, demonstrating to others the dire consequences of provoking him. What a tiresome monologue it was. Hobart strode over to Bartolomeo, assisting him to his feet, while Orvia hurried to tend to his wounds. After all, Bartolomeo was still bleeding profusely, and if they delayed any longer, he might face grave danger. Bartolomeo Hobart felt somewhat dazed. He had just braced himself for a fatal end, prepared to confront the notorious gang in a last-ditch effort, only to find Hobart appearing as his unexpected savior. "Oh, who are you?" he managed to utter, the pain in his mouth causing him to gasp in discomfort. I am merely a righteous bounty hunter, the one who despises the likes of the underworld gang. Pirates and the Navy, Hobart declared, thumping his chest with pride. Bounty hunter? Bartolomeo silently pondered, lost in thought. Not underestimate me. The gang leader, left to stew on the sidelines, could no longer contain himself. With a thunderous roar, he proclaimed, "Since you have chosen to oppose me, you shall pay the price." With that, he drew a pistol from his coat and without hesitation aimed it at Hobart. Be careful. Old John, observing the unfolding chaos, gasped in alarm, attempting to leap towards the gang leader. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing erupted as Hobart's sword, the Sandai Kitetsu, had somehow been unsheathed. Several bullets were intercepted mid-air, and Bartolomeo, standing behind Hobart, watched in awe as bullets were cleaved in two and whizzed past him. His eyes widened in disbelief. The onlookers, initially ready to disperse upon hearing gunfire, found their feet frozen at the sight before them. Old John, having paused midway, stood rooted in place, rendered speechless by the spectacle of bullets being sliced apart. The weapon shop owner wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering to himself, thank goodness, I knew this fellow was formidable. How fortunate to have avoided calamity, or I might have been staring at a corpse right now." The gang leader, as Hobart's opponent, was no exception. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he stared in terror at Hobart. Even as cold sweat dripped into his eyes, he remained unblinking. Impossible. How could anyone achieve such a feat? It must be an illusion, he exclaimed, raising his pistol once more and firing several shots. Yet Hobart's sword danced effortlessly, deflecting each bullet. Though he had never wielded a sword before, the awakening of his flying slash technique had granted him an intuitive understanding of such maneuvers. Besides, the speed of the bullets appeared almost sluggish to him, making this feat far from challenging. The gang finally recognized the peril they had invoked, retreating while firing in desperation, hoping to escape, but Hobart would not grant them such an opportunity. A smirk graced his lips as he leveled his Sandai Kitetsu. The sunlight struck the blade, yet it reflected no light, emanating an inescapable darkness. An eerie aura surged forth, sending a chill through the gathered crowd. "Taste my slash," Hobart declared, having conceived a name for his technique. Wolf Fong Kill. A tempest swept forth, howling toward the gang. The sheer force of the strike rendered the gang utterly defenseless, toppling them to the ground. He executed it with precision, ensuring none but the gang members were harmed. The weapon shop owner stood there dumbfounded, internally exclaiming, "Didn't he say he couldn't use a sword? What in the world is this? If he is that powerful, how could he be so unassuming? This is disastrous. The Sandai Kitetsu might not survive this. I wonder if he'll demand my snow walk as compensation. I'm in deep trouble." Hobart, twirling the Sandai Kitetsu in a flourish before sheathing it, addressed the stunned crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, you may share what transpired today. Should the gang seek retribution, let them come to me, for I wish to see who dares." With that, he turned and noticed the weapon shop owner, who bore an expression of sorrow, far more pronounced than when he had presented 1,000,000 berries. "What troubles you with that long face?" "And nothing at all. It's just that, Mr. Hobart, you are far too modest. Did you not claim you couldn't wield a sword? How could you be so formidable? Such skills are merely fundamental. Indeed, I am not proficient." Hobart chuckled lightly, for he had only just discovered these abilities. However, the sword techniques seemed far more intuitive than the powers of the devil fruit. They might prove more effective in the long run. He contemplated merging his devil fruit abilities with swordsmanship in the future. With that thought, he handed the Sandai Kitetsu back to the weapon shop owner. "Here, this is yours." The owner was momentarily taken aback, holding the Sandai Kitetsu in disbelief. "But don't want it? Want what?" Hobart was momentarily puzzled, and upon noticing the owner's gaze, he realized, "Did we not agree beforehand? I do not wish to keep your sword. You have already compensated me with berries. I am a man of my word." The weapon shop owner's face lit up with joy. "Mr. Hobart is truly a noble man." Hobart chuckled softly, saying, "See if any of these gang members have bounties. If so, procure them for me." "Certainly." As the weapon shop owner left, jubilant with the Sandai Kitetsu in hand, Hobart found himself lost in thought. His decision to forego the sword was made after considerable contemplation. One reason was that Zoro would eventually return to this place, and he did not want to diminish the iconic moment of Zoro taming the Sandai Kitetsu. Yet, this was merely one reason. The more significant factor was that he simply did not hold the sword in high regard. After all, his strength was nearing that of an admiral. It would be beneath him to wield a blade that was not regarded as remarkable. He sought a great sword, or even an unparalleled one. Turning to Orvia, he noticed she had finished tending to Bartolomeo's wounds. The bleeding had mostly stopped, and all that remained was for him to recuperate. Bartolomeo gazed at Hobart with excitement. And had it not been for the treatment of his mouth, which rendered him temporarily speechless, he might have shouted in exhilaration. Hobart approached and ruffled his green hair, saying, "Your wounds have been treated. Now, rest well at home." Orvia added, "The treatment I administered will render you unable to speak for half a day, but after that, you will feel much better. Take care of yourself at home." Hobart took Orvia's hand, leading her towards the still-stunned old John. His act of saving Bartolomeo had been instinctive. More importantly, it was for old John. As Hobart approached, old John swallowed hard and inquired, "My lord, do you require any assistance?" Hobart nodded earnestly. Old John found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had only asked out of politeness, yet it seemed this man truly needed his help. Given his strength, why would he need assistance? "I've heard your noodles are quite delectable. Could you prepare a bowl for me?" "Ah, certainly." Old John quickly regained his composure and asked, "What flavor would you prefer? Spicy, sweet, or savory?" "Spicy, please." "Very well. And for the lady?" Orvia was about to shake her head when Hobart interjected. "Prepare her a bowl as well, just like mine." "Understood. It will be ready shortly." As the proprietor disappeared into the kitchen, Hobart and Orvia settled into the noodle shop. During their wait, Hobart remarked, I intended to introduce you to the history of Roger. But I did not foresee these events unfolding. It's all right. We saved that child, Bartolomeo. There will be opportunities to learn about Roger later, Orvia replied nonchalantly. After we finish eating, I shall take you to explore, he offered. While they conversed, a voice interrupted from behind, and without turning, Hobart already knew who it was. Bartolomeo, why are you still here? Shouldn't you be heading home? You can't very well eat noodles in your condition. Bartolomeo's face flushed crimson, yet he found himself unable to speak, presenting a rather comical sight. Orvia playfully pinched Hobart's thigh, casting him a pointed glance, as if to say, "Must you be so blunt? Are you not aware of his condition?" Hubert let out a helpless chuckle and said, "You should head home now. After a good night's sleep, you will feel better. However, it will take some time for your teeth to grow back. Youngster, you must not act so recklessly in the future. Think carefully about the consequences before you act. If it weren't for me today, you would have received quite a beating." Bartolomeo nodded earnestly, then gestured as if he wanted to say something that Hubert felt a bit of a headache. How was he supposed to understand this? "Can you write?" Bartolomeo nodded. So Hubert took out a piece of paper and a pen, offering it to him, encouraging him to write down whatever he wished to express. Bartolomeo took the pen and began to scribble. Hubert leaned over to take a look and saw the message. "My friend's father was beaten. I can't just ignore it." "Ha! What a loyal little rascal," Hubert remarked, "but your abilities are far too meager to confront a gang. That would be rather unwise. Wouldn't you agree?" Bartolomeo seemed to realize this as well. Left speechless, Hubert added, "Never mind, I won't tease you any longer. You should hurry home." Bartolomeo shook his head like a rattled drum and wrote again. "I haven't seen you around town before. Are you from another place? Are you setting sail?" "Indeed. We shall embark in a couple of days." "Can I come along?" Hubert nearly choked on the water he was drinking, then replied, "No way. My ship doesn't take children. Employing child labor is illegal." He had forgotten that he himself was just a 7-year-old. "Oh, I turned 8 not long ago." Bartolomeo's face fell, and he said, "Don't worry. I'm quite capable and one to be a burden." "By no means no. Our ship is already at full capacity." Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo seemed rather dejected. He wrote again, "One day, I will become a bounty hunter, bringing justice to the world." Hubert was taken aback by this declaration. What on earth? Bartolomeo wants to be a bounty hunter. What about Luffy? Will he attack Luffy on sight in the future? Observing Bartolomeo's serious demeanor, Hubert fell into deep thought. "Here comes the noodles." Just as he pondered, the boss emerged carrying 2 bowls of noodles. Interrupting his contemplation, "It smells so good." Before even tasting it, the enticing aroma wafted into Hubert's nostrils, far surpassing anything he could cook himself. With the first bite, Hubert's face lit up in ecstasy. "Wow, this flavor is incredible. It has been ages since I've had such delicious noodles. This taste is even better than many noodle shops from my past life." He licked his lips and placed his hand on Old John's shoulder. "Old John, you must join my crew as our chef. We desperately need someone with your culinary skills." Bartolomeo interjected, "What? Weren't you saying you didn't need more crew members?" In the end, Old John accepted Hubert's invitation. Given the events of the day, he felt he couldn't remain there any longer, fearing retaliation from the gang. After witnessing Hubert's strength, he believed that sailing with him might be a wise choice. His son was also permitted to join the crew, which left Bartolomeo enviously awestruck. Bartolomeo persisted in pleading with Hubert for a long time, until he could finally articulate his thoughts clearly. He watched Hubert depart, shouting earnestly, "One day, I will become a formidable bounty hunter like you." "Ha ha ha. Good luck, kid." Hubert laughed heartily, taking Olivia's hand as they set off to find the tavern they encountered in Lowtown. However, it seemed that luck was not on their side. Or perhaps the tavern had simply chosen not to open. Regardless, Hubert searched for 2 days without success. Eventually, as the time to set sail approached, he decided, after consulting with Olivia, to leave for now, vowing to return when the opportunity arose. However, to learn about Roger's history, there appeared to be many better methods, such as locating Roger's former crewmates, who had personally experienced those events. Speaking of Roger's crewmates, the most recent one would likely be the individual behind Reverse Mountain. The ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates, Kuroka's. Yet he had already resolved to take the Navy's Calm Belt route, which complicated matters. Observing Olivia's disappointment at not finding the tavern, Hubert sighed. Well, if it's troublesome, so be it. We can skip the Calm Belt. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Upon returning to the Black Pearl, the rest of the crew had also prepared early. Hubert boarded the ship, introducing Old John to the crew, and they set off. The Black Pearl cut through the waves, producing a harmonious sound as it splashed water, sending sparkling droplets glistening under the sun. The journey through the Grand Line had finally commenced. Deciding against traversing the Calm Belt meant they need not travel alongside the Navy, and the Black Pearl swiftly approached Reverse Mountain. Witnessing the spectacle of the water flowing in reverse and shooting upwards, everyone was left in awe. Even Hubert found it astonishing. Having come here was fortuitous. If they had ventured through the Calm Belt, they would not have witnessed such a marvel. With a command from Hubert, he directed everyone to charge toward Reverse Mountain. The swift current propelled the Black Pearl forward, gaining speed until it finally reached the summit and soared across. The ship glided through the air for a moment before descending heavily once more, accelerating downward. This thrilling experience was far more exhilarating than any roller coaster. Olivia clung tightly to Hubert's arm. Hubert surveyed the surroundings, ready to confront any danger. He certainly did not wish for the ship he had acquired at great expense to be damaged. Nearby, Jesse stared vacantly at the sights on the other side of Reverse Mountain. Welcome back to the Grand Line. Finally, the ship stabilized as it came to rest on the surface of the sea beneath Reverse Mountain. The crew, still shaken, gasped for breath, some even retching due to their frail constitutions. That was insane, they exclaimed, marveling at the existence of such a place. It felt surreal, and no wonder it's called the Grand Line. Even entering is so perilous. With that speed, if luck had been against us, our ship might have been smashed to pieces. Hubert clapped his hands and reassured them. Don't worry, with me here, the ship will not be broken. Recovering from their shock, Carter suddenly chuckled. Indeed, with Captain Hubert around, what threat could we possibly face? Even if it were 10 times more intense, we would still be safe. Just as they were conversing, a colossal figure suddenly emerged from the water. The part above the surface resembled a small island, immense in size, covered in rugged scars, some of which had healed while others still bled. The sudden appearance left the pirate stunned. What on earth is that? After a moment, one pirate finally reacted, his throat tightening, its still bleeding. Could it be some kind of creature? Fools! How could such a massive creature exist? It must be some sort of peculiar island. Captain Hubert, what do you think? Hubert gazed at the gargantuan entity, which had appeared in the original story, stroking his chin as he replied, that is indeed a creature, the world's largest island whale. As large as an island itself, is there really such a large creature? Of course. Are you doubting the captain? No, it's just astonishing. Captain Hubert, what should we do about this fellow? Hubert's lips curled into a slight smile as he waved his hand. Steer the ship into its mouth, what? Surely, Captain Hubert is jesting? If we go in, won't we be eaten? The reminders from the crowd indeed brought a semblance of clarity to Hobart. This island whale is none other than Laboon from the original story. Once cherished as the pet of the Rumbar pirates, Laboon was left behind when the crew ventured into the perilous Grand Line, awaiting their return for a full 50 years. The once juvenile Laboon has now matured into a whale larger than the island itself, even harboring a miniature ocean within. While the world around it has transformed, Laboon remains steadfast in its vigil for the Rumbar pirates, determined to shatter the red line that obstructs its path to find its master. Despite its immense size, the red line is beyond its capacity to breach. Over the decades, Laboon has accumulated numerous scars upon its head. Tragically, the Rumbar pirates met their demise on the Grand Line decades ago, leaving only the deceased Brooke behind. Hobart could only perceive Laboon as foolish, likely having damaged its head in vain. Regardless, these matters do not concern him. His focus lies on finding Roger's ship doctor, Kurokas, who resides within Laboon's belly. Initially, Hobart considered following the original narrative's Luffy and sailing directly into Laboon's stomach. However, he quickly reconsidered. After all, Luffy is the protagonist, blessed with extraordinary luck. What he can accomplish may not be replicated by Hobart. Should the Black Pearl sustain damage, it would surely break his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "You all wait on the shore. I shall take Alvia with me, da-da. Master Hobart, please don't do anything rash. We still need you. One crew member rushed forward, clinging to Hobart's leg. Get off. Who's being rash? I have my own plans. I'll return shortly. Hobart kicked the crew member away. Alvia hesitated as Hobart extended his hand toward her. Could it be that he truly intends to take her along to her demise? She thought. If she were to perish, it wouldn't matter much. But what about Robin? Observing Alvia's conflicted expression, Hobart swiftly scooped her up. With his wings unfurled behind him, he flapped them and soared toward Laboon's mouth. What are you thinking? Do you truly believe I would take you along for my own burial? Alvia closed her eyes tightly in anxiety as she was embraced, but upon hearing Hobart's words, she opened them to discover they had arrived in an entirely new environment. There was no sky here. Rather, a gray haze loomed overhead, obscuring her view. The sea appeared somewhat green, distinctly unlike ordinary seawater. In the distance, a colossal gate loomed in the sky. Where is this? Alvia murmured in bewilderment, surveying her unfamiliar surroundings. This is the inside of that whale, Hobart replied. Da-da, Alvia exclaimed, taken aback. She grappled with the sudden transition to this new realm, reluctantly accepting the bizarre reality. Hobart smirked. Now do you see that I'm not dragging you along for a funeral? Alvia felt her cheeks flush as she diverted the topic. Is this truly the inside of the whale? It's astonishing. Indeed, it's quite marvelous that I was equally astonished by Oda's imagination, Hobart responded. Who is Oda? Alvia inquired. Well, to put it simply, he can be likened to a deity, a creator, Hobart explained it. Oh, is that a term used in your dialect? Alvia realized, mentally noting the term with a sense of delight. Appreciating the newfound common ground with Hobart, as they soared through the air, Hobart suddenly spotted an island and swiftly flew toward it. An old man sat in a rocking chair on the island. His hair was a mix of white and gray, with a few feather-like strands sprouting from his head, the origin of which was uncertain. He appeared to be in his 50s, his countenance fierce, his body adorned with sinewy muscles, engrossed in a newspaper. Someone's here, Alvia exclaimed, startled. Her voice caught the attention of the island's inhabitant, who looked up to see Hobart, adorned with dragon wings, approaching him without a hint of concern. He calmly stated, Hey, are you planning to attack me? I advise against it. You wouldn't survive. His words exuded confidence, instilling a sense of authority. Alvia, fearing that Hobart might be seeking trouble, felt a surge of anxiety. Then Hobart chuckled. Oh, you're so confident? Who do you think will die? I will, the old man replied without hesitation, his expression remaining unfazed, exuding an aura of mastery. Alvia exclaimed, Hobart descended with a hearty laugh. Landing on the island, he extended his hand toward the old man, saying, It's an honor to finally meet you, Kurokas. This man was indeed Hobart's target, the ship doctor of Roger's crew, Kurokas. Upon hearing his name, Kurokas' expression subtly shifted. He grasped Hobart's hand and inquired, Do you know me? Of course, you are a member of the Pirate King's crew. Your name has long echoed across the seas, Hobart replied. Kurokas furrowed his brow slightly at the compliment, asking, And who might you be? I'm the bounty hunter, Hobart. Kurokas acknowledged. So, it is you. His tone remained flat, yet Hobart noticed the feather atop his head tremble, betraying an underlying tension. You know me? Now, it was Hobart's turn to inquire. Kurokas lifted the newspaper in his hand and remarked, Though I live in seclusion, I recognize you, someone who has had a back and forth with a future Marine Admiral. Hobart glanced at the newspaper, where the headline boldly proclaimed, The Demon of Money, Hobart. What kind of title is that? Hobart thought, feeling exasperated. How did he become labeled as the Demon of Money? Just because he is a bounty hunter? He became a bounty hunter simply because he wished to avoid joining either the Marines or the pirates. He has no particular fondness for money. What brings you here, Mr. Hobart? Kurokas asked, breaking the silence. Are you here to capture me for a bounty? Before Hobart could respond, Kurokas continued, It seems that that's the only possibility. Can you tell me how you found me before you take me away? I never informed anyone of my return here. Ahem, why do you seem to think I am solely a bounty-driven individual? Hobart interjected. Kurokas replied coolly, I sent that the case? Alvia nodded in agreement, that of course not. Don T be misled by the rumors spread by the Marines. Hobart retorted. Olvia, why are you nodding? You're on that side, so you're not here to turn me in for a bounty? Certainly not. Upon hearing this, Hobart sensed Kuroka's relax considerably. It seemed he was not as composed as he appeared, as a member of the Pirate King's crew. He must possess some strength. His previous remarks were merely a fade. But upon recognizing Hobart's identity, he understood the truth. He had become the prey. Kuroka's, merely a functional crew member, knew that encountering someone like Hobart, who could hold his own against a prospective admiral, would mean his demise. What is it that you truly seek? Kuroka's inquired. You are a member of Roger's crew, correct? This young lady beside me is quite interested in Roger's exploits and wishes for you to recount them. Hobart stated. Olvia was taken aback, staring blankly at Hobart's face. While she was aware that Hobart had initially planned to traverse the calm belt to reach the Grand Line, she was puzzled as to why he had altered his course to come from Reverse Mountain. Now, it seemed she understood. Previously, on the island, Hobart had accompanied her for 2 days in order for her to learn about Roger's stories. Now, he had specifically changed his plans for her sake. Unable to contain her joy, she stepped forward, embraced Hobart, and kissed him. Hobart, momentarily surprised, reciprocated passionately. The two began to kiss fervently before Kuroka's, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. When he first heard Hobart's request, he had been contemplating how to assert his authority. But now he found himself questioning, what was this situation? Were they still interested in his story? Chapter 69. A few albatrosses flew overhead as Carter and the others felt the oppressive heat of the sun. Causing irritation, he muttered to himself, where on earth has Master Hobart gone? He wouldn't truly consider ending it all, would he? Then he shook his head vigorously. Impossible. Master Hobart wouldn't be so foolish. Skoda, forcibly brought aboard by Hubert, leaned towards Captain Carter and whispered, Captain Carter, do you believe Lord Hubert will truly perish? It has been over half a day. What nonsense are you spouting? Carter interjected. Yet Skoda persisted. I suspect he has either genuinely sought death or intends to abandon us. Why not distribute the treasures aboard the ship and make our escape? Each to their own home, each to their own mother. What a splendid arrangement. Carter's expression darkened as he delivered a swift blow to Skoda's head, which instantly swelled into a prominent red bump. That I warn you, if you continue to speak so recklessly, I shall confine you to quarters. Carter cautioned, though a flicker of concern gnawed at him. His worries were never about Hubert's demise. Rather, he feared the possibility of being forsaken by him. After all, in comparison to Hubert's formidable strength, they were but ants. A burden, utterly incapable of assisting, that if they were of any use, it was merely to serve tea and fetch reward. He rubbed his aching head. His gaze suddenly fell upon a whale, massive as an island. Gliding toward the shore, it appeared as though it would collide with them, causing Carter's demeanor to shift to one of alarm. Everyone, be on guard, he bellowed. Upon glancing back at the whale, Carter realized that such a warning seemed futile, prompting him to alter his command. Abandon ship. Make for the Red Earth continent. Panic ensued among the crew, their footsteps echoing chaotically across the deck. Where's Lord Hubert? Has he not returned? What shall we do now? If he comes back to find the ship in ruins, we shall be doomed. What of it? Our lives must come first. He can decide how to punish us later. Surely he hasn't truly been consumed by that whale. Impossible. You know how powerful Lord Hubert is. He cannot possibly be devoured by a mere fish. Such sentiments were voiced, yet the sheer enormity of the whale instilled an undeniable dread. Was this truly a force that humanity could withstand? In their frenzy, the crew hastily fled to the shore, even old John and his son scurrying deep into the land. The whale's calls reverberated through the air, sending shivers down their spines. The crew hastened their pace. Hands clamped over their ears as they sprinted as the whale approached the shore. A shadow emerged from its form, landing steadily on the ground. It was Hubert, accompanied by Olvia and Kuroka's. Why are you all running? Come back, Hubert exclaimed, bewildered by the scattering crew. Was this an attempt to abscond with their belongings? The wolf-formed Carter halted at the sound, then sprinted toward Hubert. The imposing figure of the wolf embraced Hubert's leg. Lord Hubert, where have you been? I nearly thought you had abandoned us. Seeing Carter's childlike display, Olvia stifled a laugh, while Hubert scowled. pushing Carter away. Did I not say I would return after a brief exploration? What is the cause of your panic? Where do you intend to flee? Carter chuckled sheepishly. I thought that whale had gone mad and was about to crash into us, so I hurriedly urged the crew to escape. It seems I was overly alarmed. Casting a glance at the shadow cast by the whale, Hubert understood why Carter and the others had chosen to flee. Who wouldn't in such a situation? He nodded approvingly. Indeed, you acted wisely as the first mate. You must be prepared to make quick decisions in emergencies. Suddenly recalling something, he gestured toward the aloof Kurokas. This is my acquaintance I met within the belly of the whale. Kurokas. Carter regarded him, stating, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Kurokas raised an eyebrow, responding coolly. Oh, you are acquainted with me. Not in the least, Carter admitted candidly. Then what was that pleasure about? Kurokas scoffed, falling silent. This left Carter perplexed about Kurokas's background. Suspecting he was a formidable figure, he inquired of Hubert. Lord Hubert. Who is this gentleman? Hubert replied, he's a crew member and physician of the Pirate King Roger. The Pirate King's physician? Carter exclaimed, scrutinizing Kurokas with newfound interest. We must negotiate a fair price with the Navy. Rest assured, I will secure the best deal. Kurokas felt a tightening in his chest, yet maintained his composure. Are you attempting to sell me? You would do well to abandon such thoughts promptly, lest consequences ensue. Carter recoiled, sensing Kurokas was no ordinary individual. Realizing any hasty actions could lead to dire repercussions, that he glanced toward Hubert, questioning, Lord Hubert, what should we? Nothing to worry about. You raise a valid point. I am eager to see how much you might fetch in berries, Hubert replied. Kurokas, momentarily taken aback, remarked, you just used me, and now you wish to backtrack. Is this how you treat your allies? Think carefully, lives are at stake. Hubert chuckled. Considering your current lack of value, why not sell you off for some berries? A crew member of the Pirate King must be worth a fortune, no? Unless what? Unless you join my crew, Hubert said with a grin. Kurokas narrowed his eyes. You had this plan in mind all along, did you? Hubert shrugged. What can I say? A crew member of the Pirate King cannot be wasted. Besides, are you not a doctor? Our ship's physician in the West Sea is competent, yet a scientist cannot entirely replace a professional. We require you to fill this gap. What do you say? Kurokas hesitated. It appeared he had little choice. Either join Hubert or be captured by Impel Down. Oh no. They likely wouldn't accept him either. A crew member of the Pirate King would be sentenced to death upon capture. After much contemplation, Kurokas sighed deeply. Mr. Hubert, I am indeed inclined to join you, but I have reasons compelling me to remain here. As he spoke, the muscles on Kurokas's body rippled, emanating a formidable aura. Carter's eyelids fluttered. This old man was incredibly strong. Although he lacked a devil fruit, those muscles could easily overpower him. Realizing this, Carter tensed his wolf form. Hubert, half smiling, said, What is this? Kurokas, are you preparing to fight? Are you not a doctor? Kurokas's expression grew serious as he focused intently on Hubert. Hubert remained still, and Kurokas dared not make a move. Although resolved to fight to the death, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Facing Hubert, who was evenly matched with Sakazuki, he was uncertain how to gain an advantage. Alvia, having listened to Kurokas recount stories of Roger, felt a degree of respect for him, but was now at a loss. She desired to prompt Hubert to sit down for a serious discussion, but knowing Hubert's decisions were often final, she quietly withdrew, observing the two men. Hubert addressed the tense Kurokas. What you are unable to let go of is that island whale. Is it not? Kurokas paused, then replied, Indeed, I must remain here to care for him. Otherwise, if he continues to mistreat his body, disaster will surely follow. What affliction does the whale suffer? With such a massive form, it hardly appears to require supervision, Carter queried, having caught up with Skoda. Kurokas glanced around as more crew members gathered. After a moment of reflection, he began to narrate the tale of Laboon. The story dates back 50 years ago. Lord Hubert, let Kurokas remain here. Yes, Lord Hubert. After waiting 50 years for his master, Laboon must be in great pain. The anguish of the heart surpasses that of the body. Indeed, without Kurokas watching over him, he would surely perish, the story concluded. Yet Orvia remained silent. Old Master Alcuin had already burst into tears, each individual profoundly moved, pleading with Coloccas for mercy. Hubert felt a twinge of embarrassment. The emotional resilience of his subordinates seemed rather feeble. He turned to Coloccas and inquired, "If I could ensure that Labu no longer collides with the Red Earth continent, you would be willing to join us, correct?" Coloccas hesitated. "That is indeed the case. But it is an impossible feat I have attempted to persuade him countless times over the years, to no avail." "Very well," Hubert interjected. "I have my methods." He smiled and turned around, noticing that nearly everyone had gathered, and asked, "Is there anyone aboard skilled in music?" The crew exchanged blank stares, all shaking their heads. "That I knew it." Hubert sighed. He had previously sought to recruit musicians and artists to enhance the artistic ambience of his ship. However, those musicians, basking in admiration and respect on land, were disinclined to endure the hardships of the sea. Thus, he found himself devoid of any crew members with such talents, surrounded only by rugged men. Reluctantly, he resolved to improvise. Hubert instructed everyone to wait a moment as he returned to the ship. Though he had once been an ordinary person, he possessed some artistic skills. He had dabbled in music, particularly with the piano, and had purchased one aboard the Black Pearl, which now proved fortuitous, after rubbing his hands across his face to transform into Brooke's likeness. Not the skeletal form, but the living Brooke. He gazed into the mirror, uncertain of what to make of his reflection. Brooke had been striking as a skeleton. Why did his human form appear so unappealing, especially with that wild hair resembling a potted plant? Adjusting his tie, Hubert dismissed such thoughts, for he was merely adopting the guise of Brooke, and thus had no reason to concern himself with superficial matters. Seated before the piano, he reacquainted himself with its keys, and soon the enchanting sounds of the piano resonated across the sea. "I bring you the fine wine of Binks, sailing boldly through the waves, the surging tides, and the restless sunset, the bird's song piercing the vast sky." The harmonious piano and Hubert's voice intertwined, creating a melody that was both distant and lively. Labu, who had been surfacing from the depths, abruptly paused, his enormous eyes, larger than a man's, opening wide, yet devoid of any fright. The others on shore listened quietly to the song. While Coloccas's gaze shifted slightly, he was aware of Labu's connection to the Rumbar pirates, and this song held profound significance for Labu. However, he believed it to be futile. He had tried numerous methods over the years to reach Labu's heart and alleviate its afflictions, but to little effect. The past attempts had yielded minimal results, and he doubted this time would be any different. He was curious, however, as he had never spoken of this song's connection to Labu. How did Hubert know? Truly, he was a mysterious man. Nevertheless, his immediate concern was how to handle Hubert's forceful invitation should he fail to enlighten Labu. Departing from the harbor, unforgettable nostalgia, singing a song that expresses my sentiments. The waves surge and the spray flies. A proud man roams the vast world. The song continued, and Labu dove into the sea, creating a swell that nearly toppled Hubert. Yet he steadied himself and continued singing the melody of Binks. Whimper, whimper, whimper. Labu's calls echoed from the ocean. The waves surged, and he emerged once more, his colossal form gracefully resting beside the Black Pearl, quietly listening to the song. Tears seemed to glisten in his enormous eyes. Whether from seawater or sorrow, it was unclear. The mottled scars on his head did not appear menacing, but rather evoked a sense of pity. "I bring you the fine wine of Binks, singing loudly the song of the sea. Tonight, we drink and be merry, la 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 la." As the song concluded, Labu gazed expectantly at the ship. Hubert opened the door and stepped out of the room. Labu looked at him, his face radiating uncontainable joy, with a multitude of emotions reflected in his enormous eyes. Tears finally streamed down his face. Hubert chuckled softly, reaching out to pat the clothes by Labu, gently caressing the scars. Chapter 71. Hubert. On the ground, Coloccas was in a state of shock, staring blankly at Hubert, who was affectionately touching Labu, murmuring to himself, "Brooke, how could this be? He was supposed to be dead." Watching the dazed Coloccas, Orvia felt equally bewildered. Who was that person on the ship? Wasn't it Hubert who just entered that room? How could a completely unfamiliar individual emerge? Most of the others remained calm, as they were well aware that their captain possessed a shape-shifting ability. After all, Hubert had once been a child. It was only after their adventures in the Land of Flowers that he had transformed into his current adult form. Witnessing Hubert's interactions with Orvia had left them astounded for quite some time. Hubert paid no heed to their reactions, feeling the coarse texture beneath his fingertips. He spoke gently. "Labu, these years have not been kind to you." "Have they? I apologize for our prolonged absence from the Grand Line. We were truly occupied with urgent matters. You are foolish for treating yourself this way." Listening to Hubert's soothing voice, Labu emitted whimpers. Seemingly eager to share countless stories with Hubert, but unable to articulate his thoughts, he merely nudged Hubert with his head. Although it was a slight gesture for Labu, it was a considerable force for Hubert, causing the ship to creak ominously. Seeing the Black Pearl teetering on the brink of collapse, Hubert's lips twitched as he pressed down on Labu's head. "Say, it's all right. I have heard of your experiences over these years. Do not be agitated." Labu felt an immense strength pressing upon his head, compelling him to cease his eager nudging. Having never experienced such a sensation since growing so large, he shot Hubert a puzzled glance. Hearing his comforting words, he gradually regained composure. Tears flowed from his colossal eyes like a fountain. Hubert continued to offer reassurances, and after a considerable time, Labu finally calmed down. Seizing the moment, Hubert revealed his purpose. "By the way, Labu, I have something very important to attend to upon my return. You must wait for me here, all right?" Labu's call rose several octaves, prompting those on the shore to cover their ears. The excited Labu dove into the water, leaping out multiple times, clearly expressing his urgency. All right, Labu, I understand your eagerness, but please, do not fret. I truly do not intend to abandon you. However, the matter is pressing, and I must handle it swiftly." Hubert hastily reassured him that he feared that Labu, in his excitement, might inadvertently capsize the Black Pearl. Labu stopped and nodded, indicating his understanding of Hubert's intentions, and then hopped a few times, seemingly trying to convey something. Hubert stared at his antics in utter confusion. What on earth is this? Seeing Hubert's lack of comprehension, Labu appeared anxious once more, diving into the water and not resurfacing for a considerable time. "Is that a yes?" Hubert pondered, convinced that his persuasion had finally taken effect. Just as he was about to turn and share the good news, a splash echoed behind him. Hubert's smile faltered as he turned to see Labu resurfacing. A massive shark clamped in his jaws. Whimper, whimper, whimper. Labu let out a few calls, bouncing a couple of times before tossing the shark onto the shore, looking at Hubert with eager anticipation. Hubert glanced between the shark and Labu. Suddenly realizing something, that he pointed at the shark and asked, "Are you implying that you have grown stronger and are now capable of accompanying us at sea, serving as our protector?" Whimper, whimper, whimper. Rab nodded enthusiastically, in agreement with Hobart's words. Towering like a small mountain, Rab was exceptionally excited, and Hobart aboard the ship was also somewhat stirred. This was a path he had never envisioned. Given Rab's physique, it was likely that ordinary sea kings would find it difficult to match him. Many dangers could be preemptively addressed by Rab, thus sparing him much trouble. Aside from himself, it seemed no one on the ship could defeat the formidable Rab. Just moments ago, hadn't the entire crew been fleeing in panic? Moreover, if Rab were to join them, could they not create a bio-powered ship, with Rab leading the way? The thought alone was exhilarating. The only concern was that to keep Rab comfortably within their vicinity, he would have to constantly assume the appearance of Brooke, a notion that was somewhat hard for him to accept. However, perhaps it could be resolved with the doppelganger ability of the Hana no Mi. Yet, maintaining such an avatar was indeed a tiring endeavor. As Hobart fell into contemplation, Kurokas finally snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "No, Rab absolutely cannot enter the Grand Line." Rab's gaze shifted sharply toward Kurokas, his eyes narrowing ominously. Hobart turned his head as well, nearly forgetting that while he had agreed, Kurokas' opinion still held significant weight. "Why not? Are you not worried about leaving Rab here alone? It would be perfect to take him out to sea with us." "No means no," Kurokas replied with unwavering resolve. Approaching Rab, he gently patted his head and remarked, with Rab's strength, he would be perfectly fine here. My only concern is that he might inadvertently harm himself. At this point, Kurokas' tone grew serious. However, once Rab ventures into the Grand Line, the situation becomes unpredictable. The monsters there are far too numerous, and even with your strength, you might not be able to ensure your own safety, let alone protect Rab. Furthermore, your reputation will certainly attract trouble, posing threats to Rab. Hobart, already conflicted, felt no significant disappointment. If they weren't going to go, then so be it. He had enough on his plate already and needed to reserve some time for himself to rest. He pondered how Carter might react if he were to learn of his thoughts. After all, Hobart, the captain, appeared to be quite idle every day. Hobart shrugged and conceded. All right, you make a valid point. Rab should indeed remain here. Upon hearing their conversation, Rab abruptly became agitated, his body trembling, causing the Black Pearl to sway violently. Rab glared at Kurokas, seemingly ready to unleash his fury upon him. Hobart reassured, Calm down, Rab. Rest assured, we won't keep you waiting for long this time. Kurokas is right. You should indeed stay. With a whimper, Rab sounded somewhat aggrieved. Yet under Hobart's comforting words, he ultimately acquiesced to the decision. In a foul mood, he submerged himself into the depths, not resurfacing, as if sulking in silence. Once Rab vanished from sight, Kurokas circled around Hobart, scrutinizing him from head to toe, muttering, so strikingly similar, it's uncanny. What? How did you manage to transform like this? Kurokas's tone was filled with disbelief. Hobart quickly grasped his meaning and burst into laughter. Ho 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 ho! Kurokas, have you forgotten? I am Brook. Kurokas was momentarily taken aback by his laughter. The tone was eerily identical to that of Brooks. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely believed he had encountered Brook. But he swiftly dismissed the thought from his mind. How could it possibly be Brook? Brook should be dead. If he were alive, he would have returned by now. There was no way he would only just arrive here. He cautiously inquired, Who exactly are you? As Kurokas spoke, the feathers atop his head quivered, lending a comical air to his demeanor, revealing his inner turmoil. Hobart chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha, Kurokas, do you truly not recognize me? Saying this, he transformed once more, morphing into the handsome figure he had adopted earlier. How did you do that? Although he had anticipated this, Kurokas was still taken aback. Isn't it obvious? It's my devil fruit, but your devil fruit is supposed to be that of a dragon. Isn't it? Kurokas found the situation utterly bewildering, making it hard for him to accept. Having traversed the Grand Line alongside Roger, he had never encountered anything like this. Observing Kurokas' flustered demeanor, Hobart found it quite amusing. Previously, this fellow had maintained a calm and composed facade, resembling an unflappable master. Now, however, he was repeatedly astonished, filling Hobart with a sense of accomplishment. Hobart understood Kurokas' surprise. After all, how could a commoner like Kurokas comprehend the terror of being a cheat? Noticing Hobart's silence, Kurokas suddenly had a revelation, regaining his composure and stating calmly, I see now. Your devil fruit must be a mythical Zoan type, possessing the ability to transform. That is indeed a rarity. Kurokas spoke with an air of someone who had anticipated this, his tone reflecting the admiration of an elder toward a youth. Huffed. Unable to contain his laughter at Kurokas' earnest demeanor, Hobart found amusement in the situation. However, Kurokas was indeed correct. His devil fruit was a mythical Zoan, though merely one of its varieties. Yes, it is a mythical Zoan. MY abilities are quite commendable, aren't they? Indeed, impressive abilities. Although uncertain about what amused Hobart, Kurokas felt pleased with his correct guess. Contemplating further, he added, No wonder you were able to hold your ground against that Admiral Sakazuki. It turns out you are a mythical Zoan as well. You are indeed remarkable. His tone carried a hint of nostalgia, echoing Whitebeard's sentiment about the new era lacking a ship to carry him. Hobart promptly interrupted him. Not at all. You are still quite young yourself. Speaking of which, now that the matter with Rab is resolved, shouldn't you fulfill your promise and accompany me to the Grand Line as my ship's doctor? We have great potential ahead. Who knows? You might even become the ship's doctor for the king of bounty hunters in that case. You would be a member of the Dual Kings, a legendary figure. I suppose since I promised, I will certainly go. Kurokas replied nonchalantly. In truth, he was somewhat reluctant, but given Hobart's considerable strength, he dared not refuse. Hobart had extended an olive branch, providing him with ample face, and refusing now would be unreasonable, as he agreed. The system's voice echoed in Hobart's mind. Congratulations, host, for recruiting subordinate Kurokas. Obtained equipment, surgical fruit. Hobart was momentarily stunned. He had begun to discern some patterns regarding the system's drop rates. Typically, the equipment dropped was related to the target from whom it was obtained. Kuroka's was a top-tier doctor, and he speculated that a healing-type fruit might be acquired, but he never expected to receive a surgical fruit directly. This was a devil fruit valued at 50 billion, roughly equivalent to Whitebeard. He fixated on Kuroka's with burning eyes, nearly compelled to rush forward and kiss him. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Kuroka's, noticing his fervent gaze, took a couple of steps back and inquired, "Captain, is there something you need?" Approaching, Olvia pinched him lightly. The pain snapped Hobart back to reality. He turned and embraced Olvia, kissing her. Olvia, caught off guard, had her mouth covered, and amidst the watchful eyes of the crew, she shyly completed the kiss. Kuroka's remarked, "Here we go again. What is up with these two? Why do they always seem to be kissing in front of everyone? It's quite embarrassing for this old fellow." Once the kiss concluded, Hobart looked at Kuroka's and said, "You're adapting rather quickly. This is what it means to be a captain." Kuroka's remained silent, now feeling somewhat withdrawn, uncertain if joining Hobart's crew was indeed the right choice. Olvia playfully punched Hobart's chest, saying, "What are you doing? There's so many people around." "Ha ha. So what if there are? They're all my brothers. Kissing is nothing to be ashamed of." Olvia rolled her eyes and asked, "By the way, how did you do that just now? How did you turn into another person?" Hobart replied, "Didn't I mention, it's the ability of my devil fruit?" Oh, Olivia lowered her head, lost in thought. The clever girl refrained from asking too many questions, yet a few conjectures began to form in her mind. She suddenly felt as though she had heard the name Hubert somewhere before. But at that moment, she could not recall where. Observing her contemplative expression, Hubert pinched her cheek and remarked, "I possess many abilities yet to be revealed. I shall unveil them to you gradually." Beside them, Kuroka's smirked derisively. What a joke. Many abilities, such boasts were hardly credible. Even among mythical beasts, one would not typically possess an abundance of powers. The mere ability to transform was already quite remarkable. Olivia abruptly lifted her gaze. Locking eyes with Hubert, "Are you aware that there's a child named Hubert in O'Hara?" Chapter 72. Carter aims to eliminate Moria. Alone, a wave of tension surged through Hubert's heart. Although he would eventually have to discuss this matter with Olivia, now was certainly not the time. He needed to wait until he had found a way to regain his former glory and solidify his plans. Why was Olivia suddenly inquiring about this? Had she begun to harbor suspicions? How should he respond? He could not simply claim ignorance. After all, he knew Robin, and it was inconceivable that he wouldn't recognize her childhood companion. Thus, he was left with no choice but to concoct a casual fabrication. Just as he was about to speak, Olivia interjected, "That child named Hubert. Isn't he your son? Is he?" "Huh." Hubert was taken aback. What nonsense was this? How could he possibly father himself? Of course not. That child was merely an ordinary boy from the village, with whom he had little interaction. Olivia remained silent, gazing at him intently for a moment before meaningfully stating, "Oh, I see that." Hubert's heart raced. Yet Olivia chose not to pursue the topic further, seemingly convinced by his words. Nevertheless, Hubert understood that this matter had sown a seed of doubt in Olivia's mind, and it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. He resolved to find a devil fruit that would restore his former prowess and solidify his plans sooner rather than later. Hubert silently vowed to himself. He pondered whether a surgical fruit could achieve this. Recalling the peculiar grafted organisms that had appeared in Robin's possession, no. How could he entertain such thoughts? He must not forsake the original. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion from his mind. Observing the crew below deck, he shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Let's go. Today we welcome the exceptional Dr. Kuroka's and the top-notch chef Old John aboard. We must host a grand feast." Roaring with excitement, he added, "A feast. I want to savor Old John's noodles. The captain always devours most of them before we get a chance, leaving us to drool in envy. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. Hey. Why must I cook for a feast celebrating my own arrival?" Old John chuckled, though the ship was bustling with tasks. Yet, seeing so many eager faces awaiting his culinary creations brought him immense satisfaction. After all, those capable must shoulder more responsibilities. The Black Pearl sailed far into the distance. A massive round head broke the surface of the water. Labu watched Hubert and the others recede into the shimmering sea with a sense of reluctance before submerging beneath the waves. With the assistance of a system, Hubert's swordsmanship had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the level of a sword master. He now urgently required a suitable sword. Back in Rogue Town, the weapon shop owner had offered him the third-generation Kitetsu and the Snowwalk. But he deemed such weapons beneath his standards, barely touching the threshold of a renowned blade. They were wholly unworthy of his prowess. Moreover, he currently sought a black blade. His mastery of Haki was not particularly strong, only at level 3, and it paled in comparison to the level 5 observation Haki. This was a stark contrast to the likes of Karp, who likely possessed Haki at levels far beyond his own. He feared that if he attempted to envelop his blade with Haki, it might still shatter. That would be quite embarrassing. However, possessing a black blade would resolve this issue, not only compensating for his lack of Haki, but also serving as an impressive accessory, a necessity for any refined individual. Unfortunately, the number of black blades was exceedingly rare. One could count them on their fingers. Acquiring a comfortable one would not be an easy feat yet. Fortuitously, Hubert possessed a lead regarding black blades, the terrifying triangle sailboat. This area was perpetually shrouded in mist, never graced by sunlight or moonlight. IT had only recently transformed into such a state. Prior to that, it had merely been a tranquil sea. Now, the infamous reputation of the terrifying triangle was spreading throughout the ocean. A colossal figure stood within the fortress of a ship. He was robust, with purple hair and a small devilish horn adorning his head, his hairstyle resembling a fiery onion. His teeth and ears were sharp, and his neck bore the appearance of stitched wounds. Clad in a Gothic-style suit, he exuded a sense of a well-dressed brute. Suddenly, he jolted awake from a deep slumber, his body shaking violently as his eyes flew open, drenched in sweat. Wiping his forehead, he turned his gaze toward a massive figure not far away. Though his own frame was already immense at 7 meters tall in comparison to the figure nearby, he appeared no larger than a grasshopper. Ugh, another nightmare. Damn Kaido, once I resurrect Oars, I shall surely defeat you. This individual was none other than Gecko Moria, the former warlord of the sea, who had been bested by Luffy in the original storyline. At this moment, he had yet to gain weight. Appearing quite gaunt, he exuded an air of an aristocrat of the night, starkly contrasting the reclusive figure he would later become. Moria approached Oars's lifeless body, murmuring, "But whose shadow should I use to restore this fellow's strength from his living days? A mere ordinary person will not suffice." Just as he contemplated future plans, the door to the room swung open. A 5-year-old girl entered, dressed in a Gothic-style dress and clutching a stuffed bear to her chest. Her round, cherubic face was utterly endearing. Upon seeing Moria, she opened her arms and joyfully dashed towards him. "Daddy! Daddy! Hug!" Moria, somewhat irritated, replied, "Perona, did I not tell you not to disturb me? I have very important matters to attend to." The little girl, of course, paid no heed to his words and clung to his leg. To be precise, it was more like his foot, as Moria's towering form rendered the diminutive Perona nearly insignificant in comparison. Moria, with a hint of exasperation, lifted Perona and said, "How many times must I say this? I'm not your father. You should address me as your master or Lord Moria." Being cradled, Perona clapped her hands joyfully, her little face radiant, revealing her perfectly aligned baby teeth. Moria gazed at her with a smile. Pondering, "I wonder if I should save you. After all, to live is to inevitably lose." At this point, he recalled the nightmare he had just experienced. The dragon transformed from Kaido loomed like a deity, mercilessly slaying his subordinates, causing his years of accumulation to crumble in an instant. He himself had undoubtedly fallen to Kaido, leaving him devoid of the courage to challenge him again. He believed such power was beyond human reach. To conquer it, he needed external assistance. For instance, the very oars before him. As long as he had enough of his puppets, he could undoubtedly defeat Kaido. This was the delusion he had instilled within himself. He recognized its absurdity, yet it was his sole hope. Moreover, it was not entirely impossible. Oars was a legendary ancient giant. He would hardly fear Kaido's Azure Dragon, especially since he had gathered numerous corpses from Wano that could be put to use. As Moria contemplated, he suddenly noticed a transparent shadow emanating from Perona, rushing toward him. His expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "No!" But it was too late. The transparent figure collided with him. In the next moment. He fell to his knees while Perona was flung aside, her face despondent, her entire being exuding an aura of defeat. How could I, such a worthless being, ever stand against Kaido? I have been utterly deluded. How could I ever be worthy of utilizing the corpse of an ancient giant like Ors? What meaning does my existence hold? Perhaps it would be better to simply perish. Miss Moria knelt on the ground. Perona found it amusing. The pain from being cast aside was momentarily forgotten as she erupted into a fit of giggles. Meanwhile, Hobart had been sailing the Black Pearl for over a month. During this time, he diligently honed his haki, striving to rectify his deficiencies in that regard. He was equally invested in Jesse's experiments, visiting the laboratory every few days to address any request from Jesse with utmost promptness. Despite these efforts, Jesse's research progressed at a painfully slow pace, as if he were merely skimming the surface of his studies. Jesse mentioned that his thoughts had become ensnared in a quagmire, necessitating some intellectual collisions. However, with only himself as the researcher aboard the ship, there was no one to provide such stimulation. Although Hobart had been a university student in his previous life, the laws of this world differed vastly from those of Earth, rendering his knowledge of little use. Faced with this dilemma, Hobart could only hope to encounter a scientist in the future whom he could, persuade to join their vessel. His thoughts wandered as he considered seeking out Caesar, who was also a formidable scientist. While he paled in comparison to Vegapunk, he was undoubtedly one of the top scientists in these seas, and Jesse would likely find him lacking in comparison as well. Hobart pondered Caesar's whereabouts. If he had already allied with Big Mom to conduct research on gigantification at Punk Hazard, he would be relatively easy to locate. Rubbing his temples, Hobart realized that such considerations were premature. The immediate priority was to find Moria, the #1 recluse among pirates, to procure the Dragon Horse Swordsman's sword, Chiu Shui. Consulting the map, Hobart ordered the ship to halt its course. Wait. We should be nearing the foggy area. Proceed slowly and do not miss it. Aye, Captain, came the response from Skoda, who had excelled in his training under Carter after coming to terms with reality, leading Hobart to appoint him as the helmsman. At that moment, Carter handed Hobart a glass of orange juice and inquired, "Lord Hobart, just how formidable is that fellow you mentioned? Is he someone I could practice against?" Hobart cast him a sidelong glance, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Carter, you are being somewhat overly ambitious. Perhaps you should first consider how to contend with that old man, Colokas." "Unfazed," Carter replied, "but the way you spoke of Moria suggests he is not particularly strong. Does it not present a perfect opportunity for us to practice? To me, he is indeed not strong, but for you all. Oh, Lord Hobart, you are remarkably wise and powerful. We simply cannot compare. The gap is far too vast. An enemy you could dispatch with a mere wave of your hand would overwhelm us even if we exerted all our strength." The flattery caught Hobart off guard, filling him with a sense of pleasant surprise as he regarded Carter with satisfaction. Skoda, observing from the side, couldn't help but marvel at how Carter, despite his shortcomings, had managed to secure the position of first mate in the distance. Colokas watched the cheerful scene aboard the ship, his head twitching involuntarily, the feathers atop his head swaying slightly. Carter, sensing Hobart's approval, added, "However, Lord Hobart, if we do not undergo training, our strength will remain insufficient, and we will not progress. Perhaps we should give it a try. After all, with you overseeing us, we are unlikely to face any danger." Hobart found himself tempted by the suggestion. It seemed that engaging with Moria would not necessitate his personal involvement. After all, it would be a case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Allowing Carter and the others to gain some experience would be beneficial, as he was confident in his ability to handle someone of Moria's caliber. "Very well, I consent," Carter rejoiced, for he had been diligently training, knowing that becoming the first mate required more than mere flattery. At least, that was his belief. Alongside his rigorous training, he sought practical combat experience, and he chose Colokas, the ship's doctor, as his sparring partner. Colokas, forcibly dragged aboard the ship, was eager to vent his frustrations and readily agreed to Carter's request for a spar. He stipulated, However, that they needed to engage in intense battles to truly enhance their skills. Simple sparring would not suffice. The condition was that one party must lose consciousness for the battle to be deemed concluded, and surrender would not halt the fight. Furthermore, such battles needed to occur regularly, establishing a schedule of once every 3 days. Carter found this reasoning sound and unhesitatingly agreed. The outcome was predictable. Poor Carter was toyed with by Kolokas, lacking any capacity for resistance. Every third day became Carter's day of suffering, as Kolokas left him battered and bruised, only to heal him with his exceptional medical skills, after which he would be pummeled once more. In this environment, Carter felt his strength was advancing rapidly. Yet he remained frustrated, eager to test the fruits of his training. To him, Moria seemed like an excellent target. Despite Hobart's claims that he would be unable to defeat Moria, Carter believed that his recent progress could very well have exceeded Hobart's estimations, and he was determined to surprise him. Suddenly, a gurgling sound emanated from Hobart, who retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket. As he connected the call and listened to the voice on the other end, his gaze sharpened as he glanced at Orvia, who was reclining in a chair, sipping coffee while engrossed in a book. Chapter 73. Robin's call. Noticing his gaze, Orvia turned her head and asked, "What is it?" Upon seeing the transponder snail in his hand, she inquired, "Who are you calling?" Hobart remained silent, putting a finger to his lips to signal silence as he listened intently. "Is it connected?" "Oh, this number has already been taken. My apologies. This was the phone of a friend of mine, and I inadvertently dialed it. I shall hang up immediately." On the other end, a youthful voice emerged, somewhat familiar, yet also strange. As he realized he hadn't heard it in nearly 3 months, "Don't hang up." Hobart, breaking the silence, spoke up. "Huh." The voice on the other end paused, sensing a hint of familiarity. Hobart cast a glance at Robin, retreating to his room while adjusting his voice to its natural tone. "Sister Robin, is that you? Why are you only calling me now?" On the other end, Robin was bewildered, stammering, "Hobart, didn't he die? What nonsense. How could I perish so easily? I'm far too formidable for that." Robin appeared to be still grappling with the unexpected joy, asking then, "Why didn't you call me?" Hobart sighed. "I did call, but you changed your number. Remember?" "Oh, right. Where are you now, Hobart? I've been so scared. O'Hara has been destroyed, and so many bad people are trying to capture me. I encountered a kind old lady yesterday, but she called the Marines to seize me that night. I truly don't know what to do. I miss you so much. Where are you? Can I come find you?" Listening to Robin's bewildered voice on the other end, Hobart felt a pang of sympathy and replied, I know you're having a hard time. I miss you too, but the place I'm in is quite dangerous. You shouldn't come here. How about this? Tell me your location, and I'll send someone to fetch you." Now that the worst had passed, retrieving Robin posed little risk. Even if the 5 elders came knocking, he could always relinquish a few benefits. Upon hearing this, Robin suddenly became cautious. "You're not a Marine, are you?" "Huh." Hobart was taken aback, bewildered as to why he was being accused of being a Marine. "You want to know my location to capture me? Don T.U., I want to fall for that. The Marines think you died at O'Hara." Realizing Robin's misunderstanding, Hobart quickly clarified, "Rest assured, I am indeed Hobart. Didn't I tell you before? I intend to become a bounty hunter, and I'm quite powerful. Don't worry about those Marines. Even if they doubled in number, I wouldn't be afraid. Not only did I survive, but I also safeguarded O'Hara. It hasn't been destroyed. The scholars are organizing a reconstruction, and now I have set sail on my own ship. Remember, you promised to be my crew." Hubert's words momentarily eased Robin's vigilance. She had confided her aspiration to become Hubert's crew member, a secret known only to the two of them. No one else, not even the Navy, could possibly be aware of it. "You truly are Hubert. I apologize for my earlier demeanor. I was just so anxious." "It's quite all right. I don't mind at all. You've endured much." Robin's response caused a twinge of discomfort within Hubert. This heightened alertness suggested that Robin had indeed been living in a state of constant fear these days. Perhaps her reluctance to call before stemmed not merely from her belief that she was doomed, but also from a lack of opportunity. "Hubert, have you really set sail? That's remarkable. You've achieved your dream. I must strive harder." It's nothing extraordinary. I currently have quite a few skilled sailors on board. I once sent a sailor to find you, but it seems you evaded him quite skillfully, though. Is that so? Yes, it was over a month ago. A burly young man that I vaguely recall someone in the village where I was hiding inquiring about my whereabouts. I kept my distance, after a brief exchange of pleasantries. Hubert inquired, "Where exactly are you now? I can send someone to fetch you." This time, Robin did not hold back, readily divulging her location, that I'm in the country of Shurji, hiding in a temple. The abbot is quite kind and has provided me with a guest room. There's a phone bug in the room, so I thought to call you. Robin seemed poised to add more, but suddenly her tone shifted to one of urgency that I can't talk anymore. "Hubert, I hear someone approaching. I must leave now, that I'll call you again next time." With that, silence fell on her end. "Hello? Hello?" Hubert called out twice, receiving no response. Realizing that Robin had hung up, almost immediately, he heard a flurry of footsteps and the voices of several large men. "What is going on? Didn't you say she was here?" "Old monk, I tell you, false information 1T bring us Bailey. Ba, I assure you she is here. Numerous disciples have seen her. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask. Perhaps your commotion frightened her away, but I've given you the lead. If you can't catch her, that's on you. Bailey cannot be shortchanged. Damn it, this little girl is slippery as an eel. Those prison escapees aren't even that elusive. Pursue her." With a heavy sigh, Hubert ended the call. Poor Robin, forced to flee at such a young age. Perhaps being captured was an option. After all, being caught now would merely mean being sent back to O'Hara. However, if that were the case, Robin would re-enter the world government's radar, making it difficult for her to join the Black Pearl. Hubert stroked his chin, murmuring, "Well then, I shall leave it to fate and await her next call to hear her thoughts." When he emerged from the room, Hubert had reverted to his middle-aged appearance. Olivia approached, noticing his furrowed brow. "What's wrong? Who was on the phone?" Her instincts told her that this call was somehow connected to her. Hubert's gaze flickered as he replied. It was a lead on Robin that Olivia's expression instantly transformed into one of excitement as she grasped Hubert's hand, asking, "Really? Where is Robin? How is she faring?" Hubert reassured her. "Calm down, Olivia. Robin is safe. It's just that her circumstances might not be very pleasant, that I've decided to bring her here." "Really?" Olivia asked, her heart swelling with joy. "Of course. I promised you that once the dust settled, I would bring her aboard. Now seems to be the right moment." Hubert leaned down to kiss Olivia's forehead. Overwhelmed with excitement, Olivia was at a loss for words, but after a moment, she suddenly voiced her concern. "But the Grand Line is so perilous. Bringing Robin here could be dangerous for her. She's so young." Olivia recalled what Crocus had said about the ill-fated Rumbar pirates. Coupled with her recent experiences on the Grand Line, she had developed an understanding of its inherent dangers. The Grand Line was indeed fraught with peril, with the looming threat of annihilation at any moment. She worried for Robin's safety. Rest assured, Robin is not as timid as you might think. Her abilities far surpass yours. This was the truth. Although Robin was young, she was a user of the Hana no Mi, and Olivia, as an ordinary person, was no match for her. Moreover, Hubert was there to protect her. Nothing could stir up a storm while he was around. As Hubert spoke, a carefree smile graced his face. Olivia gazed at him, witnessing this formidable side of Hubert for the first time. Nestling her head into Hubert's embrace, she softly replied, "All right, I'll trust your judgment." While they had resolved to bring Robin aboard, the question of who would go to fetch her remained. The Grand Line was treacherous, and Hubert was not comfortable sending just anyone. He needed someone powerful and reliable. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a lack of such individuals on the ship. Jesse, possessing a Logia-type devil fruit, might be an option, but he was currently preoccupied with experiments. After pondering for quite some time, Hubert could not identify a suitable candidate. Was he to go himself? But if he did, how would he ensure Jesse and the others' safety? Turn back to fetch her? Sighing, Hubert realized the truth. The Black Pearl had no capable fighters aboard. They were all novices that seemed they needed to be trained. However, training would require time, and he needed someone urgently. Appeared he would have to expand his search for recruits. Navigators, musicians, painters, shipwrights. Now he needed to add combat specialists to the list. The road ahead was long and arduous. Though he had decided to recruit combat specialists, he could not neglect the training of his own crew. Hubert promptly resolved to intensify the training regimen on the ship and summoned a few of the more promising individuals to his office. In the office, Hubert sat in a massive chair, his expression stern as he surveyed the gathered crew. "Oh, you know why I've called you here." The crew exchanged glances, shaking their heads in uncertainty. "We don't know, Lord Hubert. Have we done something wrong?" "Done something wrong? I haven't done anything. Is it because my indiscretions on deck have been revealed?" "That can't be. I clean using the broom from Lord Hubert's room. They shouldn't find out." One burly man muttered to himself. Hubert's face darkened as he pointed at him, shouting, "Get out!" The man fled in a panic. Hubert, now wearing an angry scowl, wondered why there had been a persistent odor in his quarters. The remaining crew fell silent, sensing the palpable aura of menace emanating from Hubert. "I summoned you here for specialized training. The objective is to cultivate you all into formidable warriors. You have all recently demonstrated exceptional performance, which is why I selected you." Upon hearing Hubert's words, the crew felt a surge of excitement, eager to cheer, yet the oppressive atmosphere kept them subdued, their heads bowed as they suppressed their laughter. Hubert continued, "To elevate your abilities in the shortest time possible, mere effort will not suffice. Take your Vice Captain Carter, for instance. He was average aboard the ship, but now he has risen to the highest echelon." The crew members began to form a tentative understanding, their curiosity piqued, yet hesitant to voice it. "Indeed, I intend to have you consume devil fruits to enhance your powers." Hubert did not hesitate, articulating their unspoken thoughts. This revelation caused the crew to gasp in disbelief, momentarily disregarding Hubert's ominous presence. "Devil fruits? Is that true? Those are treasures worth millions of berries. Long live Lord Hubert. Does that mean we can become as strong as Vice Captain Carter?" The selected individuals numbered 4. Any more would be too cumbersome for Hubert to mentor. Excluding the one who had just been expelled, only 3 remained, seasoned crew members who had witnessed Carter's meteoric rise in strength overnight and were now brimming with excitement. However, Hubert cautioned, Carter's strength did not solely come from his abilities. Possessing a devil fruit does not guarantee you will match him. However, with sufficient effort, it is not impossible. The crew was undeterred in their enthusiasm. Even if they could not reach Carter's level, they would still be immensely powerful. After all, it was a devil fruit. Hubert expressed his satisfaction with their performance. He further remarked, "However, you must consider this carefully. Once you consume the devil fruit, there will be no chance of returning to the water. The sea will despise you, and entering the water will sap your strength. Moreover, the intensity of your training will significantly increase, as I will personally oversee your training." Although he had already decided that these individuals would consume the devil fruit, the Black Pearl was, after all, a ship of great significance, and it was prudent to seek the opinions of the others. Adhering to due process, point 2 of the 3 quickly asserted that they had no objections, but one individual hesitated. This individual was Skoda, the helmsman whom Hubert had promoted. "Skoda, do you have any concerns?" Hubert inquired. Skoda replied, "Lord Hubert, I am more than willing to intensify my training, but my strongest asset lies in underwater combat. If I consume the devil fruit, I will be unable to enter the water." Upon hearing his reasoning, Hubert was momentarily taken aback. Was Skoda indicating a refusal? This surprised him somewhat. He had no objections per se, but with only 4 individuals initially, losing one would leave only 2. Hubert encouraged, "While you may lose your underwater combat abilities, your strength can advance by leaps and bounds in a short time. You have seen Carter's power, which is not something just anyone can achieve." Skoda shook his head, saying, "But I truly enjoy underwater combat. Perhaps I should forego it. However, I will definitely increase my training intensity to ensure I do not fall too far behind." Hubert, feeling somewhat resigned, said, "Very well. I respect your decision that I had initially planned for a formidable quartet, but it seems we will now have merely 2 guardians." Chapter 74. Such a bold claim. Les and Ren were the 2 guardians chosen by Hubert. After some contemplation, Hubert decided to assess the abilities of both individuals. He called over Carter, who was engaged in training. Carter appeared somewhat anxious, which piqued Hubert's curiosity, prompting him to ask, "What is the matter? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Carter quickly waved his hands, stating, "There is nothing more important than your business. Lord Hubert, did you summon me for a specific purpose?" Hearing Carter's words, Hubert shrugged. Never mind. If you have something to say, do so promptly. I am not an unfeeling captain, and why summons were not urgent. If you have pressing matters, you may attend to them. Carter hesitated, scratching his head, and said, well, it's nothing urgent. It's just that this afternoon is the day of battle with Kalokas. I am preparing a finishing move to see if I can defeat him. Upon hearing this, Hubert's interest was piqued. He was aware of the outcome of Carter's encounters with Kalokas, where Carter had consistently been at a disadvantage. He had never been able to retaliate effectively. Now, however, Carter seemed confident in his ability to contend with Kalokas. Could it be that he had reached a new level of strength during their recent bouts? What is your finishing move? May I observe it? Carter appeared somewhat embarrassed, stammering, of course you may. Let us wait a moment. Perhaps I can provide you with some guidance. For now, why don't you test the prowess of these two individuals? He gestured towards the two guardians standing nearby. Lesrin, what brings you here? Carter, recognizing the two seasoned crew members, was puzzled as to their presence. Suddenly, he recalled the various developments aboard the ship and exclaimed, oh, you must be the ones specially selected by Lord Hubert for training. You must strive diligently, as being chosen by him is an unparalleled honor. Les and Run exchanged glances and, with clenched fists, replied in unison, rest assured, Vice Captain Carter, we will certainly work hard to grow stronger. You should be cautious, lest we surpass you. I look forward to you surpassing me. The combat strength aboard the ship is truly lacking, Carter laughed heartily. Observing his demeanor, it was clear he had fully embraced his role as vice captain, unlike his previous sycophantic behavior. All right, enough talk. Carter, I have called you over to engage in a friendly match with these two. To assess their capabilities, Hubert interjected, clapping his hands to halt the conversation. Understood, Captain. You can rest assured. Les and Rin train rigorously and are more than capable. However, are they the only two training alone? I sent that a bit sparse. Shouldn't we add another pair? Hubert, feeling a surge of irritation, retorted, enough with the nonsense. Begin the battle at once. Uncertain about the sudden outburst, Carter trembled slightly and responded loudly. Yes, Captain. The battle among the three unfolded on the deck. Had Hubert not invested in the ship, the expansive Black Pearl might not have accommodated such an event. The crowd gathered, all eager and animated, their spirits ignited. Hubert allowed the spectators to witness the prowess of former comrades. Hoping it would inspire the crew to strive for greater strength. Begin! With Hubert's command, the conflict erupted. Les and Ren were the first to strike. Les charged straight ahead, while Ren maneuvered from the side. Carter remained stationary, showing no intention to take the initiative. Given his current strength, if he were to engage, it was likely that neither opponent would last even 2 rounds as vice captain. Carter aimed to provide his former comrades with an opportunity to showcase their skills, allowing them to gain Hubert as favor. Carter sincerely believed that the combat strength aboard the Black Pearl was far too inadequate. Although there were many sailors, most were merely foot soldiers, lacking systematic training. While they could handle ordinary pirates, they stood no chance against even moderately skilled adversaries. In fact, Carter felt capable of dominating the ship himself. If Les and Run could be cultivated into formidable fighters, he would undoubtedly be pleased. As for the concern that their newfound strength might threaten his position, Carter found that unlikely. After all, he had risen to his rank not solely through strength, but also through social acumen. What did it matter if they grew stronger? Could they possibly rival Lord Hubert? Lost in thought, he hardly noticed Les's fist connecting with his chest. Carter stood firm, not flinching, and Les was propelled backward by the recoil. After tumbling through the air, he landed without injury, but his expression had grown serious. Having previously witnessed the battles between Kalokas and Carter, he had not realized just how formidable Carter had become. Initially thinking that without his beast transformation, Carter could be challenged, it now seemed difficult to even inflict injury upon him. Meanwhile, Run, who had intended to follow up on Les's attack, froze momentarily upon observing Les being sent flying, hesitating to proceed with the plan and instead circling Carter in search of an opening. Les quickly regained his composure. After all, this was merely a demonstration, and his aim was not to defeat Carter, but to showcase his skills. Now was not the time to retreat. Les launched his next attack. Ren followed closely behind. Another kick aimed at Carter's head was unleashed. This time, Carter could not afford to remain passive. He certainly did not wish to receive a foot imprint on his forehead. He reached out, attempting to grasp Les's ankle. In an instant, Les twisted mid-air, evading Carter's grasp and instead seizing Carter's outstretched arm. With the force of inertia, Les pulled Carter backward, and Run, who had been waiting for this moment, aimed a kick directly at Carter's elbow joint, seeking to incapacitate one of his arms. Observing their performance, Carter smiled. With a slight exertion of strength, Les felt an overwhelming force travel through the arm he was clutching, sending him flying backward. Run, who had been rushing in, was also sent sprawling by Carter's counter. The two landed in a heap, feeling as though they might fall apart. They marveled at Carter's rapid progress. Just a few months prior, they had been on the same level, and even in a one-on-one, it was uncertain who would prevail. Now, one man was effortlessly dispatching both of them, as if they were mere chicks. This was without Carter even using his full strength or the abilities granted by the Devil Fruit. Yet, neither Les nor Run displayed any intention of surrendering. They exchanged determined glances, each recognizing the fighting spirit in the other's eyes, and struggled to rise. "All right, that's enough," Hubert interjected, halting their movements. "You both performed admirably and demonstrated solid teamwork. However, at this moment, no matter how hard you strive, you are simply no match for Carter. The disparity in raw strength is too substantial. After some time of my training, we shall see how you fare in another bout." Upon hearing Hubert's acknowledgement, both Les and his companion exhaled in relief. Their once tense bodies slumped down, ultimately oozing blood. At that moment, those surrounding them stood in stunned silence. Could it be? Has Carter's strength increased to such an extent? In his human form, he effortlessly toyed with Les and his companion as if they were mere children. What does this mean? Hasn't Vice Captain Carter always been exceptionally powerful? A newcomer to the Black Pearl inquired curiously. "You are unaware, but Carter's previous prowess was merely above average among us. Perhaps your abilities even surpassed his. However, since being chosen by Lord Hubert as Vice Captain, his strength has skyrocketed, placing him at the pinnacle of captain-level power, even without the aid of a Devil Fruit." Really? Is it that exaggerated? When did Lord Carter become Vice Captain? Just a few months ago, no more than half a year. Listening to the crew's flattery, Carter squinted his eyes and smiled cheerfully, clearly in high spirits. Hubert summoned a doctor to attend to Les and his companion. While he approached Carter, glancing at the grinning man, "Are you feeling quite proud of yourself?" Carter, sensing Hubert's cold tone, shivered. "No, not at all." Hubert scoffed. "Do you think I cannot see through your facade? Your leniency was all too conspicuous. To think Les could counter you at your speed, relying solely on brute strength to win. Lord Hubert, you see right through me. I cannot hide anything from you. I simply wish for them to showcase their abilities." Carter chuckled, relieved upon realizing Hubert's tone was not one of anger. You need to let them exhibit their strengths? I'm not blind. I am fully aware of their performance. Otherwise, how could I have chosen them? Indeed, I cannot comprehend your discerning eye, Lord Hubert. It seems I am rather dim-witted." Hubert remarked. "Very well. You have done satisfactorily. You are quite competent as Vice Captain." Carter, with a simple-minded grin, suddenly recalled something. By the way, Lord Hubert, are you truly not considering recruiting more individuals for the special training? 2 is simply 2FEW, and could the mention of this. Hubert's expression darkened. "Enough. Just focus on your own duties. I have my own plans. As long as their strength is sufficient, 2 is adequate. I alone can still be regarded as a formidable force upon the seas." Very well. Carter, adept at reading the atmosphere, understood that Lord Hubert was not keen on discussing this matter further. So he shifted the topic. "Then, Lord Hubert, would you like to see my new technique?" "Of course, I wish to see it." Upon hearing this, Hubert's interest was piqued. Truth be told, Carter's abilities had exceeded his expectations. Remarkably formidable indeed. Carter's strength now rivaled that of Arlong from the original tale, especially when considering the Devil Fruit. It was noteworthy that just months prior, his prowess was akin to that of a mere thug. Hubert was eager to discover what this new technique of Carter's entailed. Carter, however, had no intention of showcasing his new technique in public. He planned to use it as a surprise attack, and revealing it beforehand would diminish its effectiveness. The two soon arrived in Hubert's office. Hubert's office was spacious, designed in accordance with the layout of an admiral's quarters as depicted in the original narrative. A considerable open area in the center was perfect for Carter to demonstrate. Standing before Hubert, Carter appeared unusually anxious. "Lord Hubert, are you ready? My technique may differ somewhat from ordinary attacks." The more Carter spoke in such a manner, the more curious Hubert became. He urged, "What preparations do you need?" "Hurry up, then. Here I go." Carter took a deep breath, his body instantaneously transforming into that of a werewolf. When facing Hubert, he would not hold back. Just as Hubert had stated, Carter stood before him akin to how Les and others stood before Carter. No, the disparity was far greater than that. Finishing move. Wolf Fang Bite. As he spoke, the werewolf form of Carter lunged ferociously toward Hubert. Hearing the sound, Hubert instinctively became vigilant. Wolf Fang Bite. Could this technique be related to wolf fangs? It made sense. Aside from claws, wolves had only their teeth as weapons, lacking any other means of attack. With these thoughts, his gaze subconsciously fixated on Carter's mouth, wary of his fangs. Carter first charged with his claws. But Hubert effortlessly deflected them. Unperturbed, Carter's wolf head soon followed. Hubert's focus remained on Carter's mouth, pondering what kind of technique could grant Carter the confidence to defeat Coloccus. Could it be a surprise attack using his teeth? That would indeed be a creative approach. Carter's mouth opened, revealing rows of pristine, sharp teeth that radiated a chilling aura. Even in the dimly lit room, the gleaming fangs emitted a menacing glimmer, appearing capable of biting through thick steel. Hubert would not grant him the opportunity to bite down. He firmly braced Carter's wolf jaw with both hands. Carter's biting force was trivial in Hubert's presence. Is this all? Hubert felt a pang of disappointment. This was merely an ordinary bite attack, yet he soon noticed Carter's chest contracting. A surge of air, previously confined within, burst forth violently. Green mist erupted with blinding speed. Hubert's eyes widened in alarm, but his reflexes were swift. He darted outside and securely closed the door behind him. The two crew members at the entrance looked on with curiosity. "Lord Hubert, what is the matter?" "Nothing. Nothing at all," he sighed in relief, thankful to have evaded the attack. He had not anticipated that Carter's ultimate technique was not his fangs, but rather his breath. Should he have been struck by that mist, the consequences would have been dire. After a considerable time, he cautiously reopened the door. Observing Carter alone in the room, he sensed something ominous permeating the air. He promptly shut the door again. The two crew members outside exhibited symptoms of discomfort from the tainted air within. "Why do I feel a bit dizzy?" "I do too. Could we be falling ill? Let's move away before we infect Lord Hubert." Hubert mused. "Carter, oh Carter, you truly have a formidable breath." Chapter 75. Kazan Hubert had not expected Carter's technique to manifest in such a manner. Narrowly avoiding a mishap, as for Coloccus, the logistics officer, he would have never envisioned this outcome. Confident of victory, he was caught off guard by Carter's breath and collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Hubert nearly assumed the old man had succumbed to the fight, which would have been a significant loss since he had painstakingly invited Coloccus aboard. Fortunately, after a thorough check, it was revealed that he had merely fainted. Following this encounter, it was likely that Coloccus would be reluctant to spar with Carter again. In the days that followed, Hubert awaited news from Robin, yet no calls came through. It seemed Robin was being pursued relentlessly. Although Hubert felt a twinge of anxiety, he understood that worrying would not serve any purpose. He remained patient. The terrifying Three Grape sailboat, though it was daylight, the entire vessel was enveloped in thick fog, obscuring the sun and moon. The atmosphere was gloomy and damp, infused with a scent of decay. Creek, Hubert's Black Pearl docked at the shore, gazing incredulously at the ship before him. Though referred to as a sailboat, it was indiscernible at first glance. It was immense. Even Hubert's Black Pearl, moored at the shore, seemed inconspicuous beside it. It is worth noting that the Black Pearl itself was a sizable ship, comfortably accommodating 1 to 200 crew members. Yet in comparison to this sailboat, it felt minuscule. Originally, Hubert had intended to seek out Xiaoshui for a matching sword. But now he found himself entertaining other thoughts. Such a colossal ship, if it were his, could serve as a base for future endeavors. Surely, it could house thousands of people with ease. Moreover, if sold, it would likely fetch a price in the billions. Hubert quickly dismissed the notion from his mind. How could he ever consider selling it? To sell it would mean parting with it to the Navy or pirates, an act of treachery. Observing Hubert lost in his own thoughts, drooling over the idea, the crew had grown accustomed to it. Olivia approached, appearing somewhat troubled. "Hubert, have you received any news about Robin?" Snapping back to reality, Hubert gently patted Olivia's head. "Oh, not worry, with Robin's intelligence. She will be just fine. If Robin has any news, who do you intend to send to find her? Have you made a decision?" Hubert has fallen silent. He hasn't quite figured it out yet, as the people on board are too weak. However, now that Carter's strength has grown, he seems like a candidate worth considering. But who would take over his duties as first mate? He certainly does not wish to toil endlessly. Hubert stroked his chin and remarked, "I believe I may have an idea. Do not worry too much. I will definitely bring Robin back." Olivia remained silent. She wished she could refrain from worrying, but given the current circumstances, it was truly impossible for her to remain untroubled. Sensing her anxiety, Hubert wrapped his arms around her and leaned closer to whisper, "You've been frowning for days. If this continues, not only will Robin not arrive, but you may fall ill first. Relax. Come with me to enjoy some time on the sailboat and unwind." Olivia's expression was still not a concern, and with a sigh, she replied, "Fine." She had no other options now. If her strength permitted, she would gladly rush to rescue Robin alone. Yet, her abilities were indeed far too feeble. Reflecting on this, she recalled Hubert's words to her after O'Hara faced the Buster Call. The reason O'Hara was annihilated by the world government was not due to their study of ancient texts, but rather because they were too weak. Hubert, Olivia called softly. Hubert, who was directing the disembarkation, paused and asked, "Yes, what is it? You're training less in Rumba, right? Can I join as well? I want to grow stronger." That is certainly not an issue. Hubert had not anticipated Olivia would make such a request, but he found no reason to refuse. If Olivia became stronger, it would save him much effort. After a moment of hesitation, Hubert added, "However, the training with Les and the others may not be suitable for you. I will create a personalized path for you to grow stronger. With my guidance, you will undoubtedly become incredibly powerful. All right, please hold me to the highest standards. I am not afraid of hard work," Olivia declared resolutely. Hubert sensed her determination and replied proudly, "Of course. I'm quite strict. I guarantee you will surpass that fellow Carter within a month." Under Hubert's command, everyone swiftly disembarked from the Black Pearl and formed a neat square formation. Hubert turned to Carocas and said, "Those remaining will stay with you on the ship. Keep a close watch on it. Ensure it isn't stolen." Carocas nodded with a cold expression, maintaining his demeanor of a skilled warrior. However, having witnessed him being fainted by Carter's breath, Hubert could no longer view him in the same light. After contemplating for a moment, believing everything had been arranged, Hubert decided to venture deeper into the sailboat. Halfway through, he reminded them, "By the way, if you encounter danger, consider fleeing. Your safety is of utmost importance." This command startled Carocas. He felt as though he had seen such an order before, particularly from someone known as the Pirate King. Hubert continued to mutter, "Especially you, Jesse. That fellow spends all his time in the lab. You must ensure his safety." Watching Carocas nod, Hubert felt reassured and departed. He had confidence in Carocas' abilities. Moreover, the presence of Jesse, a user of a natural-type devil fruit, would ensure they could withstand any formidable adversary until Hubert arrived. As for situations that even Jesse could not escape from, they were generally unlikely to occur. And if they did, even Hubert would find them troublesome. As Hubert and the others vanished completely into the forest, Carocas maintained his composed demeanor. Though his heart was filled with emotion, it dawned on him that Hubert was destined for greatness. A remarkable individual had emerged from the sea. Carocas sighed. Even when he had heard of Hubert's intense battles with Sakazuki, he had not felt this way. He had perceived Hubert as a rude and uncouth person who would eventually be dealt with. Now, he truly believed Hubert would achieve something significant. Just as he was lost in thought, a gust of wind swept past, prompting him to instinctively tighten his collar. "Achoo! What is going on? Why is it suddenly so cold?" He wondered, perplexed, for although it had been chilly before, it had never reached this point that he looked around. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, with visibility extremely low. an oaf figure was in sight. Yet a chill gripped his heart as he shouted, "Prepare for battle! No, everyone run! Escape and call Jesse out. We must flee together!" Jesse stumbled out of his room in a panic, appearing somewhat haggard. As a researcher, he often sacrificed sleep, with all-nighters being commonplace. His hair was a chaotic mess, resembling a bird's nest, and he sported two prominent dark circles under his eyes. "What happened?" he asked curiously. "There doesn't seem to be any danger on the ship." Kuroka stood at the bow, gazing down at the water, and replied calmly, "You need to leave quickly and seek Hubert's assistance." Below the ship's surface, a layer of ice had formed, unbeknownst to them. Hubert moved swiftly, having not traveled far before bringing Carter and the others to the castle's exterior. Throughout the journey, they encountered none of the bizarre creatures described in the original narrative. After all, in the original tale, Gecko Moria had controlled this area for several years, and they had only just arrived. So they were far from prepared. That twisted doctor had not joined him either, leaving the sailboat resembling a deserted island. Other than its eerie desolation, there seemed to be little else. Their passage was remarkably smooth. Hubert gazed at the colossal castle, his desire to claim this place intensifying. Although the Black Pearl boasted a pleasant environment and a spacious room with commendable amenities, it paled in comparison to the castle before him. He turned to Carter and asked, "Are you sure you want to handle this alone? You don't need me to intervene." Carter patted his chest and assured him, "Rest assured, Lord Hubert, we are quite strong now. We must undergo trials to progress, and with Les and the others, we should be sufficient." Hubert did not believe they stood a chance against Moria in this era, considering he had not yet succumbed to despair and had recently exchanged blows with Kaido. Carter was pondering how they could secure a victory. Perhaps their bravado might have some effect. Hubert rubbed his chin, skeptical of Carter's decision. However, he refrained from opposing him. Allowing Carter to face a challenge was beneficial, providing them with genuine combat experience and facilitating rapid growth. After all, he had also made significant strides following his battle with Sakazuki, although his progress was partly due to the system's assistance. His fundamental strength had indeed improved considerably through his own efforts. "Very well. Since you all have decided, go ahead and give it a TRY.B. By the time you reach the Grand Line, you have yet to encounter any formidable opponents. So this presents an excellent opportunity for self-assessment." The group surrounding Hubert instantly displayed expressions of delight. They had been eagerly awaiting this moment and were ready to display their skills. Carter exclaimed, "Thank you for your understanding, Lord Hubert. We will undoubtedly resolve this battle beautifully." He then led the crew into the castle. While they spoke confidently, they remained cautious, first infiltrating the castle to assess the situation before formulating a plan. It must be said, aside from his slightly lacking strength, Carter was quite commendable. Hubert took Olivia's hand, watching them enter, feeling a tingling curiosity to follow and observe the situation. Should Carter and his team falter, he could still intervene and suppress Moria. Olivia gazed anxiously at Carter's retreating figure and asked, "Will they be all right?" From Hubert's tone, she gathered that the castle's master appeared to be unusual. Hubert, appearing relaxed, shook his head and replied, "With me here, there is no cause for concern." Suddenly, his expression stiffened, and he shielded Olivia, saying, "There may be some trouble now. Wait for an opportunity to escape." "What is it?" Olivia asked, sensing his tension. "An annoying individual is approaching." That if we're speaking of annoying individuals, that would be you, wouldn't it? From the shadowy forest, a figure began to emerge. The newcomer was a tall, slender man, roughly 3 meters in height. With an entirely dark complexion, his hair was somewhat wild, adorned with a gray hat, and he wore a military green coat over a white V-neck long-sleeve shirt. He donned black trousers and boots, carrying a well-fitted backpack and sporting glasses. "Who is this?" Olivia inquired. One of the leaders of the O'Hara Demon Extermination Order, Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, wielder of the Ice Fruit, Kazan. Herbert cast a discreet glance at Kazan's leg, which indeed appeared somewhat unnatural, but it seemed he had been interrupted by Sakazuki, with his leg now replaced by ice. Although time was somewhat chaotic, the outcome remained unchanged upon hearing that it was the leader of the Demon Extermination Order. Olivia's complexion turned ashen, her eyes filled with hatred as she fixed her gaze upon Kazan. Even though O'Hara had already been dealt with by Herbert, the despair of that day was a memory Olivia would never forget. Kazan, with a hint of self-mockery, remarked, "I'm no longer a vice admiral of the Navy. Thanks to you, I have severed my ties with the Navy and become a civilian." That Herbert's eyes flickered. This was news to him. In the original narrative, Kazan's departure from the Navy occurred years later. Could it be that the battle between Kazan and Sakazuki had accelerated this process? He licked his lips and asked, "What brings you here? What have you done to Crocus and the others?" Kazan coldly replied, "What do you think I came for? Had it not been for your words, I would still be enjoying my position as a vice admiral. Perhaps even destined to become an admiral or even a fleet admiral. But now, I am nothing. However, you truly are full of surprises. To find Roger's crew aboard your ship, what would the world government think if they were to discover this?" Kazan did not directly answer Herbert's question, which left him feeling rather displeased. "Shouldn't you be expressing gratitude toward me? I was the one who made you aware of the Navy's true nature ahead of time, allowing you to escape that place. You must agree that the indiscriminate slaughter of civilians by the Navy cannot be deemed justice." Kazan remained silent. Before the O'Hara Demon Extermination Order, he had always prided himself on being just, adhering to the doctrine of absolute justice, that he was a man overflowing with a sense of righteousness, akin to the future character of Smoker, unable to tolerate the slightest injustice. However, Sakazuki's bombardment of civilians shattered his convictions, leaving him uncertain of how to confront the Navy and whether it could still be called justice. He had freed Robin and even paved a way for her escape. Yes, he sat on a rock, contemplating his future. Sakazuki had suddenly approached and attacked him in a frenzied manner. In that battle, not only was he defeated in strength, but his sense of justice also crumbled entirely, leading him to abandon a promising future within the Navy and become a drifter. Chapter 76. Recruiting Kazan. To be honest, Kazan felt a degree of gratitude towards Herbert. After all, Herbert had helped him make a swift decision. Otherwise, he would have remained stagnant in the Navy for an indeterminate time. However, Herbert had also brought him some unfavorable circumstances. For instance, the leg that had been replaced by ice bore much of Herbert's responsibility. "What do you want from me? Are we going to fight?" Herbert asked. In all honesty, he felt little fear towards Kazan. After being weakened from his battle with Sakazuki, he could still break Kazan's leg. He couldn't fathom how he could lose against Kazan, now possessing the ice fruit. Of course not. Kazan shook his head, his glasses reflecting the sunlight. Obscuring his eyes, he turned to Olivia, who glared at him with hostility, and said, "You must be Olivia, the archaeologist." Olivia remained silent, her gaze filled with ire. "Don't look at me with such eyes. I saved your daughter." Upon hearing this, Olivia's eyes flickered, and she inquired, "What do you mean?" "Just as it sounds, it was I who let your daughter go in O'Hara. Otherwise, she would have perished. That young girl seemed to possess great potential. Her name is Robin, right?" Kazan remarked, scratching his head. His words left Olivia momentarily at a loss for words, instinctively glancing at Herbert beside her. Herbert nodded in confirmation of Kazan's statement, that he too was curious why Kazan had come to talk to Olivia instead of engaging him in combat. Kazan continued, "You know Saron, right? He is a wonderful person. He rescued you and left the last glimmer of hope for Robin. Your family owes him a great debt of gratitude." Upon hearing Herbert's confirmation, Olivia's expression towards Kazan grew complex. The man before her was both the leader of the O'Hara Demon Extermination Order and Robin's savior. How was she to face him? Hearing Kazan's words, she absent-mindedly replied, "Yes, Saron truly is a remarkable person, entirely different from you other Navy members. How has he been? Did he escape?" "He is dead." At Olivia's previously distracted demeanor froze in place as she slowly raised her head. "Dead?" Kazan's tone carried a hint of regret. "Yes, I killed him with my own hands at IT that time. I was still in the Navy, with no choice at IT. Was only after his death that I realized the Navy's darkness, prompting me to let Robin go." "You were friends, weren't you?" Olivia stammered, memories of Saron's care during their escape flooding her mind. Initially, she had intended for Robin to recognize Saron as a father figure. And yet, he had died. For their respective senses of justice, they would not hesitate. Even at the cost of their lives, Kazan's voice was devoid of emotion. Although his eyes were obscured by glasses, one could sense the unwavering determination in his gaze. Olivia wished to say something, but found herself at a loss for words. She understood this kind of conviction, just as she would risk her life for the sake of historical truth. Herbert embraced her gently, wiping away her tears as he squinted at Kazan and asked, "What exactly do you want? Surely you didn't come just to bully a mother who nearly lost her child." "I came with the intention of joining your ship and becoming your crew member," Herbert exclaimed. "What?" The shocking news took him aback, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. "You want to become my crew member? Why?" "There is no reason," Kazan replied. "Your strength is formidable. You defeated that Sakazuki fellow and saved O'Hara. Furthermore, you helped the king capture that rat who escaped from Impel Down in the Flower Country, even gifting him the most valuable ancient coins from the treasure. You are a fascinating individual, and I wish to see what your sense of justice entails." Kazan concluded. "I see." Herbert squinted, pondering his thoughts. He had considered the possibility of recruiting Kazan as a subordinate, especially since in the original narrative, Blackbeard had indeed taken Kazan into his crew. However, he had not anticipated that it would transpire so swiftly. Kazan's strength was unquestionable. He was destined to become a future admiral, a top-tier force within the Navy. During the upcoming Marineford War, he would shine brightly, freezing the tsunami that Whitebeard had painstakingly summoned and transforming it into glaciers. Blocking the pirates' retreat, Herbert had been troubled by the lack of a reliable and powerful individual aboard his ship. If Kazan were to join him, it could effectively fill this gap. However, his loyalty remained a matter of contention. After all, he was a product of the Navy's upbringing, and in the original story, many fans believed his joining Blackbeard's crew was a sign of the Navy's betrayal. Who could tell if his intentions were genuine at this moment? Yet, Herbert was not overly concerned about this, that he possessed the merchant fruit.